2015, 3 minutes, I knew I was in error. How come so quick? My life experiences up until that point, 53 years. Started traveling 1970. Flew to Nigeria with my family for the first time. British Overseas Airways, be the predecessor to the precursor to the British Airways, British Overseas Airways. Okay, landing in Nigeria. Okay, we were there for a couple of years, coming back by ship. So the aeroplane flight was level. I remember it very well. I can still see myself going through the scanners. Okay, I'm 61. 1970, I would have been 8 years old, going to be 9 that year. Okay, so NASA had already gone to the moon by this point, supposedly. Anyway, coming back, we came back by ship, 2 weeks on the ocean, from Nigeria to Southampton. Okay, and the ocean is level. I remember the horizon being dead level. As a child, that is an unforgettable experience. Yeah, my memory is very good on that one. So there's just no way that the Earth was a ball then. But I wasn't thinking about that as far as I was concerned. The Earth was a globe. Okay, but my memories are no curvature. When I look back now to that point, I remember not seeing any curvature. Clear memory there, clear. And I did that trip twice with my dad. And my brothers didn't go on the second trip. Just me and my dad went on the second one. Then there's the Army Cadets. Now, when you join the Army Cadets, you're exposed to nature more so than the average kid on the streets and in towns and villages. Okay, those who live in villages and that in the countryside have more exposure to nature than those who live in the concrete jungle. So me being the Army Cadets 3 years, it means you go camping, you are preparing for parachuting. You don't do it in cadets, you do it when you're in the junior leaders or the territorial army, which is what I joined afterwards. But you prepare for parachute jumping. You're shooting rifles, weapons, you're abseiling, rock climbing, canoeing, sailing on ships, big trucks. It's fantastic training, okay, when you're in the cadets. I loved it. I excelled. It's literally doing exactly what the army does, but you're doing it all just on a lower intensity, but it's still there enough to make you cry and hurt your hands. Okay, right. That's 3 years of that. Then I went on to join the Royal Engineers for 2 years, where we're exposed to bridge building. This is the engineering side coming in now. Okay, so you're doing bridge buildings. You're learning about tanks, trucks, stalwarts, how these things work, weapons, technology, a little bit you're exposed to, and then you're exposed to jumping out of planes and you're surveying all that nature. Now, all that experience had exposed me to seeing leveled horizon, but I'm still not connecting the dots that I'm not seeing curvature because my mind is nowhere on that. That's not coming to mind. You're dealing with the situation you've got at hand. When you finish that, you go back to your normal life. So you're already given, it's already been reinforced that you're on a globe. So that's it. I'm carrying a belief. It wasn't until 2015 that I watched. Well, I ignored it during 2014, actually, Flat Earth videos being offered up in the recommendation bar, search bar. So I thought, nah, that's silly. Flat Earth, that's ridiculous. When I first heard about Flat Earth, though, mind you, was in Nigeria. In our school textbook. It was Galileo, Copernicus, and Columbus arguing about whether the Earth is flat or not in the textbook. So, in the actual exercise, you see a ship going over the edge of the Earth. It's a black lined ink drawing of a ship going over the edge. Now, remember this is 1970. NASA had been to the moon twice already there. So obviously the Earth is a globe. So I said, yeah, that's stupid. I mean, look at the ship falling over the edge. So that galvanized it for me that the Earth isn't flat. The second time I heard about flat Earth would be during the later 70s with a guy called Charles Johnson, who is part of the Flat Earth Research Society, which is very similar to the Flat Earth. In fact, it's a carbon copy. The Earth is flat, the sun and the moon orbit above our head. That was in keeping, and he was having debates, but I didn't pay much attention because I was playing with my brother. We're playing with toys and things, so I wasn't really. It was going in one ear out the other, but I do remember seeing this guy on TV. Okay, about flat Earth. That would be the second time about flat Earth. Then the third time again about flat Earth would be late 70s, early 80s, with an advert about cigarettes. It's called Hamlet. It's a cigar. They're very slim. You get 5 in a box. A British brand called Hamlet. Okay, and what would happen is whenever there's a disaster, because this Hamlet advert had different themes. Okay, different themes, but the main theme that was running through this is disaster. Whenever there's a disaster or something's gone pear-shaped, something's gone wrong, you pick up your Hamlet, you spark that up, and everything's going to be okay. In this particular case, it was a guy on a pirate ship in the crow's nest looking out saying, "Captain, it's the end of the world." And the ship's about to go over the edge. And then you hear the familiar signature tune to the Hamlet cigars. And then the guy sparking up as the ship goes over the edge. Okay, there you go. Those were the 3 times that I remember flat Earth coming into my life as such. And then the other time would be in the Flintstones. That would be the 4th one. The cartoon character from America, Flintstones, Barney Rubble and Fred Flintstone. They did a little bit of a flat Earth sketch in that as well. Okay, so those are the places that I remember flat Earth. But of course, it's the Earth isn't flat is the theme, isn't it? Right, and I carried that all through my life right up until 2015. And that's when I watched Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues, and I clicked on it saying to myself, let me click on this video for a laugh. What could they possibly tell me that I don't know? You know, because I'm thinking I know it all. Do you understand? I mean, I've done a lot of conspiracy theories. So I'm carrying the attitude, of course, that the Earth is a globe. What the hell could they be teaching me? Let's have a laugh. And within seconds, I wasn't laughing. In fact, I began to feel very inadequate and very useless at research, because if they didn't go to the moon, for example, obviously they couldn't have taken any pictures of Earth. How stupid have I been? So within 3 minutes, all my life experiences came into one big whoosh, warp speed. It's flat, shit. And I'm whacking my head, walking up and down this classroom thinking, fuck, I've been in error. Wow, it is fucking flat. Fuck me. Let me watch on with this video. I'll watch 20 minutes more of this. And with the Flat Earth Clues, it's really long and it covers the points thoroughly and it's weighing down on me. And I think, hang on a second, let me put that down. Let me cross-reference. So I looked at Generism. I looked at Celebrate Truth. I looked at Dave Murphy and The Greatest Lie Ever Told. I watched Eric Dubay. I watched Celebrate Truth. Then I went back to Mark Sargent to complete. 8 hours later, I'm writing on the board for January 6th, when everyone's going to return in 2016. What is the shape of the Earth and how do you know? Then I run upstairs and told the family. That's how it happened for me. Sorry if I've been speaking too long now. I relinquish the mic. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? What do you think? Any response, any reactions to what I've just said? Anybody? Was I talking to myself? Any reactions? Anybody got any comebacks from what I just said there? Anybody paying attention? Any comebacks? Anyone? No, no one listening? Okay, never mind. Well, that's what happened to me anyway. I should bid you farewell. I'll be back soon. Enjoy.
Mic check.
Yeah, so how about we agree on a definition of elevation?
Okay.
Would you agree it's a measured change in the vertical axis?
We can define it however you like. It's not the traditional mainstream way of describing elevation, but we
Well,
can define it however you like.
I'm not going to define it how I like. I'm going to define it how it is, right?
Well, I mean, the typical person, when you walk up to them and say elevation, they are thinking with reference to the level of mean sea level, basically.
Well, sea level is a point, right? It's not one thing. It's not one, you know.
It's a surface in geometry.
No, it's a point.
Well, at a point, it is a point, but it's considered a surface in geometry, in map making, right?
No, because it changes. It goes up and down. It's not one
Not mean sea
level.
level, not mean sea level.
Well, mean sea level is different for different regions, right?
Well, I mean, what do you mean exactly?
Because there might be high tide somewhere. I mean, the tides might be higher and lower somewhere. Somewhere else, they might be lower. So the mean would be different between those two.
Well, maybe, but it's also depends on what vertical datum a given country uses.
Okay, so it is a measured change in the vertical, right?
What is?
Sea level, elevation.
Well, mean sea level is typically the reference height against which we measure or record elevation.
Would you say that that's horizontal?
Not me.
So what is it? How do you measure a vertical without a horizontal?
What am I measuring that's vertical?
How do you measure a vertical change without a horizontal?
I guess I'm not following.
Okay, a how do you measure a vertical change without a horizontal baseline?
Well, like for example, I could measure the vertical change in the instantaneous height of the water at a given tide by driving a stake in, putting a mark on the stake at low tide, and then putting a mark on the stake at high tide, and then measure the difference between them, and that's a vertical
Right.
difference.
Yeah, but it's not vertical unless you have horizontal. Otherwise, it's just a I don't know what it
Why?
would be.
Why?
Hey,
Because you
Bacon.
can't say that a line is vertical without a horizontal. It's got to be. I mean, that's a specific thing, right? Or is it not?
Can you say it's horizontal without a vertical?
Ooh, sharp.
No. No.
Okay, so you can't establish either. You have to always establish both of them at the same time, right?
You have to establish them. Yes. So how do you establish horizontal?
Well, according to you, we need a vertical.
No.
Oh,
How does Bacon Boy establish a horizontal?
I would establish a vertical and get perpendicular to that.
Okay. Tell me how you establish horizontal.
Let's look at
You got your vertical.
let's look at a technical definition of horizontal. May we?
No. I
We
already know what
can't.
it means. No, because I already know what it means.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and just recite that for me then, so we know we're all on the same page.
Parallel to the plane of the horizon at 90 degrees to a vertical. A line, a straight line.
I don't think that's the technical definition. That's the
And so,
figurative, the poetic, or the common man's definition. That's not the technical definition. It's not
oh,
actually.
it's not the Glober's definition.
Here, let me see if I can find the definition that your friend Bev gave me once.
What are you talking about?
I got the technical definition here somewhere. I'll get it. Hold on.
You got it yet?
I'm looking. Hold on.
I mean, is Google not good enough, or what?
No, it's not in Google. It's in one of my folders on my computer.
Oh,
Well, you can't Google definition that Bev told me.
well, I don't know who you're talking about.
You don't know who Bev is.
I don't know what you're talking about.
There we go. I just dropped an image for you. It's a technical definition from a technical dictionary for
Tell me what it
horizontal.
says.
It says horizontal, being in a plane perpendicular to the gravitational field, that is perpendicular to a plumb line at a, I emphasize singular, given point on Earth's surface.
Okay, that's a straight line, correct? A horizontal is a straight line,
Yes.
right?
Yes, a
Right.
horizontal is a straight line.
Right. So how do you
Isn't it a
establish a
plane?
horizontal in reality with only one point?
Why? Well, this definition literally says it's perpendicular to a plumb line at a given point on Earth's
Yes,
surface.
it's right. It's a line. Now tell me how you establish that horizontal with only one point. Where's the other point?
There is no other point. There's only
So
one
it's
point.
so it's not a line.
Uh,
No,
yeah, it's
the line is the vertical, right? And perpendicular to a line in 3D space gives you a plane at a point. If you have a line, a
Okay.
point,
How do you
and
establish the horizontal line? You need
you
2
establish
points.
a plane.
Yeah, planes are made of lines. How do you establish the line?
Uh, you establish the plane. Any line on that plane will be horizontal, but you don't establish a particular line. You establish a plane. Because if I give
Well,
you a line and tell you that at a certain point on that line there's a perpendicular plane, then there are infinite lines on that plane, right?
right. You would need to establish a plane with lines.
You only
You
need
need
one
2
line
points
to
for a
establish the
line.
plane.
Okay, so how do you establish that line with only 1 point?
The
That was my
vertical line
question.
with plumb.
The horizontal line.
Or you get something that is perpendicular and you put one side together with the vertical, and then that perpendicular line to that will be horizontal.
Say that again?
You just take something that is perpendicular, align one of the sides with the vertical that you established, the other side will be horizontal.
Okay, so that's a straight line then? You have
Mhm.
2 points for your horizontal, right?
I used one point and just any perpendicular object.
No, you
a,
can't have a
horiz- a
line with only 1
horizontal.
point.
A
It's
horizontal
2
has
points to
no
find a straight line.
end. Yeah, a horizontal has
But
no end. It has a point where it is perpendicular to plumb, and then it extends in both or all directions to infinity. Straight.
That's right. Yeah. How do you? It could be extended. I'm saying, how do you establish it in the first place with only one point?
Well, you use a plumb line at that one point.
Yeah, you have one point. Where's the other point
What other point?
to establish the straight line? The horizontal line.
Wait, you make it perpendicular to plumb to make it a horizontal.
Make what perpendicular? You have one point.
You may.
What's that?
Oh, well, you mean like if you hung a plumb line and then took a carpenter's square? I guess the other point would be at the tip of the carpenter's square on the horizontal arm.
So the ends of the carpenter's square.
Right. The carpenter's square would be up against the plumb line, so it would have a plumb member and a horizontal member. And the horizontal member would provide you the 2 points to establish your horizontal line. Does that help you?
So say we have that vertical and that horizontal, and we go somewhere else. By definition, they would be parallel, correct?
No. Neither by definition nor by observation.
So vertical, what does that mean then?
It means that not all plumbs are parallel.
So not all plumbs are vertical then, is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So vertical means different things at different points?
Doesn't
Perpendicular.
mean different thing just
Yeah.
because they're not parallel to each other.
Yeah, plumb means pointing in the direction of down, which we call gravity, but you can call it down into your downiferous aether, whatever. But two plumb
Well,
lines.
there is no down according to you guys. So everywhere is vertical?
Well, no, down is the direction that a plumb bob hangs, by definition.
Right, and it always goes straight down.
Correct.
By definition.
Right.
By definition.
So they're all parallel then.
No, they're not.
That's your claim.
Okay, so let's say I have a vertical and I establish vertical somewhere else. How do I know which one is actually vertical?
The one that is hanging.
Well, if
What's
they're both, you mean plumb or vertical?
If they're both vertical.
Are they in the same coordinate system?
Well, I'm saying both are vertical. You're saying one of them is and one of them isn't.
So
Because if they were both vertical, then they'd be parallel.
now it depends on the meaning of vertical that you're using. Vertical and horizontal actually have two different meanings in different contexts. So
Context.
yes. So for example, do you know what a milling machine is?
No.
Do you know what an Etch-a-Sketch is?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say on an Etch-a-Sketch you have a vertical and a horizontal axis. Vertical will be up and down on the screen and horizontal will be right and left on the screen. Those two axes are at right angles to each other, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now that Etch-a-Sketch has a coordinate system. It's a rectangular coordinate system, and it's got a vertical and a horizontal. Now you can take that Etch-a-Sketch and tip it up on its corner so that its vertical axis is not plumb and its horizontal axis is not level, but it's still its horizontal and vertical axes, and they're still 90 degrees from each other. So what you're trying to do is use the word horizontal and vertical. Oh, and the other meaning of horizontal and vertical is just synonymous in layman's terms with level for horizontal and plumb for vertical. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to use the one meaning and then switch to the other meaning to try to confuse things. But you gotta stick to the same meaning in when you use the word in different questions if you're not trying to switch meanings. Does that make sense, or should I try again?
Oh, I need to switch. I need to change the definition of words in order for you to be correct. Is that what you're saying?
No, just don't switch meanings on me mid-sentence. That's all I'm asking.
Don't switch definitions. Okay, so vertical.
So when you say vertical, are you meaning the synonymous to plumb, or are you meaning the synonymous to the name of the axis in a rectangular coordinate system?
Horizontal.
Go again, you cut out.
I mean, perpendicular to horizontal.
Try again. I heard the last letter of the last word both times. Now I just heard the radio.
Vertical means perpendicular to horizontal. How's that?
I heard horizontal. How's that?
Yeah, we're not hearing you very good, Jerry.
Now?
We heard the now part.
Oh, damn it.
We heard that one word. Then I'm not
The goddamn it was quite clear.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We heard that.
Okay, vertical means perpendicular to horizontal. You got that?
Well, that's valid in both meanings. That is
We're just like, why do you want to use different meanings? Like, what the hell?
well. See,
Seriously.
you're trying to use the one meaning to mean that perpendicular, or to mean that vertical is plumb and horizontal is level. Then you're trying to shift that to be the name of the coordinate system, and you're trying to imply that because in the rectangular coordinate system, vertical and horizontal are at right angles to each other, you're trying to force that onto the Earth and say that therefore plumbs in two locations must also be parallel to each other.
I'm not making any conclusions, and I'm not on about any coordinate system. I'm just about the definition of vertical.
Well, could you do this for me? Instead of using the words horizontal and vertical, since they each have a double meaning and it's confusing, could you say level and plumb?
You're the one saying that they have a double meaning, not me.
Okay, well, do you mind just using the words level and plumb and not using the words horizontal and vertical? Since level and plumb mean exactly what horizontal and vertical mean, right? Do you?
I'm not seeing why we need to confuse everybody with this stuff.
Well, why would it hurt anything to say plumb instead of vertical?
Well, I mean, if you need to, that's
Okay,
what you have to do, because they
well,
both still have to be straight lines. So, okay, so then
okay,
level is a straight line. Otherwise, they can't be perpendicular. So yeah, plumb and level are perpendicular, thus they're straight lines.
no. How do you
So how are they perpendicular
conclude?
if they're not straight lines?
Well, plumb and level are perpendicular at a point on Earth's surface, but that doesn't
Great.
mean.
How do you? Great. So if level is not a straight line, how do you establish the other horizontal point from the vertical?
What do you mean by horizontal? Level?
Yes.
So how do you establish the other end of the level line?
A straight line,
Oh, a
which would
straight
need
line.
to be in order. Yeah, because perpendicular means two straight lines that intersect at 90 degrees.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
How do you establish the other point of a level line if it's curved? If it is curved, then they can't be perpendicular.
So you're saying it's impossible for a line to be perpendicular to a curve?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a technical term for a line which is perpendicular to a curve, which means at equal angles on both sides, and that is normal.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so we can call it normal. This works for me.
Well, I'm saying perpendicular. You're still going to have to establish that straight line.
Well, shouldn't we call it normal since it's a curved level line?
No, because because vertical is a straight line, so horizontal would have to be a straight line
How do you figure?
because that's what it means.
But horizontal isn't level except at one point on Earth's surface.
So then you don't have a line. You have a point.
Well, you assume that the Earth is flat when you say that.
No, I don't.
Well, okay, let's try again. A straight line is only perpendicular to plumb at a given point on Earth's surface, at one point.
Then they're not perpendicular because you need 2 points to establish a straight line, right?
Only if that line has ends, but a line needn't have ends to be a line.
You need to define the line. I mean, if you could define horizontal as just being at a point, then any line coming from that vertical would be horizontal.
So
So
look at
it could go up, down, left, just angled, and they would all be horizontal. Is that what you're saying?
look again at the definition I posted in the live stream one text.
No.
And it says, being in a plane perpendicular to the gravitational field that is perpendicular to a plumb line at a given point on Earth's surface.
Yeah, at a point.
They
A
do not
plane.
mention the ends. They don't tell you where the ends are, how far, how high. They tell you that a point is perpendicular to a plumb line at or on Earth's surface. So that's, according to the technical definition, all you need is the point where it is perpendicular to plumb,
Well, what is perpendicular?
the line.
A line. And a line is established by what?
I just read you the definition.
How do you establish a horizontal line?
I mean, I guess you might want to know the height of the tangent point.
I'm not on about tangents, just how do you establish a straight line?
I'm not sure. You mean like in reality, if one were going to try to measure the contour of some object against it, or do you mean like mathematically, or what?
Let's say you want to establish horizontal in reality. How do you do that?
I use the line of sight because that's the path of light is the closest thing I've come upon so far.
Okay, so that's 2 points then, not 1 point.
What do you mean 2 points? Like, let's say I got a laser,
Yeah.
and I know the height of the laser, I know the location of the laser, and I shoot it out so that it goes out perpendicular to plumb at that point. That's a projected horizontal line, right? I don't need to know where the other end is or how far it goes, right?
Yeah, you do.
What do you mean?
Because you need 2 points for a line, right?
I guess I didn't study from the same book you studied from. Do you have a reference for that?
That 2 points establish a straight line.
Well, 2 points do establish a straight line, but so does 1 point in an angle.
No.
That's what this definition here says. I don't know what to say, my friend.
Okay, so according to you, a straight line is defined by 1 point.
It can be defined by 1 point and an angle.
And an angle is 2 straight lines.
No, in this case, the angle is perpendicular to plumb.
Perpendicular means 2 straight lines. I don't think you're going to be able to get out of this one.
Okay, carry on.
That's it.
So, what's your point?
I'm asking how you establish horizontal in reality. You said with a laser, but then you said you only need 1 point. So the laser is
No,
kind of like superfluous.
I said a
You don't
point
need it.
and I said a point and an angle.
Yeah, and an angle is 2 straight lines.
Oh, so
You need
you're
2
saying
straight
that
lines for an angle.
I needed another angle to get that, or another point to get that angle.
You need 2 straight lines to make an angle. You need 2 points to make a straight line. I mean, that's pretty elementary, right?
So, I mean, I'll grant that I need a plumb line to make a horizontal line if I'm using a carpenter's square. But I still don't see why I need to know where the other end of my laser dot is.
Because you would only have a point. You could say that goes up, down, wherever. You could. There is no straight line unless you have 2 points.
Hold on a second. I need to put my other headphones on for just a second.
Jerry.
Yeah, I hear you.
Alrighty.
Right.
So, did I answer your question about how I establish a horizontal line to with which or against which I use as a reference for measuring the curvature of water?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, but yeah.
I mean, if I shoot a laser out straight and level,
Mm-hmm.
perpendicular to plumb at the location of the laser, and then I go out and I measure the height between the water at, a mile, and then a height between, the distance between the water and the laser at 2 miles, and on out and on out. That basically that the water measures farther and farther and farther from that laser beam as I go. And that's basically what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
And does that explain how on a curved Earth the water could become farther and farther from a straight horizontal line?
Well, if you define horizontal as curved,
No,
then you can't
level.
measure elevations.
I define level as curved. I
But
define level as, or I define elevations based on height above surface of water, and that measurements seem to be showing that the water is curved. So inherently, that would mean that as a result, level is curved.
So if level means curved, then you can't measure elevations because it would be just a curved line. So up and down would be curved. It would, contour with the earth. But for you, that would all be one straight line because level means curved. There was no way to measure elevation from that because it's all just one continuous squiggly line.
So you're saying that if the Earth is a globe, then using a straight horizontal reference line to measure for elevation change is not valid because the Earth curves away from it?
I'm saying what you said, sir. I'm not saying if Earth was a ball. That's the most ridiculous thing ever.
Go again?
I'm not saying what would happen if Earth was a ball. I'm saying what happens in reality.
Well, yeah, in reality, the distance between the water and the straight horizontal reference line increases with the square of the distance.
Boy,
Well, water isn't horizontal. Do you think water is horizontal? It's like a lake or a ocean?
It does not seem to be.
Right. So that's why you need to use a tool to establish horizontal, which would be a water level.
But you're doing real good, Zanuck. I appreciate it. So, Jerry, are you saying that a water level, the water in the water level wouldn't also curve just like the water in the lake was if the lake was curving?
Saying that a water level establishes horizontal. I'm not saying what it would do.
Well, 2 points on a water level establish horizontal, and in fact, I've set up a water tube level and sighted across it at a distance of 21 miles or so, and there was a building, a skyscraper out there, and it's actually 180 feet taller than my observation point, but it appeared entirely below the eye level as defined by that water, as by that horizontal defined by that water tube level.
Okay.
Didn't I tell you about that?
Maybe.
Okay. You're
where was
cutting
that
out
picture
pretty
taken,
bad, Jerry.
Where was that picture taken? That was that in like Florida or something? I have it. Hello.
Okay, I got you a picture there, Jerry.
Well, I'm not really on about pictures. I'm just trying to establish how you're measuring things.
Okay, well, in that case, I set up a water tube level. I've got this nice piece of silicon rubber, almost clear tube, about roughly half an inch in diameter or so. It's some metric
Okay.
thing. It's
Oh, okay, hold up. So you established horizontal, right?
yes.
Great. What's next?
Well, then I sighted across this horizontal, straight out at eye level, into the distance.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I used a camera, so I could take pictures of it.
Yep.
And I didn't have a big guy with a measuring rod out there, so I used a building because it was of a known height and a known distance. And I pointed my nifty thrifty water tube level right straight at it, and I sighted out, and for some reason the top of the building, which should have been 180 feet higher than me, in other words, it should be 180 feet above this horizontal that I've established, it was actually, the entire building was below the horizontal that I established.
Okay. So what?
So that kind of makes it looks like the Earth is curved.
So you're saying that a sight line isn't a horizontal now? Because before you said it was.
No, I'm using a sight line as a horizontal because it's the closest thing I got.
Okay, so you have a horizontal sight line and you have a horizontal water tube level. What's the
Right.
problem?
The
So they're both
problem,
parallel, right?
the problem is
Are they
measure
both parallel?
are what and what parallel.
Your sight line and the water tube level.
Uh, what does sight line mean to you?
You said that your sight line was horizontal, right?
My line of sight.
Yes.
Do you know what line of sight is?
Point A to point B, sir.
No, line of sight is the line that your sight is looking through. So, you know how you sight a rifle scope or something? Or a rifle, like iron sights on a rifle?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's what I was doing. I was sighting over the tops of the water level in the tube, like sights on a rifle.
And that's a horizontal line?
It's the closest thing I got to a horizontal line.
Okay, so that's horizontal and the water tube level is horizontal. What's the problem? Are they both parallel?
Yes,
Yes or
when
no?
I'm sighting
So
over that,
horizontals are parallel.
if they're in the same location, they are.
Fantastic.
Right, because my line of sight from one end of that water tube to the other was in exactly the same location as that water tube. So they would very much be parallel because they were defined by the same 2 points.
Jerry, are you
Right?
talking about the surface being parallel to that line?
He's talking about my line of sight being parallel to the line defined by the water level in the 2 ends of the one water tube.
Yes, you have 3 points there, Jerry. You got your eye. Actually, you have 4 points. Your eye. You got the first water level, the second water level, and then the building and distance, all in a line with each other. 4 points. But what were you talking about? Parallel, Jerry. Were you talking about the surface beneath it, like the water, or no?
Just those 2 lines, that's all.
Okay.
Right, because earlier I had said that a horizontal in one location would not be parallel with a horizontal in another location, and so he took that to mean that no two horizontals could be parallel.
No, what I'm saying is you established horizontal with your sight line and with the water level, and you're saying that they're parallel. Before you said that horizontals aren't parallel, but now they are.
Well, if they're in different geographic locations, they're not parallel. If they're in the same location, if that one point, remember the definition said that they're perpendicular to plumb at a single location. If that point where they're perpendicular is the same point on Earth's surface, then they will be parallel. If it's not, then they will not be. And in this case, it was the same
But
point.
we have 1 point U and then 1.21 miles away. You said that's a different location, right?
No, my horizontal was established with its point of perpendicularity to plumb between the 2 ends of the water tube level.
So you didn't have a straight line of sight.
Oh my God, Jerry, can you try to be more?
Come on, come on, come on,
You're
buddy.
being ridiculous. Seriously,
Come
it's
on
like
now.
talking to a cartoon character.
Come to
What
Papa.
what wasn't straight about it? Are you talking about refraction?
No, you said that you had a straight line of sight, right?
Jerry,
A
straight line of sight to
horizontal.
the building. Jerry, it's easy. He's got a water level. When you have 2 points on a water level that are in line with each other, everything on that line between those 2 points is on the same horizontal. Your eye, the first red level of water, colored water, the second water colored level point, and then whatever it hits in the building is on that same line. One line. Nothing else is parallel to it. Just one line, Jerry.
Okay,
And that
now
means when it,
hold up. Yes, you said that he also had a
no,
horizontal
talk to me for a
from
second on
his.
this. Let's take a little time out. You're making this like obnoxious. Come on. We have the line.
Oh,
No,
Hey,
come on.
Zanuck. Hey,
That
Zanuck.
that was rich.
Hey, Zanuck. Um, Jerry and I go back a good bit. He's actually the one who got me into all these other servers, and he and I have been planning this discussion for quite a while.
Oh, sorry then. Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
okay. So the sight line emitting from your eye, is that a horizontal line, Jesse?
Yes, it is horizontal at that point that it is horizontal, and its point of perpendicularity to plumb is halfway between the ends of the red water in the water tube level. That's the only point where it's level, is at that point of perpendicularity to plumb.
But it's a straight line, right?
Yes.
So that's 2 points from your eye to the building, right?
Well, the two controlling points are the 2 ends of the water tube level, and they're about 10 feet apart.
Um. Okay, so you have 2 horizontal parallel lines. Your your line of sight and the one established by the water tube. What's the problem?
I don't see any problem. Sounds like a good idea to me.
Well, that's what you just told me.
Do you have a problem with my line of sight being passing its point of perpendicularity to plumb halfway between the ends of the water tube level?
I don't know what that means. You have one point, your eye, and the other point, the building. That's a horizontal line, correct? Yes or no?
Yeah, that's a horizontal line, but the point.
Okay, great. Now, hold up. Now, the water tube level from where you are is one point. The other point is that establishes another horizontal, correct? Yes or no?
What?
From one point of the water tube level to the other one, that establishes a straight line, correct? A horizontal straight line.
The 2 points of the water tube level establish a straight line and a horizontal.
So both your line of sight and the line established by the water level are horizontal. Thus, they're parallel, correct?
Correct. In
Okay,
fact,
great.
they may be the same line. They may be parts of the same line.
Fantastic. So, what's the problem?
For flat Earth?
I'm not on about any flat Earth. I'm just, you know, horizontal line.
Okay, I don't know of any problem, so proceed, please.
So they can, so, great. I don't have any problem at all. 2 points establish a straight line. However far you go, you said up to 21 miles, you could establish that horizontal. You said you could establish another horizontal parallel to that. There you go. What's
I
the problem?
did?
Yeah, you said that your line of sight was horizontal and that the line established by the water tube level was also horizontal. Thus, they're parallel.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, if their point of perpendicularity to plumb is at the same location on Earth's surface, then they are parallel. Assuming they're going in the same direction.
Okay, that's it. Now what?
Well, now that we've established a horizontal, we can begin measuring the deviation of the
Two
surface.
horizontals.
Well, we don't have to use them both if we've got one, and if we've got one of them that's horizontal, we don't need to know about any others, right? But I mean, you could say we have two parallel horizontal lines if you like.
Okay, so
Okay,
every vertical along those horizontals would also have to be parallel, correct?
parallel to what?
I mean, they would be parallel to each other. Every vertical along those two horizontal lines, all the way across the whole 21 miles.
Are you saying all plumb lines are parallel?
I'm saying that every vertical perpendicular to those two horizontal lines that you established will be parallel. They have to be.
Oh, I see. If so, we're drawing lines from our horizontal line perpendicular to it, right?
Yep.
Okay, so they will see. Now we're switching to the coordinate system meaning of horizontal and vertical.
No, I'm not switching nothing. I'm just.
So
That's
yes,
just what would necessarily be.
right. So these vertical lines will be 90 degrees to the horizontal line, but they won't be plumb as you get further from your point of perpendicularity to plumb. And by the time you get way out on the end, then they're going to be significantly out of plumb. They'll still be perpendicular to your horizontal, but at the end, out at 20 miles, the end won't be level, and the vertical 90-degree angled lines won't be plumb out there.
All right, hold on. So you have two parallel horizontals. You're saying that the verticals perpendicular to those two horizontals wouldn't be parallel?
No, I just said they would be parallel,
Oh, okay. So what's the
but
problem?
I
No,
said they
no,
wouldn't
he's saying
be.
the verticals.
I
The
said they
verticals are not
wouldn't be
parallel.
plumb out at the end.
Plumb means vertical.
Well, No, it doesn't. Plumb means something.
But that's what you said before, though.
No, vertical can mean
Uh-oh.
plumb, but plumb does not necessarily mean vertical. It's two different words. They have some overlap, but you can't just interchange them. That's
So
just,
plumb is not a straight line. Is that what you're saying?
He's meaning to think he's not understanding that your plumb line at the start, that Jerry's saying is going to be, you have to differentiate from that plumb line to all the plumb lines along this path. If you put plumb lines on those horizontals, those won't be parallel. But you can make a perpendicular line on that line all the way across the lake, and he's saying those would all be perpendicular to the line, but they wouldn't be plumb. All of them would not be plumb with respect to the first plumb line.
So they're all perpendicular to horizontal.
That's what you said. You wanted to
no,
set that
no,
up that way.
they're all perpendicular to the horizontal that we've defined. But that horizontal is only level at one point on Earth's surface.
No, but we have 2 points. We have your eye and the building. We have one end of the water
Oh
tube
boy.
and the other end. They are 2 lines that are parallel. You even said so. They're both parallel horizontals.
And
And thus, every line perpendicular to those would be parallel. And what is perpendicular to horizontal? Vertical. So the verticals would be parallel.
But that's incorrect, though, because he's telling you that he's got a plumb line at the start, and it's the only place that you have a 90-degree position vertical that is plumb. And everywhere along that path, you have a 90-degree opposition to the vertical to a line. That line will not be vertical, but they'll all be parallel, and they'll all be diverging from plumb as you move away from the starting point. That's what he's saying.
So then they would be at an angle to the horizontal?
No, they're all 90 degrees to the horizontal, but to plumb, they would be angling away as you move further away.
But how's that possible if the horizontals are straight lines, which is what he said?
The horizontals are straight.
Yeah.
Picture it being angled up because the surface is curving away, and the plumb lines all will be pointing to the center of the Earth. So let's do it a different way. Let's go to the horizontals and have a plumb line. Every line off that horizontal is a plumb. Will they all be 90 degrees to the line?
Yes.
Why? How is that possible?
Because perpendicular means at 90 degrees,
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that they'll be
2
plumb,
straight
though.
lines.
Right. I agree. And this is where I think I just jumped in because I just seemed like we're talking past each other because the horizontal is a line that he has oriented from one spot. And you're saying, and we're going to draw plumb lines from every position on that line out to the hotel. What he's telling you is that the plumb lines will not be parallel along that path.
Yeah, I know what he's saying, but he said that the horizontal lines go 21 miles out.
Right. Now, if you
And
force yourself to have a perpendicularity of a line to that horizontal,
so you're
every one
saying
of
that
those lines will be
horizontal is
exactly,
curved?
hold on, every one of them will be exactly parallel because we're making sure they're parallel because the horizontal is a straight line, and every line attached to it has a 90-degree angle to a line. So all those lines added up will be pointing, in the down direction. However, they won't, even though they'll be parallel, they're not going to be plumb. Only plumb at one spot. The only spot they're going to be plumb is at the start. And the reason we know that is because the hotel is 240 feet high, and it's right dead center of the line. So somehow it raised elevation above the surface, even though it was a straight line. It started at 20 feet or 30 feet, 50 feet, whatever, ended up at 250 feet. So we know it has to be diverting from the surface. Otherwise, why wouldn't it be at 50 feet above the surface across 20 miles, Jerry?
I don't know any of that. I'm not going to make up reasons why things happen. I'm just saying if you're going to establish two horizontal lines, every line perpendicular to that would be vertical. Thus, those
No,
verticals would have to be parallel. Well, then the line isn't horizontal.
it is
And
horizontal.
you
It's
also
going
lose
straight.
perpendicular.
It's going perfectly straight. Every line attached to it could be perpendicular, but they wouldn't be plumb. As you moved away from the starting point, they all would be angling away or angling together, actually.
Yeah, I know what you say, but that's a contradictory.
Well, it's not contradictory. See, it's ending up at a spot 240 feet higher. So we know that straight line hit a spot higher than the surface.
No, that's something that's just something that you don't know the answer to. But what we do
Oh, I know
know
the
is
answer to
that
that.
you establish two horizontal lines. We're not going to say that horizontal is a circle. That would be silly, wouldn't it?
No, we didn't say that. We just said that horizontal is going out straight, and the surface beneath it is angling, curving, whatever you want to call it, away from that point, because due to perspective, you always should have something in your level line of sight at your level line of sight in the distance forever if the surface beneath it and the objects on top of it are the same height.
But we established these horizontals in reality with 2 points each, not 1 point, because that's ridiculous. You can't have
Yeah,
a line with only
we
1
did a
point.
level. We had a level two level waters, and those 2 points made a line which went across this body of water and hit a hotel on the
Yeah,
100th on the 50th floor.
2 horizontal lines,
Well, just one horizontal. I don't know why you keep on bringing up two, but just one horizontal line.
because he said that the water level established horizontal and his line of sight established horizontal.
Well, his line of sight is through the level. He's establishing his line of sight with his eye, the one red level of
Yes,
water,
he didn't.
second red level of water, and then the hotel. Those are all
Jesse,
line of
didn't
sight, all in line, all one straight horizontal line.
didn't you say that you had 2 horizontal lines?
Well, I said it just like Zanig did, that it would be one line because I was sighting right through the existing line. But you wanted to raise it up as a separate parallel horizontal line, so I says, yeah, that works too.
Okay. Well, I think we'll just be going in circles at this point. By the way, you do think that a straight line is not a circle, right?
Not by this, not by unqualified definitions. Yeah,
So it could be, or what?
there is a word very clearly defined called a great circle, which is described as a straight line on the surface of a sphere. I don't know if you're trying to catch me on that or if you just meant in simple terms.
Oh, it's just being a straight line.
I think you just meant straight, and that's that horizontal that Jesse set up there is near perfectly straight within the air of his water levels and his eyeball and that hotel that's in the sights. That line is straight.
Could I ask you a question, Jerry? Are you familiar with a polar coordinate system?
Now, what is that?
Okay, you know how on a ship's radar, have you seen kind of a ship's radar maybe in a movie or something where, the ship's in the center and then it sweeps around and it shows other ships at like say 25 degrees to and
Yep.
12 miles?
Yes.
That's a polar coordinate system. Instead of an x and a y, you have an angle and a distance.
Okay.
And you can translate between the two.
Amen.
I beg your pardon,
Sorry.
Bacon? Oh,
Sorry, go ahead.
you can translate between the two, but you can't just switch from one to the other. And if the Earth is a globe, then the vertical axis is going to be the equivalent of the distance, but it's all the distance from the center. So one vertical axis line is not going to be parallel to a different vertical axis line in a different location. So I think that's where the confusions comes in. You're trying to extend this horizontal in a rectangular coordinate system, and then you're trying to switch to
No, I'm just going by what you said.
a polar coordinate system, and you're asking how come the verticals out at a distance won't be parallel to the verticals.
Oh, I didn't ask that.
So did I answer your questions then?
You certainly did. You said that you had 2 horizontal lines, and that they were parallel. That's it.
Cool.
Zanuck, are you hearing me?
We heard you, Bob.
I hear you.
All right, thank you.
What did I miss? Just stepped out for a second.
if a circle is a straight line, then that would mean that, like, let's say we had a picture of the ball that you think you live on, and you drew a kind of red circle, like outlining that ball. You'd say that is a straight line, correct?
That could be
A level line.
Oh,
that could be a
but you said
level line, and it could be
you
straight with
said that,
no deviation
but you said that
left
a
to right.
straight line
It would be
is a great
spherical line.
circle.
It would be
Well, that's
a
in a
great
totally
circle.
different context.
Yeah. Great
Oh,
circle.
very confusing. Okay, I'll let you guys talk about, gravity, or, frames of reference, or whatever the hell you guys talk about.
Well, thank you, Jerry. Hit me up anytime. I enjoy the conversation.
Yeah, same here.
I think the issue that they have is that they don't understand that you can have a perpendicular line to a horizontal line and call it a vertical, and all of those verticals will be parallel. However, that has no relationship or no demonstration of the shape of or the curvature of a line underneath it. You have to demonstrate that it's perpendicular to the surface and perpendicular to the horizontal in order to have that. They haven't demonstrated that.
Well, Jesse said that he established two horizontal lines 21 miles long, and they were
Yeah,
parallel.
and you're asking about verticals to that horizontal line, not
Yeah.
from or parallel or perpendicular to the surface. You haven't established whether those verticals are perpendicular, parallel, or plumb to the surface.
Well, I'm not really talking about the surface. It's just how we're going to measure it.
Then we're not making any evaluation of the surface if you don't address the relationship between the horizontal and the surface. You haven't demonstrated whether that surface is flat or curved yet.
Why would you have to do that?
You would have to draw a line perpendicular to the surface in order to establish whether or not those lines are also parallel to each other. You haven't done that.
But if a straight line and a circle mean the same thing, then how do you know the difference between?
Who said a straight line and a circle is the same thing? He said very clearly that a great circle is considered a straight line on the surface of a sphere. Let's use a better definition of a straight line. And that is the shortest distance between 2 points along a surface.
I just say 2 points.
No, we're not going to use 2 points. We're going to say the shortest distance between 2 points on a surface. That works for any surface.
So what's a chord line then? Is that also a curved line?
Is it on the surface?
I'm
Is a
just
chord
asking
line
what
on
it
a
is.
surface?
I'm just asking if that even exists for you.
Is a chord line on the surface or not?
Well, we don't know what the surface is, because we don't know the difference between
Sure
a
we do.
curve and a straight line yet. You're saying that they're the same thing, so.
No, I'm not saying the same thing.
Oh,
I'm saying the shortest distance between 2 points along the surface is a line. Because what's the definition of a line?
2 points define
No,
a straight line.
it's not the definition of a line. Would you like me to read you the definition of the line from Euclid's Elements?
Points define a straight line.
Doesn't say that.
Well,
It
that's what
says
it
a
is.
line is breadthless length. That's what it
That's
says.
right. That's
What
right.
does that mean?
1D. It means it's 1D.
What does breadthless mean?
It means it has no width.
It means it doesn't deviate to the left, right, up, down.
No, that's
Well,
not
tell me what
quite.
breathless means then.
It means it has
Breadless.
no width.
Okay,
It means it isn't.
where's 2 lines in that definition, or where's 2 points in that definition?
Well, that's how you define a straight line.
No, you define a straight line. Definition number 2, book 1, Euclid's Elements, page 1. A line is breadless length.
Yeah.
That's what it says. I don't see anything about 2 points there. Do you?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so how do you tell the difference between a straight line and a curved line?
It's the shortest distance between 2 points on a surface. It's breadth length.
So any line I draw anywhere on anything is a straight line.
Does
Yes
a
or no?
line, by definition, have an end point?
Does it have an end point?
Yes.
Yeah.
What is the definition? Okay. What is the definition of a ray? Does a ray have a starting point? Where
Yeah.
is the end point of a ray?
It's undefined.
Great. So is a line two rays at 180 degrees to each other from a single point? Would that be a line?
No, that's two lines.
That's two lines.
Yeah.
So if I have two rays that have the same origin point and are 180 degrees apart, you're saying that's not a line.
That's two lines.
It's two lines. Okay, so how are those two lines different? Are they parallel to each other?
Well, it's an angle, right? So that's two lines.
Okay, so what's a 180 degree angle? Is that not a line?
It is two straight lines.
Okay, it's a straight line. Okay, so do they have
No,
starting
it's two
points
straight.
and ending points?
It's two straight lines.
Okay, so you think that two opposing rays 180 degrees apart are two lines, not one line.
That's right, because you said angle. Angles have two lines.
Okay,
Straight lines.
how is a line different from two rays 180 degrees apart?
Line is defined by 2 points.
Always?
Yes.
Where does it say that in Euclid? What does
It doesn't.
definition number 2 say?
Line
Book 1?
is length without breadth.
Length without breadth. Okay.
Right.
Is two opposing rays from a single point a length without breadth?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. So it's a line. Very good.
No.
Yes,
It is.
no, yes, no.
You just said it's two.
I
you
said two
said it was two.
rays 180
Yeah, two.
degrees apart, originating from the same point. You say that's not a line. I'm asking you specifically how it is different than a line. How, if you
It's
laid
an
a line
angle.
over it, how would you tell the difference between the two?
It's an angle. You don't tell the difference between lines. You establish them. You don't see lines. You establish lines.
Okay.
Point A, point B.
Okay.
And
If you have two rays from a single point that are 180 degrees apart, are those rays perpendicular to each other?
no,
Why not?
because they're 180.
Or excuse me, did I say 180? My mistake. 90 degrees.
Well,
Are they
they're not.
perpendicular by definition?
No, because they don't intersect.
They intersect at the point.
No, they emanate from the point.
And you're saying those rays don't have a point in common?
They do, but they don't intersect.
Is a point in common not the definition of an intersection?
Yes, but line
Oh yes, it is, but
for
not
for
this
two
way
lines.
because it doesn't follow what you want to do. All right,
For
what
two
is the
lines,
definition? Okay, if you have two lines that cross each other at one point,
mhm,
do those lines intersect with each other?
yes,
Okay, at that point of intersection, is that point shared by both lines?
yes.
Okay, great. What's the end point of the line?
The end point. That's it.
No, what's the end point of a line?
Wherever you want.
Okay, so I can just say that wherever I want on that line, I can use as my second line, right? Or second point to define the line, right?
Well, you would need 2 points to establish that line.
Okay, well,
And
I
then you
got the
can,
point where they intersect. and then you say I can use any point on the line as the second point.
Yeah, but if they don't
Okay,
intersect,
great.
then,
No, that's it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if you have a vertical line and you draw a line perpendicular to it at one point, that's also a line, because I can pick any point on that perpendicular line, which I'll call a horizontal, and define it as a line.
Say
Gotcha.
that again. No. Say that again.
Thank you, Jerry.
No, say it again.
All right. If I have a vertical line,
Yeah.
and
2
I
points.
draw a second line at 90 degrees to that vertical line at one point, that forms an angle, right? A 90-degree angle.
They
Those
intersect.
lines are perpendicular to each other, and I can pick any point on the second line to define that. The important thing is the angle.
Well, it's not an angle unless they intersect.
It is intersecting at one point. I just said you have a
Well,
vertical
then-
line, and I'm drawing a perpendicular line to that at 90 degrees that intersects it at one point, and calling that a horizontal. And I can pick
No,
any
because
point along
would
that
have to-
horizontal line to define it. But by definition, it's a perpendicular line.
No, it would have to intersect, not end there.
How many times have I said you have two lines that intersect each other at a 90-degree angle? The one line is a vertical. The second line is perpendicular to it and called the horizontal. Those lines
Yep.
intersect at one point, and I can use any point along
That would
either
be the
line
third
to
point.
define the line in addition to that intersection point.
That would be the third point.
That would be a second point. On either line, I can pick a point to define that line as long as I combine it with the intersection point.
No, that would be the third point.
No.
Yes.
How many points are on a line? How many points define a line, Jerry?
2.
Great. So I've got 1 point that's the intersection, right?
No.
Okay. No, I don't have 1 point that's an intersection, despite the fact I said that I drew two lines that intersected at 1 point. You say there is no point of intersection.
Well, you have one line, right? You got
Okay.
2 points.
Now, which
Okay?
line is
Hold
it
up.
that is a line, the vertical or the horizontal?
Hold up there, Bobby. You got 2 points. That establishes a line.
Okay, that's your
Where-
definition, but we'll go with it.
Where the other line intersects is the third point.
No. Can I not use that intersection point as one of the 2 points that define my line?
No.
Why not? Is it not a point on the line?
Well, it could be a line, but it wouldn't intersect.
Are you really going to go with that, Jerry? Have you
It would
really
be-
thought that through?
It would be a ray.
Have you really thought that through, Jerry? If you have two lines that intersect, do they intersect at a point?
Yeah, that would be a third point.
No, that is a point. Where two lines intersect is a point.
Yeah.
Okay? It's not a line. It's not a circle. It's a point.
You first need 2 points to establish the line in the first place. Where anything else intersects with that is a
Okay,
third
if I
point.
have two lines which are established all on their own,
Mhm.
and those two lines intersect, what do we call where those lines intersect? Is that a point?
Yeah, but you need the 2 points.
Great. Stop right there.
Okay.
So I have a point where they intersect.
Mhm.
I can then take one of those lines and pick any other point on it and use that second point to define the line. Can I not?
Well, no.
Okay, I can't. Okay. Did you ever take geometry, Jerry?
Yes.
Did you pass it?
Well, what are you asking me? Like, who cares?
Have you ever passed a geometry course?
Bob, who gives a fuck?
Okay. Because, these things here are really, really very basic elements. Would you like me to draw you a picture? Would
Bob,
that help you?
we have 2 points. That establishes a line. If anything intersects it, that would establish a third point. What is so difficult about that?
Does the line carry on beyond both points?
Good. But
Does the line carry on beyond both points?
it could.
All right. If it doesn't, is it still a line?
You don't have 2 points and you don't have a straight line.
Okay. Now, Jerry, if you have 2 points and your line stops at one of those points, is it still a line or is it a ray?
Is that a second point?
You have a line, and
2
on
points.
that
Okay, go
line
ahead.
are 2 points. My question to you was, does the line extend past the 2 points away from each other?
With 2 other points. And now you have 4 points. Yeah.
No. I have 2 points, and there is a line drawn that includes both those points. Does the line stop at either of those points? Or does it
Yes.
extend beyond it?
It could.
It could. If it
Yeah.
doesn't, is it still a line?
It's only a line if you have 2 points establishing it.
All right. If you have 2 points and a line between them, what is that called?
2 points and a line between them.
Yes. If you have 2 points and a straight line between them, what is that called?
Called a straight line.
No. It's called a line segment. Have you ever heard that term before?
I don't.
No.
Can I join the
All right.
conversation?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think that's when Euclid's definitions diverge from modern definitions in geometry. Because nowadays, instead of Euclid's axioms, we use like Hilbert's axioms. One of the
And
reasons
what would
is
the
that
axiom be for a line in that system?
in Hilbert's axioms, lines don't have ends. The ones that do have ends are line segments, exactly what you're referring to. But the way Euclid defines it, it's a bit ambiguous because although they have ends, the ends can be extended, so it's not quite clear. Like
Bob,
there's no clear notion.
is Bob saying
between-
that a horizontal line is a ray emanating from a vertical?
Didn't say that at all.
Okay. I was just checking.
Anyway, I just wanted to clarify that because I think it might help the discussion. That's all.
Okay, well then we're going to use Hubert's definitions then. So, if you have a line between 2 points that does not extend beyond those points, it's called a line segment. If you have a line between 2 points that only extends in one direction, that is called a ray. If you have a line that through 2 points that extends in both directions, that is called a line. Okay, now, if you have a second line that has as one of its 2 defining points the point of intersection, that is a line as well. You can have an angle between those lines, and if that angle is 90 degrees, they are perpendicular lines. And you can use any point along the line in addition to the intersection point to define that line. You with me so far, Jerry?
A second line would need to be defined.
You can define it with the point of intersection and any second point along that line.
Well, what is intersecting if you haven't first defined what it is?
Can I draw a line without defining it?
No, you need 2 points to define a
Can
line.
I define? Okay, so you're saying I can't draw a line
A straight
without
line.
defining it.
Well, you
So
could.
I can't draw a line on a piece of paper unless I write 2 dots and label them A and B.
I'm saying that the straight line would be established by the ends of that
What's the
drawing.
end of a line? Where is the end of a line?
I don't know.
Okay,
Which
so how
one?
would you define it if you don't know?
Well, you have to establish the points.
You can establish any 2 points along that line to define the line, correct?
2 points establish a straight line. Go on.
Okay, so I can pick any 2 points at random to define that line. I can draw a line and put 2 points at random on it. And then I can use those 2 points to define the line. Do you agree with that?
What are we trying to do here?
Well, I'm trying to teach you a little geometry.
Why?
So I can draw a line and put any 2 random points on that line and use those 2 points to define the line, right, Jerry?
This is your spotlight.
That's a yes or a no. Is it a
Well,
yes or a
not
no?
really. I'm not really interested. I mean,
Okay, so I won't talk to you about it then.
I already know what a straight line is. So, what's the
Apparently
point
not.
of all this?
Something we talked about earlier today. That's the difference between knowledge and intellect. Knowledge is knowing something. Intellect is being able to use knowledge. You can't use knowledge. You know a definition, but you can't use it.
What are we applying it to? Horizontal?
I would say maybe that's the opposite there, Bob. I would say intelligence is the ability to comprehend something, right? And then knowledge is intelligence applied. But we could agree to disagree on that.
Yeah, but if intelligence is the ability to apply knowledge, what are you applying it to? Something that you acquired, something you learned or memorized. You have to be able
Yeah,
to
but I think
use. You have to be able to use what you memorize. So you can read a definition, but applying the definition is a different thing. Reading the definition and learning the definition is knowledge. Applying it is intelligence.
Right. So let's apply it. Okay. Jesse said that he established 2 horizontal lines.
I'm sorry,
Straight
Jerry,
lines.
but I can't. You're
Yeah.
still struggling with lines. We can't really do horizontal and
Yeah.
perpendicular yet.
Yeah. 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 It's tough.
It's kind of like talking about general relativity when you don't understand the basic laws of motion. Or algebra, much less calculus.
Well, I think if like saying that you need 2 points to define a line, it defies high school geometry.
Well, if
Because
all
one of the
motion is
first
relative, then there's no way to prove anything is moving objectively.
you can prove relatively, right?
If you can't,
Yeah, if I can prove that you're moving relative to me.
He's you really want to go into frames of reference with him? We're working on what a line is. Okay.
Fair, fair enough.
yeah, from one frame of reference, I'm moving. From the other one, I'm not. But both are equally valid. So there's no way to prove any objective motion. Pretty simple.
Boy, that was close. I almost said something there.
Bob, you gave it the old college try. I'll give you that.
I gave it the middle school try.
Your effort was the college. The class was middle school.
When do we learn the equation of a line? Is it in high school or is it in middle school? I don't remember.
I think most people get it between, say, the 8th and the 10th grade, depending on what track they're going on in American high schools, and that would be somewhere between about 14 and 16. I'm sure
Right.
it's mentioned before then, but you start really getting into actual geometry and things like that when you first start high school.
Well, we know the difference between a straight line and a circle by the time we're what, 2, 3? I mean, a great circle. What is that?
It's a very specific thing that is in spherical geometry, non-Euclidean geometry.
Non-Euclidean. Oh,
Yep,
I see. So what is that?
it's the geometry of spheres.
Okay, what's a sphere
A
according
sphere
to,
is
to
a sphere is a three-dimensional object with all points on the surface equidistant from the center.
okay, what's a point according to non-Euclidean geometry?
Same
Well,
thing as
point
it is in Euclidean geometry.
Oh, but it's non-Euclidean.
yeah, the surface of the sphere is non-Euclidean. The
Yeah.
Okay,
space of the sphere.
what's a surface according to non-Euclidean geometry?
The surface isn't defined in the non-Euclidean geometry. The surface is defined in the Euclidean geometry, and the geometry of that surface is non-Euclidean.
What?
For
The
example,
sphere,
Jerry, in non-Euclidean geometry, parallel lines can intersect.
What's a line in non-Euclidean geometry?
Shortest distance between 2 points on a surface.
Okay, what's a surface according to non-Euclidean geometry?
Already described. Already told you.
Well, I'll say it again.
No.
Bacon?
Jerry, you don't seem like you're really trying very hard.
like there are no surfaces in spherical geometry because spherical
Oh.
geometry is two-dimensional.
Interesting. Okay.
Jerry,
So
you're not trying, so we're not really all that interested.
Yeah,
I'm not interested in
I'm not trying at all. It's too easy.
Yeah, because you're just not getting it. It's easy to just walk around in confusion.
Yeah, I don't get it. When you say something is non-Euclidean and then you're going to use a Euclidean definition, it's like,
no, point isn't Euclidean or non-Euclidean independent. It's the same for both. Just because they overlap doesn't mean there's a contradiction there.
Jerry, have you ever had
okay.
a shop class? Ever taken a shop class, Jerry?
No. What is that?
A shop class? Where you put a piece of wood on a lathe, or you take some metal and you weld and you cut things, grind.
Yeah, I never did that.
Did you ever build anything? You ever work on your car?
Yeah, I built Lego houses.
See, he's just jerking our chain. That's all he's doing. He's playing a little game here. This is the flip.
I get that.
I'm jerking your chain, but you're telling me that a straight line could be a circle. Okay.
Well, you know what he meant. He was pretty clear about what that.
Yeah, he meant that a straight line is a circle.
Jerry, if I have your globe, you have a globe in your house? You have
No.
kids? You have kids?
Yes.
The kids don't use globes?
Do you have a globe at your house?
We got a baseball.
If you take a pen and you were to draw on that globe,
mm-hmm.
say you drew a line from where it's anchored at the top and anchored on the bottom, which is its axis, that line could be considered straight if you drew the line from the top attachment point to the bottom attachment point, meaning it would not vary from east to west on that globe, but it would be straight. But it also would be curved.
Let's say you drew. Let's say you covered. Hold on, Zach. Let's say you covered the whole wall. Wait, hold on, Zach.
I have to finish the sentence.
Zach, I'm not going to fight with you here, bro.
Zach, are you serious? Are you really seriously doing this right now?
Guys.
All the time.
My God, I just have to give the last sentence.
Just let him finish. Just let Zdenek finish.
Zdenek does not finish. He doesn't stop.
He does. He was about to finish.
It was very brief. So right now, that's completely obnoxious. So anyway, Jerry, that line wouldn't vary side to side but it would be considered a straight line on a sphere, and that's called a straight line in Euclidean geometry. Does that make sense?
Okay,
I'm
so
sure
let's
it
say
makes
you
sense.
take Jerry. Let me
Go ahead,
ask
Nick.
him this. Let me ask this.
Sure.
So you take lines. You fill a ball with lines like a sphere. You draw all lines around it, right? Those are all straight lines because they go on the surface of the ball, right?
Are there straight lines on the ball? I don't hear you.
You just said that. That's what you just said.
I
If you
said I
go
took
the
a straight
surface
line
of a
from the north,
ball, it's a straight
from the
line.
top attachment point to the bottom. Draw a straight line to the bottom. That is a straight line in Euclidean geometry, and it is curved.
Okay, let's say you just kept the line going. Hold on. Let's say you kept that line going, and it goes all the way around the ball a bunch of times to where it goes all across the surface of the ball. You get me?
Then it wouldn't be straight, would it?
So wait. So you draw a line from north to south on a ball, right, across the surface. Is that you said that's a straight line?
Right. And back up
Okay.
again.
Now, if you keep that, hold on. Yeah, and you keep it going back again, right? You connect those two straight lines to get a straight circle, right?
Right. It'd be called a great circle.
Straight circle would be called. Okay, so now you take that straight circle.
Great circle.
Okay, yeah, and you spin
Great
it.
circle.
Yeah, great, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, the straight circle, and you
It's
spin
called a
it
great
360
circle.
degrees. Okay, yeah, the straight.
keep
Okay,
on
so
doing
now
it
you
over
take
and over.
this. Okay, but just don't interrupt me.
You sound like you're
So
like
you
on
take this.
crack or something.
Yeah, but you're interrupting, bro. The same thing you just got on for, you do, and I know you'll do it because you can't control yourself. You're an animal. You cannot control yourself. So you take this straight circle that you call a great circle, and you spin it so it now covers the entire surface of the ball. It touches the whole surface of. So you're saying the ball now is straight because it is being touched by straight lines. So in your head, a ball is straight, and you just call it. Well, it would be a great straight ball.
Great ball.
Typical.
Well,
Typical.
that's what I
Ridiculous.
tried to do with the picture of the sphere Earth picture. Like, I'll draw a circle around it, and if someone says that a straight line is a circle, so you're saying that that red line that I drew around the Earth, that's a straight line, right? And they have a hard time answering that.
Only within this geometry of the sphere.
Why did I get muted? I wasn't interrupting anybody.
Yeah, you were.
I wasn't. I was
Yeah,
being very calm.
You interrupted the hand about 14 times.
Oh, I didn't see it that way, but okay. I thought he was
well,
interrupting.
Danik was muted.
he did at least once, but
Okay,
Danik was
so
you should
muted.
be. I mean, it
See you
would
guys
make
later.
sense if you got unmuted after he finished.
yeah, right the hand. So you made it sound like this path, this one circle that you drew, you continued to rotate the globe and make circles. So those circles wouldn't be straight lines.
Okay, so you're just, but that sounds contradictory. So you have the great circle that goes around the ball, and if you encompass the ball in great circles, you would then have a ball of flat lines.
Did you lift your pen up and then move the ball a degree or something, and then make another great circle, or you continually have that ball rotate while the pen is drawing the circles, the line?
Either way, I don't think it matters. Like if you start at the top and you draw a great circle, then you stop at the point. Yeah, and I guess you could just rotate the ball a degree. You would draw another circle, and if you keep doing that, again, you had this mind thing where you have 360 circles that make a sphere, but they're straight lines. So you now have a ball of straight lines. It's mind-boggling.
That's why I asked the question, and now I got a picture. So yeah, we just keep on drawing. We move the ball, draw the straight line, maybe make another great circle, and we have now 360 great circles on that ball. And yes, it's a ball that contains 360 great circles, all separated by 1 degree angularly. And that is a ball that has that many circles going around it. In Euclidean geometry, those are straight lines that are called great circles. Why is that so?
Sonic, could you look at what I just posted there? You got it?
What's that?
Can you take a look at what I just posted in the text?
I see a red line around the globe.
Is that a circle or a straight line?
Depends on where that circle is located.
No,
It's
no.
right there on the
Seems-
screen.
But it
Let's
depends
go.
on where it is on the sphere.
It's right there. It's right. Is that a
No,
circle?
that looks like. I don't think that circle is actually a great circle. So if it's not a
Danny.
great circle, it would be a curved line.
No, it is a
Thank you.
great circle.
But
Not
a
not
curved
that
line
is
is also a straight one, right?
no, it's Bacon. If that's kind of zoomed in a little bit, you'll never from a side view you'll never see the actual outer edge of a sphere, right? So if you have any circle, for example, the Arctic Circle, is that a straight line? No.
No,
Why?
that's a
Because
small circle. That's a small
it's a small
circle.
circle. So this is a smaller than diameter circle. It
No,
can't
I think
be.
it has exactly the diameter, doesn't it? Like if it's
No,
exactly around the sphere, then it would
It's-
be
no,
just
but
like
you're
the
not seeing
equator seen from the North
because
Pole,
you're too
right?
close. You're too close. You're not seeing the entire.
Well, let's say it's an orthographic view.
That horizon. Well, no, you can tell. You can see how
You
big
guys are
Africa
following.
is. Well, no,
Not
I'm just being accurate. Bacon. I'm being really accurate. If
Okay.
you get up, for example, let's say we're hovering above Australia and we can only see the edges of Australia and we drew a circle around it. That would not be a great circle. And you keep on getting higher and higher and higher. You keep on bigger and bigger circle until you get almost to infinity, but not quite, that far. You'll never really get to the outer edge. You'll never see the actual diameter of that circle. It will never quite be its full diameter.
You don't need to do this.
Right, Bacon? I'm just being super accurate, not really pedantic, but just being accurate.
Yeah. I
So
think
how many straight lines are in a circle?
Many as you can fit on there.
You don't have to think that hard. Come on.
yeah, within the geometry of the surface of the circle, there are infinite.
So there's none.
Infinite, I said. The very opposite of none.
There's not one straight line in a circle, right?
In spherical geometry, there are infinite.
But then how many points are in a line?
Infinite.
Okay, so they're actually really when you look at it, you're gonna just say that the circle is just points. It's not even lines. It's really just points. So
No, a circle in spherical geometry. Well, there are two types of circles in spherical geometry. You have small circles and you have great circles. Great circles are straight in that geometry. Small circles aren't.
How do you define a circle in non-Euclidean geometry?
It's a two-dimensional shape in which all the points of the surface are same distance to the center, equidistant to the center.
is the circumference of a sphere in geometry the same as a great circle straight line in spherical geometry?
Sorry, is this the circumference of a sphere what?
Circumference of the sphere, right, is analogous to a great circle around a ball in spherical geometry, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why do you need another geometry when you already have a mechanism for doing what you're trying to do? I'll tell you why. don't say it's great. Yeah, I'll tell you why. Because you need to make curved lines straight, right? And that's why instead of saying a circle, you say a straight line. Because you'll be going in a straight line on a boat, and somebody's like, "Man, we're going in a straight line, but we're on a ball." And then you go, "Yeah, it's a great straight circle."
No, that isn't why. The reason why is that you can eliminate one dimension if you do that. So you work with only two on a sphere. Like if you want to work with points on a sphere, you can either use, let's say, Euclidean geometry, which would require you to use three coordinates, three dimensions, or you can use spherical geometry, and you can cut one of them and work with only two, like latitude and longitude. So you get one less dimension by using spherical geometry.
So how many straight lines are around the circumference?
In spherical geometry?
Wait, but you have that in geometry. Okay, so you have a circle. So you
So
just
they're
made a
both
circle,
geometries.
right? Didn't you
Yeah.
just okay? But I'm trying to say that like your separation of geometries, quote unquote, whatever the fuck they are, but that separation that you make really isn't there, right? It's almost like Protestants and Baptists, right? You have the circle in geometry, but you just now you created a fraction like this other group, and you go, no, we're gonna call it this when it's the exact same thing. It's a circle
Mm,
on a sphere. We have a circle on a sphere already in geometry. They wouldn't have missed that, right?
mm.
So I think you just
That's
created more verbiage. I feel like for the same
no. That's not the
thing.
entire. That's not the entirety of the purpose of spherical geometry. Just to create a single circle.
Well,
The reason why.
you can put straight lines in the circle, right, Bacon? But around the circumference, it's pretty much a continuous curve, right?
they're only they're curved in Euclidean geometry, and they're only straight in spherical geometry. They are not curved and straight at the same time. They're only that depends on which geometry you're describing them. Does that
See,
make
but
sense?
you're talking about the same thing, right? You're talking about
Mhm.
a circle in both of those geometries, but you're like in one geometry, the circle's straight, and in the other one, it's round. That's
Yes.
crazy, man.
No, that's
Yes.
how. No, because those different geometries have different axioms. They have different rules, so they don't
But there's
make
only
so like the same object in one geometry might have different attributes in another geometry because they have different rules.
there's only one reality though, right? So in
Sure,
reality,
none of those are
going to
reality.
do a circle's only going to do one thing in reality, and I'll tell you, it's not going to be straight, right? That's not what a
All
circle's going to do. Or if you're
arguably
going in a
circles don't exist in reality. Like the circles we were talking
yeah, no,
about.
I know. So, and I'm just
Right.
saying. So picture I walked in a quote. I'm air quoting, so I know I don't want to get down this sophist road where we can't even have a conversation because what is a circle? But I'm walking in that round circle thing in a field, right? You would know that I'm going in a circle. It would not be straight, right? So now, even if we extended that and put it horizontally, so I was walking around a rock, whatever, it still wouldn't be straight. So in reality, you know the whole spherical jet, like in reality things happen not according to the way you say it happens is what I would be getting at.
Well, I'm not saying things working in any specific way. It's just like it's just a different meaning. So, if, for example, I I tell you there are 2 points, and I ask you to go straight from one to the other one. If you have a three-dimensional space to work with, it's going to give you a straight line. No one's going to challenge that. No one's going to say that's not a straight line. But if I draw 2 points on the surface of a basketball and ask you to draw a straight line straight from one to the other, you might intuitively then draw over the surface. And if I look from the side, that's going to look curved, even though I asked you to draw straight from one to the other.
I
So
think
it's a
you're
different meaning.
confusing. Well, yeah, but no, it's not a different meaning because you're almost talking about like rectilinear motion along like going in one direction, not even one direction, right? Like you're following the path of the ball, right? So
Mhm.
to label that as a line is wrong because it's not a line, it's following the path of the ball, right? You
Sure.
have to you should really label it as that's
Yeah,
just what I think.
yeah. That's because you're using like you're thinking using Euclidean geometry, which is fine. What the very thing you're saying is exactly what a line is in Euclidean geometry, but the definition of line changes if you're talking about a different geometry, like a spherical one. Straight doesn't mean the same thing in both geometries. So there's like if I would say that line is straight, uh, and it's straight using what you mean by straight, I would be wrong because I know you don't mean that. Straight on a sphere is just like the shortest path over the surface. That's what straight means for a sphere, right? For the surface of a sphere.
Well, so what would you call a tunnel?
Well, the tunnel isn't part of the surface of a sphere, so it doesn't exist in spherical geometry. Like a spherical geometry specifically only deals with the surface,
Oh, bro,
the
come on.
inside of the
This
ball. No, that's what
well,
it
you don't
is
think
used
this is
for.
that there's like I know, but like I don't know. I just feel like there's to even have like the fact that we're even having this discussion, right? leads me to know that there's too much verbiage, right? We don't need to break geometries down into two separate parts so that we can then debate lines to describe the exact same thing, right? Because in reality, you have a ball, you draw a line, one thing happens, right? Now, I think you should only be able to verbally describe that one way, or else you get lost in these kind of things.
I feel the appeal of what you're saying. For example, when I was faced with a problem that is usually solved using spherical geometry, I still used the Euclidean and I got to the same results. So it's more intuitive. We don't have to use spherical geometry because, of course, a sphere can exist inside of an Euclidean 3D space. So whatever we do with spherical geometry, we can always ignore that and work with Euclidean geometry. You're right; it's not absolutely necessary, but that's more like something personal because it's more intuitive. A lot of people, uh, uh, when having to solve the exact same problem that I had to solve, they go with spherical geometry. They use a geometry that specifically deals only with the surface of the sphere, and that makes their math a little bit easier. And they get to the same result. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, no, I get it. It's just, I don't know. It's like, I see it as like, I don't know if you know how they do math nowadays. Like, they really make them break it down as like 6 or 7 parts. It's very like, it's just a little redundant, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so let me give you, for example, you know what latitude and longitude are, right?
These, yeah,
Okay,
I
if
mean,
you don't know, I
imaginary
can
lines,
explain
right?
it.
Nah,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know
but
what they are. They're imaginary lines, right?
no, I'm not talking about the Earth necessarily. Let's say we're using a basketball. So I can use latitude and longitude on a basketball, right?
Yeah, you got your lines that are going, quote up and quote across.
Yeah, I'm like I choose I make a circle, a circumference on the basketball, call that the equator, and then 2 points opposite. I create a north and a south pole to the basketball. So now I can use, and also I have to connect north to south to create a prime meridian. Given that I can use latitude and longitude on that basketball. Okay, so if I mark 2 points on that ball, and you can read in the latitude and longitude of each one of those 2 points on the basketball. Are you following so far?
Yeah.
Okay, now I can ask you, find to me a third point that is 10 centimeters away from point A and 20 centimeters away from point B. There are 2 ways you can find that third point. You can use Euclidean geometry or you can use spherical geometry. You're going to get the same result using either. I would use Euclidean. I would just do the same thing you were saying we should do. I would use 3-dimensional space to do that. Straight lines, all that. But there are a lot of people who know how to solve that without using a bunch of equations that I would have to use to use Euclidean geometry. A bunch of them would use equations that only deal with the surface of that sphere. And they would arrive to the same result as I would, but they would do it faster than I do. So it's useful to have a geometry that only deals with the surface because it cuts out a lot of the math.
You mean like maps?
I'm not sure. What do you mean?
Well, a map is a depiction of
The math is the math, bro, right? Like,
I said maps, I think.
maps.
MAPS.
Yeah, so distances are measured in straight lines. No.
No, I don't think so. Because if you're using a map, like a local map, then yes. But you can just use a map that has like the continents to then measure distance.
If it's a map of the entire continent of Africa. And
Yeah,
there's a
yeah.
straight,
With
and
one
there's
continent, then yeah, but
and
I'm
there's a
talking about
sh- and there's a straight line scale. Would you agree that that's pretty indicative that they measure distances with straight lines?
I think there's a margin of error for that because you don't have that with all continents. You only have that with like one continent.
So if I have like every continent mapped with a straight line scale,
I think that would give you the wrong distances.
okay, so the maps are wrong then.
Yeah, their distances can't be just scaled.
Okay. Have you notified any of these map makers or cartographers?
No, there aren't maps that has all the continents. That have a single scale for the whole map.
Well, what if I have a map of each continent mapped to scale?
Like individually?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna have some margin of error. But yeah, you can have that.
So I'm uploading a map of the entire continent of Africa here, and there's a straight line scale. You're saying that the map makers are wrong?
In some margin, with some margin, yes. I
All
can
maps are
probably
wrong.
find
All
where the
maps
map
are
is.
wrong. And the
That's
map is
true.
not the terrain, by the way. The map is not the terrain. Just remember that.
Yeah, but distances are measured with straight lines.
Okay. Oh,
So
can
we
you
measure
see
with
the? Can you see there's a grid? There's a grid system in that
yeah,
map,
yeah.
right? You know what those lines are, right?
I'm not on about that. I'm on about the scale.
Yeah, but those lines like they mean something, right?
Well, so is the scale, right?
Sure.
Those lines that you're talking about, latitude and longitude, come from the sun and time, right? But what I'm talking about comes from actual measurements in reality, correct?
But those are also measurements in reality.
Well, but not point A to point B.
Well, they are individual points. Okay, so those lines, you can find people that lives along those lines, right? And I'm pretty sure map makers use coordinate systems, right? What coordinate system do you think a map maker would use to get a map of the whole continent of Africa? I don't think he measured the whole thing at once, right?
Well, then the scale would have to be wrong, right?
I just asked if he used a coordinate system. What coordinate system do you think he used? Or they used? It's probably not a one person work, right?
Well, if if it's different anywhere, then please show me the area where the scale on that map doesn't apply.
Okay. Um, let me do you have a higher resolution of that?
That's as high as it's going to get.
Oh, there are letters there, but I can't read them. So there's probably a higher resolution than that. Where the oh no, that's it's just the previous. Yeah, never mind. Okay, yeah, I think I can find where the map it has the worst margin of error. The worst error. Only distances or what directions do it? if I find directions that are off, will that
No,
work for you? Or you
no,
want
I'm
specifically distances?
I'm asking you to tell me where the scale doesn't apply.
Okay, yeah, distances then. All right.
I mean, that's a pretty large area, wouldn't you say?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll pick 4 points that are very far away from each other and measure their distances on GIMP.
On what?
And sorry?
You said that you were going to measure them how?
On GIMP.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the pixel distance.
So, but the
Just
map
like
makers already did.
oh, you asked where the scale is off, right?
Yeah.
I'll show that. Just give me a couple minutes.
Well, if you find an area, you're going to have to notify whoever made that map and tell them.
No, I don't think so. I think people who do maps are pretty aware that there's
Well,
a
then why don't they
margin of error
represent
for
that? So
that there's a margin.
Why isn't that represented on the map then?
Wait, where's the scale you said? Let me see.
Top right.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure map makers are pretty aware of there being a margin of error on those maps.
How large is the margin of error?
Oh, wait. Didn't get to that yet, right? I said I needed a couple minutes. So gotta be patient.
Well, I mean, you don't really have to draw anything. Just, are
Have to
like,
find
can we trust maps or not? Like, people are always
to
clamoring
a
about,
certain extent,
maps. But
to a certain extent, sure.
okay, so can we trust that distances are measured with straight lines or not?
Oh, what do you mean by that? I don't think so. I don't think the distances on that you have on maps
Right.
are
So
like straight lines that are measured to be that distance.
okay, so then every map is wrong. So when people ask for maps of Earth, you say, well, no correct map exists, right? Like when Eggshells comes in here and he says, well, if you had a map, that would be good. But he doesn't even have one, is what you're saying.
Oh, we do.
It's
Oh,
just spherical.
yeah.
Okay.
No map is perfect. The only perfect map is real world, right? And
Well,
but
how
the
are they
thing
measured?
is, they know the coordinates, all the borders. They just have to plot that.
And the distance between the plots are straight lines or what?
Great circle routes.
So straight lines then.
If you're within spherical geometry, yes. Or just if you're talking about the surface, then yes.
Okay, so straight lines. So then the scale is accurate, and all maps with a
Because
scale are
you
right.
you won't have lines that are straight in spherical geometry also being
But you
straight
just said that you
on a
do.
flat surface. No, I said that
You said you
they're
do.
straight. I said that they're
Yes.
straight. I said that they are straight in spherical geometry, and here you're giving me a 2D planar image, which is
Well,
not spherical. So lines that are used to be spherical on spherical geometry are not going to be spherical on a flat plane. Sorry,
so are they straight or not?
Yeah, not going to be straight on a flat plane.
They're not going to be
For
straight
example,
on a flat plane.
yes, take for example the lines of longitude on that map. They're all curved there. but on spherical geometry, they're all straight.
So then the scales are correct because they're curved and straight at the same time.
That's not what determines if the scales are correct. The scales are not correct because the map is not preserving the same distances that you
Oh,
would
then
get.
there is no
on a sphere.
accurate scale map, right? Is that what you're saying?
Not a flat one with the whole continent, no.
None.
No. There's always going to be a margin of error. The bigger the map, the bigger is going to be the margin of error.
Africa's pretty large, right?
Mm-hmm. No, it's larger. A combination of Africa, Asia, Europe, and the Americas. That's even larger.
Yeah. And they're all mapped with straight lines, right? But you don't have
It's straight in spherical geometry.
So straight or not straight?
Straight in spherical geometry.
So is that a yes or a no?
Well, the question is relative to some geometry.
Well, it's relative to reality, right? Point A to point B is a straight line, right?
Well, reality doesn't specify geometry. If we're talking about maps and the Earth,
well, we use geometry.
then I don't see the problem in being specific on what we're talking about.
Well, I can tell because you want to say that straight lines are curved, but in
I
reality,
didn't say that. Straight lines are straight
Hey.
lines. Curved lines are curved lines. A line can be straight and curved in the same geometry.
a line can be straight and curved.
Can't be straight and curved in the same geometry.
How about in reality?
What's the geometry of reality?
The one that we use, point A to point B. The one that
There are
use.
more than one available geometry to get from point A to point B.
The ones that map makers use. How about that?
Oh, they use both. Pretty much there is Euclidean and spherical geometry being used in map making.
Okay, so every line is curved and straight at the same time on all maps, right?
No, they're only straight and curved in different geometries, not at the same time.
But you still, oh boy.
Yeah, a line that is straight in spherical is not straight in Euclidean, and vice versa. I mean, a straight line in Euclidean doesn't even exist in spherical. A sphere cannot contain a Euclidean straight line, a line that is straight in Euclidean geometry.
Is a radius a straight line?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so does the sphere that you think you live on have a straight line radius?
Yes, but that's not on the surface, right? I was talking about the surface. The spherical geometry is the geometry of the surface of the sphere, not the inside of the sphere. That's why you can't have lines that are straight in Euclidean geometry in spherical geometry.
So you can't have a radius then?
You can. The radius isn't part of the surface. That's why it's not part of the
So-
geometry. That's why there's no radius for the spherical geometry.
There's no radius for a sphere in spherical geometry.
No, there's no radius used in spherical geometry. Spherical geometry is just surface. And,
So it's a circle.
no, it's a surface of a sphere. And the coordinates are latitude and longitude, which work independently of any radius.
Which are straight lines, right?
No, they're coordinates.
It's tough.
They're making a lot of random questions.
Well,
Trying to get somewhere.
Well, I'm just, I'm pretty much just entertaining myself.
Okay.
They're not random questions, though. They're very specific questions.
Yeah, but they're not going anywhere.
Yeah, because these conversations go nowhere. Because you guys have different definitions for everything. Every single thing is interpreted
actually
differently.
consistent
Straight lines
useful.
and everything. So yeah, it goes around and around randomly. You know, so
If-
that's why the only thing I can do is come here and laugh at at the answers that some people give.
If we were in real life, Bacon, and not in Discord, and just talk like Jerry and you just at a bar having a beer, it would be a very different conversation.
Okay.
Because you wouldn't get in trouble, and you could just go, yeah, a straight line's a straight line, right? And then you could just
I
cheers
said that.
each other with a smile.
I actually
Like-
said that straight lines are straight lines.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be that different. I already said that.
You know, I like when I first got into this whole thing, like I really did come for, answers. But over time, I learned there is no wrong answer. There is no right answer because,
There are wrong
Yeah.
answers.
but you said it depends which geometry you choose. So everything is relative. There is no end point to anything. It's just a big swirling bowl of bullshit.
No, I mean just because the question isn't specific enough that more than one answer might apply, doesn't mean all answers might apply.
Okay,
There's
we
much
have,
more. There's much
we have
more wrong
point A
answers.
and point B.
There's much
Does
more
that-
wrong answers than right answers.
Okay, we have point A and point B. Does that establish a straight line? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So it's not a circle.
No.
Good.
Oh. Humans sometimes are really good at making simple things really complicated.
Well, try to do things that we do without them. Like try celestial navigating without it.
Okay, tell me how to celestial navigate while, keeping geometric principles intact. Go ahead.
I did that.
Okay, tell me
My-
the first step.
My first step is to take elevation angle of
Okay,
celestial bodies.
okay. Hold on. You got two straight lines now, right?
Raise.
Okay, what's next? You got your
Take
angle.
the
Now
angle
what?
between them.
Right. Now what? Now, again,
Now you
let's
apply-
not assume any model first, okay? Because people tell me, this is how you prove it, but then eventually they get around to saying, well, if you assume you're on a globe, then blah, blah, blah. No, we're going to start with your angle and go from
Mhm.
there, okay? So let's do
Mhm.
that.
Yeah. Got an angle to celestial body.
Okay?
You take a look at a clock and see what was the exact time that you took the measurement.
Okay, I have an angle of, say, 40 degrees, and it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Now what?
What's the angle you said?
I have an angle of 40 degrees to the, let's say, sun.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
And
if
it's
you're
two-
measuring to the sun, you better be able to see the moon because there are not going to be many other celestial bodies left.
Okay, so how about you pick your
I'll
body?
pick
here.
Sirius.
Okay, you have 40 degrees to Sirius, and it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
What's the time zone?
Well, we're not doing time zones or any models here. We're just saying 2 o'clock in the morning because that's what you said we needed. Is an angle and time.
Yeah, if you don't say what's the time zone, then I can't know if it's like 2 a.m. for someone in the US and 2 a.m. for someone in Brazil are not the same time.
So you can't do this without a model. Is that what you're saying?
No, you don't need a
Okay,
model.
so
just
then it's
time
2
zone.
a.m. Now what?
2 a.m. to which time zone?
Where you are.
But you carry your clock with you. The clock doesn't update to the local time zone. It just keeps in the same time zone that you always had. And
No.
that's the time zone I need to know. Like my time zone currently is GMT -3. If I travel to Africa and I get there, it's still -3. I'm still using the same time zone. Even that's not the local time zone. It's my time zone,
Okay. Okay.
right?
So then you would find out from someone else what time it is there. Okay.
No, I use mine. I just need to know what's the time zone that I'm using.
Right. Well, you only need one. Okay.
Yeah,
So
but I
it's
need to know my
2
time
a.m.
zone.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and you have an angle to Sirius of 40 degrees.
2 o'clock in the morning in which time zone?
Where you are.
Your time.
You don't know where you are. That's the purpose of slash navigation, is to figure that out.
Okay. Well, then
Your
I guess
clock.
you're screwed then, man.
No, I mean, if I'm Brazilian, my clock is gonna be at -3. So that's my time zone. If I'm measuring my clock, that's gonna be -3. But if I'm measuring your clock, I need to ask you what's the time zone of your clock, because it's yours. It's not mine. You gotta tell me what's your time zone.
Are you telling me you can't tell what time it is unless you assume a model? I mean, just look at your phone.
I didn't say anything about assuming any model. You know what a time zone is, right?
Okay, so you have your
Are you
phone and
saying?
it says 2 a.m.
Yeah, that also has
Okay.
a. If you go to your settings, you're also gonna find a time zone. That's part of what gives the 2 a.m. meaning. It's just like asking where you are, and you tell me 3 kilometers, and I'm saying 3 kilometers from where, and you don't want to tell me. But that doesn't mean anything if you don't give me a baseline.
So
Time
you
is
can't
just
celestial navigate then.
you can, because people know what their damn time zones are when they're navigating. You just don't want to tell me yours. Like if I'm navigating, I know my clock is at -3 because that's the time zone in Brazil. So I have that information. You don't want to give me the information that is required.
Okay, it's
Tweet.
2 a.m. It's 2
That's not,
a.m.
yeah,
in my time zone.
which is
Well, we're doing this from nothing, right?
yeah. Time zones are not a Earth model. You know what time zones are?
Yeah.
What are time zones?
It's where time is. I don't know, man.
Okay, so I'll tell you. Say it's sun is overhead here. So we usually
No.
call that midday, or solar noon is usually around midday, right? It
Okay.
takes 3 hours. Let's say it takes 3 hours for the sun to be overhead to you. So the sun's only going to be overhead to you 3 hours later. It doesn't make sense for you and me to call midday when it's overhead to me. It makes sense to me to call overhead when it's overhead to me, and it makes sense to you to call midday when it's overhead to you. So our middays are 3 hours apart, right? So when you say midday, that's actually 3 hours after my midday. So if you said you took a measurement on the sun at midday, and I said, oh, I also took this measurement on the sun at midday, did we do that at the same time?
No.
We don't know.
No. I just said our middays are 3 hours apart. So if
If you
both
did
did
yours,
something there,
yeah.
Okay, so we're
If
3 hours apart.
you did
yes,
yours 3 p.m. and Jerry did his at 12 p.m., then it would be at the same time.
Yep.
exactly. So 2 p.m. Sorry, 3 p.m. and midday in this case would be the same time because they have different time zones.
Mhm.
So I need to know if I when you're measuring the elevation angle of Sirius, you need to know when exactly you did that measurement, not to any random time zone, but to a known time zone. Because if two people have different time zones, they should both be able to do celestial navigation, not just one of them, but both of them. But they have different numbers on their clock. So if they have different numbers on their clock, how
Okay,
they're going to
just let's move this along.
give me a time zone? Can I assume it's -5? Which
Yeah.
probably
Yeah.
it's -5. Okay, now I need a date because 2 in the morning is not the same as the next 2 in the morning.
Okay, a date. It is, what is it? January 13th.
Okay, 2023.
Yep.
Okay, now we need to do that for a second celestial body.
I'm only interested in the geometry here.
Yeah, we need 2 celestial
So,
bodies to do something.
so tell me what you're going to do with your angles. Okay? Like, how many angles are you going to take?
At least 2.
Okay, so we have 2 angles, 2
Mhm.
straight line angles. Now what do we do?
Now we gotta find which coordinates would match those readings, because that's where we are. So let's say we measured 40 degrees to Sirius and 45 degrees to Arcturus. Now we gotta find which coordinates would actually match 40 degrees to Sirius and 45 degrees to Arcturus at the time we took those measurements. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah, we got 2 angles. Next.
Yeah, if you want to know the how, then I can't keep with your requirement to not assume any model.
Oh, well, that's a shame then, because that's what I
Yeah.
was looking for. All right.
Yeah, you
Anybody
can't
else?
celestial navigate without knowing what's the shape of the Earth is. You gotta
You
take
mean
that into
without
account.
you mean without breaking geometry?
You don't have to break geometry.
Okay, then go for it. You got your 2 angles measured with straight lines. What's next?
I measure with rays, right? Well, you gotta apply some
No,
corrections.
no, there is no ray.
What do you mean there's no ray? I have a
You
point and I have
say,
a direction. That's a ray,
yeah,
isn't it?
but you said angle.
Yeah, angle between 2 rays.
You need
You think
lines to
there is?
intersect for an angle.
You're saying there is no angle between 2 rays?
I'm
I think
saying
that's
you
the
need
very definition
2,
of angle, isn't it?
yeah, 2 straight lines that intersect form an
Or
angle.
rays?
No, they don't intersect if it's only a ray.
No, 2 rays with a common point.
Then that's not an intersection.
So if 2 rays have a common point, you don't think there's an angle between them? Seriously?
It's not an intersection.
Do you think there is an angle between 2 rays that have a common point?
It's not an intersection.
Can you answer my
Is what I'm saying.
question? I'm not asking if that's an intersection. I'm saying there are 2 rays that have a common point. Is there an angle between them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I have that angle. Now I gotta apply some corrections to that angle.
Why is that?
Well, because for one, we want an elevation angle, not just a Saxon
Yeah.
altitude. The thing we measured, the angle we measured, is called the Saxon altitude. Now we gotta turn that Saxon altitude into an elevation angle. That requires some corrections. One of them is for the dip of the horizon, because the horizon isn't always at eye level. It drops below eye level. So we gotta correct for that to turn that angle into an elevation angle, right? You following?
This is your story. All we have is two angles. But I said this is your story. So go ahead. We have 2 lines
I don't
or
think
2.
the horizon drops from eye level.
What'd you say?
You don't think the horizon drops from eye level.
Dude, we have 2 angles.
Mhm.
What are we doing here?
A
What do you do
correction.
next? Okay, so you have 2 different angles now than from what we started with, right?
40
Okay,
and
what's
45.
next?
Now you gotta correct them. You gotta
Okay, now
turn
what?
the We gotta turn the angles we measured into elevation angles, right?
Right.
Yeah. So the first thing you gotta do would be actually to remove your index error. Let's say we don't have an index error. So you gotta remove the dip of the horizon from the measurement, because an elevation angle is from horizontal, and horizon pointing to the horizon is not a horizontal line. It's almost a horizontal line.
2 points for horizontal line.
Hmm?
You need 2 points for a horizontal line, right?
Do I? Why do I need that?
Well, that's how you establish those straight lines with 2 points, right?
No. I mean, I'm using rays. I'm not using lines. Okay, I have a ray. I have a ray. You have a lot of background noise.
How do you know if it's a straight line then?
If what's a straight line?
You're horizontal. It would have to be a straight line, right?
Yeah, it's just a ray. It's just what I'm pointing at. I'm not establishing the horizontal. I'm just correcting for it.
So how do you know it's horizontal?
Yeah, I don't have when I'm taking the measurement, I don't have any horizontal. I have a side to the horizon, and I have a side to the celestial body, right?
Okay.
And the horizon drops below eye level. If I know how much it drops from eye level, and I remove that from my reading, that's going to be equivalent to measuring from the horizontal, from a horizontal.
All right. So we have 2 angles. Come on, man. Let's chop. Are you still there?
Mm-hmm. I am. Mm-hmm. I'm here.
Are you still there?
Yep.
All right. Um, so, to chase here. Does your celestial navigation require you to bend a radius?
Bend the radius? What do you mean?
Yeah. Does it require you to bend the radius of a circle?
Oh, the circle, the radius over the surface. Yeah, because the distance is over the surface.
Okay, so you can't do it without breaking geometry.
That doesn't break geometry.
Sure it does. Circles have straight line radii.
Those are small circles. They're not Euclidean
Small
circles.
circles.
Mm-hmm.
So how big does a circle have to be for the radius to be curved? Realize if you curve a radius, you're gonna have to throw out
Small.
pi too.
I'm not saying they're small. Small circles are a specific. It's defined in spherical geometry.
Okay, but you realize you're gonna have to throw out pi if you bend a radius, right?
Pi won't be useful there. Like pi won't tell me the circumference based on that radius value.
Well, so you can't do it without bending a radius, but that's not what a radius is in geometry. So in grade,
It,
pretty much done.
that's the radius of the circle only in spherical geometry.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can't really do it without making up some bullshit about spherical geometry. You have to bend a radius and break geometry. So I'm
It
afraid
doesn't break
that's it.
geometry. Oh, if you want to use exclusively Euclidean geometry, we can.
But
That's okay. I'm not going to use a band radius then.
well, that's not how it works.
Well,
So I'm
I
afraid
thought I was telling
that's
how
it.
it works, not you.
Thank you for your time, and you can get back to talking about whatever the hell you want to talk
No, I'll
about.
do. I can keep explaining without using spherical geometry. Okay, he left.
What was that point being made, Bacon? I just kind of got back to listening. So what happened?
Oh, I had no point. I was just trying to answer his questions. He was asking how to do celestial navigation. I was trying to explain.
How would you define the geometry of the proposed medium that the government space agencies claim is up in the sky, this vacuum thing? What is the geometry of that, do you think, from your belief?
The geometry of space?
Yeah, like if we are, we talk about like an XYZ. I don't really prefer to use this guy's name, Euclid, because, yeah, I don't really prefer to worship or talk about him, but or whoever that may or may not have been. So I don't really use that term. But yeah, if you have like an XYZ, geometry, you have a horizontal, a vertical, length, width, and depth, etc. And then you're talking about the spherical geometry idea, which yeah, I mean, you can have a sphere and you can have different things happening on the sphere. But what about the sort of government medium they claim, the outer space one? What do you think about that? Like, what is that one? What is the geometry of that?
All spherical geometry deals with surface of a sphere, but I think that applies to space. Oh, I'm not sure if that answers your question, but I'm also not sure what your question is.
What is the geometry of outer space?
you probably can use Euclidean geometry without any problem. Our satellites will use ECF coordinate system, which is Euclidean. So yeah, I'd say Euclidean geometry.
But what is the geometry? I mean, if it's all just open space with open coordinates and there's no planar baseline or spherical baseline or anything like that, then what is the geometry? It's just
It's 3D open space. That's Euclidean.
How could it have a geometry if there's no foundational physicality to it? If it's all just open coordinates?
Well, like think about having two spaceships, and they start side by side, going straight forward in parallel directions. If they go forever and they're still side by side, that means that's an Euclidean space. If it wasn't, they would either go away from each other or they would intersect at some point. If they keep parallel to each other, that means they're in an Euclidean space. Like if you're on a sphere and you and another person are at the equator, and you both start walking heading north, even though you both started parallel to each other, you're going to end up intersecting. It means that you didn't travel over a Euclidean surface. If you're traveling in space and two spaceships start parallel and they're always parallel, then that space is Euclidean. Well, now if you think about it, you have gravitational attraction between them, so they will intersect. And that's actually how relativity explains gravity. That space isn't actually Euclidean. It's a space that has curvature created by the spaceships. So even though they're going straight, they end up intersecting, just like walking on the surface of a sphere. That's why Zenik mentions geodesics all the time when talking about gravity. I might be getting too far from your question.
It wasn't really a question as much as just asking what you thought on it, what you think about because you believe in that medium. So I just thought what geometry you think is in play out there.
No.
I mean, the thing you guys were talking about earlier with the straight line on a sphere. I mean, if you have a line on a sphere that connects 2 points, that still isn't a straight line. It's like sometimes I refer to it as like it's like horizontally straight but vertically curved.
Yeah, like they don't curve left to right, just up and down, right?
Yeah, but technically it's still not a straight line, right? It's still a curved line.
Yeah, because you're still using Euclidean geometry when you make that statement. Like if you're like the idea of a straight line is just not to curve. So if the line isn't curving, you say that's straight. So if that line is curving like up and down, then it's not a straight line, it's curved. But now if you think about only the surface of the ball, of the basketball, if I ask you to not make any curves with that line, because you only have the surface, you can't go up and down from the surface. You can only curve left to right. So if you don't curve left to right, then you're going straight in that surface perspective. That surface doesn't see up to down, because up is no longer the surface, and down would be inside of the basketball. So the inside and the outside doesn't exist, only the surface. So if you're not covering left to right on the surface, then you're going straight, but only for that surface. For an outside observer, it can see that there's a third direction that the ball doesn't see, in which that line's curving. That's why it's curved for Euclidean space, but it's not curved for spherical geometry. Because in that geometry, the line isn't actually curving. The curving on the sphere would be left and right, not up and down. There's no up and down. There's only left and right.
Yeah, that's why I was asking about what you think the geometry of space is, because it's like a compartmentalization of geometry. To compartmentalizing it on a sphere idea, like you're saying, it's almost like nothing else exists. So a straight line can only be on the surface of a sphere, and so on. However, if you were then in outer space or whatever, and you're looking at the sphere remotely, and you were saying space was Euclidean, but then you said maybe it's not. But if you were in space, if you saw a line connecting 2 points on a sphere, it would obviously be a curved line. So it's like compartmentalization of making the geometry on the sphere one thing, and then from outside of it, another.
Yeah. The thing about spherical geometry is that it ignores the inside and the outside. It only exclusively deals with the surface. So you have a different set of rules, because you no longer have 3 dimensions. Now you're left with only 2. You can't move freely in 3 directions. You only have like north and south and east and west. You no longer have up and down. So that goes away. That changes the rules of that geometry. But that's only because you're only talking about the surface. And it's not just spheres. Other objects have also different geometries. Like a torus, for example, a donut shape, has its own geometry.
A what? Sorry, you cut out.
A torus, a donut shape.
Yeah.
Funny thing about a torus is that it has both positive and negative Gaussian curvature. So in the inner part of the donut, parallel lines converge. But in the outer part of the donut, parallel lines diverge. So you have like 2 opposite types of curvature on the same geometry.
Yeah, the centripetal and centrifugal lines of flux that are ultimately connected to that geometry. Yeah. Well, the flux patterns create the geometric flow of it, vortex.
I'm talking about just the surface of a torus.
So are you open to the idea that the baseline geometry of life as a human in this realm is actually an XYZ type axis, like vertical, horizontal, length, width, and depth, etc.? That is the actual base geometry. And then you have like level water and so on. And then you can have a sphere within that. Mm-hmm. So within the XYZ, you can have a sphere, and you can play with that and, think about different ways of that. But that the base geometry is actually the XYZ axis of, up, down, that are actual real geometric locations.
I think any no coordinate system is like real, right? It's just something we establish. But yeah, I would agree that it's a good way to define it like that. Like we have 3-dimensional world, and with 3 different axes, 3 degrees of freedom. And within that, we have a spherical Earth, in which the surface can be treated with spherical geometry, just like any sphere. But it ultimately exists inside of Euclidean 3-dimensional space. I think that's a fair description.
Right.
It's definitely what most people are going to use to model it. Like all 3D video games you use that kind of system. Euclidean space.
Right. What's the purpose in calling it about this guy Euclid? Is there any reason to keep using his name, or?
I think it's stuck. Like he came up with geometry, and the type of geometry he came up with, because other ones were created, ended up getting his name. So in the beginning, it would be just geometry, and then other geometries were found out that do not follow the same laws that Euclid established. So they were called like non-Euclidean geometry because they don't follow the laws of geometry that Euclid established. So that's it. It's Euclidean because it follows his axioms, his rules of geometry.
Yeah, but why do we need him or his ideas? He didn't create geometry. Whoever, if he even existed, whoever he may or may not be, he didn't create it. The geometry exists independently of any man.
Yeah, it's just that
What do
he
you mean?
formulated it into his books, right? And I think these books have been preserved since a long time and have been the source of others for their studies. So it's always referred back to Euclid of Alexandria, you know? So, like, he just had the possibilities to lay it down into, like, scriptural form, right?
I think so. But I mean, I don't think like you can say that geometry already exists. Like geometry, yeah, the 3-dimensional space that we live in already existed, sure. But geometry is this description, and I think you need humans to come up with them.
Yeah, I think what Gio was trying to say is that there are some kind of inherent proportions within geometry, which is independent of the numerical value we ascribe to that. For example, like the golden ratio or pi or stuff like that, you know?
I actually don't get it.
Yeah, I mean those stuff exists independent of our knowledge about it.
What stuff?
The ratio, the golden ratio or pi ratio, they still exist, whether we know or can describe them or not, right? I'm not trying to answer for Geo, but you know that those always stay the
I
same.
think you're entering a philosophical discussion that I'm not very good at. Like I can't tell you if numbers exist, for example. I'm not sure how to answer that.
Well, yeah, like no, but geometry exists independently of any human conception of it. You know, I mean, if there's an animal running through the woods and it's jumping and diving, you know, between the trees and all that, the geometry that it lives with is the same geometry that we live within, you know, outside of any man who labeled things or called, you know, came up with different wordings or ideas. It's still like the base geometry of the physical world.
Well, if you're talking about geometry as how the space works, the space of humans and animals, the space that we can explore. Yeah, if that's what you're referring by geometry, yes. But I thought maybe you were referring to the branch of mathematics that we call geometry. That I would say we came up with, we invented.
Sure.
But yeah, whether or not we live in a space that is Euclidean or non-Euclidean, that already existed before we figured that out.
But Bacon, do you understand that something like pi or the golden ratio isn't? I mean, it doesn't. It's unimportant which numerical value we ascribe to them. It's a ratio, right? So it's independent of whatever number we try to describe it with. This is what I tried to say before, that
Oh, but
the
they are
ratios.
numbers.
What?
But they are numbers, aren't they?
A ratio, you mean?
Yeah, the pi, for example. It's a ratio between diameter and circumference of a circle. It's also a number, right?
Yeah, sure. But that we describe it as that is just dependent upon that we use the decimal base 10. It would be right.
I wouldn't say that. Like if you write pi in binary, I wouldn't say that's a different number. It's still the same number.
Yeah, the ratio is the same.
Yeah, so it's the same number, isn't it? It's just using a different encoding, let's say.
Yeah, but the ratio is not the number, right?
I'm not sure if you can separate them. Like, can you separate between I think you can say that. But I mean, like, no perfect circles exist, right? So that ratio only exists in things that don't actually exist. Like if you have one decimal, figure different from pi, that's not pi. So if you don't have a perfect circle, you don't get a ratio of pi. And perfect circles only exist like conceptually. They don't exist in the real world. Hey Floric,
What up?
I'm building a slash navigation game.
Okay.
So you're gonna be dropped somewhere randomly on Earth. And to win the game, you gotta figure out where you are.
Right. You're just using data from Stellarium?
No, actually, I'm using a library. But probably like same thing.
Will your game have visual feedback?
Yes, you're going to see the stars, point the
Yeah.
sextant at them.
Yeah.
I'm not
So
sure if
as
I'm
you
gonna model a sextant, but I'll definitely model the view of a sextant, like
so
the two scopes, the two sights at the same
so
time.
as you said before, will that game be engineered in an Euclidean space?
Yes, it actually will.
Yeah, man, I came to the realization that the task you posted about the bullet like the bullet being shot at this altitude, etc., in this direction, right?
Hmm.
I had to realize that that this definitely like it's not my competence to solve it because there are steps necessary I really have no education on. You know, it just got to like horizontal projectile motion where I could figure out kind of the time, but after that it just got completely impossible for me, man. I don't know.
Yeah, well, it's a. I have to admit, it's a very difficult question. Not many people manage to solve that. Even Kosher and Zenik tried and got it wrong. But there's a guy here on this voice channel that got it right. And he did the way I wanted to do, but I didn't know how to do that.
Is he in here right now?
Yes, it's
I saw.
Coffee Converter.
Oh yeah, I thought so.
He did exactly how I wanted to do it, but I had no clue on how to actually do that. So I kind of cheated. I wrote a physics simulation and then ran it to see where the bullet was going to land.
More complicated ones based on that.
Sorry?
I said that was fun problem to solve.
You're fading in and out. Maybe you're covering your microphone.
Yeah, Coffee. We couldn't quite hear you. It was kind of muffled. I don't know if you can just do something with your mic to fix it.
Yeah, Bacon, let me know when you make progress in that game, man. I would like to play it to learn some more.
Right. I have no idea how to make the game fun to play than to just I mean you might not call it a game, just like a simulation, you know.
Right.
But I mean there is definitely room for it to be, let's say, gamified. Like you could start with just the task of getting the measurements, and then the second test is to be able to also apply corrections, and then progressively learning all the steps necessary. Or maybe there are different, like easy, medium, and hard mode, in which like in the easy mode, there's no error in the sextant, the time isn't ticking, or I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then in the hard mode, you have to apply all corrections, and there's the motion of the boat.
My mic any better
Yeah,
now?
there's a lot of
Yes.
room to implement features, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear you now, Coffee.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was for some reason using my earbuds as a mic.
That makes sense. That explains it. Okay, so I think you're talking about the challenge, the projectile
Oh
challenge.
yeah. I just heard you mention me. That was pretty fun to solve. That it made me want to solve more complicated versions of it or whatever. But I also didn't really take my code and generalize it too much. I think there's some hard-coded things in there I'd have to generalize a bit. But yeah, it was super fun to do that. I hadn't done that kind of orbital mechanics math since college mostly, and so I had to relearn a couple things. But yeah, super fun that we both solved it in two different ways and it matched pretty precisely.
Yeah.
What I don't understand is, I mean, I really have no competence, but how are you going to apply orbital mechanics to this whole thing when it's eventually going to come down back to Earth?
Can I answer that?
Yeah,
I mean,
please.
Go for it.
I didn't solve that way, but because that's how I wanted to solve, I'll try to see if the way I picture is the way Coffee did. So one of the assumptions of that challenge is that there's no ride resistance. So if you in Newtonian mechanics, if an object is like perfectly spherical, like the Earth is in that challenge,
Right.
you can replace the Earth by just a point that has the same mass. So if you shoot a projectile and you replace the Earth by a point with the same mass, the projectile is no longer going to hit the surface because there is no surface anymore, and it's now going to orbit the Earth in a eccentric orbit. So it's going to get closer to the Earth and then away from the Earth, and then closer and then away. That's what would happen if the Earth was replaced by a point, right? It would just orbit it, right, Frick?
Yeah, I'm following.
Okay. So if you now think about the Earth having a surface with the radius 3959, now that elliptical orbit would intersect that surface.
Right.
And that's the point where you would hit. Now you just have to account for how much Earth rotated in the meantime to then get the correct coordinates. Is that how you did, Coffee?
Yeah, essentially just treat it as an orbit, and yeah, like you said, point masses, and then you essentially solve for, exactly where on the orbital trajectory is my height above that point equal to the radius of the Earth. In other words, where does it strike the surface? And I think I even did it where I allowed it to, I could define the projectile as not just a point, but as a sphere if I wanted. So I could say, well, what if it were a, 1,000 mile wide projectile? Now it, of course, strikes a little earlier, right? Because it's bigger. It's not just a point. But yeah, you're right. You just, since there's no air resistance and there's no, differences in the density of the Earth that would affect gravity on a small scale as you get closer to it, then yeah, you just treat it as a point mass, and it's fairly easy to solve.
So you guys put that into code and let it solve?
Yeah, I mean you can do it with just pure math and trigonometry, but yeah, I put it into a little bit of JavaScript code just to be able to run it again and change the parameters more easily and not have to recalculate every formula.
Yeah, so just to make it clear, he didn't write a simulation like I did. He solved it mathematically, but instead of doing it on paper, he did on code.
Sure.
Yeah, it's essentially using Kepler's laws and things that stem from that. I believe the equations are typically the derivations of those are called the orbit equation and the vis-viva equation. Since the starting condition was just kind of a position and a velocity relative to the Earth, that allows you to get, kind of like the specific energy that it has. And then from there, you can figure out what the elliptical orbit would look like if it were a point mass. And I was kind of curious of, if the Earth wasn't there and it truly was a point mass, how close it would come to the center of the Earth to that point. And can't remember what it was, but it was pretty close. Like even though it's going 1,000 miles an hour, that's pretty small compared to
The escape
the
velocity.
Earth's pull.
I think the escape velocity is like 17,000 miles an hour, something like that, right?
Yeah, so it's like it falls pretty quickly in towards the center. I think if it were to orbit around the center of the Earth, there it was, gosh, what was it? It was like on the order of hundreds of miles or something like that from the center.
Yeah, pretty eccentric orbit.
Yeah, exactly.
Megan, have you come across maybe not, but Koso posted a really interesting article like a few days ago, where this is only indirectly related to what I do, but there's a plugin developer from the he develops audio plugins to manipulate audio, and this guy, I mean, he's a pretty decent coder, I think. I mean, I really lack the competence, unfortunately, but it's interesting nevertheless because he coded some well, I have to read it up. I will post it right now, but he says he can prove that math is engineered or created by an intelligent agent by this program he wrote. Have you heard about this?
No. Oh, the program created. Sorry, I don't think I got it.
Yeah, I can't really explain that in my language. I'm sorry. I really have to post it. You can have a quick overview.
Okay.
He basically says, in author's opinion, the program reads data directly from the entropy pool, which is embedded into mathematics from its inception, like any mathematical constant is. This poses an interesting and probably very questionable proposition. The intelligent impulses, or even human mind itself, because a musician can understand these impulses, existed long before the Big Bang happened. This discovery is probably both the greatest discovery in the history of mankind and the worst discovery for many, as it poses very unnerving questions that touch religious grounds. These results of one-bit PRV hash say the following. If abstract mathematics contains not just a system of rules for manipulating numbers and variables, but also contains a freely defined fixed information that is readable by a person, then mathematics does not just exist, but it was formed, because mathematics does not evolve beside human discovery of new rules and patterns. And since physics cannot be formulated without such mathematics, and physical processes clearly obey these mathematical rules, it means that a creator or higher intelligence, God, exists in relation to the universe. For the author personally, everything is proven here. I just post this GitHub article of him in the chat right now, and I really don't understand it. I just like skip to the conclusion. But you guys with a bit more background knowledge on this might go through this and tell me your thoughts on this.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's a very long text.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. I don't know what to get from this, but just as an anecdote, I use plugins of this developer, right? So yeah.
Right. Fair enough. Yeah, well, I'm a very lazy reader. So don't get surprised or disappointed if I don't get to read all that.
No, you don't have to, man. He
Okay.
also created some visualizations of this process he does there with his code on his YouTube channel. I also post this video now. It's called Immeasurable Variability. And I really don't know how, but this seems to be a visualization of what is done there, and from this emergent patterns which are created there, he kind of gets to this conclusion.
Right. It sounds a bit philosophical, but I might take a look at it.
Yeah, I don't know what to get from this. It's just I can't really weigh that for what to take from that, because I just don't have the competence on it. It kind of reminds me of this, I think it's called Minkowski triangle. I don't know. Yeah.
Bacon, does it seem odd to you, back on the geometry thing, that Euclidean, as you were calling it, that using that term is used in terms of planar and so on? That all of that you guys have, like, it has to be used, even though you guys would claim the Earth's a globe and it's all just random, coordinates out in space, meaning just placed in an open area without any actual base geometry, but just that sort of infinite space So isn't it interesting how you got, like, that's kind of the main point I was just trying to say there is, that the planar Euclidean is needed in all of the calculations. Like, it's still the foundation, even though the globe is being pushed as the proposed reality.
Well, because we live in a three-dimensional universe. The sphere is just part of it. The surface of the sphere. I mean, it's useful to use spherical geometry when you're strictly dealing with the surface of the sphere. But you can still deal with three-dimensional objects, and whenever we do that, we use Euclidean space, because even on a globe model, we still live in a three-dimensional space. Like a sphere needs a three-dimensional space to exist in the first place.
Do you think it's possible that the base physicality just is the XYZ axis, with the thing we call gravity just being an up and down vector rather than into a sphere, and that actually is the base of it? And then the water's level, the ground is the ground, because in that geometry there's a axis of ground, which would be the earth and the water.
I think they'll have a lot of implications that I don't think exist.
Principles of Euclid are based on that, and you're saying you call it Euclidean, so you're into that term. That's the base of it all as well. But if you're going to say something else, go ahead.
Euclidean isn't based on up and down. Like where things fall towards is not what determine any of the axes. Like z-axis is not the axis in which things fall towards. Z-axis is just an arbitrary axis. So yeah, that doesn't follow from Euclid.
I didn't say that part of it necessarily. I said the planar part of it.
Well, I don't think like the Earth being a sphere gets in conflict with anything about geometry.
Yeah, I mean, we can define a sphere with just Euclidean coordinates, right? Just fine. It's just more like Bacon said, it's more useful to use spherical geometry when you're doing calculations on a surface of a sphere. But yeah, you can. What is it in Euclidean geometry? It's just something like x squared plus y squared plus c squared equals radius. Pretty straightforward in Euclidean terms.
Right. Are you aware of all that since the dawn of mankind, before this globe idea, it was a planar stationary Earth that had a spherical field surrounding it, magnetic field, etc. So in which is actually the base of Euclid ultimately, because it's really at the equator is the plane, and then you can build a sphere from that. But they've just tried to claim the Earth is a physical sphere from in that geometry, rather than the foundational understanding of it, which is that we're on a plane and that there is a spherical dynamic to the sky and the way that everything moves and the magnetic fields of it all.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely aware of some of the older ideas about the cosmology and the structure of the Earth, and yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty. I mean, if you ask my opinion, it's pretty plain to see nowadays that it's a sphere for many reasons. But yeah, humans have been wrong about a great many things for a long time, and there's no doubt that we're currently wrong about a great many things. But yeah, that's the beauty of trying to figure things out.
Yep. Yeah, and things go through different cycles and have different eras in humanity where there's different kinds of things happening. Yeah. I mean, I find the quote unquote evidence for the sphere to be very, very lacking. There's definitely a profuse amount of it out there just because of all the claims and so on. But the actual quality of it is very, very lacking in my viewpoint in terms of being solid at all. There's really none that's actually baseline solid. So yeah, there's a profuse amount of it, but I guess it's the quantity versus quality kind of component in my viewpoint. Because yeah, I mean, there's so many assumptions baked into it. So evidence based on assumptions is already going to be flawed just right off the bat. I mean, it could be true. Like you could assume something that's true, and then that could still be true. But the potential to assume something that's false and then use the evidence to assert that backs that is where I think there can be a lot of flaws and fractures in the logical stream of it. I mean, I think they sell the globe story as if it has been, like that it's been known about that it was a sphere in that way, but I don't even think that's the correct history of how it's been. But yeah, I see it more as a kind of propagandized theory and idea. Because yeah, I mean, like the ancient cultures, it's not just one of them or two of them. It's like since the dawn of time, since the beginning of humanity.
Yeah, that's something I don't know a lot about is the history of thought regarding the shape of the Earth. I've heard some stuff and I've read some stuff about it, but yeah, I don't know. I'm like more interested in my telescope and what I can see through it, and I'm really interested in what people do with surveying equipment and stuff like that. I don't know much about it, but it's related in a lot of ways. I saw a lot of Jesse Gordon's stuff, which was pretty interesting, water level experiments and whatnot. But yeah, pretty fun to see what people come up with as ways to try and collect evidence about it.
Yep, I hear you on that. But I mean, starting at a foundation geometrically of an XYZ type axis with length, width, and depth, where you have a vertical, horizontal, and you have a ground, like the plane ground, is foundational. Where in the globe model, like where is that? You know what I mean? Like that actual XYZ axis, where does that exist within the globe model? Because it is Euclidean, and they try to apply Euclidean geometry to the Earth, but it's missing the actual Euclidean geometry in their model. However, they have to use it. It's like foundational in their calculations and in all the math, but it doesn't actually exist. Like I guess the best you could say is XYZ, like standing on the Earth as a human, and it changes due to the center. But that's not a stable geometry. That's just a reference frame within this kind of chaotic, infinite coordinate system of outer space.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it all comes down to just arbitrarily placing the axes where it's most useful, like a reference frame that's useful. Yeah, I mean, like if Earth is a sphere, you could certainly look at it in a Euclidean sense and align the axes however you want. Some alignments are going to be more useful than others. Some are going to be more tedious than others to, make sense of things. But it all works fine. Sphere can exist in Euclidean space for sure.
I mean, you find it interesting though that like all the engineering in the real world, like we have to assume the Earth is like flat.
Yeah, with planar surveying being the foundation.
Yeah, like, that's kind of interesting. I mean, all the military equipment also does this. So like to claim it's actually not that. I mean, you use plane survey up to 100 square miles. Every engineering project assumes the Earth is a plane. So when it comes down to people's lives or money, the Earth is flat.
I guess I don't know that everything is done according to a plan. I would assume that there's probably some things that aren't, like orbital dynamics, for instance. Also, I think Bacon mentioned the dip corrections for a sextant. If you plot those out, I think you find it at different heights. It forms a spherical curve.
No, like when we build stuff in the real world, where people's lives are at stake, and millions of dollars are invested, the Earth is flat.
Yeah, well, that's a much shorter scale.
100 square
the one-
miles.
Yeah, that's much smaller than the scales required for navigation.
Does the Earth curve on 100 square miles?
Yeah,
Okay, so if we build,
much less significant than it curves in navigation.
okay, but if we're building something in physical reality, that's actual, not like assumptive and calculative, right? So
Yeah, but I mean, as long as the difference is negligible, it doesn't really make a difference.
how's it negligible if we're building something? What's the Earth curve in 100 miles?
Let me see.
A lot. So like, how's that negligible when we're building something?
1 point something degrees.
Yeah, how would that be negligible if we're
1.6.
building something?
Well, if there's something that is directly affected by the angle between the two ends of that area, then that wouldn't be negligible. But if there's nothing that is sensitive to something like that, then then they will.
So all engineering treats the Earth like it's flat, but the Earth is a ball. Got it. I agree with some.
I'm not sure if I agree with that, but
I think that any
for
real world
saying so.
person would be like, damn, every time people's lives are at stake and there's lots of money invested, in order for things to work, we have to treat the Earth like it's flat. In order for electromagnetic propagation, ground weapon systems in the military to actually kill targets, we have to treat the Earth like it's flat. For the military radar from jet to jet, we have to assume a horizontal. So it's like, when it comes down to real world application in people's lives, the Earth is flat.
No, I don't think so. Whenever you're dealing with coordinates, you're not treating the Earth as flat.
Yeah, I guess I wonder about stuff like, what about like long range artillery? Surely they use spherical corrections or calculations, I would think. I don't know much about it, but
They don't. They even hit targets with a railgun at over 100 miles with line of sight.
Yeah, I even posted the entire scale map of Africa. And scale applies to the whole goddamn thing. So I don't know what you're talking about.
or I guess we could say, what about space flight, right? I mean, that's human lives are at stake occasionally with that, and certainly uses orbital mechanics and spherical Earth.
Yeah, that would be an exception to what Austin was saying. However, that is debatable as to whether that's real world, because he was saying real world. So yeah, if the perspective that outer space medium doesn't exist at all, and it's a propagandized sort of Hollywood story that they're selling people, amongst many other things, then that really wouldn't be in that category. It's more like an elitist game trying to control people's minds, a rich man's game, rather than actual real engineering and, discovery. Surprised how many people can't see that. It's surprising. Like, it's just surprising. Even just people's intuition can't pick that up.
And all of Newtonian mechanics is all based on including, a straight line, not a circle, stuff like that.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. I spent a lot of time on my eyepiece and telescope, and it's after a lifetime of doing that, it's I don't know if I could be convinced that space is fake or that there's a dome and things are just painted on it or moving on it. It seems to be
everything
sorry.
exists. Everything exists in space, right? So the thing is, how do you measure the distance between these things in space? We start that.
Oh, by the way,
Well,
Jared, you asked for where that scale is wrong. I got 2 cities and got their
Yeah,
distance,
yeah,
and it doesn't
I
match the
know.
map.
Yeah, I know that you're going to say that it's wrong. I
Well,
already
that's
knew
not
that.
me saying.
But it's only wrong if a straight line is straight and a circle is a circle. But you can't decide. It depends on whatever you think the surface is. So there's no right or wrong answer for you.
I didn't. Of course there is.
No, there's
The
not.
one you get. Of course there is. You can't. If I say that distance is 1 meter, that's wrong, right?
That's 2 points, right? That's a straight line.
Mm-hmm.
A distance of a straight line, right?
Yeah, but that's not 1 meter, right? So there is a wrong answer.
I don't know what you're doing.
Well, you asked me to find where that map, where the scale is wrong. So I just got 2 random cities, got the distance based on the scale of the map, and then got their distance from the internet, and it don't
Yeah,
match.
did you measure the distance with straight lines or not? You're going to say yes,
On
but
the map, yes.
straight means curved, right? So you didn't measure with a
No,
straight line.
I never said that, like ever, that straight means curved.
You said straight means straight depending on the context in which geometry you
I
feel
said
like
straight.
using. And
I say straight means straight, and curved means curved. A straight line can be curved, and a curved line can be straight within the same geometry. That's what I said.
Whoa.
within the
Really?
same geometry.
That is that's a cluster F, my friend.
That's what
Straight
I said before.
can be curved.
I said can't.
Oh, I thought you said can.
Oh, sorry.
Well, he's saying that you can just pick whichever geometry you want and then, call straight curve.
Yeah, I was calling it compartmentalized. Yeah, it's like compartmentalized geometry.
If you're dealing with points on the surface of the sphere, you have two options. I mean, you probably have more than two options.
We're not
But
talking
two
about a sphere.
obvious
We're
options.
talking about reality, not a sphere. How things are done in the real world.
Well, our coordinates are treated as spherical coordinates.
Okay, how do they measure the land in the real world? Is it with 2 points? Yes or no?
I think they use a lot more than 2 points.
Elevation, point. Yep, planar surveying with elevation and distance.
That's it. And even before, Jesse said that he was able to establish 2 parallel horizontal lines. So you're gonna have to look that out with him.
Well, we can just kind of jump back and forth between topics because if you guys want to continue on that, but I was going to ask Coffee before. So yeah, tell me what, because you said you've done some stuff looking at telescopes and astronomy. So, and then you mentioned 2 things about the sky that I don't think are the case, and I don't know if other people have said they think it is, but you said something about something painted on a dome, and then you mentioned I don't know, something else about it. I forget, but yeah, I don't think those things necessarily are the case. But what kind of observations have you done that you think indicate something that supports, whatever cosmology you think is the case? Like what have you seen that was indicative of what the sky is?
Well, I mean, it's hard to sum up in just like a few sentences over voice, but there's a lot of stuff that I observe that fits that idea pretty well. I mean, I'm not super invested in what the shape of the Earth is or needs to be. I'm open to what the truth is, but my sense from everything I've seen seems to be it's a sphere. I mean, if you look at northern southern star trails, that matches pretty well with a rotating Earth that's spherical. Celestial navigation works with these dip corrections to the horizon, seems to indicate that spherical would be the only way that would work. But yeah, just from a pure astronomical observation, you can't draw too many inferences from that. But when you look out and you take into account what we know about gravity, what we can observe of the other celestial bodies that are all roughly spherical, a lot of these planets are oblate spheroids as well that are rotating on an axis. It stands to reason that we wouldn't need to be something vastly different from that. To me, it just seems to make a lot of sense to me. Yeah, you can get basic distance measurements just from parallax. The sun is clearly not local if you do parallax measurements. Same with the stars. You can do parallax measurements to those. And in fact, that was what's really interesting to me about parallax measurements is for the longest time in human history, since we had telescopes, the non-observation of stellar parallax was one reason that we thought it was probably geocentric because, well, if the can't measure any parallax, then we can't tell the distances of the stars. But then once we had more fine-tuned instruments and we could measure stellar parallax, it paints this picture of, well, some stars are close, some stars are really far, but they're all quite far compared to, say, the moon and the sun. That stuff is really interesting to me, like how we can determine distances and to what degree of accuracy we can determine that from just stuff like parallax.
I I measured the distance to the moon once, and I got like 99% the expected value. So you can get with quite some accuracy, something as close as the moon, for example.
Yeah, that's cool. One thing I find really intuitive about parallax is that you can do it with your head if you bob it back and forth in your room. I think most people as kids see it when they're in a car. They say, "Oh, well, why isn't the trees and the mountains in the distance are going so slow, but everything up close is whizzing by?" It's the same sort of principle, right? It's pretty easy to wrap your head around. It's the same thing that owls do with their heads when they're trying to get better depth perception. They bob their head up and down, back and forth. Um, I think there's insects that do it as well. They move their head to peer around things to try and get a sense of depth and distance. Um, and we can do the same thing with the Earth's orbit, right? From one point, and then a point 6 months later, we're on opposite sides of the orbit. You can then look up in the sky and measure how the stars are changing position with respect to each other. That's the basic idea of parallax, the stellar parallax across the year. And you'll find that some stars exhibit a bigger swing back and forth. They trace out little ellipses in the sky that just so happen to match our Earth's year length. I mean, this is sort of a good support for heliocentrism as opposed to geocentrism. I think that one's, for me, is the most convincing.
Well, they're just extrapolating the celestial sphere of the sky into a spherical model, because that all can be explained on a geocentric, and has been since the dawn of time, on a geocentric with a planar Earth and the sky above. The sun and the moon. It's a sky clock. So yeah, the sun and the moon and the stars are all on their own cycles. But yeah, go ahead.
So you're saying that, like a stellar parallax, for instance, in a geocentric idea, a stellar parallax would just be the stars moving in little ellipses or something?
Well, they have their motion in the sky, yeah. So what are you referring to in particular? Because there's different claims about parallax and different, so what is your particular way that you're describing, or what are you referring to in particular? Because you mentioned about how the stars throughout the year are different. That's something slightly different as well. But yeah, are you talking about what part? What are you referring to?
So when I say stellar parallax, I just mean the position of one star with respect to the other stars. Like, do they move with respect to one another, or are they perfectly stationary to one another? And if we look at, like, for instance, Alpha Centauri, it's very close to us comparatively. It moves quite a bit from, say, winter to summer with respect to the other stars in the sky. And if you kind of plot its motion, it traces out like a little ellipse or all near circular, and the duration that it goes around that ellipse matches our Earth year perfectly. And the same with any other parallax measurement that is not infinitesimal. Because, like, if you look at really distant stars on the other side of the galaxy, we can't accurately measure the parallax. It's just not within or we don't have sensitive enough instruments. It doesn't change that much, right? Just as if you were, bobbing your head back and forth and looking at a mountain 10 miles away, you're not going to be able to sense the mountain moving on the background of the sky or something else. It's just too far away to really measure with any fidelity. But that's what I mean by stellar parallax is kind of if you move from one position to another, the things in the distance move differently depending on how far they are.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely a pulsating medium above us that does have its particular expressions, the way that everything moves. Yeah. But in what way do you think you said they're measuring 1 year on the Earth? Is it what were you referring to with that?
Yeah, I just mean throughout the year, you can plot the positions of these stars with respect to the other stars. throughout 1 year on Earth. And yeah, some change slightly. The ones that we know to be closer to us from that sort of measurement. That's one way that we know some stars are much closer than others, is that as we move through our orbit, those ones trace out those ellipses more widely than ones that are further away. In the same way that if you bob your head, the stuff closer to you in the room moves quite a bit, and the stuff in the distance doesn't move quite as much with respect to the things that are even further. I mean, it's certainly, you could say, yes, the Earth is stationary, and those things just so happen to be moving in the sky such that it looks like the Earth is moving. But I just don't find that very convincing. It just seems totally unparsimonious to me. But it's certainly it's possible.
Why would any of that indicate Earth movement if you're looking up at stars moving? That seems completely illogically invalid.
Well, because
just on that based alone, because it's a medium that you're viewing movement in. Why are you assuming you're moving?
Well, because the patterns of those movement match our Earth year's length.
Right, because this sidereal day and the solar day with the time clock are connected to what a year is. Because we're not going around any sun in my viewpoint. So it's a sky clock above us, and it's
I get that you don't think that the Earth orbits the sun, but the point is like trying to take the observations and figure out which explanation fits them better. And I think what I'm saying is, if some stars in the sky trace out little ellipses, and they do so on an exact Earth year time frame, it seems like either it's designed to give the illusion that we're in an orbit around the sun and the stars are exhibiting that parallax, or we just actually are orbiting the sun. And I just don't find the former explanation convincing to me personally.
No, well, that's cool, man. I'm not. Yeah, I mean, I got you on that. What was I going to ask? Oh, what do you mean by ellipses? Are you talking about like looking at them as they're making very small ones, or are you talking? What do you mean by the ellipses part? What are you referring to with that?
Yeah, so if you like picture one star like Proxima Centauri, Alpha Centauri, whichever one you want to take that's nearby and exhibits a large amount of parallax. If you look where it draw it on the map of stars around it in August, and then you draw it, say 3 months later, and then you look where it is 3 months later, and then 3 months later, like pick 4 points in the year like that. It traces out a little elliptical pattern against the background of other stars. So it's either moving in that ellipse and the Earth is stationary, or it's relatively stationary and far away, and the Earth's movement is giving us that parallax effect. Just as if you circle your head right now and look at the wall in front of you, your hand is going to move in a little ellipse with respect to that wall, but the hand isn't moving, right? It's your head moving. So it's one or the other, right? It's like one of them is moving in an ellipse or the other one is, essentially.
Well, what do you mean by, you said you measure it? I mean, obviously you're not going to be able to see that star from the same location at all the points of the year. So you're talking about moving in different places around the Earth?
Yeah, I mean, there's stars that you can see all year round from the same location, right? At night.
Yeah, well, depending on where you are. In the south, that's not the case. And in the
south, you can see, I mean, yeah, if you're in southern latitudes, you can see some stars all year round.
And what is the ellipse part again? Are you saying that they're making an ellipse around, like in the star trails? Is that what you mean?
No. I don't mean like a time lapse of a day or anything. I mean a longer sort of time lapse. Like picture that, okay, it's like, are you in the northern hemisphere?
Yeah.
Okay, me too. So like take Polaris, for instance, like or any star that's close enough to the northern star that you could see it every night, all year round, right? and then you plot its position at the same time every night, for the whole year or once a month or whatever cadence you want. You find that some stars move against the background of the other stars as you're plotting it. They're not in the same spot with respect to the other stars.
Of different snapshots at different times, and then you're trying to overlay those together from.
Yeah, like if you looked at midnight every night at the same star once a month or something like that for a whole year. Actually, my baby just woke up. I'll be right back in a couple minutes. All right, sorry.
Yeah, all good.
Geo, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Sorry about that. Finally got the baby back to sleep. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Yeah.
The joys of having 3 kids.
But yeah, I mean, stellar parallax is definitely a very interesting topic. So yeah, it's a whole thing to discuss. I mean, whether it even exists or not is a question, and all of the discussions sort of, historically, and all of the different components, and then different claims of measurements, and then different interpretations of those. So that would be, the next thing, because you were describing particularly about ellipses. So yeah, if you wanted to pick up from there. Or...
Yeah, and I like to get more precise with it. It's not always an ellipse. That would imply that there's no, say, proper motion between us and the star, like laterally. Some stars, like Barnard's star, I think, for instance, is also a very close one. It's moving kind of radially, right? It's like kind of moving through the star field in sort of a direction. And so it's not really an ellipse that it traces out from our Earth year. It's more of like a sine wave kind of, but the period of that sine wave matches our year perfectly.
Yeah, well, I mean, on an Earth that's stationary, and we'll just go with planar for now, even though technically, you could talk about a stationary globe, but just let's say a planar stationary Earth. In the heliocentric model, the explanation as to why the sky moves is because the Earth is moving, of course, in their model. And so that's where they're getting the rotation of the Earth idea, that the Earth is actually rotating and the stars are, way out there. And then the 23.4 degree axial tilt has to do with the distance between the tropics. So that's a whole nother topic as to why they had to tilt it. Whereas on a planar geocentric type system, the sky field is just moving above the stationary Earth, and it's doing its sidereal rotation, like the rotation of the stars, and then the solar rotation of the moon, of the sun, and then the lunar with the moon. And so everything is just reverse extrapolated in that sense. So whatever motion is happening in terms of what causes the year, for example, from a planar stationary type Earth, that's all happening in the sky. All of the movements and all of the pulsations and the cycles are all happening above the Earth, then causing the cycles. And it is moving in its own unique way. So is there anything that you could isolate from that indicates actually a globe, and not just like a theoretical extrapolation on a model, but something that actually concretely shows that? Because it's all universally it can be transformed between planar and spherical geometry, and also geocentric and heliocentric.
Yeah, like just taking, I totally get that. And geocentric, heliocentric, certainly you could look at it either way and say, well, yeah, the planets are just moving through the sky in this particular way, and the stars are parallaxing in this way. And yeah, you can make sense of it in both models, but the question is, to what degree do they make sense? I think for me, it's just like night and day, to use a bad pun, that the heliocentric model just fits observations so much better and with such more parsimony than a geocentric one, like particularly because of like stellar parallax, for instance. Like I can't like look at the data of that and think that, well, some of these stars are just moving in these Earth year long patterns in the sky out there somewhere. Like, why should it match our? I guess if we think Earth is, the center of the universe, and everything is sort of made to match our year in the sky, even these stars that don't appear to have any real connection with us, it's just somehow happen to have this Earth year long pattern that they always follow. It just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me to be a geocentric sort of view.
Well, what is your understanding of what a year is on a planar stationary Earth? What is a year in your thoughts or
Well,
understanding?
the time it takes the sun to come back to its same position with respect to the stars.
Right. And then what about its movement in the through the tropics and the equator?
If it were a planar Earth, you mean, or a geocentric model?
Yeah.
I don't really know.
I agree with this fixed stars and the sun's position, but there's also the position of the sun throughout the seasons.
Yeah, I mean, it makes total sense on a spherical Earth. I'm not sure if I've seen a geocentric model or a flat planar Earth model that I haven't looked in too much depth at what the models would say for a flat Earth, but I'm sure you could make it work. Probably, I'm not really sure, but
Well, just from from the experience of just being a human on Earth, there's like the three lines in the sky that Tropic of Cancer, Equator, and Tropic of Capricorn that I'm sure you're aware of, and the sun moves throughout the year between those. So, like in the northern summer, the sun will be at the Tropic of Cancer on the solstice, summer solstice, and then 3 months later, it'll be at the equator for the equinox. And then another 3 months, it'll be wintertime. So it'll be, the winter solstice. And that's when the sun is at the Tropic of Capricorn. And then that's the summer for the people in the south, of course, and the winter for people in the north. And then the sun comes back to the equator for the next equinox for the next 3 months. And then the final 3 months of the year is when the sun is back at the Tropic of Cancer. Well, that was just one way of describing it. It actually, if you want to call it a year, then you get into that. Are you calling it the 1st of January? Are you calling it the 1st of Aries? Precession of the equinoxes. There's all these other factors that could be involved. But if we're starting at the Tropic of Cancer, the way I described it, it goes, between, passing over the equator twice and then, out to the Tropic of Capricorn and then back to the Tropic of Cancer. So that cycle of the sun moving in its position, its sort of spiraling position between the tropics, is also something that takes 1 year to happen. Like from the Tropic of Cancer out to the Tropic of Capricorn, back to the Tropic of Cancer. And it's also in that same amount of time it takes to do that, to move through the tropics in our sky, it's also moving at a speed at which it will make one entire rotation in its relation to the fixed stars. So there's like two pulsations happening.
yeah, I mean, I agree. It takes 1 year to move from one tropic down to the other and back to the other, as well as against the fixed background of the stars. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so that's all within the year. Now, in terms of what you're describing, another thing I would mention, have you heard of the idea that the stars are actually at different distances above a stationary Earth? Like a lot of the ancient cultures would talk about various layers of the ether. They even had very specific layouts and terminologies and structures and also spiritual components as well. But they also refer to it as quintessence, which is like the part of the ether, but the quintessence is like the celestial field at the very high octaves. So I was just throwing out, are you aware of that idea as well, that the stars actually are at different distances because they're in layers? And have you ever thought of the parallax being connected to that? That they're not necessarily light years, but that they are, that like Venus is closer, let's say, than some other stars, and hence why it's so bright and visible.
Yes, I hadn't heard of a specific theory about that with respect to flat Earth, but certainly given the parallax observations, that they would have to be at different distances to sort of square with what we've seen with parallax. Of some stars have large parallax and most have almost none, and some have very small amounts. And then especially with the bodies like the planets, they have much larger parallax. In fact, you can measure the parallax just on the same date from 2 points on the Earth. You can measure the parallax of the Moon, for instance. So yeah, we can get a sense of the distances just from that. So yeah, I mean, I would certainly think that if there's going to be a viable flat Earth model, it would have to have different distances to the stars, for sure.
Not necessarily. No, I don't think so.
Well, agree to
Because you're
disagree.
you're using an extrapolation to even calculate that, and then also, how are you claiming to have measured it? Like, how have you verified that this exists as well?
I mean, there's a lot of measurements of stellar parallax, and there's a whole database you can go and see the measurements of it.
I know, but it's historically been debated for well in our for especially in our modern time where it's claimed to exist. So I'm just saying, like, what I mean, it's a little bit of a separate component of all this as to the validity of the measurements and what the measurements are, and then what additional assumptions or calculations that you may be using to then come to certain conclusions about them. So you'd
the
have
calculations.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, the calculations are basic. I mean, it's just basic trigonometry and triangles. So triangulating position, basically. I find it to be pretty simple calculations. I mean, just taking a parallax measurement from 2 points in the year, 6 months apart, for instance, you can get a pretty simple calculation through trigonometry of a distance.
So because something is in a different position, you're getting a distance. So where is that coming from? Just because it's moved, like, for example, if they were, I'm not saying this is what they are, but let's say, like bubbles in soda, they move around and all that. There's also something called the Cheerio effect, where you can, if you have like Cheerios and milk, they'll like cling together. So that's interesting as well. And gets into like static electricity and pulsations and vortexes and all of these universal patterns in nature, just vibration, cymatics, frequency, and so on. And stars seem to have cymatic pulsations to them as well.
If you have logs on the lake, the logs will make indentation in the water, and that pulls the next log down into that indentation. That's what happens with the Cheerios. They make a dip in the milk, and that will I guess suck in other Cheerios to it into all one spot. Not because of gravity, something to do with pushing down on the liquid surface.
Yeah, it's essentially has to do with surface tension of the surface.
But like with the stars, so like what? Yeah, no, that's a good point, Godric, for sure. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. But just I'll pass the mic. But I was just saying because I went on a little bit of a longer thing because I was just linking all those concepts as well. But like I was just saying, my main point was that if the sky, let's just say it's like like bubbles in soda. Like let's say those stars are some kind of light entities, luminaries, light sources that are in a medium, and if they are making ellipses, they're changing positions. Let's just take all that at face value the way you're describing with stellar parallax. Let's say it's all happening exactly how you're describing. In what assumptions are you using to calculate a distance? Because if one thing is in one position and it changes to another position, you'd have to. I get that you can you could make a triangle out of that and make an assumption about it, but without an assumption of distance change, how are you getting that? Meaning, if they were like sodas, bubbles and soda kind of thing, if they are just doing what they're doing, pulsating, moving, etc., where's the extrapolation that you're getting that there's some distance involved that then has something to do with a heliocentric type model?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the assumption is that the Earth is in orbit around the sun and that there's a distance we can measure to the sun, and then we can measure the size of our orbit. And so therefore you've got one leg of the triangle that's the distance between the 2 points in the orbit that you made your 2 measurements at. And then you can take your 2 angles that you've made to, the changing parallax angle to the star, and then measure the other side of the triangle from that. Once you've got your enough of parts of the triangle, you can solve the rest of it, right? So that's the basic idea. It's just simple trig. And yeah, I get that, like, you guys, if you believe in a geocentric model, then of course it's the the orbit of the Earth around the sun is now thrown out or in question, and it's an assumption. But that also rests on a whole bunch of other observations, and the model seems to fit the motion of the planets best, and all that. And I get that some people don't agree with that, but I personally find it to be the best explanation I've come across.
Hey, Coffee Converter, have you ever read King's Dethroned?
No, I don't think so.
I'll post a copy of it, a PDF copy of it for you in the live stream. It's interesting because it goes through the whole history of some of these decisions that were made about distance to the stars and the Copernican versus the Ptolemaic model of the either Earth moving around the sun or the sun moving around the Earth. And it's interesting because the infinite distance to the stars, the quote unquote infinite distance to the stars, was decided before heliocentrism even came around, which I found surprising when I read this, and the decision to declare, it was actually Hipparchus was his name, and it's a guy that we don't hear a lot about, but he was the one that decided that the stars were infinitely far away. Now that's kind of like a vague term, don't you think? Infinitely far.
It's not all that useful, right? Because something that's infinitely far is, you'd never be able to see it, right? It's just too far to see. If it's infinitely far, you can never measure the distance to it. There's no number
Right.
that you could apply.
But that's kind of
Yeah,
the assumption with these distances. But then we're getting precision on these parallax measurements.
yeah. So that's the interesting thing is that, when in the time of Galileo, they couldn't measure stellar parallax because they just didn't have precise telescopes back then. It was around the birth of the telescope. But now we have very precise instruments, comparatively speaking, and we can measure parallax of some of the stars. Sure, we cannot measure the parallax of a distant galaxy or anything like that, and it's just way too far. It's too small of an angle to measure without, it's inside of the error bars, basically. But yeah, certainly there's some stars that exhibit a quite measurable parallax, like Alpha Centauri, Barnard's star. We can see the motion of those quite plainly.
It's just that when you're talking about these vast distances, like they corrected what they thought was the distance to Polaris, or the supposed distance to Polaris, recently by like 30%.
Yeah, we're talking about very small measurements, and so the amount of error, comparatively speaking, the error bars are large in comparison to the measurement, and so corrections will happen as you get more data, more observations, better instruments, smaller error bars. It's going to change what we think we know about them. Yeah,
And then
happens all the
it
time
also
with all
gets kind
kinds
of
of.
like, it gets kind of a little bit hard to judge what's a large margin of error and what's a small margin of error when we're talking trillions of miles for each light year, right? 6 trillion, right? 6 trillion miles for 1 light year. And then we're talking like 30 light years, which is 30 times 6 trillion to begin with, right? Or even 150 light years, whatever it is, it's just the numbers get so ridiculously insane for the common man, especially, it's just too much to even conceive that we would be able to get that measurement, right, to begin with, right? That it would be accurate at all, even just the distance, right?
Yeah,
And the
that's why
distance actually is determined by this parallax. That's the funny part about it, right?
Yeah, and that's why we actually take into account the error bars, right? And so that we can put bounds on it and start to shrink those bounds as we get more data.
Right. Well, if there is a quote unquote conspiracy, or an effort to reify the heliocentric model, then some of these special instruments and measurements could be conflated, or even errors and findings could be fudged to reify that idea. Do you agree?
I guess I'm not sure exactly what you're proposing, but yeah, I guess if there's some
Well, yeah, if there was like a
far-reaching
billion
conspiracy.
billion dollars on the line, and somebody had to make a little bit of a skimming off the top of a few zeros in the number to make it seem like this was the case, then that would be what we're dealing with, you know. So some of these readings that we're talking about, you know, kind of have to be put in quotes, not only because of the distance of these infinitely, quote unquote, infinitely far away stars, infinitely far, you know, it's just crazy to begin with. But then, like just a small
Yeah,
little bit of parallax, you know, is supposedly a quite large distance because of the distance away to the stars, right? So like small is big and big is small.
yeah.
Anyway,
So it's the same concept of moving your head side to side in your room, right? Like some of the measurements are very easy to make visually, right? Like my hand in front of me against the wall that's 10 feet away from me, very plain to see that it's moving. I can very clearly see that it's close to me compared to the wall. Things that are further, it's harder for me to judge which one is moving more, right? The something an inch from the wall and something 4 inches from the wall appear to barely move, and they move about the same. It's the same concept. Like, yeah, the further things are, the harder it's going to be to measure anything about them, including distance. Things that are close, much easier, and there's more methods
yeah,
you can use.
it's funny
But those
when you
things
get
are.
into. Well, I was going to say it's funny when you get into this topic. One of the things that hits you when you feel that you've realized that we're not actually moving, just like it seems, that all the stars being fixed in position to one another, like the Big Dipper always looks like the Big Dipper. Those stars are exact same distance away from each
That's
other, and seemingly,
that's not true.
those are all. I know it's not true in your opinion, but it seems like they're the same. Like the Big Dipper hasn't changed for me my whole life, right? I don't know if it's exactly
Yeah,
the same. I can't claim that I know it's exactly the same distance, but then our relation to the stars themselves is a perfect relationship as well. So flat earthers often claim, well, the lack of parallax. I mean, we're going how many 500,000 miles for the sun, you know, traveling with that in a day. That means 12 million miles every day that we're out of our original position in relation to the stars, right? 12 million miles a day, you add that up 360 a year, you know, over thousands of years, the position of the stars in relation to each other and in relation to us hasn't changed, at least not without the special instruments, doesn't seem to have changed at all in thousands of years. And that seems quite unlikely, in my opinion. Same way you were kind of saying, it's unlikely that we would get these little stellar parallax measurements if it was actually stationary.
yeah, and we do have observations of stars changing position from year to year, not just from the supposed parallax from our orbit. Like take for instance Barnard's star, we can plot that moving against the other stars across decades quite clearly. It's not a tiny measurement. It's pretty plain when you plot it out. Take images from years ago to images today. It's moved quite a bit comparatively to the other stars around it. Um, of course, parallax is measurable too. I mean, all these things are measurable and observable. Some of them you could do yourself. I mean, yeah, not all of us have $50,000 instruments that we can measure tiny stuff, but some of these are pretty large movements, you know, throughout the years.
But these aren't noticeable with the naked eye whatsoever, these parallax shifts, right?
Yeah, absolutely not noticeable with the naked eye, which is why, you know, we need more fine-tuned instruments in the same way that you can't look at the cells on your skin with the naked eye, but if you put a microscope on it, and there they are.
Right.
And what
so it's
about?
kind of like that. Go ahead, Gio.
Well, I was just going to say also the assumption that there's no refraction as well, the whole refractive component. I mean, they claim that the refraction can be so dramatic that the moon during a Selenelian eclipse, the moon could be basically bent around the entire Earth and repositioned dramatically in its position. But then this tiny claim of measurement of change of stars, they're then using to be so accurate to then
Right.
back.
Good
Yeah,
point.
it's an inconsistency.
Yeah, there's
Well,
always take the preferred measurement, whether it's something that's completely extremely fallaciously sounding, then it's possible. But if it's extremely precise, then that's totally what it is.
yeah, and certainly earthbound observations are subject to some refraction, but you can try and minimize for them by viewing at high elevation angles, for instance, and also by taking as many measurements as possible from different locations, different times. You can start to suss out which ones are more refracted than others. And also, of course, and I know you guys probably don't believe this, but we have telescopes in space that take all the atmospheric refraction out of it. So, yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of ways to get around that or try and account for it.
Why would
But,
there be no refraction even in the claims of outer space if the James Webb is at Lagrange? It's, you know, all of that. I mean, it's still looking through. I mean, all the space dust and rocks and materials, and there's all kinds of stuff that could cause all kinds of effects. Are you claiming there's no
well,
effect in space?
I suppose there's probably some, but it's probably so minuscule as to be, you know, pretty have no real effect on the, you know, there's other things with the instrument that would limit the, you know, the ability to measure that kind of refraction. But yeah, if we're talking about atmospheric refraction, obviously it can bend it quite a bit because there's quite a difference in density at different levels of altitude. But in space, you're talking about a near vacuum where there really isn't much matter at all to bend things. But sure, I'll grant you that light could be bent by a very thin medium as well, but just to such an exceedingly small degree that it's not particularly worth even talking about.
And like even with the really like expensive telescopes that they say they see these parallax changes with, like it's just a tiny shift, but then because it's so far away, they consider it quite a bit, right? Like they consider it to be miles, and you know, hundreds of thousands of miles of a shift, even though it would look like just a little tiny nudge, right? Is that how it works?
Yeah, same way that if you looked at a building 4 miles away and you moved 100 feet to the left, the amount that building shifts with respect to, say, the background sky is so tiny, but yet we're talking about 100 foot shift, right? So it looks tiny, but it's bigger than that. It's just kind of a trigonometric feature. But you know, some stars exhibit a much larger parallax than the others. The ones that are close by, like Barnard's star, Alpha Centauri, those are measurable even with your own backyard telescope.
Don't you think that if like what you're saying about this parallax shift proving it, that must be that you know, I mean, this is kind of like the big proof in a way, right? For somebody that believes that these are real measurements, right? Or that they're actually accurate, or that they're interpreted to be what, you know, that we're moving, or instead of the stars moving. Like, don't you think that if it was that, like, if you could show that that was like, you know, definitive and that anybody could do it and anyone could see this happening and that was it, and this discussion would have ended a long time ago, don't you think?
Well, I don't know that the discussion would end. I mean, I find it convincing. Some people don't find it convincing. I mean, the evidence is that here's this discord, right? There's either people haven't looked at the
Why do
data,
some people?
or they
Why do
well,
some
hang on.
people?
Either people haven't looked at the same data I have, which is totally
Mhm.
possible, right? Or they have a different opinion of it, or they have a preconceived notion, or there's all kinds of reasons why there's people that aren't going to all agree on, you know, it's heliocentric and it's a sphere. And of course, people have all kinds of ways they think about the world, they think about data, the way they interpret things. Yeah, it's never going to convince everyone, of course.
Well, these come up like as a set of numbers. It's not like a visual thing where you're seeing like, you know, here it is. You're like, okay, here's the position in relation to this, and here's the position in relation to this, and all the numbers say this is how much it moved, right? So it's just basically a set of numbers that you have to believe are correct. Is that what people would
Well,
object to, maybe?
no, I mean,
That they numbers can be wrong.
ultimately, it's visual, right? If you're measuring parallax through telescopes, it's visual, and you can then measure it with, you know, quantify it by measuring how much it's moved with respect to other stars, sure, but ultimately, it starts with a visual observation through a telescope.
And they're all moving like separately in different directions, right? Because they're all like suns of other solar systems, supposedly, right? All the stars.
They have their own proper motion in various ways, but what I'm talking about with parallax is just the apparent motion due to our orbit around the sun. And what's really interesting to me is that the stars that exhibit a more easily measurable parallax, the ones that appear to be closest to us, exhibit a pattern that matches our Earth year. Like they are cyclical, matching exactly the length of our year, which kind of lends support to the idea that we are orbiting the sun. And as we are out on the left side of the orbit and the right side of the orbit, we're seeing that parallax trace out the same sort of pattern in those nearby stars.
You ever heard that argument about how if we're on the other side of the sun for, the other part of the half the year we're on the other side of the sun, so why would it be that our night sky would look the same?
Well, it doesn't, because I'm talking about stuff that for instance, if you look north, right? If you look at the North Star, it doesn't matter what part of the year you're on, you still see the North Star in the same spot from your own location, right? And so parts of the sky are in roughly the same area all year round. Other ones are not, of course, because you're facing a different part of this, different part of the universe or whatever you want to call it. But you can still take a measurement of a star with respect to the stars around it, regardless of what angle it is in your sky. You're just talking about the parallax with respect to the other stars, not which angle I see it, where I see it in my sky. That's irrelevant for the measure of parallax from like summer to winter.
Yeah, there's the other common argument with like the star trails, being like perfect concentric circles or near to, and so why is it that like if it seems like the only way to get the perfect concentric circle star trail footage is to have one completely stationary camera with a moving sky or a moving Earth that's completely consistent in one circular motion with fixed stars, right? Like if you nudge
Yeah,
the
I mean,
camera,
star trails.
your whole star trail thing's messed up.
I'm not sure I follow. Yeah, if you have a rotating Earth and you take a time lapse over 6 hours, you'll get the perfect star trails because the Earth is rotating at a very nearly consistent rotation, right?
Right. I mean, it doesn't even seem possible, even just with that, in my opinion, because there's
How
first of all
so?
it's an oblate spheroid. Well, because well, for a couple of reasons, I'll put a couple of memes in the general. Are you looking at the
Yeah,
live stream?
got
I
memes.
put King's Road in there for you. But the
Boom!
reason that
Ruhif in the house.
Ruth in the house.
Yeah.
This is something I know your answer to I know the globe's answer to this, but it seems like if we're also orbiting the sun, right, as well as the rotation of the Earth, which is supposed to be the only thing that's giving us these perfect concentric circles over a 6 or 8 hour period, we've got like 460 some thousand miles of travel on our orbit around the sun. In addition to the rotation of the Earth, which is only a couple thousand miles, over that same period of time. So we're getting that exact position, the same exact result that you would get with just a stationary camera on a moving sky, as opposed to this rotation of the Earth plus the orbit plus going with the sun. So we've got a couple of other motions that would be, in my opinion, more drastic than just a nudging of the camera. I know the
I see what
angle.
you mean now.
Yeah, the angle. Yeah, so you got a couple different motions to account for. Now, what the answer on the
Yeah.
globe side is that you've got like the angle of the orbit and its position relative to the North Star would be minuscule. Even though we're getting these perfect concentric circles of star trails just from the rotation, which is quite a bit less than. I mean, it's ridiculously less. I mean, 460,000 miles of orbit on top of the 1,000 miles or so that you've rotated, and the rotation's causing it, but the orbit's not causing any kind of flare or a little bit of a squiggle to these perfect concentric lines that we're getting in the sky. That seems a little strange.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just a question of scale, right? Like the fact that you can look at say a 12-hour time lapse of the night sky and see the concentric circles, and they don't waver enough to visually see that because of the orbit is just lending more credence to the idea that the stars are far, comparatively,
but
right?
that's the whole
So,
key of it. Right? That's the whole point. Is the key of it. They spread it out so far that it seems mathematically plausible that that could be what's going on because it's infinitely
I mean,
far away.
it's not infinitely because we measure parallax. Like the truth is, those concentric circles over the course of 12 hours, if you could measure it as fine as you wanted, the truth is there would be slight movements because of that orbital motion. For the
Do we see
nearest
that?
stars. Now, I'm saying if you could have a theoretically perfect measuring device, yeah, you would see a slight variation, but of course it's so tiny on the space of 12 hours that you're just never going to see it in any camera or telescope because the orbit the amount you've moved in the orbit is so tiny compared to the distance to the stars.
Yeah, it's
I'm
like if we
sure you've
could do
been
these.
told a million times,
We could
right?
do. Yeah, I
Yeah.
already gave the answer. Remember? So
Yeah.
yeah, I've been told the answer that you have, not that it's adequate, but it seems like if they could do these time elapse photography before these distances to the stars were ever determined, that intuitively people would have a really hard time thinking that the stars are that far away when they're like, hey, no, we've got these perfect concentric circles. You're saying we're going this distance as well, and then they would have to have those. I mean, how close would the stars have to be before we would see quite a change in these concentric circles is the question, right? Like if you kept moving them closer and closer, it would just be all messed up at some point. How close do they have to be is the question, I guess. Right?
Yeah, I mean, you could do the trig to figure that out. But yeah, I mean, just the fact that we see them as concentric in the course of one night is pretty strong evidence that they're far away in the heliocentric sort of model, the globe model.
Do you buy like everything they've done in space, like all the pictures, all the moon landings, everything? Like, is that just like pretty much a given that you think that all that happened, or have you speculated about any of that?
I mean, I don't know what you mean by all that. I haven't looked at everything, but like I'm a
Composite
pretty
pictures from
avid
space, moon landings.
moon landings. To be honest, I haven't researched those in too much depth. It seems to be reasonable that we've gone there, given all the lead up to that and all the other things we've done in space before that, with
What
launching
about the Tesla
satellites
car?
and the Mercury.
The Tesla car. Do you believe that?
Sorry?
The Tesla car in space. Does that look real
Oh
to you?
yeah. I mean, I watched that launch. I mean, I didn't see anything that seemed off with that. I mean, we launch test payloads all the time from test rockets. I don't see why that one's any different.
Okay. Anyone else want to ask questions? I put a friend request in. I've got some information you might like to look at, but you won't accept anything unless you're friends. So if you
Oh
want, I got
yeah,
some.
one
I've got a
second.
question. How many times have you been told the answer to those questions? That's my question.
Oh, I was asking him. I was in conversation with someone I've never talked to before, so I just was wondering what his opinion was since we were talking about stellar parallax.
But are you asking to understand?
No, Ruhiv, understanding and accepting are two different things.
Right. Do you understand that on our model we would get pretty much perfect star trails? Do you understand that?
On your model, I understand that you think
Okay.
that would be the case.
Oh, hang on. So do you disagree or what?
I think that because of your mathematical distances, that it seems plausible.
Okay, good. So you do understand. Very good.
It's not that I understand it in that way that you're implying with that tone of voice. No, not at all. I don't understand that it doesn't. I think it's fallacious, completely ridiculous. But I know why the distances have to be so far away to make these things mathematically plausible, so people like you will continue to believe it. Okay.
Another interesting thing, and I don't hear many people talk about in these circles is, it's relatively new, is the idea of the Doppler shift and the red shifting, blue shifting of light. Same sort of idea as that of sound in a lot of ways. and you know, it's long been used to measure our kind of radial velocity difference between us and other objects. Most things seem to be redshifted, moving away from each other. But what's really interesting in recent years is they've begun to use it on finer scales, like measuring at one part of Earth's orbit and the other part of the Earth's orbit, the change in the redshift to a nearby star, for instance, so that you can measure the effect of Earth's orbital speed relative to that star on one part of the orbit and where it's going towards it, and one part where it's going away from it, relatively speaking. That's really fascinating to me that they now can detect that amount of redshift change, which also, again, I think is hard to explain in a geocentric way that doesn't feel like sort of, I don't know if special pleading is the word, but feels like kind of fitting a model to the data as opposed to like taking the data and saying which model makes the most parsimonious sense to me. It's like if I was moving around in a circle on a train, or I was moving around in a circle, and there was a train engine, and I could hear the Doppler shift changing as I moved towards it, and then as I moved away from it. Same sort of thing that we can measure with nearby stars now is the change in the Doppler shift of the light at different times of the year.
Pretty cool. You got 120,000 miles an hour difference, I guess. 130.
Yeah. And I think it was just in the last maybe 10 years or so that someone finally was able to measure that precisely enough. It's kind of a small change, but
You're a glober now in your perspective, now that you've heard that?
Oh no, not even close. You know that.
Yeah.
No, red shift and green shift and or blue shift, red shift stuff is. I mean, you guys have to admit that. I mean, if this wasn't a concerted effort with all the money in the world to make this illusion seem what you guys believe, that would be the case. I mean, there's just a lot on the line here. Got to make it work. The numbers have to fit. Otherwise,
You
the number
just
crunchers
dismiss the
might have a
data.
problem.
You just dismiss the data, right?
No, just trust the data, right? Trust the data.
Well,
Trust the data. Trust
it is
the
theoretically
data. No one's lying to
replicable,
you.
right? You could
I
replicate
don't
it,
know.
right?
Tell me. You tell me. You
Well,
replicate the
probably.
stars. Well, you can replicate the infinite stars.
No, I can replicate measuring the redshift, or measuring at least the wavelength difference between 6 months apart.
Yeah, there's got to be an app for that.
Mm-hmm.
Just kidding.
I don't know what copy. Do you know if that's done inside Earth's atmosphere or outside?
I think there's maybe an instrument in orbit that does that, but yeah, I mean, ultimately the way you measure redshift is to look at the spectral lines of a star and see how those spectral lines shift. Because of course, the shifting of the light, without that, that's one of the most beautiful things about the universe to me is that we have that visual signature of elements through spectral lines. Without that, man, we really would be much more lost, I think. That actually gives you the ability to measure that redshift of the stars because we know how different elements behave with light. And so if this signature shifts a little bit, now you can see like, well, that's clearly the hydrogen signature, but it's off a little bit in the direction of the red or the direction of the blue. To me, that's one of the most beautiful things about the universe. And I'm not really a theist person, but that's one of the things that gives me pause sometimes that I'm like, you know what, if there is a God and he wants us to be able to figure stuff out, maybe he put that there, like that's just one of those things that it's like a key that if we didn't have it, we would just be behind a locked door, I feel like.
Well, but just from that claimed
observation,
let's just assume that measurement is the case. I'm not saying whether it is or isn't, but in terms of spectroscopy and also what you're describing in terms of the color pulsations of these lights, without a model and an assumption that you're plugging into it, just from the pulsations of light alone, how are you determining that they are at a particular distance versus just pulsating those lights in a local region above you?
Well, I mean, the redshift and blue shift has nothing to do with measuring the distance. It's about measuring the relative velocity away or towards you.
Right. So how are you extrapolating that just from the pulsations of light?
It's not really pulsating light, really.
It is ultimately.
Yeah. Are you talking about how do we interpret the redshift, blue shift we observe? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. What assumptions are used to come to your conclusion, rather than just the observation itself? Even assuming that it's a correct, in a real, true, measurement. Just going off that.
Sure. So I guess the first assumption, if you want to call it an assumption, it's more of like building on knowledge we already have about spectral lines. Like we can, on Earth, measure the emission and absorption lines of various elements, various gases. And at no point on Earth have we seen hydrogen emit or absorb a different pattern of spectral lines. And so it's reasonable to assume that if you see that spectral line somewhere else, it's probably from hydrogen. I guess you can call that an assumption. This digs into the idea of, what's it called? Uniformitarianism, that the laws of physics are relatively uniform across time and space. Without that, we can't really figure out anything. But anyways, if you want to call that an assumption, sure, it's an assumption that the spectral lines are consistent for hydrogen no matter where it is. And so then you look at the spectral lines of a star, has the same pattern of hydrogen amongst other elements, of course, but a lot of them dominant in hydrogen. And then you can start to see that, well, that pattern, why is it off a little bit in some direction? And that's the basic observation, is that the bands have shifted in one direction.
You mentioned if there was a creator, there's some kind of signature there, like some clues to show you the design of it. Do you think it's impractical, if humans are the crown of creation, to create a universe where we find ourselves on a planet and there's nowhere else to go because of these vast distances? We're trapped.
Well, not sure I totally understand. I guess are you saying like we find ourselves on a planet and everything around us is so far and inhospitable as far as we can tell and difficult to get to, that it's maybe a case that it wasn't designed for us? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's like it kind of defeats the purpose.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
that's again, I'm not very theistic, and that's maybe one reason that I'm not. I've got some Christian friends that will sometimes want to get in a discussion with me about the fine tuning of the universe or the Earth for life, and I kind of come back to what you mentioned, that boy, seems like we can only live on a very thin slice of the universe. Like you go out in space, dead. You go on Venus, dead. You go to the sun, dead. You go underground, dead. You go underwater, dead. Like it seems horribly not fine-tuned for our life. The fact that we find ourselves here is kind of the whole anthropic principle. Of course, we're here to find ourselves here, and we find it amazing. And but yeah, I mean,
But
of
we can
course,
go in the water
it's
and go in the water and catch fish, swim and play. So it is hospitable.
yeah, you can go underwater for a period of time, but try going underwater for an hour and you'll be dead without special equipment.
We can hold our breath though. We can dive
For an
and
hour?
swim.
Oh,
Yeah, but coffee. When it comes to a
It's a
lot of people,
perfectly
like
nice environment for
yeah,
us.
when
The
it comes to a
water.
lot of people like believing in space and stuff, like even I used to believe a Globee a long time ago until I start seeing the criticisms and the argument pathways between the Globies and the flat Earth, and even on a religious factor or the science-based factor, you start to see that government and science don't just lie once in a while; they lie so profusely that it's like even believing a second of them is just a fallacy on your own. That's why I like this whole space shit. It's cute. I know Star Wars is awesome. Warhammer, I'm a Warhammer 40k fan, but the more I look into it, the more bullshit it sounds.
Well, I guess
I
what I
mean,
was getting
I
at.
have a totally different experience of my own observations, but that's fine. I get that a lot of people see it as a big conspiracy, but I just don't. I can't. I'm open to the idea, but so far it's been wholly unconvincing to me.
No, I understand that. Like for me, I went with like I'm not gonna like front. I went with a very biased and skeptic view when I went against the flat Earth idea. You know, I sat there kind of thinking it was kind of the silly thing. You know, I believe in a lot of things based on research, but like the more I look into it, the more I looked at NASA, like even some of the stuff like Eric Dubé posted, where like NASA themselves confessed that they made up the 3D world. They'd even use composite images that like every like pro globe person says, and every time I go like, well, look at the video. NASA themselves are saying that they don't even use not one shred of satellite data to composite that image. Like, and then they even tell you like, look at a swimming pool, the green screen, and like the water bubbles. And every time you ask one of these NASA scientists, the majority of them are Freemasons, and they tell us, oh, it's not a conspiracy, but why all of them are in lodges? These are the same dudes that use 33 degrees and secret occult and shit like that. So like, either everyone around the world is crazy or there's something up to that.
Well, what I was trying to get at just with that sort of premise was with Earth, that seems to be the only hospitable place for life in the entire universe, other than the moon.
the
If you
moon's
could
pretty
go to the moon.
inhospitable.
You know what I'm saying, though? It's like there's this vast cosmos, light years. That's unfathomable to most people. And within that void and expanse, there's one planet where life exists.
Yeah. Not only that, like
As far as we know,
yeah, as far as the lie is stretched, like for all we know, like the old Nordic mythos is real. There's 9 realms, if not multiple universes. You even have scientists talking about that. Traveling from one gate to another.
yeah, I mean we've explored so little of the cosmos that it's hard to say that this is the only place where life is. It seems impossible to say that, and maybe myopic to say that. Um, I don't particularly see the Earth as special as far as harboring a life. Like, it seems totally plausible to me that it could be existing in other places at other times, even right now. It's just apparently so big that it's hard to
Can I make a
search out
point?
all the space.
Can I make a point? You only think that way because someone told you that.
Yeah.
Someone told you there's billions of galaxies and cajillion planets, and one of them must have life because of
Okay.
math. But
You
you
can
never
see them
No,
yourself.
that.
Yeah, you can see them. I spend a whole lot of time behind an eyepiece.
You
I
never
can
told
see all
that. You
these
wouldn't think
planets.
that.
No, it's
Wait. You can
uh,
see them. You think, but how? But why would you make? Why would you think you can go there unless there is books on space and Star Wars and
I didn't
galaxies?
say I could go there. I clearly can't go there right now. I'm sitting in a basement. I
No,
have a
give me
car.
a
I have a couple
what
cars.
makes
I have
you
no
say it?
spaceship.
I meant to say, what makes you
I
think
can.
that those lights have any kind of relation to Earth as being a terraforming planet, unless you got it from movies and books and shit like that? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like you're indoctrinated. Like, you tell like a bunch of
Without even
kids
knowing.
yeah, like you tell a bunch of kids Santa exists. Or you tell them about dentists and shit like that. Like the tooth fairy is gonna come out there. You take the quarter and all that stuff in the bed, And you could have them for 10 years straight believe it. Like shit, I had a cousin that believed Santa existed all the way to 17, you know? And that's because it was kind of like, the guy was too cute to fucking tell anyone that, Santa didn't exist. But he fell for it. And then eventually when he figured this whole thing out, it broke his heart, the whole mind thing got like unraveled. And that's why a lot of people have a hard time moving off, the globe Earth, because that's like the high school fantasy. You've been misled, and we all have gone through it too. Like I've went through my shell shock of trying to like understand that like I had to dismiss like how many of this believe in the science bullshit of being told this is it and this is what's going on. And here's the funny phenomenon, and I don't want to talk too much to it because it's live stream, but like look what's going on with the coup and the jab. Like you have now multiple, not just one, multiple newspapers asking for an amnesty because they fucking lied. They fucking lied. It's gonna be the same thing with the globe shit too. It's gonna like, hey guys, sorry, we fucking lied. We need an amnesty. That's what I'm saying. It's just kind of fucking weird.
I mean, you could say I'm indoctrinated, but I also, I try and be open to whatever I can observe. And I thought that was sort of a principle of a lot of people in these realms of trusting your senses, trying to work things out yourself. Yeah, I went through the same schooling most of you guys did, and we learned about the globe and all that. Sure, but I also questioned it. I mean, you can presume that I didn't because I still believe a lot of those things, but that's not really congruent. Like you can assume that I haven't questioned it, but I'm here to tell you that I have, and like so far, I can't find a better model.
Well,
And until I find a better model, that's the one I'm going to use.
Well, think about this: when you look at the telescope, right? You're still projecting that the celestial bodies you see out there are stars and planets, right? For like even a lot of the flat earthers around, they could tell you it might be the cracks, it might be lights, but they give a whole bunch of theories as to what it might or might not be. Nothing is really concrete. But when you're looking at a telescope, you're still looking at celestial bodies based on what NASA told you. Those are planets. Those are still stars. Mind you, the funny thing is they told us a long time ago that the star light that you're seeing is just dead light. The star is long gone and it failed to like pass. And then you ask the scientists, which is it's their favorite trope to like to use. How come the lights are still there since decades? How come there's still star maps that you still use these lights? Oh, it takes billions and millions and quadrillion, hundreds of thousands of trillions of years before they'll die out. Just the same way every time you ask them about evolution, how come we haven't ever seen like a fucking thing evolve into another species? Oh, it takes trillions and millions of years because that's a good way to kind of escape a lot of things.
That's what I
The
was
universe doesn't.
So that's what I was just going to ask you. Like, have you ever looked through the eyepiece and just reconsidered that what you're looking at could be small and local, right in your vicinity?
100%.
Yeah.
100%. I mean, I'm here occasionally in these flat Earth communities because I like the idea of questioning anything I'm told. I'm a very skeptical person, and I think it's super healthy to look at the world that way. But with that said, there's certain things that, with my observations and my things I've learned, I can't get around. Like it's very hard to unseat those things because it comes with a weight of a lot of data and models that work.
Sure.
Engineering built on top of them.
Yeah.
But
No, I
yeah,
can
certainly
see.
I could look at starlight and be like, well, I don't really know what that is. There's an explanation that seems to make more sense than other ones. But yeah, sure, I could look at starlight and say, I can't say with 100% certainty that I know what it is, nor can anyone really. I
Well,
think that idea of certainty is fallacious, but
let's get around to that. Like for instance, a lot of flat earthers, like even I've heard from Austin, it's no one has a concrete model to anything, right? We can give you old maps, we can give you old sketches, we can give you like Nordic or Hyperborea, whatever maps you want, right? But at the end of that conversation, it goes, these are all what ifs. We don't know because we're not allowed to go to Antarctica and all that other nonsense, right? But the models that you're given, the very same people literally tell you, like showing different diagrams, even flat earthers find this funny because they themselves said, I used to believe in this shit. Which you'll see NASA printed Earth models from the day that they printed it out to all these different cartoon balls, and you see the United States grow 70% bigger than proportion, then shrink back and then grow, and then it's like, wow, look at this nonsense. So the model you're getting from are from con artists, right? That are taking billions of dollars a month and they're giving you cartoon shit, right? And it's like, this is the model. And if you want to talk about engineering, because NASA is the same works with the historical academia, look what's going on with Graham Hancock, right? A guy will go like this and read the ancient technologies, these megalithic structures that were clearly made by some sort of ancient machinery. And they go like, for the last 50 years, we get told, yeah, there's no way a civilization could build these stuff. They used copper tools. And then you still have the dope scientist that's just still fucking sawing on that granite block saying, yeah, this is definitely what they use. But yet the illustration shows, oh, they use giants and fucking sound devices. So it's like the model that you're given from pathological liars, even telling you that they're lying to you, but you're saying that, yeah, this is the most stable models.
I'm just saying that the heliocentric spheroid Earth model seems to fit my observations better than any other model I've seen. And I'm not talking about what NASA pictures show or anything like that. I'm just talking about that core concept, the concept of heliocentrism and the concept of a spheroid Earth.
But at least you admit that it doesn't fit any of your daily experience whatsoever.
Sure it does.
The Earth presents itself as stationary and level.
Yeah, there's CIA files and NASA files declassified by Trump and a few others that it's a flat plane. It's a non-moving, non-rotating area and realm. You know, and you go further in. Look at the guy who even made the rockets. He puts a little Bible quote to give a hint because it's all jokes. Like it's like what was that? The Truman Show with fucking Jim Carrey. Like a lot of people always point to as an occult film. Like everyone is laughing at us at how dumb we are, not being skeptical to question this stuff. Like you say, you believe in a heliocentric model, and a lot of scientists and a lot of people will say, well, it's been around for like 200 years or 1,000 years. Then you get like an historian that goes like, no, that's been nonsense. It's only been around between about less than 100 years, and it was pushed on the 1800s. So it's like, oh, yeah. So that's my thing. Like you're believing this because you're fed into this, and then you're bending it to fit that narrative. That's why you have to I know even I came with extreme bias when I first did it, but the more you hit concrete evidence, then the more that what you're still basing on the foundation of NASA. Like you're still basing it on mainstream science. Yeah, mainstream science.
I'm taking a very simple idea like heliocentrism and making observations of planetary movement and this movement of the sun, and it seems to fit better than any other basic idea of the shape of the arrangement of the solar system that I've seen or can come up with. I would love to come up with a model that fits better and claim a Nobel Prize and take all that fame, but I can't so far.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What if a flat earther said, well, I have a model that explains everything, but you need to believe that a straight line is also a circle. Would you buy it or not?
I mean,
They explained
I
it,
would have
yeah.
to see the model. It would have to have more detail than that, I guess. It's
You see how
pretty nebulous
Well,
idea.
I'm just asking,
yeah, he couldn't say no. He had to try to make it work. And I heard you say this is the best explanation. When you go see the planets, is the best explanation. So an explanation. I'm glad you said that because an explanation is not a proof, and that's a good thing you said that. So we're not completely sure where you think it's that, but it might not be that.
Yeah, proof is for logic and geometry. I'm not really into proving the shape of the Earth, proving the idea of the heliocentric model. I'm more into what model works best and can make predictions we can use to do stuff with. That's
Well,
really the only. I'm into models with utility, predictive utility.
yeah, but the flat Earth model, even the example of having the sun and the moon locally, and like using the stars and the moons in 3 rotations, they did a really good example of like predicting the entire our entire dome atmosphere and local thing is one giant clock and calendar. You can look at any point of the stars constellation to know what year it is. You could look at what time of the moon where it rises and when it is to tell what time of day and within the month is. So there's a lot of things that if you look at a local format and the way that it's done, there's a neat app that kind of shows you where the sun and the moon is. You can get it like a really cool idea as to exactly as a calculated calendar. Hell, you know what's even funny? There was an entire academic debate that was done 3 years running between the current calendar year, right? We have like 12 months, which between a ratio of 28 days. Yet ancient civilizations that we used to call savages, like you could look at the Mesoamericans, you could look at Greeks and all this stuff. They had a calendar that was 13 months and 28 days, and within a 1 or 2 day intermission, which formulately calculates exactly with the atmosphere, the calendar, and the constellations. So when you look at that, we're completely ass backwards. Even our calendar doesn't make sense. You know, we're over there subtracting and adding, but you know, ancient civilizations that were using a flat Earth model with the calendars and the solar systems was a lot better. This whole thing of having planet alignments and all that stuff, you know, like how many times I'm going to hear like they launched a rover or a satellite to Mars, and then someone took a picture of NASA over there playing over there in the desert over in Nevada, you know? So that's what I'm saying. Like, I get you're using a heliocentric model, but you're still stuck that plenty of civilizations already made the foundation for you to try those models too.
Yeah, I hear this claim a lot that the older models work better, but it always comes down to like this misunderstanding of like what I mean by models with utility. Like, yeah, you can take an old calendar, an old way of looking at the stars, and yeah, you can certainly do it on a flat Earth and use the stars to figure out times of the year and all that. Absolutely. But there's some things you can't do with it. Like for instance, I haven't yet seen a flat Earth or geocentric model that can predict, for instance, the parallax of Barnard's star. Like you can just ascribe the motion to it and say, well, it just moves that way. But that's not really all that useful. It's not very parsimonious, I don't think. And that's why
Well,
I just am not very convinced by them.
all right, so here what you just did, you're using a heliocentric model. You're going like, well, if I take this heliocentric model worldview, like, and I'm putting those lights as stars, meaning distant bodies, right? And then I'm going like, I want to take that formula and challenge it to the flat Earth. Well, the flat Earth don't put these stars as distant bodies. They put them as local bodies. So they're going to have a different formula and different tradition. The same way the sun and the moon aren't going to be size difference compared to the heliocentric model, which is the size is 400 times bigger than the Earth, and the moon is like 400 times smaller than the Earth. You know, so when you're trying to compare parallels and formulas, of course both models are going to be quite different, and you're not going to see like, oh, why is this star kind of different? Well, in a flat Earth model, that star isn't a distant dead light in the sky, you know?
Yeah, I get that, but the difference is that that I haven't seen a flat Earth model that actually can make those predictions like the heliocentric model can.
Yeah, but your these predictions, what are the importance of these predictions to a flat Earth and a heliocentric model?
What do you mean by importance?
All right, so like if I needed the for instance, if I take both models and I say there's an importance in predictions of trying to figure out the equinox or an eclipse, right? The flat Earth model can predict it, and then at some point you could use the heliocentric model to do the same thing. The equinox and the eclipse are incredibly important. You know, these are great phenomena to have. But if you're talking about some sort of dot in the sky, one of the dots in the sky, and he says, well, it's that important because I want to see that. Like, yeah, but in a grand importance, is it more important than the sun and the moon and the constellations? What is it exactly?
I don't know if I ascribe any importance to anything over another, but I just think that if we have a model that we can learn things about the stars and predict them in an accurate way, then that's more useful in that regard than one that can't do that. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Like that's why I'm saying that's why I'm a little confused because when it comes to stars, again, like if you look at ancient philosophers, stars were always either given like, some sort of phenomenon name and stuff like this. So, like I said, like flat Earth model has been around for thousands of years, and heliocentric has only been around for about maybe 100, give or take. I'll give you 150. But so it's still a new thing, and they're constantly pulling new policies. Like, what is gravity? Like you ask a lot of physicists, yo, could you explain gravity? And they can't really break that down to you, you know. But you go and ask the old philosophers and scientists back then that was teaching us, like, oh, density. I can tell you about density. I can tell you that those lights are either some sort of spiritual thing or part of the dome, but that's as far as it goes. So it's like this heliocentric model is always coming up with these new things. Shit, black holes and dark matter. Like dark matter was another way to kind of like the glue of the universe, or anytime something was unexplained, they always pointed to dark matter as an evil genie or a magic genie.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you were going with that, but yeah, I mean, there's things we don't know, and we're constantly trying to find better models to explain them that give us some predictive utility.
Yeah,
And
that's what
dark matter is one of those things that we don't understand a lot about, but we're trying to learn about, and based on what we know from other observations, it appears to need to be there. And if it's not there, then yeah, things are going to get overturned, and we're going to have a paradigm shift, which I'll accept. I mean, I'll follow the data wherever it goes, and I think that's what most honest scientists try and do. I get that you guys think there's some huge global conspiracy to deceive everyone into thinking the Earth is a globe and is heliocentric. But with that aside, like I think that most scientists you talk to are pretty pretty skeptical about their own data. That's what makes a good scientist, is trying to not deceive yourself and trying to make sure that you're taking your own biases out. And there's some scientists that are good at that and some that aren't, but I think by and large, it tends to weed itself out pretty well, in my experience at least.
I'm happy you brought that up. Hold on, let me get.
All
right, sorry, I'm about to rebut on this one, and I'll let you go on that one. Like, I'm happy you brought that up. You treat this as a conspiracy, but I think a lot of us in this room to this day, even I can bring you like 7 big sources of news companies that even stated that their conspiracies were running out of actual conspiracies because all of them came true. Everything that was like bullshit and everyone that says, oh, that's a conspiracy, all the way down to the Twitter files, to the shadow bans, to, yeah, flat Earth is not being attacked. And then everything gets revealed. Like the whole house of cards just kept tumbling down. I think in 2023, we got to kind of just stop calling things conspiracies anymore, because at this point, everything everything has been revealed, And in the case with the scientist, right? What makes a good scientist and a bad scientist? A scientist, you can go up there and have criticism to the model that they're, subscribed to, and they would actually take a look and still go like, you know what? That's pretty interesting subject. I'll go ahead and investigate it myself. I'm not going to have some sort of like, skepticism and call it a conspiracy and just leave it as it is. Because now we found out the difference between NPC scientists and doctors and literal researchers. Because an NPC scientist can go to school, they can get buck read, they can get all that smart, but they're still dumb. They're indoctrinated. Look what happened to those doctors that are now doing the I don't knows. I didn't know this thing was deadly. I did not know that what I was putting into these people were killing people. Yeah, I was taught in pharmacies that if I unravel the sheet, that by law, I am supposed to know the ingredients of these things, and I don't know. So technically, if you're told in school that if that paper comes blank, don't give it. Yet they still gave it. So we know that a lot of people die from malpractices. So to say that someone is a doctor or a scientist and we should have them at a higher level of authority when it comes to information, I think we've all now grown out of that. So I think what it is that with a lot of these models, everything needs to be questioned. The information that you have from mainstream science, you got that from a whole bunch of scam artists that literally are stating that, yes, I lied. Yes, 9 out of 10 things I've said are pathological lies, that I've got caught. but can you believe me tomorrow? That's like getting conned again. You know, it's like the FTX guy that conned everyone. Like, yeah, I conned everyone, but if you invest in my new business, I swear to God, I won't con you again. So it's like, come on. So that's why a lot of people are having a hard time when it comes to Globers bringing this whole thing of like, yeah, like a lot of the science is important, but you guys are getting all your information from con artists. All right, now I'm done.
Bit
Bro,
off
you can
track.
ask the question. Yeah, sorry.
We were talking about models making prediction. Coffee. Do you want to talk about why predictions are important?
Yeah, I mean, this is just it's just a utility that we can further build on, right? Like we can engineer things, we can do things and know what to expect when we do them. We can like
I'm more talking
space
in
flight's
terms
a
of
great.
which model is more correct. Like if you compare flat Earth to
Oh,
globe.
yeah, and like there's an interesting point there is like correctness with respect to like is the model matching reality one to one as closely as it can. That kind of is that's the best way we can kind of tell whether it's matching reality is whether it can make consistent predictions. I don't know if that's what you were getting at, but that's kind of
Pretty much, yeah.
the way I see it. It's like
Yeah,
whether it actually matches reality one to one is almost unimportant. It's just that it works and
Yeah.
we can do things with it.
It's like if my model makes predictions that match reality and your model makes predictions that don't match reality, which one of those models is more likely to actually reflect reality?
Hey, you guys ever know that a real flat earther will never claim to have a model, bro? I mean, it's a wicked and perverse generation that demands a sign. That's why it's called a demonstration or demonstrable. You understand what I'm saying? You guys are trying to make predictions on stuff that's basically not even accurate. I mean, the globe's laughable. I'm just like, you guys keep trying to say like flat earthers, how do you not have a model? How do you not have a model? Homie, I had a model. She cheated on me with one of my friends. She's not with me no more. She was hot as hell. That was my model, whatever. But like, no real flat earther is going to be like claiming any type of model, bro. Even if we came
Why
up
is
with an
that?
actor, who would post it anywhere? Like all the news agencies all over the world have been bought and paid for, bro. You know what I mean? We'd get sniped. We get Plato or Pluma. Straight up, they say, "Oh, you want Plato or Pluma?" Because his model ain't going nowhere. Silver or lead, homie. Which one do you want? You know what I mean?
If you guys had a model that worked, you would tell us about it.
Part of the reason is, Ruhif, when this first started, there were certain calls from certain platforms bringing into awareness that we need to explore the Earth publicly, not privately, not private sector, not military, civilian. That's how we get to understand what the Earth actually is, by actually exploring it and quantifying and verifying it for ourselves. Making a mathematical model is just based on assumption.
Yeah. That's why.
Do you really think that the creator who created all this in us, like if we were meant to know this stuff, we would just be born knowing it. It would be part of our senses. Like some of this stuff's not meant to be known. And like the more you chase after waterfalls that aren't real, like you're just getting even further away from the truth. Like you may not even ever understand how it completely works. But like I'd rather at least be like, okay, I know that I don't know how it works than to be like, I'm gonna fall for this dog and pony show that's like this false dichotomy. Like if you guys really listen to the circadian rhythm that beats in your body, bro, and you grow really sensitive to that, and your intentions are percent good, you'll know their fruit, bro. By you know what I mean, you'll know the type of tree by the fruit they bear. So you mean basically like he's the father of lies? There is no truth in him. When he lies, he speaks his native language. Whose son are you? Are you the son of this entity that there's no truth in them? Do you see what I'm saying? Like your circadian, everybody has a circadian rhythm, and able to know if it's a truth or lie, if their intentions are good. If you wish to gain nothing, if you're not trying to make people look stupid or make your point more valid, all I'm saying is like your intentions will tell you if somebody's lying or not. And if you just keep going down, like maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm crazy, you know what I mean? And so maybe like if you guys are hearing what I'm saying and it seems like there's no truth in me, then prove me wrong, or you know what I mean, don't listen to me. I'm just one of the lowliest on this totem pole, bro. But I would lay my life down, bro, for what I have, what I'm fortunate enough to do that has been revealed to me in these last days, bro. Do you know what I mean? The truth is a wonderful thing, bro. That's all I gotta
I
say.
mean, the idea that we could actually know what the whole thing is to have is the other assumption. This whole conversation's gotten pigeonholed, and because they showed us the ball in space, right? We're supposed to assume that we can see the whole thing. So, what's the whole thing, flat earthers? You're supposed to know the whole thing. Where's the whole thing? Otherwise, I'm going to stick with my model. You know,
Okay,
when
that's cool. No, no, yeah, I'm not trying to convince you, bro. I'm not trying to convince you at all, bro. You know what I mean?
It's not really saying that.
This is a new perspective, bro.
I guess there's still a really valid question in why a worldwide deception. That's still on the table.
Well, how about this? There's absolutely no to be made in anything organic or flat Earth, like right, like. Dude, there's all the money to be made in the globe, bro. When you control somebody, you completely control them completely. There's no money to be gained in flat Earth, bro. Unless you're just gonna be a farmer and take care of your family. Other than that, bro, there's nothing to be gained in it, bro. You know what I mean? All these natural cures by going barefoot. No doctor's gonna tell you nothing like that. There's no money to be gained, dog.
Oh yeah, and here's the funny thing is, like when you're talking about conspiracies, they have access to the central banks, so they're mass printing money out of thin air. We know that the Federal Reserve and the fiat money is made out of counterfeit money that's not based on gold and silver. So all these companies that were shown that used to get subsidies by the federal government, notice how there was a lot of wokeism and a lot of these bullshit. A lot of the conservative families are getting destroyed. You don't see a lot of family shows. You off the grid, you see California is going after off the grid people, even having any sort of like windmill or river, and it's all about control. Look, the only thing they want to what the carbon they're going after is not the global climate, it's people. Look what they're telling about the
Exactly, bro.
farmers. 3%.
Net zero, homie. Net zero.
Yeah. And look at this. And this is where I tell a lot of people when they get out of the climate control debate. Look at what's going with the Norwegian Dutch farmers. They're talking about all these cows are producing all these carbons and they want to get rid of it. But yet they're saying, everyone should eat the bugs, and they're going to get rid of all those eminent domain, all those farmers, so they could build a major city. But based on their own sheet about carbon emissions, cities produce about 44% carbon emissions compared to commercial animals, which is 3%. So I guess it's not really about eliminating carbon emissions. So it's funny.
Hey, how about these numbers? How about these numbers?
Merle, do you remember what you were going to say? Because these are a lot of
Yeah.
different topics being brought up, but I wanted to. Yeah, I was waiting to hear what you were going to.
I guess see, and I agree with everything like you guys just said then too. I think though it's still in a mainstream framework. I guess like for me when this first started, there was a real. It might have been unrealistic. There was a push to explore, because I think part of the premise was when people, were first realizing that the Earth isn't a globe and all, like you guys are talking about the shock of that, people are starting to come to grips with it, right? And then when they kind of stabilized their psyche and their emotional state, they could reflect on what's actually going on here and why all this deception, why all this control, the history of it. But I guess some of the questions that emerged is if the Earth isn't a globe, it's like, well, what is it then? And then some of those questions came forward like, well, is it a finite environment? Does it have a perimeter? Is there an edge? If it's a plane, does that mean it's an infinite plane? That's where some of that inquiry kind of that was the kind of the fertilizer and the compost. And yeah, that's sort of where it started. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and to add on to that, right? And just to go like this, look what happened when the people had found out there was more land, right? When especially when it comes to Britain, you had all these people leave the main body of Europe to go to the new continent, and they built the nation strong enough to fucking fight the current old masters of the world. And now look what's going on right now. All of Western nations are collapsing. It's shit. The lands are expensive. People are looking for a place to get away from government. Taxation is up the roof for no fucking reason. But guess what? If we found out that beyond the Antarctic walls are more land, more continents, what do you think the majority of Western people do? They'll get the fuck out and go move, and they'll end up
I
making
just
another
try to go on
country.
TikTok, bro. Honestly.
Yeah,
Everybody would want, yeah, exactly. Everybody would want to go there. Like there's that kind of idea or that parable where if you have animals that are in like a fenced in area, they're gonna go to the fence and they're gonna want to get out.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
if they make the fence so big that we don't even know that there is a fence, then people don't even know that there's a place to go because they think they're on a globe and it's
They think
all.
we're like a hamster wheel, bro. We just keep
yeah.
running on the treadmill. You know what I mean?
They do that with reservations with elephants because like they gave these elephants in a reservation like almost 74 acres, and you know what those elephants did? Just like what Gio was saying, they kept walking until they found the wall, and they had all this land, all these trees, all these waters, no predators, and they still try to bust through that fence. You know,
It's in our natural instinct, bro. You know what I mean? We're not made to be caged, bro. You know what I mean? But I just got a question. You guys can take offense or not for the Globers that I see come on here all the time. I'm curious, like, dude, when I'm not saying that I believe in the globe, I just, for lack thereof, anything else, like, if, you know, somebody tried to come at me with flat Earth, like my ex girlfriend, she's like, I think the Earth is flat. I'm like, dude, fuck away from me. I don't have time for this shit. Like, I wouldn't hear her. And then I heard something in a video of 200 reasons why the Earth is not a spinning ball. It was like reason number 15 or something. No people who lay train tracks or make canals ever take the curvature into account. You know, just the thought would be absurd. And like that right there, it was like my whole life had been a record player, and I just heard the needle go. Dude, by midnight, I was like calling my parents and like my family at like 2 a.m, like, dude, the Earth is flat. Like just thinking everybody's just gonna be like, yeah, oh my God, look what you found out. That's not what happened, but like before that day, bro, I would never have came on no Discord and try to argue my point is like for the globe, like that's some dude. Like I don't know, dog. I'm just saying, like I don't understand why anybody would argue against a flat Earth. Their point of the globe. I mean, it would just be like going in like a sci-fi server and arguing like who's more powerful, like Gargamel or like Darth. I don't know. I hate sci-fi, but like I'm just giving you examples. Like it's just all like. Just all purely speculative, like from the point of the glober. Like, why do you guys waste your time arguing? I hear you guys arguing vehemently with Witsit. I mean, I don't even know how he does it, but like, I'm just wondering, like, why do you guys do it? Like, why do you even care? Like, seriously, if we're wrong, why are you even wasting your time even talking to us?
I know the answer, but I'll let them do it.
You know what I mean? I'm just playing Baphomet's advocate, dog. You know what I mean? That's all. I'm just saying. I would not waste my time, homie. I'd be trying. There's way better things to do. You know, when I was a baller, I'm trying to get laid, homie. I'm trying to get high. I'm trying to get some knots in my pocket. You know what I mean? You know, put some food on the table.
What about the possibility that they are actually truth seekers and they are here seeking the truth, just in their own way? Even if it seems like they're being contradictory, they actually are on the path of. And perhaps even further along than some people that aren't even willing to even think about it or look into it.
No, I feel you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like, nobody take offense to what I'm saying. I'm just curious. You know what I mean? I was a pretty callous, like, condescending baller though when I was out there. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, you call my name while I'm walking down the street, I'm not turning around, bro. You know, I've lived my life as an outlaw most of my life. You know what I mean? And so it's just like. That's just the view I'm coming from, though. You know what I mean? I was already distrusting of everything, bro. But that's just me.
Yeah, I honestly think it's like the Reddit users versus 4chan. It's like, you know, you got people out there going over there from Reddit expecting that, you know, they go and poll and they think they're just gonna call everyone a Nazi and all that stuff. And Poe had this very famous saying: "Everyone that comes here to fight us ends up becoming one of us." And that's the same shit. A lot of people, like I myself, went after the flat earthers because I was skeptical, but I didn't come in like a condescending dickhead. I just went like, you know, I'm biased, but I had my foundations in it. And then once I got in, I'm like, yeah, there's too many fucking evidence. And then the way the Globers reacted to debates, like it was so fucking childish, bro. It's like I have a degree and I'm a blue collar guy. I went to college, but to have some sort of like, you know, dweeb in a white collar thing try to tell me otherwise, it's It's like, yeah, I know better than you because I have this paper and I'm more in debt than you. I'm
Right?
like,
Yeah,
oh,
dog. You know what I mean?
are you out of your mind, bro? Like that doesn't work.
I always felt like street smarts are worth their weight in gold compared to book smarts, bro.
Yeah, me too.
Electricity off, bro. If they cut the electricity off, like cutting the internet off, and everybody has electric cars, people are gonna be floundering, dog, like fish out of water. They pull a carpet out of their feet. All these PhD, all this peer reviewed, da 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 da, all these things you do, these fraternities you went to, all this time you pledging and doing this and fucking, repeating everything they say really good. And dude, all that's gonna be oblivion, dog, when they kill the electricity, and all you're gonna be able to do is fall back on your natural instincts, bro. And
Yeah.
you know what I mean? How you
Yeah.
survive, how you adapt to shit, dog, is, you know what I mean?
Yeah, look at
I
this.
don't know.
I had an argument yesterday over here in the server with a doctor. We were arguing about the jab and the coof and shit like that, and I'm like, yo, and not to get into that whole thing because of the live stream, but
Yeah.
it's like, I'm like, you're talking about us believe the science, believe what you're telling us, believe everything, right? Then I went like this: has the government ever lied and killed people using scientists? And they're like, yeah. All right. How many? Were
You
they?
should ask him, bro? Ask
Yeah.
him how much can you get? How much money does he get for every single person that gets that in under his care? That's what you should ask him. That's real
No,
numbers, homie.
but here's this. I've also asked: have doctors not
That's
killed
right,
how many
bro.
people in malpractice
Yeah,
or
yeah.
mislabeling? It was one of the highest death rates in hospitals in a few years, and they had to finally step down because people were just straight up fucking suing it. Once they learned, like, yo, I can sue. That's when the board's like, oh, okay, you guys, I know you guys sat your asses in 6 years in medical school and tested well, but you guys got to start being smarter than this. They even made an entire fucking satire show called House to make fun of doctors. Now they jump to conclusions.
Well, hey, even before House, they had Dookie House there. Think about that.
Yeah, and they were making fun of doctors.
Dookie, you know what I mean? It's a shit
Mhm.
house, bro. Hey, but it's like the lottery, bro. Like, you got to let some winning tickets go by. You got to let a couple people who their kids get whatever Down syndrome. Would their kids get that as a result of da 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 da? You got to let a couple people get that lottery, dog. Otherwise, keep hope alive, right? But it's like they're just playing the numbers, bro. The casino always wins. Even on blackjack, 51% of the time, but they're like doing slots. So you're lucky if you're 27%, but they're just cornering the market, bro. You know what I mean? And so, like, just by sheer numbers, they can afford to just be sloppy. Like, to really reteach them all that, it's not as profitable just pushing them through,
And I
grinding
want to
through.
say about the lottery, it's a great way to keep poor people poor. Number one.
Mhm.
Number two, I grew up in the 70s, and they were lobbying against the lottery so much because they knew it was a losing proposition for the people playing the lottery.
Yeah.
And then they said, "Oh, we're going to give the money to the schools." Because they say they're going to give the money to the schools,
so
that's
funny.
why they passed the lottery bills. And guess what?
Yeah.
Ain't no money coming to schools, but 1%. Come on now. So they basically ripped us off on that.
Think
So,
about it. We're going to give the money to the schools so they can teach you the globe. You know what I mean?
But that's the way the things are. And the funny thing is, flat earthers are growing at an exceptional rate that even Republicans, like I think it was Matt Gaetz, was yelling at fucking YouTube representative, and he wasn't. And mind you, the entire time, the whole conversation, whether it was shadow banning or fucking censoring the conservatives, and the first thing that came out of his fucking mouth that both Democrats and Republicans agree, what are you doing with the flat Earth? It's one of the most well searched, well looked up topic. What are you doing about misinformation? And I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
Like, I thought you were conservative and you worry about conservative shadow banning. And here you are all both in agreement about flat earth. It just means that they're playing a game different from us. And that's all that is. Look at all the fucking movies, like 2012, disaster movies, and Day After Tomorrow. You know who's the first motherfuckers to get to safety into the Ark? Are them. The senators go, their families go, and we're all left. And mind you, that entire movie with John, I think it's John Cusack or something like that, is The Day After Tomorrow or 2012. Everyone was still living their lives normal while these assholes were going into the Ark. And then once we started seeing one catastrophe from the other, it was over. They didn't even let us know yet, like, this week is your last week to ever live on this earth before the disaster, or tell people go to a high place in the mountains to fucking live. No, they let us all die. It's like, and that's the shit they will do. Like, we're not on the same team.
I mean, you sound like upset about that though a little bit. Maybe I'm wrong, but like they don't owe us anything. They didn't birth us. You know what I mean? So like we should just automatically assume all the time that they're out to fuck us. And when I say fuck, I mean fornication under the consent of the king. You know what I mean?
No, I understand that, but like America was originally a constitutional republic until 1842, and those fucking devils took over. All right, and that's
I mean,
the
that's just what
issue.
they tell us. So we don't really even know if anything they see. You know, like we weren't there. Like really, dude. This whole thing could be such a.
Yeah, Saints, you're breaking up. You're roboting. Give him a minute. Yo, Saints.
Oh my bad. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Just let you
Sorry
know, for the
about that.
last minute, I couldn't hear you for shit. All right, go ahead, man.
Sorry about that. I went outside because I gotta go to the store. But what do you call it? My thing goes from like house wireless just to the whatever. You know what I mean? Oh, okay. So all I'm saying is like um I really don't think there's any right or left or red or blue or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that, the whole thing's a paradigm, and like I think our history has been, we've been so diluted into thinking like basically like this. Like, how do we know what happens in any other country anywhere, or even anywhere that we don't actually witness it? Do you know what I mean? Like, dude, I've thoroughly researched what they do with the crisis actors, and they could set it up even up to a year before an event. Have they set up people to go and work in menial jobs and get, take college classes and join fraternities. Also, people who aren't part of it can just, retell the story. Oh, with conviction too. I knew that person. That one wasn't fake. I went to school with this person. Dude, these people are good, bro. They set
Yeah,
that stuff up. You know what I mean?
but hear me out. When it
Yeah,
comes
yeah.
to history, there's still a lot of fucking good soul historians fucking telling truth. Like I used to be a big avid of World War II until I sat down, just like with the Globers, and that's when I went far into the rabbit hole and found out who were the bad guys and who were the good guys and who were getting tricked and misled and all that shit. And then when you find out all that stuff, it explains like who are these people are in control, why they do, and that they're the ancient enemy and all this other shit. And every time people wake the fuck up, they're the first. Everyone else. That's why you have these revolutions. Like same thing with our Independence Day in America and stuff like this. And there are a lot of people that know this. There are like a lot of people that know that these motherfuckers who are in the mainstream are liars. Like if they told me, yo, eating pizza is unhealthy, I'm gonna get me a pie, because I already know off the bat they're too dumb to actually ever utilize the opposite syndrome. Like if they tell you other, they expect you to do the different.
I think you're
Yeah.
making a bad mistake by ever assuming that they're dumb, bro.
No,
Never
no, no.
ever assume.
No.
You know what I mean?
I'm not making a mistake that they're not dumb. It's like what we call glowies, man. We're told from the longest that the FBI and the CIA are these smart motherfuckers, but they get caught red-handed all the time. All the
Okay,
time. They're not.
but that's
They're
it.
not smart.
That's what they want you to think, though, bro. Like
No,
Epstein,
you're.
or like, do you see what I'm saying?
No, you're overthinking it, because they think that we're too dumb and too mild to do anything, and that's the truth to it. We're too mild.
Bro, these people are your adversaries with your worst interest in mind. All I'm saying is it's much safer and much more prudent to overestimate them than to ever just say like they're dumb and they're stupid. Even they may be. I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying like you should have some type of like respect for them the same way you would have respect for like something that is very powerful. It could take you out, and it's only by the grace of our Creator that they haven't just murked us. Do you see what I'm saying? But like,
yeah, but
I don't know. I think it would be smarter to think they have more capability than they do than to underestimate. You know what I mean? Better to have it not need it than need it not have it. That's
Yeah,
all
but
I'm saying.
I know what you're saying, and I know you're saying in good well. It's like this: if you think they were on ball, on point, just like a high powered supervillain, that they were planning on this, they wouldn't be getting caught with their pants down every fucking time, being on a laughing stock. Like, look what's going on.
That's
What?
the thing is,
Hold on, hold on one sec.
bro.
Yeah, but
They're
look,
not really doing that.
look at this. Trump got fucked over with the whole declassified files, right? And
But
then
none
look
of that's real. That's not
First of all,
real.
it's just being used as a weapon. But then
No, bro.
the second you have Biden get caught with it 3 times, and then they're like, oh yeah, no FBI raid or anything. They're going after Trump.
Wait. Let me give you an example. I know everything you're going to say. I've heard it. I've heard it so many times, and I'm
Oh,
not
okay.
knocking it. Just to hear me out, though. I'm gonna give you the equivalent of what you're doing. You can take it however you want, but like, let's say you're standing outside Paramount Studios, right?
Uh-huh.
And Arnold Schwarzenegger, he just got done. You know, he put in his 8 or 12 hours or however many hours, you know, on the set of Terminator. You know, it's a wrap. You know, they got what they needed for the day. You know, he puts on his street clothes. He's going home. You know, go hump on his chick or maybe take his kids out to eat or whatever tickles his fancy, right? And you're following him and you're going, say hasta la vista. Like he's gonna say hasta la vista, and this dude's like, dude, I'm not even at work. Like that, what? And like you, but not you, but the way people are, they're like, oh, do the Terminator line, do the Terminator line. And as he's like just shopping in the store and shit, we're like, you know, hyping it up. All the people around were like, you know,
Hold on. Are you
perpetrating
saying?
the disrespect.
Hold on. Time out. Time out. Are you
Yeah.
saying that Trump is part of the system?
No, I'm saying everything that we see them do, whether it's a folly, like they fall on their face and they look so stupid, or like they threaten to like put away, like if I were elected, you'd go right to jail. Yeah, right. Like, dude, you really think that like where like Biden's son is just slipping up with a laptop and crack, like every single thing
Yes.
is them putting in
Yes.
their hours in front of a camera, bro.
Listen. That's why you're telling me not to underestimate them, but you're overhyping them as well. Like I said, these guys are dumb as shit. They come from rich families. Like I've said, I worked at a university for rich kids, and I could tell you so many times working there that they're that fucking dumb. Unlike, you know, when we were talking about street smarts, right? You know, having the intelligence of surviving in the streets, knowing when someone's gonna con you, behavior, and all this other shit. They're not given that. Anytime they have a chance to learn from mistake, it's always altered for them. They don't have any intelligence or street smarts. So why do you think with Hunter Biden's laptop getting, because he's a crackhead, what do you think crackheads do? They do dumb shit one after another. That's why they kept fumbling it. Like if we look at like hold on. You look at like any of these fucking sci-fi movies or whatever, that they do clean jobs. They make sure this shit gets hidden. They make sure all this stuff gets covered. That's why like in the movies they look fucking clean. In real life they're dumb as shit. They get caught. The companies get caught. Fucking recordings, bro. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You're overhyping them, and I'm a
Bro,
disagreement.
I'm really sorry that you think that way. I completely
Same here,
disagree.
man. Yeah.
With all due respect, though, bro, all my research, bro, leads me to believe that every single thing you see any of these people do, whether it's good or bad, or make them look stupid or smart or whatever, is all an act. It is all scripted. They are just following a role, and when they punch out, bro, they go home and they do whatever human things they do. Either that or they're drunk. But I don't think any of that's like you're not gonna ever see somebody slipping like that on the news, and it's just not real, bro. It's just they're painting a picture, bro. That's all I'm saying. But you know,
But do you think everybody can be controlled, or do some people be like, "Fuck that, I'm not doing what you say"?
Yeah, I'm in a, like I said.
I'm gonna cut out my internet. I'll be back in 15 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, like I was saying to him, man, like I don't believe everything is like super fucking scripted. Like every fucking thing you see on media, like, and again, it's like I was talking to a few people, like if all these branch families were working in unison, like one big club, you know, there's a reason why if the more you study on the occult, you'll start noticing that there's multiple different types of Freemasons. There's multiple different types of secret fraternities. There's multiple different types of Satanists, and they don't work together. They know each other. They might work in the same club, but each of them are vying for their own fucking power, right? They're not fully there. When Klaus Schwab was talking about like the World Economic Forum and the New World Order, and as soon as that shit didn't work up, he had 3 other families, including George Soros, calling Klaus Schwab a fucking idiot for trying to initiate that, and he would have done it different. They're all working on their own thing. They'll if anyone ever like plays Warhammer Fantasy, a good description of them are like fucking Skaven, right? A Skaven will always betray a motherfucker. Even though if they ever the old mythos was if they all work together, they can clap all the races, but they don't. They are constantly stabbing each other before anything comes in fruition, and that's exactly what you see. They're constantly fucking each other over for power. You know, like that's why Trump, compared to all the other presidents, have never gotten so much hate from the media. You know, And you could see that from there. Like all the other former presidents, even Bush and Obama and
That's
Clinton.
why I think he's real. I don't think he's scripted. I really think it's real because why
Yeah.
would he expose everybody like that? And why would he get so much hate and stupid attacks unless it was really real, you know?
Yeah, and you look at the Jan 6 bullshit. You see news media. We all know the news media is scripted because it's owned by 6 families. We know that there was a video out there showing all the news medias reading from the same script. Like, they're different stations. We know this.
Dude, January 6th was a perfectly legal protest, and it was not violent. That's what we all need all the time. And for anyone to say otherwise is either stupid or are controlled, or they're
Well,
or the ones that are peddling the propaganda.
yeah, but here's this though. And I agree with you. Here's even a funny thing. And this is where this is where I could determine when someone's fucking smart or not. They tell you if someone believes in Jan 6 being fucking real and that Trump incited violence. All right, what happened to Nancy Pelosi, Maxine Waters, AOC, Chuck Schumer when they were talking about fucking if I was you, I'd burn the cities to get justice. I'll murder anyone that disagrees with you. The only way you can resolve this is by chasing them and following down violence. All of them incited violence, and to this day, they still go Antifa's an idea, the burning of the cities and the killing of thousands of people, and also, since black people were so important, destroying of black businesses are completely. So what happened to those things, right? So that's why there's a line in the sand. Like if you're a Democrat and liberal, like I'll still try to be respectful, but if I see you believing in any of these fantasies, I'm fucking done. I don't even want to talk to you because you're completely NPC, man. You're not living in reality. Look what's going on with Ukraine and Russia. There's so many poll data. I have friends in the military that they keep throwing poll data. Like they keep asking the soldiers, "How would you feel about going to war with Russia? How would you feel to go to war with Russia?" Like nobody wants to go to war with Russia. Fuck you. Like whatever happens to Ukraine, that's their problem, not mine. But yet we're dumping hundreds of billions of dollars to that fucking shithole country. That's fucking ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
Well, one narrative which may not be true is that if Ukraine gets into Putin's hands, he's going to expose Biden's family and all these motherfuckers who are dealing money laundering through corrupt Ukraine.
Oh, he already had it with the biolabs. Like, first of all, if Russia was doing biolabs in fucking Canada and there were weapons grade biolab, you bet your fucking ass America would be invading Canada to shut those fucking things down. And it's the same thing going on with Ukraine. Ukraine had 21 biolabs, and here's the funny narrative. They kept saying, no, Russia's bad, Russia's bad. Those biolabs were nothing but toothpaste and dental and medical thing. Okay, then about a week later, the same bitch comes up on TV and says, hey guys, Russia went into these biolabs and they might use those bioweapons against us. Hold the phone. Do you not think that everything you're saying is not recorded and like saved and archived? Like last week, you said there were just toothpaste and dental and health products. Like Russia was bad. What's going on? Now you're telling me there were actual biolabs with actual bioweapons? That's kind of fishy, ain't it? That's why I'm talking about how incompetent the fucking side is. They're not this all powerful Illuminati that they want us to believe. They're a bunch of rich people who swear up and down they don't think that there's other smarter people out there in society that can challenge them, and they're getting uncovered one after another. Like the fucking Pizzagate thing. They want you to believe that's not real, but then the journalist that was telling everyone that Pizzagate's not real ends up being a pedo. Then the guy that was saying no, it's not. The pizza owner's like, oh, it's not a real thing. That's just a bunch of things. He gets arrested for fucking sex trafficking and pedophile. Then everyone else is like, wow, like how can that be? So I don't know. I think 2023 is going to be like the crux of us. Everyone kind of just getting on page, and it's going to be an entire revolution to get these assholes out of our country. It's going to be one thing after another for sure. And so I think it's going to be a golden age for a lot of scientists and a lot of doctors, because it's us throwing the pharmaceutical company out, us really learning which medicines actually fucking work, which foods would actually taste without it being GMO'd or fucking chemistry. Like I remember the cause of obesity is like because we're nutritionally starved. right? Because the food that we are eating doesn't have any nutrition. That's why we're always hungry, even though we just ate like fucking 3 Big Macs.
That's a good one, bro. That's a good point. Lack of nutrition makes us eat more, and we're eating like carbs, shit, and candy and sodas, and we get fat.
Yeah, like there's like I posted a video over here in the chat, which I went when I was arguing with the doctor. It's like the guy's telling me like, you know, we're over there trying to figure out like, you know, he's a PhD and he's gonna, you know, get his master's for kicks and giggles after his son comes out of school. This is what he told me. And I told him, yeah, there's a guy already with no medical license, no medical degree, who cured cancer, AIDS, and all the uncurable diseases. He says bullshit. So I posted a video. Dr. Serby, who was just a blue collar worker working on frigates, went and had some stomach problems, got some healing from a medicine man, decided to devote his life into medicine and helping people. And you think, oh, okay, that's kind of crazy. And then he got so famous at curing people that celebrities go and use him instead of a doctor or Hollywood doctor. And that when the FDA decided to sue this guy for playing doctor because he wanted to put doctor on him, he needed a bunch of patients before and after diagnosis, with the after diagnosis showing cure. So he asked his former patients to come up and help him against in the Supreme Court. And guess what? 76 people showed up of him curing AIDS, cancer, brain tumors, Alzheimer's, every type of chronic diseases that we don't have a cure for. And he used alkaline dietary and herbs that you can get out of the fucking ground. And it just tells you that the pharmaceutical companies and medicine alone is nothing more than a scam.
Where did you post this video?
It's in the chat. You should see it in let me go ahead and look for it again. Current live stream text. Is it live stream text? Because I know I posted in the chat. Let me go look for this. Give me 1 sec.
Can you repost it, please? I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. I'll do that right now.
Obviously, when there's financial incentive, you know, and you have these corporations which are by design money hungry, you know, they're gonna push their agenda. They're gonna push their medicine with harmful side effects because they can, because the FDA allows them to. They're gonna, you know, push their vaccines and medicines.
They posted it.
Who cares if they're gonna help anybody? But they just need to sell. They need to sell your fear, create the fear, create the solution, and then sell it to you. There you go.
Yeah, exactly. We're all prisoners. That's the shit that most people don't understand. The only difference is we are now finally found the fence, and that's information. For the longest time, we never was able to understand where the bars are, right? Because we're always testing for freedom and we're always trying to figure things out. And then now we know where the bars are. We now know where the fence is. You know, as creatures that wants to roam free, we're now seeing that anytime we look into this shit, we're either called a flat earther, a fascist, a Nazi. You know what's the most funny?
Video.
Yeah, which that's true. If you know the funny thing is, I got called Nazi so many fucking times.
Where's the video?
The video is posted in live stream text under my name. You got it? Yeah, like I was saying before, you know, and they love to use that word Nazi and stuff like that, and then until you find out what the fuck's going on, and they're like, "Oh no, you can't talk about that. You can't talk about that. Why? Why do I have to? Why can I not talk about this?" And then you start looking more into to different types of wars in history, and you're like, "Wow, things aren't adding up." You know, and you want to talk about like, you know, insulin, vaccine, medicine. The military government used to test chemicals on their own soldiers. And then when they eventually get caught, like, oh yeah, sorry, I'll do a settlement. And that's the end of it. You know? So the fact that, like, why would they lie? Well, you have a travesty of governments committing genocide, murder, and experimentation for several decades. There's never been a decade that the government hasn't killed or maimed or murdered groups of individuals. You know, that's why I think like when we start getting access to those continents, or we finally get access in Antarctica, tons of people are going to want to start exploring things. I guarantee
Dr.
that.
Sebi.
Yeah, Dr. Sebi.
Is he still alive?
Nope, they killed him.
When did that happen?
Fuck do I know? I think in the 90s or early 2000s. Shit, they even killed the a young girl from a musician that wanted to do a documentary of him. She died from a car accident. Then later on, after all this was done, there was a black artist who wanted to do a documentary of it because he knows Dr. Sebi's son and stuff, and he somehow also died from a car accident. So yeah, they kill him, man. Just like anytime someone makes a hydraulic engine, they somehow commit suicide.
Perfect way to get disappeared or killed is to create a water engine or to cure cancer and AIDS.
Yep. Just one of those two, because you're going after their source. Because once you can cure people, you know, you're fucking fine. Look what's going with Monsanto with the seeds. The only best place to buy farm seeds with their patent is them, and they have a contract that once you take their seeds, you're obligated to buy more seeds. You can't use some of the seeds that you bought to plant more crops. So they fucked us over in food and
They got a
all this other shit.
control on the seeds. They got a monopoly on that lockdown. Testing 1 2 3.
We're still here. I don't know where Death
Did
Bringer went.
that other Glober dude leave?
From before,
Back.
yeah.
Mike disconnected.
Yeah, are you talking about coffee converter?
Yeah.
Yeah, he messaged in the chat that he's in bed listening.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like I said, like the more you look into a lot of these videos and stuff like that, and I know like this channel and this server, you know, they talk about like, you know, about like a lot of the Globers come here, and I gotta say, for a coffee converter, since now I know he's listening, Yeah, he sounds a very earnest person. There's a few people out here that in the server that are on the Globers that are just conflictive. You know, they're always argumentative. They don't listen, and they're just like I like to consider like them leftoid soy jacks that just come here, inflate their ego because they really don't have much of a personality, and the only personality they have is to make themselves look smarter than the person they're arguing with to kind of inflate that ego of theirs. But I give it a coffee. Like he came in, he asked questions. You know, he has his own thing. You know, and he's willing to learn and change his views if something kind of like hits concrete. And I can respect that. But for a lot of the other Globies that I've seen in the server, they're nothing more than like shills. Like I really do believe that NPCs, eventually erode whatever soul they have, and they just constantly just spewing this nonsensical shit. Like I don't know if Austin's listening, but some of the people you've debated in modern day debates, it's just been so fucking cringe. Like you would throw like one piece of information, and I'm listening to it, and these idiots would just argue on like authority or something else, or it's just so nonsensical. It's like it becomes like a boring debate.
Did you
And
watch
like,
the one from earlier tonight?
no, I didn't get a chance. I was working. Anything
That guy was
new?
obnoxious. The most obnoxious fucking debate ever.
Yeah, I figured it's always been the same thing. It's these these YouTubers that are Globers say the same shit. They circle jerk and sniff their own asses like a bunch of dogs, and they don't even want to argue on the basis of evidence or observation. None of that stuff. So that's why I always think it's wasted time because all they're trying to do is like, hey, you saw how I was telling that flat earther he was wrong, and I put believe in the science. Like I was even wearing my Neil deGrasse Tyson shirt, and that told him.
This guy was annoying in a whole new way. Actually, he just kept laughing at the idea that anyone would think it's flat because his friend owns a company that puts satellites into space.
Oh,
Yeah,
this one.
little tiny ones, the little tiny ones that you can work on a project at school and pay all the money and get them to put it in space for you. Then you can see it tracks, so you think it's up there going orbiting. That was his whole premise. Like, I know somebody, I have a friend, and they put the CubeSats up there, so it must be real. It's ridiculous to think that they would not, that all the science behind that would be completely fake.
Yeah, it's always that bullshit. I remember there was a radio show where when I was going through the cases of looking for debates that kind of changed my mind. And I remember there was a flat earther versus this Earth dude, globe Earth dude, and he's on a station. And the first thing these guys are like, "I've been to space. Have you?" Well, I don't think you went to space. Maybe you were misled or something. But I'm arguing on observation and evidence and stuff. Well, I'm an astronaut and I'm not a liar because that's what you're doing. You're calling me a liar. I'm not calling you a liar. I'm arguing on the cases that, say, if you did went to space. Well, could you explain these formulas in this way? Well, no, because right now I'm not here to argue that. I'm just telling you that I went to space and you're wrong. And I thought that was the most dumbest fucking argument. That's why I think some of these debates are funny because it does it for the people with a brain when we see these arguments, it definitely starts pointing out that maybe this side isn't that smart. Maybe this side isn't intelligent.
Which side?
The Globers.
Oh well, no, it's a different type of intelligence, right? I mean, that's the thing. That's why I think that I always say that when you call someone a rocket scientist or you say, "Oh, I'm no rocket scientist," that was a joke from the start because that's the perfect specimen that they want, right? Because a rocket scientist, he's smart enough to build a rocket. He's just not intelligent enough to realize it never goes to space.
Yep. That's why I think 2023 is definitely going to be a very interesting year.
Yeah, sometimes when we're in these circles, it seems like it can't last much longer. But I thought it was going to be over. As soon as I figured it out, I thought this isn't going to last long. Everyone's going to realize it. I might as well tell people, right?
Yeah.
And here I am 7 years later.
you know, my thing is like we're like you look at the news media, you look at a lot of things, everything is deteriorating at such a hyper rate, right? You know, you even look at the birth rate. There was this magazine article, right? That was talking about by 2030, almost 86% of women will be single and having financial problems. And you go, okay, let me look at this article. It was posted 4 times. And you go, the first thing it does is blames men for its inequality and unable to like get more money and not able to go to college more. And it just tells you that the majority of men, like the entire world is changing. Like the majority of men notice that colleges are no more than a waste of time. You know, the shit that they put out there, the education, it's not that great. I might as well go to trade school, be a blue collar work, and sustain myself. So even this whole entire matrix is falling apart piece by piece, and you can look at it the more you search in different criterias. Like I was at an office party one time, and you know, I had to do a little job, and I remember one time I said, "Yeah, I believe the Earth is a realm or flat," but this is definitely not what NASA said. 6 years ago, I definitely would have got laughed at. But everyone was like, "Yeah, man, I can agree with that, man. NASA,
Yep.
something's wrong with that place." I had like 8 people out of
Totally
like
different
10, like
Yep.
completely agree.
Even almost a year ago, it would have been different, right?
Uh-huh. Like, yo, look at Tinder right now. People are putting for pure blood. I don't know if you know that meme, but now Tinder is like, no, I need pure blood, pure sperm, because everyone now knows that something's going on with that shit. Even the blood banks ain't gonna take it from them. So more and more people are getting that shell shock waking up. I go to Reddit sometimes, as much as cancerous that shithole is. Even the people over there at the r/science, they're finally revealing, you know, they're finally getting a taste of their own medicine that they finally been, you know, everyone else was telling them, like, you guys are wrong, don't do this, don't listen to these scientists, do your own research. And now they go like, I feel like an idiot, I feel like I want to die. I saved those posts, those shits were funny as hell. So many people are yeah, it's gonna be sad, so many people are gonna off themselves because they believe so much into this bullshit. But for those that survived and persevere, it's just Tuesday. Can you imagine? We find out that the Earth might be hollow, that the German Reich is still around, the UFOs flying are fucking Germans, that, you know, we live in a fucking world that we've never went to the moon or this. Like the word scientists and astronomers and doctors, I've said this before, and I'm a big believer. These words are going to lose their major impacts. Like they're going to change the wording for doctors and scientists. They're going to probably call themselves alchemists and apothecaries. They're going to find some new fancy word because people aren't going to have no trust for none of those subjects. That is a for sure fact. Did anyone see that video where people are reporting about 2 suns in the sky or 2 big lights?
When?
Yeah, there's been a few TikTok videos in a few places in Saudi Arabia, some parts of America and North America where you could see 2 sources of light that clearly looks like 2 suns.
Post it.
Yeah,
I didn't see it. What kind of work do you do?
Mostly building management, working, maintenance, electricity, plumbing.
Okay, you said office party, so I thought.
Yeah, I one time was working at that at the time before the coof. That was kind of like the end of that one.
Yep. Did they require you to get the jabby jab to stay?
Yep. And I refused. And now I told everyone, don't take it. It says experimental. Don't do it. And then all of a sudden,
Have you talked to any of those people now? Are they upset?
yeah, they're
Keep in
upset.
touch?
One of them, yeah, one of them was my boss, and he was more worried that I was gonna go like, I told you so, like that sense of pride, you know, because he kept telling me I was wrong, I'm an idiot. I never used it on him attacks on him, but you know, even
so
when
your boss admitted it, he's upset about it.
yeah, big time.
Oh.
You know, like I should have listened to you. Like, dude, why would I go out my way to hurt you? You know, I haven't said anything negative to you. You've said all these things to me in front of everyone. And I told you on the last day, stay safe, be good. Like, seriously,
Was
don't
it
take
his
it.
decision, or was he forced to fire you, or was he forced to require you?
He was forced to
Was it his
terminate
decision
me.
to have He was forced to. Okay, yeah.
No, he was forced to. Like he went out his bat to fucking tell the like HR, like, you know, it shouldn't be a requirement. Like it's a 98% survival rate.
Okay.
Like,
Think
yeah.
how guilty you'd feel if like you just went along with it and you like made that, you know, policy for your workers and you didn't have to.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people are starting to see that. Like over here in the East, like we fired all our nurses, and this is the thing I brought up. Like a lot of nurses used to argue with me. I have a lot of friends that nurses, and I like I said, like during the that time period, you guys were unsung heroes. Everyone said you were a hero. People were lending you RVs and shit, right? Yeah. But when you didn't want to take that jab,
They were dance stars too. Go
yeah,
ahead.
and when you didn't take that jab, now you're fucking villains. How dare you? How dare you
Right.
put my life on the line? Like, wow.
It's crazy. It's like Armageddon in slow motion. Vaxageddon in slow motion.
Yeah.
You know, because a lot of people still have no idea.
Nope.
All the things you're saying, and that whole thing with the football player. I guess we shouldn't talk about this much more, but
Yeah.
yeah, football player. You know, and that was weird too, because that was like that's another thing. Like you were talking earlier about, you know, how much things are scripted, but this does seem it was like actually scripted for him to go down, and it wasn't even it was all an act. So they could clog the headlines with this thing about this NFL player that supposedly had a heart attack, and all the headlines now you're gonna scroll through Google pages after Google page, you know, and that's all gonna be about him with his heart attack, and he had a previous heart condition, so it's a perfect plan. You have somebody with a previous heart condition that has this happen, then anything else you read, oh, he must have had that previous heart condition. Right.
Yeah, and that's what I want to tell is like, dude, I've seen so many fucking banners drinking apple juice or little kids playing outside, playing video games, reading a fucking book, driving a car, sitting down for 30 minutes, are all leads to heart attacks. You know, they're
Yep.
trying to make up every little fucking thing. Breathing too fast can give you a heart attack. It's normal for little kids to
Breathing
have
too
heart
fast.
attacks.
Oh my god.
You know, let's not forget
Lisa Marie Presley just died of a heart attack.
Yeah,
yesterday.
Justin Bieber had a stroke. You know, his whole face was paralyzed. And you know, here's another funny thing. Like, while you have big ol' you know, Pisa went and bought all the heart medication companies and all the was it heart disease studies. They just bought it up. Boom, big time. That's it. So now they have a full monopoly of all the heart medication. You know, not only did they cause the illness, now they're going to be the subscriber to the treatment. And no one saw nothing wrong with that. You know, it's like, yeah. Like the same way Bill Gates is like, yo, I'm against meat. I don't want people eating red meat. Well, this asshole's eating red meat in front of you. That's why he has that preggy belly. And then at the moment he's trying to fucking buy all the farmland and put bug farms. Like, I don't want to eat bugs. Well, you're gonna have to, because there's nothing left.
Right.
And the United States, we had 22 food processing plants go up in fire. Like, anyone tells you from the military branch, that looks like something is attacking us.
Yep.
But hey,
it's just
conspiracy.
under the rug too.
Yeah.
It was actually reported, but it wasn't like a mainstream headline. But it was reported that these things happened. But I mean, it wasn't like an alarming thing that these happened all in a row. Like it was a total fucking, you know, manipulated food crisis here we got going on.
Yeah. LGBT is trying to pass pedophile as a gender. I've been saying it for 6 years, and now it's coming true. I told a few of my gay friends a long time ago, like there's going to be a time and place where you're going to have a line in the sand, because if you don't stop these assholes from taking over your community, it's going to be 1938 Germany. And they were like, no, it's not going to be like that, Def. Like, I'm telling you, as someone who's been studying history nonstop like a fucking addict, we're literally repeating every step of the way of Germany. And no one's going to fucking like it. And you know, the funny thing is, the one person I expected to actually see this shit coming was Jordan Peterson. And he's been slowly mouthing that shit off by trying to get remove tribalism out of like anyone that's white or black. Like, you know, and he thinks he's slick about that shit, but it's not. And people are seeing it as it is. Like, Antifa existed in Germany. You know, that's where they originated from. You know, the transgender thing, that was also in Germany. It was coined by John Money, forcing two adopted twins to fuck each other, committed the surgery at 18, and then forced them to fuck each other again, and then eventually died. And this is where that foundation of that
Wait,
program.
what? What?
Yeah,
Okay, so they were forced to fuck each other as their
a
original
psychiatrist.
sex, and then
Yeah,
forced to fuck each other as their opposite sex. Is that
yeah,
what you're saying?
yeah,
That's
yeah.
crazy.
And mind you, they're trying to tell us this. That foundation of study is pinnacle about gender. Like, hold on, you got a psychiatrist that adopted two boys, right? Yes. He sexually abuses them, and they're like, no, he didn't sexually abuse. He experiment. He sexually abused these children all the way to their fucking life's end, forcing them to have sex. And God knows if those two boys didn't want to do it, what did he do to fucking spur them, right? And you're
Who is
telling me
this?
that John Money,
What's the name?
John Money, yeah,
And spelled like money or spelled differently?
yeah. Let me give you the link to it.
All right, that's crazy. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, this is
So
the
he,
name.
so
Yeah, he had a. Let me get this. Yeah, John Money. Anyhow, you can look up more into it. I don't know how much Google's going to censor it. You may have to use DuckDuckGo. But as far as it goes, it literally explains that he took these two kids, and this is where the transgenders would get this whole, yeah, there's this, it was in psychology. It's been there for a long time. That's why you'll hear the LGBT. And I've educated my gay friends before. Anytime someone tells you in ancient Greek gays were allowed, don't say that to an historian. They will bring up multiple Greek laws and incidents that it didn't end well. So it's like it was always frowned upon in ancient times, and it got worse when pedophiles started grabbing little kids, and they decided to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and they start massacring. History repeats itself. Every certain amount of years, gay community stirs up, or certain groups get a little power, and once they cross the line, they get all wiped out or kicked out. It's just one of the two. And now he's seen it too. You know, I've talked to a few conservative friends and stuff, and they're off the bat says I removed all my gay friends. I completely eliminate them. You know, it's going to be the down the road. Either you support pedophiles or you don't. That's where that war is going to start. I was like, yeah, I can see that.
Wow. Do you think Trump's going to be back in office?
I don't know what the fuck's going on. Like,
I do. I'm gonna call it right now. He's gonna win 2024.
we know he's going to win, but the problem is, look at what's going on with the midterms. Like, they stole the election again, right? Look at Carrie Lake in Arizona. She brought him to court.
That's one thing we can't say about the election stuff, by the way, too.
Oh, okay. Well, they stole that monopoly, right? Clear as day, right? And you know, unless they could fix this shit. Now, I don't know about the QAnon thing. I've been redoing research. I'm still 50-50 on it because there's a lot of coincidence that don't make sense. Things
I
that
think
don't
that's
add up.
controlled opposition.
I thought so that too. Look, like, bro, I thought that so too, right? Like, again, remember, like I said, I'm a guy that kind of observes everything. But the more evidence I have, like, you know, like the 200 proofs, like the Earth is like, you know, not a globe. Well, there's 200 proofs about QAnon being real, and that's where it got me like thinking, yeah, it looks like it is. But the problem is, I don't know what the fuck the military is doing. Like, at this point, if they're gonna commit a military coup or whatever, then fucking do it. Stop waiting this guy to destroy half America to the point that it's not gonna be repairable.
Look,
Like,
once I tell you they arrested Obama and Clinton and Harry and Tom Hanks, then you gotta know. Then you got like, come on.
yeah, I'm in agreement with that too. But guess what happened? If I can post a video right now here on the link about John McCain being sentenced to death by the military, and a news reporter, I think from CNN, says it's not been that long since John McCain was put to death. Now, what the news generally said that he had a brain tumor, and the moment he stopped taking treatment for it, he died the next week. You know, and everyone's like,
What was he supposedly put to death for?
for starting his own secret war over there by supplying weapons to Al Qaeda and ISIS, and he was trying to get a weapons dealer here in America, a licensed weapons dealer, to take the fall for him. But little did he know that that weapons dealer had all the information, recorded every interaction, and they were trying to say, no, he smuggled the weapons, he did this, and he had a good one hell of a lawyer. And that's when the military found out that John McCain was supplying weapons to terrorists, and they went and put him to death.
Hey man, from what I can tell, it seems like the people who have access to the script, they're kind of like just leading this QAnon movement.
Plagiarism.
I think it's like Mossad or something. Like whoever has access to the script, they just kind of like make these associations, because they definitely were like people that were, you know, in the Air Force One, in the White House, like they have access to military information, like, but it appears that they're just trying to waste everyone's time, because they're not bringing forth any new information. That they come with like talking about stuff that happened like decades ago. You know, like, oh well, this is all new information. It's not really. They're just fucking trolling people, long troll.
Well, here's this my take, right? And this is something that it affects all flat earthers anyway. Like during the last 10 years of like, and I was into conspiracies before I got into flat earths. Again, conspiracy was a fringe subject. You know, something like they always make mockeries with the tinfoil hat and alien jokes and all this other shit. Even though you can talk about military operations like false flag, paperclip, high jump, you name it, right? But the moment QAnon got on board, I have seen more people, boomers of all ages and everyone else, who now understands that Hollywood is an evil cabal of pedophiles. They understand about the goblins controlling the banks. They understand about the mass migration is a secret great replacement. They know about the Great Reset. They're more awake than they've ever been awake for the last 10 years. And all this was from QAnon. That's the shit. Yeah, and that's the shit. That's why when a lot of people dismiss QAnon, but then the power that QAnon did to the American people, waking them the fuck up.
Hang on. Let me respond. Look.
Go ahead.
When you want to pass a lie off, you put mostly truth, but then some lies. The same shit they did in education. Same shit they're doing in the news media. There's a lot of truth, but then there's some lies, right?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying though, right? But you have to understand this. It goes with the occult movies. Like you look at Tom Cruise when they made the movie Eyes Wide Shut, right? You know, showing about the occult and Hollywood and stuff, right? And we know the occult exists. There's plenty of victims that came out about it, the satanic, the rituals, and then they got killed off, right? And that's the thing. A lot of the people who saw these movies as occult information packets get laughed at. But now, when you have QAnon people watch these dirty Hollywood movies, they now know it's just brainwashing programming. They know it's occult messages. So they're on board about getting rid of Hollywood. They're on board about the gay agenda. So even though they're lies, you're breaking your own matrix to mislead them. Like they had a good matrix. If they'd never brought up the QAnon, the supposed elites, then they would have had everyone still dumb. You know, it'd only be flat Earth. You know, that's why I'm saying the QAnon thing, I don't want to dismiss it completely because there's something to it, you know? So I'll post the 200 proofs of Qs just like how I did with like Eric DeBay, and make your own decision. You know?
All right, go ahead. You guys say what you're gonna say.
No, go ahead.
All right.
You guys.
I mean, I was part of the whole Q thing from like literally like the first day. It started out as like an organic thing, and it got co-opted. So it was essentially the sentiment that it was basically like the end of like the Pizzagate kind of thing. Like there was the sentiment of like, this is too corrupt. We can't turn back now. It's basically just a bunch of people on like 4chan that realized that there's no going back to the government. Like they wanted to basically escape the government because the truth is just too deep. Like there's just too much wrong. You can't fix it all. It's too corrupt. And they took this sentiment and it got co-opted and it got turned into a long troll. Like actually, Actually, we have this secret cell in the government that wants to fix all the wrongs. So you're basically telling all these people who want to escape the government to trust in government again, because trust the plan. You know, it's like not any evidence of anything. It's just a matter of they just kept like leaving these little carrots in the chat so that people who wanted to escape the government could have plausible deniability that perhaps there is a cell, you know, like a white hat movement inside the government who's going to fix everything, and to put all the trust in that. Now, I'll be honest with you, most of the people who started with Q, they fucking stopped believing it after a few weeks or a few months. All these boomers, they came in after the fact, after the 200 proofs, after all this evidence or dropping Q drops. Like, it was basically just a bunch of like censored Trump boomers that clinged on to this Q thing way after the fact that the people that were involved with Q had already like given up on it because they knew it was a psyop. But these these normies, they don't know any better. They come in going, "Oh, finally! No wonder they sidelined Trump, because there's this Q movement that's trying to fight the establishment." It's like, oh, Jesus Christ! Come on, Grandma, that's not happening.
Well, that's
That was
that's
really well said. That was
yeah.
like almost exact. That's exactly what I experienced. Because I remember the first post came out, and I was like, "Oh, okay, what's this?" And then it just got real goofy real fast.
Are
And
you saying Q is fake?
the whole plan was to sit back and trust the plan and just let the government work itself out. That was literally the plan. Kick back and read posts on fucking 4chan. That was
Yeah.
Started.
Yeah, but and the thing is this, so that's why I don't.
So let me be
Like,
clear. You don't believe QAnon,
who you're asking that?
or do you?
I don't know if you're asking me or who you're asking, but at least for me, I believe that the information is correct, because whoever was like doing the drops clearly had access to the script. Doesn't mean they were doing anything. It just means they were fucking tickling your nuts for like a few years.
Yeah, like
They were letting the steam. They were letting the steam out. That's all they were doing.
yeah, but like right now as it is, like I've said, I'm gonna put on the 50-50. I'm not like out there holding the fucking Q center or anything. But the fact is, right now as it is, you have 90,000 military personnel stationed at DC. DC's locked up. You know, this whole idea of Biden at the White House is bullshit. You know, they even show it being an entire play set. Like when they zoomed out the camera, it's a studio, right? That's why when you look at the Secretary of Press and you look out the window, it's fucking apartment buildings. And you see all this shit going down, and you're like, something is not adding up, man. Things are not making sense. And you see this media and the whole entire narrative is different. Yeah. Now, mind you, I don't know if you ever seen it. Like you saw the power plants are being attacked now, the power grid, and they're blaming it on white supremacy, and they're trying to start a race war or send ATF and FEMA to the red states. So there's a lot of weird shit going on, and clearly we're not so much into the know of what's going on. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm still an advocate for fucking Civil War. Like, if I had a choice between Civil War and QAnon, I'll take Civil War any day of the week.
Well, when they put Trump back in office, which they might do, because he's the great divider. You know, I mean, he's a perfect person. They love division, right? And he's the perfect person to divide everyone. You know,
I don't think they like him.
People either love to hate him or they love him, right? And yeah, he fits like a lot of the protocols for the Antichrist figure as well, which is crazy.
No,
so many of them.
I don't think
Not
Trump is
just like here's a perfect example of how this like
he scripted his stuff.
Like a lot of this
Go ahead.
QAnon stuff gets people confused. That last picture that you posted is Photoshop. He's pointing to a map. Somebody just photoshopped a bunch of fucking 4chan posts in there. That's not real.
Yeah, I've heard that argument too. That someone
Photoshop will get you every time.
Yeah. But no, my thing is this though. I don't think Trump's the great divider. I don't think he's control opposition. You know, clearly this is why they're so on the impeachment. This is why they're upset that people aren't following the Jan 6 thing. You had news anchors and news people fucking pissed off that no one gave a shit about the Jan 6. They were pissed off that people actually was watching congressional committees go after the FBI director saying that I can't confirm or deny that we had anything to do with these or control opposition or any of that stuff. You know, so yeah, I don't think he's control opposition. I think they're terrified. They want him impeached. They want him out, but they don't know how to go about it because they're getting told by advisors that if we arrest him, then he might be a martyr. He might lead to something that we can control. That's why you have every military guy that I've talked to said, yeah, there's tacticians and things they've talked about that it only takes 10% of the population to kind of win the war against an American government. You know, and then there's always this bullshit narrative that yeah, the American government has nukes and airplanes and tanks. We lost to two fucking to a farm and fucking goat herders. Like, you know, come on. You really think they're gonna lose to American people with guns? Yeah, they're going to lose. They're not gonna nuke cities. Most of the government administrating buildings are in blue cities. You stop sending supplies to blue cities, even in New York or fucking San Francisco, California, or any of these things, within 4 days they dry out. Majority of truck drivers are conservative. So it's not gonna work so well. That's why they keep trying to pitch this whole. And if you want to talk about great divider, fucking Biden's last speech with the whole red background out, talking about Trump supporters are fucking deplorable enemies against democracy and shit like that. You know, now that's a great divider. If you wanted to start a civil war, that guy was clear on a dot, trying to instigate it.
Yeah, I'm with you, Deathbringer.
Yeah.
Well, if they put him, if he's back in office, I'm of the mind that Trump is definitely controlled opposition. So,
Oh, okay.
I can understand why. I think that anybody that ever becomes president has got to be part of the players. He went into office, he fucked off all the Republican leaders, and still, was elected, quote unquote. I don't really think that they do it that way. I think it's definitely a master plan.
From your perspective, don't you think the people that are fighting the system that aren't a part of this, everybody 100% under lockdown? What's going on there?
You kind of cut out. What did you say?
Do you think that there aren't people fighting like that are opposed to the system like us? Or do you think everybody's on lockdown?
Dude, that's another
I
thing.
think that if you're part of the play, you're a part of the play, and you have your role, and you have to have controlled opposition. That's just the way it works. Otherwise, it doesn't work.
So if QAnon is fucking real, where was the heads up about the fucking V in the last 33 months? And where was the what was up with Trump telling people to take the V, dude? That was another dead giveaway that QAnon was just garbage.
Hey, here's a good example to that, and this is the funny thing where a lot of people miss. Even after.
Wait, right there. Look, stop right there. He said it's a choice. He said it should be a choice, is what he said. That's what he said.
Yeah,
and no other person never said that. So let's be clear what he said.
And here's the hold on. And here's the funny part to this, because a lot of people get confused. When he had COVID, the COOF, when he had that and he went to the hospital with the general doctor and all that stuff, they talked about medicine. They talked about ivermectin. They talked about hydrocortisone. He didn't take any of the because the shot didn't exist just yet. And he says, "Look, I'm better." They said everything was great. I wasn't going to die. This isn't a deadly virus. He kept telling everyone this is not a deadly virus. And most of the people that were on top, it was a 98.2% survival rate. Like the flu has a higher mortality and less survival rate than that, and you still can survive that. So anyone that took the fucking jab right after, we're gonna be dumb as fuck. Natural selection. Like how many people I've told you have the phone?
Yeah, that's
your hand.
evil. That's fucking evil.
That's not
Donald Trump. Yeah, let me finish what I'm saying, dude.
Go ahead.
If he's supposed to be a good, a white hat, a fucking wizard, why is he gonna let the people that he's supposed to be in charge of hurt themselves? That's just evil, dude.
First of all,
you need to wake up. This
No.
idea that there's gonna be some movement and that there's gonna be a civil war, dude, that's all a fucking pipe dream.
I don't think it's a pipe dream. The same way a bunch of redcoats told us the same shit. But like I've said before, and I'll say this again, Like you had the phone in your fucking hand, the most powerful search engine we ever had in our own generation, and people can look this shit up. Even Google, the first page on the third section told you CDC stats. And if you still were dumb enough to fall for that shit, even like, look, I like Trump, but I ain't not following him to hell. You get what I'm saying? I might like the dude, but I'm not gonna take everything he says as gospel. I'm gonna do my own research, and everyone had that integrity. Like if you're gonna go to the military, like, and again, I had plenty of friends that are in the military. They went like, no, I'm not taking it. And you know what they did? They told them, well, you're gonna have to do COVID treatments every time you go in the facility. Well, they're not gonna have to do that. Not everyone had got kicked out of the military. They gave you a choice that every time you go somewhere, you gotta wear a mask, you gotta get COVID tested, you gotta do this. It's tiresome, it's annoying, but you know what most of them said? Those most vacations I've ever got in my fucking life. I had 14 days here, 14 days there. Some of them had 3 months off just because they got positive for COVID. Yeah, coof. But anyhow, when it comes to the whole vax, we already knew from the pharmaceutical company that they were going to fuck that shit up. I already knew. Why would I want to trust a pharmaceutical company with mRNA and experimental? Off the bat, the moment I heard that, I ain't putting that shit in my body. And I used to argue with the people that I used to work at the office place. Like, why would you put something experimental? Isn't it 6 years is the normal minimum? Yeah. So you're going to put it in your body? Yeah. Oh, okay. And now, guess who are complaining to me now? All of them that are fucking sick. All of them with immune diseases and all this other bullshit. It's like, what do you want me to do? I fucking told you. I don't like that you're fucking dying. But what can I do, right?
Have you seen the everything wrong with the Capitol riots in 20 minutes video?
I haven't seen that. Can you post it?
Ashley Babbitt.
No, I try
send it
not
to
to
you.
watch that, dude. It gets me real emotional.
You think Babbitt was fake?
It's not emotional so much as just the Ashley Babbitt thing. Like, it was fake. Yeah, the whole thing was fake. They had agent provocateurs in place directing people. She fell onto like basically a pillow in her backpack, and then you can see them placing the blood on her, and people changing from like regular clothes to military or to security uniforms, and I mean the whole thing is obvious when you look at the video. I just sent it to you, Deathbringer.
Yeah, I saw that.
I'll send it to
I'm
you.
gonna look at it. But you know what's funny
Check it
though? They have a whole entire committee to go after fucking Trump. This is why I'm telling you, he's not opposition. They have a whole committee to go after Trump. They have a whole committee to go after all this shit. But no one's going after Antifa, the Red Rose organization. And mind you, you know what 4chan and a few other fucking smart asses were doing? They put free Wi-Fi in these places where the protest was happening. And they were able to collect tons of fucking data of who interconnected, who messaged what, who calls what. And they found out, well, this person was the ringleader. And found out that girl was the girlfriend of the guy that was in control of the Dominion. And they went and found a video within someone else's phone that he was recording saying, you guys burned the city in protest, and I will deal with the voting machines. So it's like, wow. And remember when he just disappeared when people found out that video was posted everywhere online? So that's where it just tells you, like, you didn't even have and especially Jan 6, there was a guy on January 5th talking about to run into the Capitol, and everyone says Fed. And he got removed from the wanted list, and even congressional people were asking the FBI director, why was he removed? Are you not investigating him? I can't say anything about that or deny or anything. It's like, come on, man.
Wait, who are you just talking about? Who was the girlfriend's boyfriend or whatever?
Yeah, so they found out that the guy who's one of the CEOs of the Dominion voting machines, the software.
Oh, okay.
His girlfriend was the kind of like the ringleader administrator of the Red Rose community or site, whatever the fuck you want to call it, that was kind of like in control of like Antifa for that organization chapter. So like they were using the Wi-Fi to find out who was messing what and call, and they found out that everyone was calling her mainly, and they were able to get like recorded messages and stuff like that. That's the power of free Wi-Fi. You give it that, and a bunch of fucking dumb idiots are gonna, sign in and not know that everything is recorded.
Can I make just a blanket statement real quick? Like just
Sure.
out of common sense land. I would propose that anyone that is a billionaire is probably not looking out for your best interest, regardless of who they are or what sentiment they seem to appeal to or anything. Like somebody who has become that greedy has a hand up its ass and moving it around. There's just no other way around it. You're not going to become a billionaire without someone's hand up your ass, is all I'm saying. So if
Yeah,
you think
but
they're a White House, it doesn't mean that like they're still going to have talking points. There's just no way around it.
but Trump's always been an outlier. That's the thing, and I don't think he's a politician.
Well, here's the thing, right? I'm gonna like some things I've learned. There's a lot of millionaires and billionaires out there that we can all like state like you don't get rich without being nice and merciful and shit like that. But at the end of the day, some of these millionaires are pretty well known. Like for instance, there's a guy maybe I'm seeing this Costco or BJ's, one of them. He's I think he's a multi-millionaire. But he's one of the owners. And during the recession, he went and took a cutback so that way he can keep his employees employed and stuff like that. And mind you, he didn't have to do that. He could have been an asshole and shit, but he's a conservative and stuff like that. You look at like Papa John's. You look at a lot of these millionaires, and some of them are billionaires. They at the end of the day, they are still conservative. Some of them are religious. Some of them want to be remembered something like like Ford and all the other guys out there. So there's a sense of like they want to give back, but they don't know how without making themselves look like a target. So I don't know.
It wasn't Costco because Costco sells food, and that's needed more in a pandemic.
Yeah,
What is
yeah,
BJ's?
yeah. Probably it's one of the two. But like I've said, I remember reading a story that
What is
the
what is
owner.
BJ's?
It's like Costco's, but it's like for the
Oh,
East Coast. Yeah, so I'm not sure which one was it, but I
because
remember one of
those
those
food
wholesale places.
stores are more in demand in the pandemic, right?
Yeah, yeah,
I
but
mean, restaurants closed down. Other businesses closed down, but not
yeah,
food stores.
no. I'm not talking about this recession. I remember there was another recession. I'm not sure which one that is. I'll probably look that one up. But there was a story I read that it's either the owner of Costco or BJ's that took a major cutback, just to keep everyone employed and shit like that. Which I thought that was pretty wholesome because compared to like Amazon and all these other multi-billionaires, they don't give two shits. I think Amazon's firing
Obviously, a
118,000 workers.
high percentage of billionaires are psychopaths. Obvious, right?
Yeah.
But hey, psychopaths are people too, man. It doesn't mean they're all bad.
Yeah. But who knows, man? All I know is that
there's definitely millionaires, man. I'm just saying, like when you get to the B, and then you have multiple B's, there's the hand up your ass. That's all I'm saying. I think that's a pretty safe statement. Probably not our best interest. I mean, if they have $1 billion of something, it means they're greedy enough to have $1 billion of something. I don't know anyone in this room who is so greedy that if they had $1 billion of something, they would still have it. I would probably share it, disperse it. I would be active
It's
with
like the
like
Glover said, man. It's just math.
yeah, like if I had
if you're in like if you're the president or like major influential position, especially.
Yeah, if I had $1 billion, if someone gave me $2 billion to fuck off, I'll tell you right now, I'll be off the grid with my family, live in a fucking nice, beautiful land and beautiful acres. Will I share with other people other than my family? Fuck no, I won't. But I definitely would be there, letting that money sit for the next generations. So yeah. But anyone else? Yeah, probably they'll share it.
But can you imagine the
Trump's
greed?
on the coin, right?
Hmm?
You see that Trump's on the coin, the Israeli coin. You've seen that, right?
Yeah, I've seen it, but I also I remember earlier during his presidency, Israel was praising him, and then later on they call them all fucking derogatory names and shit. Especially they used a clip of him saying, "I'm proud of my German blood," shit, and then there was another clip they had this little goblin wearing a fucking mask of Trump,
And after
and they were
all
beating
that,
on
they
him.
put them on the coin. Is that right?
Yeah.
Fucking
You know what
goblin.
I think happens is there's controllers amongst the controllers that control Trump.
Yeah,
Right?
I
So
know.
it's like
Yeah,
there's
and they're
bigger
given their
there's
own narratives too.
Yeah.
So like
yeah.
like Arnold believes in like space like like laser guns and shit, like stuff that the military has. Like, and so then to him, that is evidence that those, those aliens are real. We have this technology we got from aliens. They show them, like, oh. So then, different classes of people, they have different belief systems and they control them with their own. It's like the Masons. Every level you go up, they tell you a different truth. And like, oh yeah, we just tell that to the other guys so that we keep this truth. The next level that they, give you another answer, then another answer. And you're like, well, fuck, what's the real one?
Yeah, and that's where there's like two versions of the Freemasons, right? They test your morality at the beginning when you first sign up, and if you're really a goody two shoe, then you'll be like our good side PR guy. Like you do the little finding funny to children and stuff like that. So if some guy like me comes out there and calling Freemason a fucking cunt and all this other stuff, it's like I've never done any of that stuff or evil stuff like you said. I've helped children. My friends help children.
Yeah, and he's got the receipts.
Mm-hmm. So you're like, well, shit. But you have your own receipts, but that's why attacking them is kind of hard. Shit, most people don't remember this, but in Germany they had the red triangles and they were in the internment camps too. They labeled them that such. But like I said, history is repeating itself. It's just we're just got to be patient and see what happens, because right now they want us to get blamed for it like a race war, everyone against the whites. But no one's seen that shit. And thanks to Kyrie Irving's and Yee, the black community is more united with the American cause than fucking goblins.
Goblins?
Tiny hats.
Talking about Brazilian people.
And when Shaquille had that flat Earth rant, and I think even though he flipped back, I think that rant he had was impressive, and a lot of people heard it.
Yeah, but all those things are, even Kyrie Irving, even Ye, it's all controlled, in my opinion. I think it's all scripted.
No. Do you think 100% is controlled? Really?
I think anybody that has any kind of influence.
There's nobody fighting for us. There's no forces of good.
I think that they're allowed to do certain things because it's useful to the people that are in control of things. But
you know what I think it
is?
is?
They're going on and on. They're not put in the public's eye if they're not saying what is useful for the people that are in control.
This is what I was saying to the other guy. You're overhyping the enemy way too much. And unfortunately, I was talking to an Australian Christian one time, and we're talking about like controlled opposition and governments. They got to be a certain level that these guys aren't omnipotent gods. They're not like supreme super masters of like the occult, right? Like the more you study them and understand them, like you understand like how ignorant they are. Like for instance, I studied in occult and demonology to get an idea as to why a lot of these fucking scientists are fucking worshiping Shiva and Moloch and all this other nonsense. And even understanding like sacrificial people, right? Especially adrenochrome and children sacrifice. Like to get a full blessing from one of these dark gods, you got to give them like a child and shit like that, right? To us, this sounds nuts, but to them, they believe this shit wholeheartedly. And if you think about this nonsense, like if you're this fucking demonic god, you want a full fucking, sacrifice. But by the time you get this child sacrificed, they already beaten the shit out of this kid, raped this kid, took its adrenochrome, and then you get like leftover scraps. And there was these occult people talking, these Freemasons that were talking about the process. They were recording themselves. It says, why the fuck are we doing this? I'm not even getting no demonic blessings. I'm not feeling empowered or getting some wisdom in the world. Well, because you're already taking so much out of the sacrifice. That's occult 101. But they're so dumb at this shit. They just keep doing it over and over. They keep getting childs from the borders, and they keep sacrificing to their fucking demon god, and they're not getting any benefits. But they keep taking so much out of it. It's like that's what I'm trying to say. They're dumb, but there's also a lot of Freemasons in there that are not evil. Like they had a good family, and then they get told later on, like, hey, you're part of 23rd or 30 degrees. Your father was one, so you're gonna be in it too. And they're like, you're looking at this and like, oh shit, this is fucking nuts. So that's why a lot of these movies have some sort of truth. Like, and if they really wanted to hide this shit, based on like some sort of secret organization, CIA, suicide, stuff like that, they would have done a better job. Like the Kyrie Irvings and the way he's getting punished, the 6 demands, and they want to keep going after him because he decided to retire. and you would think he said some extreme anti-goblin shit. You look that up. He just Googled his name, which means Yahweh. Watched the movie and goes like, "Hey man, I just looked at this up. Pretty interesting." That's it. He didn't say fucking greatest movie in the world, and they went after him like a fucking dumbass, going after a bait. They co-conceived so bad that everyone woke up and saw it. And they went to the Breakfast Club. I'm gonna finish. They went to the Breakfast Club, which is a black thing, a black hip hop artist. The ADL CEO of the ADL went over there, and Charlemagne the God asked him, "Yeah, you went after Kyrie Irving's and stuff. Yeah, that's a conspiracy. We don't have power, none." But then he goes like, "Yeah, but you went after Kyrie Irving, and he's like, well, we had to make an example of him. Like we had to use all the facilities we had to make sure that there won't be another Kyrie Irving or E." That's how dumb they are. One question slipped up his whole game.
I think that there's probably so sophisticated and intelligent that part of the strategy is to convince us that they're dumb.
That's what I'm saying is that this is the thing I'm saying. I get what you're saying, and I'm not, out of due respect. It's like when you overhype the enemy so much. It's like playing a video game, and your friend tells you that this boss is really fucking hard. He lost like 1,000 times. So you're over there power grinding, over looting, over grinding. By the time you get to this boss, you fucking one-shotted him. And that's the illusion that most people fall for. They're so overhyped that they're in the top of the tops. They're the richest people in the world. They have access to everything. That we overhype these motherfuckers so much. And that's the thing. Like, all it takes is for all of us to stand the fuck up and knock these guys off the fucking table, and you see how fast it is. Look at Egypt. Egypt had a government that was tyrannical, telling people what to do, and they sent the military to go kill their people. And what did the military do? They stand down, and the people marched in and took the power and fucking kicked them out. And it just kind of just tells you that this is something they're afraid of.
The Arab Spring was funded. That was not an organic thing that happened.
Yeah, but the response
without the Arab Spring, you couldn't have all this I don't know how to put it. All the brown people going into Europe. Like without the Arab Spring destabilizing that region and then spreading out into Africa, you couldn't have the Great Replacement. That was key. Like key.
It wasn't.
I remember when the Arab Spring happened. Like what I was reading on the internet at the time was like the plan was to starve the world by like 2030.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you have all these people coming into Europe and like destabilizing modern civilization, we're just not going to be able to feed everybody anymore.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like when it came to you're putting up the Arab Spring. It wasn't just that. You had plenty of people out there from Israeli refugees pulling people from Somalia, going into Spain, going into Italy. There are boat rides that have been recorded. Almost 2,000 trips within a month of them sending mass migrations up there. And it's only funny that recently that Spaniard police started arresting these Israeli boat pilots. Oh no, you can't do this. I'm from Israel. We're refugees. No. You're bringing motherfucking migrants here. We have a rule. You can't do this shit. And they're getting arrested, and they get these nice, big, beefy international lawyers. They're coming from all different places, bro. It's not just that one area. As long as there's black people in the coastline, you'll find some Israeli bringing them in a boat, a plane, a car, a truck, you name it. Like they found in Honduras and Venezuela over there, the southern borders, the mass migration in caravans. They found the Israeli refugee programs. The people with the purple shirt, and they're definitely over there, and they were paying people to get on the fucking bus. And that's exactly what that is. Even if that Arab Spring didn't happen, they're still coming out of like 90 different places. So, the plan is, and they even said it themselves. There's videos too of says that they're going to replace all whites in Europe, and it's going to be the goblins taking over.
You guys ever heard from the books they took out of the Bible that the Negroes are God's chosen people?
You mean the Black Israelites?
Yeah, I guess that's what I don't know
Black Hebrew
necessarily.
Israelites. Yeah.
Yeah,
Huh?
so like I'm more like I said, I'm religious. I believe in the Nordic gods, gods of my ancestors, and it says in the Bible itself that the gods are the God of Hebrew. That's not our God as a European. That's the God of the Middle East. So yeah, some of the old evidence and some of the scriptures even says kind of work in tandem with them being as a prophecy. Like you'd be bound and chained and sold across the sea. You know, so who knows, mate? But definitely the Christianity is not our God if you're European.
Yeah, I would never claim to be that word Christian. Like if my friend got shot with a bullet, I wouldn't be a bullet sin. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think it's disrespectful personally, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
I'm just a born again flat earther, bro. 1491er. I mean, I'm a
Wait,
1491er.
I'm
You
so
know what I mean?
confused. Why did you say that you wouldn't be a bullet sin?
Because he died on a cross, so why would I call myself a Christian when it comes from the word cross? Call myself a bullet
you
sin or
mean
gun sin. You know what I mean?
I thought
Yeah.
Christian
I
came
don't know.
from Christ.
The word comes from the cross, though. Christ. The
Okay, I
cross.
see.
You know? Yeah. These
Well,
people are sunset worshipers, bro. And they even have the Church of Set. They do sunset rituals, like the knee on the neck in Minneapolis. That whole thing for 8:46. That was the time the sun set in Minneapolis that night, and it's the time the plane hit the first building. That 8:46 bullshit. You know what I mean? I'm just saying though.
yeah. And
David Chappelle made a movie called 8:46 where he performed at his funeral. You know what I mean? And then he claimed that he was born at 8:46. It just gets ridiculous and redundant. You know what I mean?
yeah, cult symbology, man. That's why
These are all acts.
that's why the funny thing is that the ADL went in stated that anything with like Nordic ruins or Nordic pagan worship is extremely
Yeah,
like white supremacist. Like they're against
yeah,
that,
yeah,
and it kind of just
yeah.
tells you that way.
Hey, do you believe though that the pale skin and the light colored eyes, just all the features that like that I have as being a, I don't know, whatever you call it, white, whatever, is they said that came from the fallen angels.
No.
Have you ever heard that in the books they've taken out of the Bible?
Yeah, I heard the Book of Enoch, and here's the funny thing: in the Book of Enoch, it says that when the Watchers came down and took men and women, meaning they were female angels, as their brides, and they mated with the children of God, they made Nephilims. So, and the
Yeah,
Nephilims were these monstrous giant beings or titans and stuff like that. Some were good, some were evil and shit like that. And then God had to do the flood, the deluge. So, and if you look at ancient times, like a lot of these academic mainstreams, they don't want to account that Atlantis exists, even though multiple records show that Atlantis exists, that the people out there, the Atlanteans, had conquered the entire planet, and even the Pope. This tells you when you look into more occult symbolisms, you know that they know what exactly they're saying to you. The Pope has the hat of the Dogon priest. That's one of the Atlantean priests. And when you look at a lot of the symbologies of the Pope, it's very closely related to a high priest of the Atlanteans. So that's why I was like, it's very weird that, the Pope has these different symbols versus, I don't remember Christ, wearing or doing any of these stuff,
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And
I
so,
seen this one thing today where like they show how the Pope always has 32 buttons, and then the thing on his head is supposed to be the 33rd or whatever.
yeah, they're right now, like this is the thing that like a lot of people are moving away from Christianity because they notice that Roman Catholicism is a joke. They're
Yeah,
going back to their pagan roots. I hate to use the word pagan, but it's so easy to generalize. 300,000 years of human race existence of building great Western civilization, and then Christianity is like, was invented to defang and declaw us. So, like, hey, if someone goes and heads and hits you, turn the other cheek. Don't commit violence with two wrongs. It doesn't make a right. An eye for an eye makes the world blind. But back then, when you do historical studies, reasons why murder was so low back in the times of clans, because they realized that if I kill this one, we'll have a big clan war, and no one wanted to deal with that. You
Wait,
don't
what
want
is paganism? What,
Paganism
you
is
said
like
you don't like to use that word, but what exactly is it that
paganism would be like another description or term for a religion that isn't Christianity. You know, it's usually like kind of like heretical or not a real religion.
Do you,
But
do you
most,
think that the whole like you know how he always says like these people are
isn't that where you
lukewarm,
just
they're having
worship like sticks and rocks or something?
no, like it all depends on whom you're talking to. Like Native Americans, they worship the great spirits or ancestors. A majority of most people that worship
Yeah, but
like
they don't call themselves pagans.
no, yeah, exactly. But to most
it's
people that yeah,
derogatory.
yeah,
But some
yeah,
people wear it proudly though. Some people wear
yeah.
it proudly.
Like I said, I worship Odin and the old gods. But most people, when I'm talking about religious subjects like this, they don't
How do you
understand.
worship Odin?
No, I use I go into a ceremonial prayer and I follow the old steps.
What's the difference between worshiping Odin and praying for Odin or to Odin?
Because the difference is that the way I see it, the old gods are connected to you by blood and by soil and by nature. So that you kind of came from them. Originally, most of these gods in the
You
region were
sound
humans.
American, so you're pretty far from your soil, though, right?
Yeah, but I'm still a generations. It's in the DNA. Like,
You consider
like
yourself a 1491er, bro?
say what?
You consider yourself a 1491er?
A 1491er?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not really too sure into that, but let me answer Flat Puss's thing. Like,
all right, you
can move to America as an Irish or a German, and you could be here and you can interbreed, but you'll always be an descendant of as a German blood or Welsh blood or Irish blood. So you're still carrying that ancestral blood from your gods. And it's all different. Like you look at the Greeks. The Greeks have their own gods. A lot of them are going back to worshiping Zeus, Poseidon, and
Is
and
there like
Ares.
some religious texts that you can refer me to in
Yeah,
regards
there's
to Odin and stuff?
yeah. I can give you the book of the Ordolinda, the book of Freya. I can give you a few other books if you want, if you're interested.
Yeah, shoot 'em.
Yeah, sure. Let me go ahead and give you a few sources. I give you an audio reading of it. Just mind the intro though. This one is pretty fucking long. Are you Christian though, Flatpuss? Or of a different religion?
I think that Jesus Christ was the Son of God. Yeah,
No, okay. I can understand that.
but I'm
There's
not like Catholic or Baptist or any of that shit.
yeah, like with me though, it's like this. Even though I might say a lot of things against Christ, I have a best friend that's a brother that is Christian, and like I said, I'm not gonna go and dog out Christ. Christ is a druid. I have my own perspective view of what Christ is. But yeah, man, I'm best friends with blood brother with a Christian, and I
Look,
don't
as
think that
long as we can just get the goblins out of power, like I don't really care what you want to worship. I'm supposed to just love you for who you are, and I'm fine with that. But I'm not gonna stand by and let these fucking goblins just ruin everything. So I think that's really what matters.
bro, the moment you said that, you already got my eternal allegiance. Yeah, I'm in complete agreement of that. Like,
Yeah, I think the world would just be a better place if like they stopped doing what they're doing.
exactly, and there's historical factors to it too. Like, I just want them out. I don't want them in power. I don't want not even one child in this fucking country. Let them get locked in, and we do Attack on Titans, build a fucking wall, and keep them in there, and let them never fucking come out. You know, that's my belief. They've earned after all the shit they've done during this in the last 200 years, they've earned that fucking imprisonment. It's like some sick shit I've seen, man. Some sick shit.
Yeah.
So are you an Odinite? The guy who praised Odin?
Yeah, man. I worship Odin and all the other Asgard gods. Hyperborea.
So how do you get to Valhalla if you don't kill people?
There's lots of ways. You think farmers didn't go to Valhalla, or merchants, or war, or other types of people? Valhalla is about living your will and truth. It's there's a lot of misconceptions and movie fluffs about it. Like only warriors go to Valhalla. No,
I
there's
saw Vikings. I saw Vikings, bro. And you have to die in battle to go to Valhalla, bro.
there's different levels to getting into Valhalla. And it's all following the will. Like, for instance, what about the priests that were sacrificing for Odin and Freya ceremonial? They just went to Helheim? No, they went to Valhalla. You know, there's people who were berserkers that worship Fenrir. Did they go to Valhalla? No, they went to the realms of Fenrir. So they all got choices. There's even people that didn't even worship. They worship the Odins and Asgard, but they worship the Valinir gods. You know, the gods of the valor, and they got to go over there too. So they get to choose your realm, just like how people in different religions get to choose where they got to go. Like I'm a big believer of reincarnation too.
Do you have you ever spent any time with any skinheads or no?
Skids? Like what do you mean, skinheads? I'm sorry, what you were saying?
Have you ever spent time around to know like what their beliefs are and everything?
I'm sorry, you're breaking up, bro. Say that one more time.
Have you ever spent any time around skinheads or people who claim they're skinheads?
Yeah, I've talked to I've talked to a few of them, and
They
a
all
lot.
worship Odin.
Yeah, they worship Odin and all that stuff, but they're this race war mentality thing. Sometimes it's they get lost in it, like they get narrow minded from the bigger picture. There's some really chill dudes that I've talked to, like they're really cool and stuff. They're more laid back, but there are some that are just like complete narrow minded. Like they don't see a friend or an ally, you know, versus the great enemy. Like they're so much into their own self that they're even going like, who's more Aryan, right? You know, the
Yeah.
Ubermensch. They get lost in that shit, and that's
You know
not
what's
what.
funny? In the joint though, in the joint, those same dudes will be the first people to do some dope that came out of a black dude's ass. And there's
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, but like, yeah,
I've seen some sick stuff, bro.
yeah, I've seen some shit too in my time. I'm just saying is this, like, I think like I've learned this from history, and I learned this from just talking with people. Most people just want to be left the fuck alone, have their own family, and nothing else. Like, no taxes, earn a living, and just live a good life. And I can see that now in America. Like, you know, if we kick out the goblins, doesn't mean we go after blacks or all the other ones. The ones that share the American dream, the American spirit, they can stay. The ones that are even like white liberals that are supposed to be more in tandem with my blood, like I would kick them to fucking China.
Who are the goblins?
Goblins, they're the tiny hats. They're tiny hats
They're
that control
from
the banks.
they're from Brazil, dude. They're Brazilian. They speak Portuguese. Brasilian, I think is what they're called.
I don't speak no Portuguese, but I speak Black Swan. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Yeah, let me go ahead and finish.
I was with Bo 69. I was with Bo 69 earlier, the dude who first posted that Black Swan. I was with him in Santa Barbara earlier. He was driving around because he was pissed because somebody made a comment on his YouTube channel. So he was looking for something during the day, some type of parallax that he could take a video of. He stopped at like 5 different places and he wasn't satisfied. And I was like, hey, you ever been on any Discords? And he's like, nah, I didn't even know what it was. And but he went on. The only person he knew of was Travis Finley from The Plain Truth. He goes on, but just because he knows him in person, right? But then the only other person was like, he's like, where's that crazy guy you were with in Isla Vista? I'm like, Witsit? And he's like, yeah, dude, I want to hear that guy. But Witsit wasn't on at the time, though. What you guys know about the conundrums, though? You guys know about that shit?
What conundrums?
Conundrums. They were actual drums that they rolled out undersea cable on pre-World War II. They even say that that's how they conquered Normandy, right? They're saying that now. But these things, they're saying that they were pipelines to bring petrol over, right? These are undersea cables, plain and simple, dude. And I think that's the most profitable, lucrative business that needs to keep running is them undersea cables, dog. You know what I mean? Without that, you have no internet, and the internet's like the backbone in people's little simple minds of the country. Like, do you imagine? Can you imagine what these people would do if you took away their electricity, thus taking away their internet? Dude, they'd be floundering, bro, like fish out of water. They wouldn't know what to do, bro.
Yeah, like there was this funny meme that this libtard was like saying that he went to the national forest, the little park, and he started hyperventilating and freaking out because he'd never seen that much trees and grass. Like it
Yeah.
scared the shit out of him, and I'm like, serious? I'm from the city, bro. And the fact that I love nature, I love trees. I moved down south and stuff, or in the Midwest as well. So it's like some people are just I think they're NPCs, bro, like real life NPCs.
What does that stand for? The NPC? I don't play
Non-player
games or anything like
character.
that.
Oh, dude. Yeah. So like,
I sold my PlayStation like years ago for a box of crystals. Like literally, I gave up TV, microwave, everything, bro. I have
oh man.
nothing to do with any of those things.
Well,
No
bless your
TV,
heart,
no
man.
microwave, no game. No, I'm
No,
just
but
saying like that's for me. You know what I mean? If I taste something that's been microwaved, now I've tasted one thing in the past 5 years that my mom tricked me and microwaved, and it tasted like poison, dude. Like serious poison. I was like, this is all bad, dude. Those microwaves that's weaponized technology. Highly
yeah.
recommend you don't put anything in your mouth that's been in that microwave. That's just my opinion.
No, I get what you're saying, but I'm saying you got a lot of discipline to kind of like get away from a lot of these video games and stuff. Like I use games as therapy, man. Like I kind of it's my way of like calming down, let me think, kind of think myself into a situation, and then after that I go there because I don't trust fucking therapist or fucking let my emotional stuff. Like I got my pops and I tell them a lot of stuff, or my best bro, but sometimes like you kind of need to let your mind kind of settle, like you read a book or something. Video games are like
It's
that.
different. It's way different than reading a book, though. What that LED screen is doing is it's making it's making you tense and relax, tense and relax. If you were to take your cell phone and videotape you playing a game, you're going to see the screen flashing, but it's not perceptible to the naked eye, right? But it's to your subconscious, so it's constant flashing is making your body tense, relax, tense, relax, tense, relax. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like it's really that LED screen is really bad. Whether you're watching TV or playing game, whatever you're doing, it's detrimental to your eyesight and just to your it like screws up your circadian rhythm. It can even like cause like swelling in certain parts of your body, blood clots. But I think the most grievous thing that it does is it takes away from your actual like reality time on Earth, because we could all agree on one thing, even if you're a glober, like we only have a certain amount of time here, right? So our time's like very valuable if you look at it that way. You know what I mean? That's all
Yeah.
I'm saying. Like,
No, I get your advice and stuff, and like this. I've been playing games for like fucking 20 years, and I'll
really?
tell you this. Yeah, man, I've been playing video games like I'm 33 now, so I'm 30.
Oh shit, 33.
I know, right? I gotta be extra careful. Great people tend to die at that age, but I'll tell you this though. It's like it all depends on your willpower on anything you do. Like if your willpower is lacking or you're not able to understand the tools you need, you can fucking destroy yourself. Like some people will say that they gotten great help and fix from talking to therapists, and I know some lots of good people that got destroyed by therapists because they let out too much or let their anger get out of the way. So like I said, I've used the tools that are provided for me. I'm not on the game like a fucking World of Warcraft nerd. About 2 to 3 hours a day, get up, go do something else, go to the gym for 2 hours, come back. And if I have like a hyper stress day, like I'll fucking just put up the game and I relax. Like my entire physical state is just super lax. I let half my brain focus on the game because it's not that crazy. It's like Dark Souls or whatever Mount Honor. And I let the other half kind of like settle down with all the shit I'm going through. Like whether it's like life or books that I just read, I'm like thinking, what am I thinking? And I could do that, no problems. But I know a lot of people, like you're saying, that Lily died from fucking playing Diablo 3 when it first came out. Like they were there for 4 days straight because they just don't have a level of like, to stop, like calm yourself. It's just a video. Just move on. So yeah, man. Like I understand what you're saying.
Well, I'm saying like it's detrimental to anybody's health, though, and I'm not saying like playing the game. What I'm saying is like with that screen, the screen, what it does to your body and to your eyes and everything like that. Like it's weaponized technology. That's all I'm saying. You know.
Yeah, and the thing is this, like you're saying about one life. like I believe in reincarnation, right? I believe that we all choose our life and the way we set in this world. Like we already knew, like if you were gonna be born poor, because you chose to be poor, and when you reincarnated, like because we're supposed to level our mentality. Like this world is fucking crazy with all the conspiracy and Matrix.
Why
You
would
have to have a
anybody
strong
choose to
mind.
be rich or have a good life, though? You know what I mean?
Say what?
Everybody choose that.
Yeah, everyone
If
chooses it.
no, I'm saying like, but you said some people choose to be poor. Like, why would anybody choose like, if you had actually had a choice before you came here? Like, why would anybody choose to default negative when everybody choose the best things?
Yeah. So here,
No,
uh,
because you're gonna learn it. The best
per-
experience by the most challenge and struggle.
yeah,
That's why.
yeah, perfect. Godric said it right.
Opposite of what you think, bro.
Yeah, so when
Look,
you
there's a saying. The captain must face the storm to prove his master. You don't want no easy life. You don't want to live long, and have everything given to you in a silver fucking spoon. Who the fuck wants that? What kind of fulfilling life is that? You want to earn it, man. You want to earn it and you own it. Self-fulfillment.
yeah, like that's a perfect example to that. Like the reason why like when your spirit or your soul to level up or to get stronger, to go for like other worlds and other realities, you have to get stronger in it, like different factors, right? Like, and one of the biggest thing that's connected to the spirit is your willpower. Like when people talk about possession, you'll notice that a lot of people have insecurities, their willpower is weak, and once your willpower breaks, that's your shield, that's your sword. You know, you get easily fucked over. That's why when people choose reincarnation, like whatever god or angel is talking to you at that time as a spirit, like, hey, listen, like you had an easy life, like you didn't really like character develop your personality, and your soul is not that strong, so I would recommend you go pick a poor life. That's the fastest way to get better strength and improve. Or you could try a mediocre life, or you could go back to being rich, but you're not going to progress to the next reality, you're not going to progress to the next world. So for those that are strong, they choose to go to poor life, fastest route, like one life. I don't have to do 3 lives to get to this certain level, and then I don't have to do it again. And I'll tell you this, I was born poor. I still kind of like, kind of in the middle class a little there. And, I've learned how to fucking repair, build, fucking take care of myself. And I have a few rich friends that don't know how to fucking fix. As soon as something was wrong with their phone, they throw it away. I've repaired phones, I've repaired all these stuff. These are skills you get when you don't have much. So, there's always going to be a big difference when you look at a poor person's willpower and a rich person's willpower. And I've seen it so many times. Lots of rich people tend to break for the most dumbest of shit. Like one time me and my friends, we got evicted out of our apartment. I already knew what to do. I had some money on the side, and he's just breaking down. Like his mind is breaking. He's crying. He's like, bro, we could just get another apartment. Like it's not a big deal. Oh, fuck it over, man. And he was that close to committing suicide. Like if I wasn't fucking there, he would be done. So it just tells you like it's different lives, man. That's why I believe you choose your life the way you're in. Even your parents, the obstacles that might come in the future, you don't know what it is, but they just tell you it's gonna be these types. Are you prepared? And like, yeah, I'll take it.
I don't know. I mean, me personally, bro, I think that like my ex girlfriend hella believed in that too, and I was just like, dude, I'm not arguing for it or against it. There's no way that could ever be proven
What, the
one way or the other.
reincarnation?
Yeah, it can't be proven one way or the other. It's just speculation.
Oh yeah, that's speculation
Yeah.
and belief, but I know in my hearts of hearts that's what it comes down to. When I heard the word reincarnation and I looked at it and understood mass consciousness, these are things that settled more than anything. That's why when Flat Earth came around, that settled more to me too, because I always knew there was something abnormal, but I was just not there to touch it. Like there was a string that I could not pull yet. But then when Flat Earth came around, I was able to pull that string. So like for me, like for instance, I was married to 10 years to hot Jamaican girl, right? And things were great, childhood friend, things were fucking awesome. But then she made my life a living hell for the next 6 years after that, and we divorced. Now, if I was to tell myself, a lot of people always say you have regrets. I'm like, no, I don't have regrets. Even though she fucking ruined my life, did a lot of fuckery, the lessons I learned afterwards, like I had to live that life. I had to get red pill. I had to fucking understand women's, mentality to protect myself from the far future. Now imagine me making some serious cash, which I'm gonna be making in the far future, and then I end up getting that fucking relationship, like the way I was when I first met her. I'd be fucked. I'd be divorce rate, like hardcore. So it's like I'm happy I learned it when I was poor and young, not while I'm older and getting rich. You know?
How you think you're gonna get rich?
Yeah, just working hard, saving money. Like my version of rich is like having the ability to afford a house, a car, and just live on my own and just support my family. I'm not even looking to get married again or even care about being in a relationship. Relationships are just bonus. I'm all about focusing myself and my growth, man.
That's right.
Yeah, don't chase women, chase your passions. Such a beautiful red pill. Like
Think about it. Do you want to have everything given to you for free, or do you want to earn that shit fair and square?
Saints, I think he's asking you that.
Do I? Me personally? I thought
Yeah.
you were just saying a rhetorical question. I'm sorry, bro. I
What's fair and square
do
in
I?
life?
No, I definitely want to earn everything fair and square. You know what I mean? Like, dude, I know a lot of people who just sit back and wait for shit to fall in their lap. You know what I mean? And then, like, when calamity happens, they're just like, "Blah." My ex is
You
such a
might need
perfect
to.
example, though.
Yeah,
You might need to raise your attitude up a little bit. You know, like
How do you know? How do you guys judge fair and square? What does that mean?
like something that you've earned and worked for. Like for instance, like if you were saving up money to get an apartment that you could reasonably afford, and you wanted to be your own man, and you were able to, you worked hard, you got the job, you saved some money, and you were able to get your first home. There's a certain fair and square to it, right? You weren't like your daddy didn't just buy you an apartment, your daddy didn't just buy you a car because you did certain things that your daddy said it was okay. No, you worked hard, you earned it. No one can ever tell you that you didn't earn this because you worked your asses off for it, right? Like I've known some plenty of
and
boys.
you appreciate it.
Well,
You know,
what
like
if?
something. You don't appreciate that shit. You don't give a shit about it. You didn't earn
How
it.
do you know that? How do you
Well,
know somebody doesn't appreciate or not? I mean,
well,
you're the judge or arbiter of someone else's appreciation. Listen, what if your great grandma was a trillionaire and she worked since she was fucking 5, right? And she gained all this money and she's gonna die and has no one else to give it to but you, right?
yeah.
Does that make you a bad guy for getting it? I mean, what do you mean?
Oh, okay. So let me explain. So you're not a bad guy. All right. When we're talking about
Hang on, wait a
character,
minute. Let me just stop you right. Let me answer. Let
sure,
me
go
answer.
ahead.
You didn't earn that shit. That's for damn sure. So probably, let's say 19 times out of 20, you're going to piss that shit away. Why? Because you don't have any money management. You know nothing about money. It just landed in your fucking lap. And that's why with people win the lotto, that shit's gone like within a couple of years and they're more miserable than they started. That's because they didn't earn it.
How do you know it wasn't a fucking CPA?
What's a
I mean,
CPA?
there's always the exception, but yeah, but let's be honest. People who earn that shit, they can do it over and over and over again. And people
Hey,
that
what's a
don't earn it,
CPA,
gets
bro?
given to them, they can never do it
It's somebody
themselves.
that's cool.
Maintain it.
Listen, what if
What does
it's
it
somebody
stand
that's
for?
really good at math, like a mathematician? Then it wouldn't be cool to give them $1 million.
No, listen, you're mistaken. It's not that it's not cool.
No,
It's
you're
not that
mistaken. I'm asking you
you're
what
a bad
judges the
person.
fucking person's character of
Listen,
what's right or wrong or who's good or
it's not
bad.
a judgment. It's not a
D-Mark,
judgment.
what's
Look,
a CPA, bro? What's a
hang on. Look,
CPA?
let me answer him. It's not that it's not cool. It's not that you're not cool. It's just
Certified
that that
personal
person
accountant,
didn't earn
man.
it.
A
They can't
certified
maintain it.
personal accountant. A
Okay,
CPA
okay,
is a
okay.
certified personal
Okay.
accountant. Someone
I just
who
didn't know,
accounts
bro.
your money for you.
Yeah,
Okay,
Look,
now you do.
look.
I know what that is. I
I
just didn't
know.
know what the
Listen,
acronym stood for, bro.
hang on a
Okay,
second.
I got you.
Line up
I
10
named it for you, right?
accountants.
Didn't
Hang on, line up 10 accountants. I'll show you 10 poor people.
I? I'm just
Rich
poor
people are
people.
going to be people who know
Listen,
how to
who's
make
poor?
money, know how to manage money in business, know how to have
What
discipline,
does
how to
poor
manage
mean though? You
from
can be a
spit.
billionaire.
From
You can be
spit.
a billionaire and never spend a fucking cent of it. You can be a poor man and spend every cent you ever fucking see in your life. Like what do you? I mean, there's to everything you think there is that you think you made a call on. There's the opposite of that. Is all I'm saying.
No, I
So
get what
there's
you're
I
saying.
agree.
Hold on, let me get a reply on this. Like, first of all, there's very easy ways to judge a person's character, right? Like I've said, that's why I don't like say all or completely shut that out, like saying no, all rich people are bad. But when you
yeah,
look
yeah.
at it, yeah. So what I'm saying is this: you can judge a person based on their action and their, there's a certain character development in anything. Like that's why a lot of the stories we love the underdog, we love this. That's why when like when I was talking about earning and there's a character development, right? Like when someone like I've seen a lot of people, like I've said, I've seen a lot of people that I know, friends that he worked his ass off to get himself like new tires for his tractor, or fucking getting himself a new car, and you could see how much he appreciates and values that. He takes care of it because he knows how much it's worth and value. And then you look at a lot of these rich kids or middle class kids that their daddies bought them the phone and they destroy it, they break it, or the kid, like you'll see like, you know, funny game devs where kids destroy their console systems because they rage at the video games. You know, they throw the PlayStation out of that thing. They don't know the value of it. They don't know how much that costs, but they know that daddy will buy another one, and that's the end of it. And that's where you could see the spoiledness and the character development.
I'd say that'd be partly Daddy's fault for buying him another one.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
my point.
think about the guy in high school who had to work 2 years on part time to buy his first used Mustang or whatever car that was. Yeah, he's gonna take care of it. He's gonna do his own oil changes. He's gonna like wash that like by hand. He's gonna appreciate it. The other guy whose daddy bought him a car for a brand new car for no reason. That person's not gonna appreciate that car. They're not gonna do their own oil change, and I probably won't even wash it that much. They could crash it, and then daddy buys another one.
And just to add on to that, right? This is where you see a lot in America, right? Where you will see these spoiled kids that are calling themselves communist or socialist, whatever, who are always equating, oh, I went, the store owner shouldn't be able to shoot me because I was trying to fucking burn his store down. It's just property. But they don't understand that that family depends on that store for its money. They work their asses for that store. That's their lifeline, and they're willing to die for it.
Yeah, the amount of that brick fucking building ain't shit compared to what you make all the time on it every day, you know?
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. And that little fucking commie kid, he or she will never understand. Even though when you try to have a conversation with them, they won't care because guess what? They've lived a life of fruitfulness. They have never needed to want or ask for a thing that was not given to them. And that's usually the big difference between character developments. That's why, like I said, I'm a big believer of reincarnation. You know, the life that you choose, whether it be poor, rich, or middle class, has a strong development of your personality and your achievements. Now, again, that's not always like that. Some rich kids have a shit life, and their parents are shit to them, and they had to grow the fuck up real fast. And I've seen that too. But like I've said, that's why I don't generalize like on a full level. It's each their own. Everyone has their own story, but usually the majority of spoiled kids comes from middle and rich and even sometimes poor families too. You know, they miss the marker of growth.
Yeah, I just want to clarify something real quick. When you say level, you're talking about being parallel to the curvature of the Earth, right?
No, man. I use like video game knowledge sometimes. Like you're level 1 at this level, and sometimes as like when you've gained the mental strength and willpower to survive a harder world, you get to go to another place.
Do you guys understand that you can't? Do you understand you can't have a little bitty ocean, a non-deep ocean on a globe?
Hey, D-Mock, you know,
8 miles.
Level.
Yeah,
means
8 miles of level ocean. It gets no deeper.
Level is parallel to the circumference of the Earth.
No, it's not.
Oh, come on. You can't play with me for just a second, bro.
Level is no parts higher or lower than the next. So where my feet stand, that's the only level portion of a globe. Or under my
You don't gotta
feet,
be
it's like
serious
an
all the
inch.
time, bro. I'm just playing
So
with you,
that's
dog.
like the most microscopic point. You couldn't even find me on a globe to make a dot.
Bro.
So let alone find the dot on my feet. That's the only point that would be flat or parallel
I'm just
or
trying to hear.
horizontal on a
I
globe.
want to hear what it. I want to hear what it sounds like when you laugh, bro. That's what I was trying to. I was trying to invoke laughter in you, dog. You know what I mean?
There you go.
That's right, dog. That's right.
Yeah, man.
Start talking about level being parallel to curvature. It fucking makes flat earthers laugh, bro. You know what I mean? It's funny. It's a fucking funny thing to say. You know what I mean? Not funny like I'm here to amuse you, like I'm a clown, but like it's just a funny thing. You know what I mean? Forget about it.
Joe Pesci. Yeah, but like I said, man, like everyone has their own different strokes, man. People are gonna believe what they want to believe. Like Saints, like I said, your girl was saying that she believed that, but you don't. That's why everyone has
I don't believe it or not believe it. There's no way I could prove it one way or the other.
Yeah, that's
I
why
don't
it's
think
called
it's for us
belief.
to know. Yeah, for sure. I'm just a 1491er, dog, born again flat earther. That's all.
Yeah, that's why that's why a lot of these scientists they get all or these fucking libtards or whatever when they start going believing the science, and I call them like, yeah, it's your cult religion. I understand, and they get fucking mad because a lot of them like to play off as atheists and shit. Like, bro, you're asking wisdom and criticism from a guy that you don't know or seen, and you're taking that upon his authority as your own. Like, you don't have evidence. You're just taking a book and videos and
Yeah.
movies. Like, come on, that's belief.
Look where the
Like,
word science comes from scientia, bro. The tree of scientia is the tree that Eve ate the fruit from. You know,
yeah.
scientia.
That's why another religion is consumerism. You know, they're not real people unless they've consumed a product. Consume product, get happy, be excited for the next product.
Yeah.
And plus we live in a generation where people record their own crimes, so that we have that going for us too.
Allegedly. I think so much shit that they show us, like even the lootings and all that shit, dog, is just like, dude,
Oh
it's
no,
just so fake, dog. You know what I mean?
oh no, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about like
Yeah.
fucking young teenagers recording themselves robbing stores and shit.
I really don't even think that happens like that. I think you know what I mean, like Boy or Menace to Society, where he has the videotape of him capping that liquor store owner. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I don't know. Like some of these people get arrested. Like there was a guy, Texas just now recently. I think it's no, Florida. Sheriff, there was a guy that stole a phone from a store, asked for job location, gave his name, broken into a house, and then called the police department to help him move his stuff to the airport. That a house that he's broken in and with the phone he's stolen, so he can go back to like New York. So
This is what I think. This is what I think about stuff like that. I think that like stuff like that does happen, but they absolutely will never report the truth because if they can't control the narrative 100%, they're not going to even play it, bro. So it's much easier and cheaper for them to just create these events and post them, right? Than actually have these events coordinate with their time schedules where they're doing their media shit. Like all these things are just staged. Even I'm not saying these things don't happen, but they'll absolutely get little to no play on the real news because especially the ones where people are dying. A parent who just lost their kid, bro, is so uncontrollable. It's such a liability. It's easier just to hire an actor. You know what I mean?
oh yeah, that
You know what I mean?
yeah, I don't
At
think
the
all of
same
that.
time, a lot of people say that like Neil deGrasse Tyson, he goes, why, you know how hard it would be to fake all the paperwork and all the people to lie to go to the moon? It would be just easier to go to the moon.
Yeah, but that's a problem. See, the thing is that that's when everyone like Eric Dubay kind of played it out pretty well. Like not everyone is going to be in the now of the conspiracy. See, a lot of the scientists that come out of colleges and schools, they don't teach kids to think. They don't teach scientists and doctors to problem solve.
No,
right?
they're really good at just regurgitating
Yeah.
shit and
Yeah,
memorizing
yeah.
shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're
And they
good.
call themselves science communicators. You know,
Yeah.
Michelle Thaler, she's a science communicator.
So the thing is that they have all this thing. They're kind of like they're book smart, but they're not street smart. And that's how they fall for it, right? Same way with a paleontologist dude. He went out there and he was a big believer. They told him there was a dig site there. They went and found the fossils at the highway. They got a tip from it. They didn't know who could call the tip. Found out later on that when someone went to call them out, that they put the fossils there and someone recorded them putting the fossils, burying it, and then told the scientists that they found some fossils so they could make some money off of that. That's what the museum was doing. So
Yeah,
like the
for sure.
scientists
You know,
didn't
those
know.
bones in the museum are just resin of like mice and frogs and stuff like that and other
Yeah.
types of resin. And they sell them for a lot of money too.
Yeah, the paleontology works hand in hand with the plaster company. I know that.
Yeah.
No.
Hey, this is how sick they are. They create a make believe monster that could kill us, right? And then they worship their footprints, right? But people that are harmless to them and that they should be helping them live are saying, "We don't want you guys to leave a carbon footprint." So
Yeah.
they're always grabbing our hands, hitting us with our own hands, and saying, "Stop hitting yourself." It's just a constant everyday thing.
Oh, because the dinosaurs are like one piece of the puzzle. Like most people don't know about the giant skeletons and the mounds, and that New York Post and a whole bunch of news companies back then in the 1800s were posting 30-foot, 40-foot, 100-foot skeletons found in these mounds and construction sites. And then they gave it to the Smithsonian, and the Smithsonian was destroying them until the Supreme Court told them to cease and desist. And
this is why anytime there's a huge construction project and they find any quote unquote Indian artifacts like bowls, bow and arrows, arrowheads, whatever, they shut the whole thing down, and it cost them millions of dollars, right? Is because they're finding, they're finding giant bones and shit like that, bro. And you know what I mean? That'll kill their whole narrative, though.
Exactly. See, the
That's why
thing is
they,
this: they want us that we evolved from monkeys, from fish, and all this dinosaur shit. They want us to see that we evolved from black people, that white people are a mutation, to make us godless and less spiritual, and that way they can make us into these nothing more, that we live our life and then we cease to exist. And every supernatural or abnormal, or even if you see a giant's face, petrified in a mountain, you're pareidolia effect. You're seeing faces. It's a psychological problem.
I know. Even though people can actually witness melting rock from lava, you know what I mean? Like that's like an example of it right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. So when you see shit like that, you're like, wow, I'm happy that I now know. Now you know. That's why a lot of the science, that's why a lot of science people, I was a big dinosaur fan. I love dinosaurs, but now I know it's bullshit. 100% bullshit. I know that.
Yeah. It's ridiculous, bro. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, and a lot of these,
they can't even tell us how the pyramids are made, and they know what happened 365 billion years or million. Like these numbers are just so absurdly astronomical that they just throw crazy numbers out there.
That's what they do. That's exactly how I make mockeries of them, man. Every time it says oh, why can't you not answer this question? Are you gonna throw 100 million years, a billion years? You need another 600. I was like, no, that's not what it is. And they get upset about it too, because they realize it's such a plot hole in their fucking narrative, and it makes them look dumb. Oh, look, T-Rex with feathers. That's the newest thing. How many times the Spinosaurus needs to get revisioned? 18 more times? Let's go. So, and that's how it is. It's either they do it or they don't. People got the jab, and now they were telling anti-vaxxers to die, to fucking kill yourself, you don't deserve health insurance. And now they're asking and have pity and mercy, amnesty. Bro, I have no mercy, man. You're now a guinea pig, and God knows what's gonna come up. So if you turn into a zombie, just know I got the shotgun.
Right? Yeah, it's for real though. And not only that, but the same people who made those things that start with a V you're talking about is the same people who made the Fetty, dog. And that shit's on the street hardcore. I know so many people, dog, that have died from Fetty, and that they literally always been forward, never backward, drool all day long. You mean their hearts are still beating. They're like walking, talking vegetables, bro. They're just not in an induced coma yet. They're just walking around in an induced coma, which is even better, for what their plan is. You know what I mean? Pretty crazy, bro.
Yep. And the thing is, most people would like I said, that's why I don't think nothing's scripted, because mind you, this has happened to them so many times, right? Now think of this: if you were talking about a group of people that has gotten their plans foiled, like some sort of Saturday villain shit, like from a G.I. Joe cartoon, right? And they keep getting foiled and kicked out of every fucking country, almost in the hundreds. You would think for once in your fucking life they would learn from their fucking mistakes, which they don't. They never do. They're that dumb. That's why, I always say, do not overhype the enemy, because they always get caught. If this wasn't the case, and again, I've told people, read the story, right? Yeah. All right. So this is how they got caught, right? Yeah. So would you think you would not do this in the next country? Yeah, they did it in the next country. You're serious?
They have to do it, bro. They can't not do it, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, but they get caught, and then they go they try to play victim, and it's it doesn't work. Not at this time period. Not especially now.
But who do they get caught by though, bro? You see what I'm saying?
They get. The funny thing is they don't even get caught by the normies.
There's nobody policing the police, dog. Basically, you know what I mean? Internal affairs is bullshit.
But here's the funny thing:
large scale.
The most dangerous part right now that a lot of them are talking about in this time era is that every historical thing that has ever been done, because now you have a lot of majority of people that don't trust the government, they don't trust mainstream information, they don't trust mainstream science, doctors and whatever, or even historians. So people are only studying the fringe histories that have been told that was, fascist and anti-whatever. And now they're we have an archive. I shit you not, there's a guy that made archive books. out there on the net. And with all this archive going on, this is when they realized when the shit finally hits the fan, they have nowhere else to go. Everyone is fully aware. We have different countries with all different flags that's fully aware of the Goblin conspiracy, and everyone wants to go Goblin Slayer. I just want to kick them out, but everyone knows it.
I don't really think that many people are aware enough to do anything, bro. No, most people don't want to jeopardize their house and home.
Their houses
You know
are
what I
already
mean?
being taken away from them. See the difference. Look, the difference between 1970s or like 1960s, right? People had just enough money to get a house from a single base income, appliances and utilities, and can live their life in extravagance. Now, in the current timeline right now, we're going from one recession to even a deeper recession, and we're watching my own government give 104 to 204 billion dollars to a fucking dying country that's getting beaten by a bear.
I don't
And
believe
you,
any of that, bro. They're never gonna tell you what they're doing, dog.
no, they
You know what I
did.
mean?
They're fucking showing that they're passing bills, sending money out there. That's exactly what they're doing. All right, and
Bro, it's all an act, dog. Like
hold
that's
on.
like
Let me
following.
finish. Let me finish. It's not all an act. It's not scripted. They're actually doing this shit. There's actually plenty of people showing the proof that is not that I know of that is not part of this fucking team. All right, they're like I said.
Wait, showing proof of that much money being handed over to them.
Yes, yes. Look, Canada's doing the same
How
thing.
could anybody who's not involved in the money have any proof of that money? You know what I mean?
I have people that are accountants that work at the government. Like I've talked to them, and they're like, "Dude, I've like," and mind you, he was a stapler. He did not believe in conspiracies, jack shit, nothing, until he started seeing meetings and paperwork being talked about. And he was like, "Bro, this is
But what I'm
nonsense."
saying is that all could be possible, right? But it has nothing to do with like what we've been told it's for or anything like that. Or it could just be all for the records. Like it's easier to just fake the paperwork, bro, than actually go and do it. You know what
Because
I
the
mean? And all
difference,
these people are is crunching numbers. So like numbers aren't really necessarily proof of anything. It's an intangible thing. You know
that's
what I mean?
why, yeah, but that's the thing that why a lot of politicians from the conservative sides wants to audit the money. Where is the money going? Where is it being spent? How is it being spent? What is it being bought on? Because ever since the FTX and DNC donation, people are now finding it like, oh, they're denying it, but guess what? Everything is being shown on record for it. And they're definitely not going to cover that on the news media because the news media is bought. So everyone is seeing for what it is. Because again, if they were doing this flawlessly, they wouldn't be getting caught so easily. They just don't care. All right? That's
Well,
exactly what
I
it
don't
is.
think everybody's seeing it for what it is. If that were the case, dude, there would be like some massive um there people like just accept the reality because they're comfortable, bro. They don't want to think about like because bottom line, flat Earth is the end all of end alls, bro. Like you know what I mean? That's the bottom line conspiracy, and that's the thing they've been trying to hide the most. But then everything branches off of that. Like you take away flat Earth, bro. You take away going green. You take away all electric cars. You take away getting rid of gasoline. You take away Agenda 2030 Wildlands Project. You take away the 5G infrastructure. You take away them charging us for oil and water, which is free underground all the time. I mean, you take away them charging us for electricity because
First of all,
now we know how to harvest the ether.
yeah, but no, flat Earth is not the fucking final conspiracy. The final
No,
conspiracy,
I
we
just
don't
think
need.
it's not, I
Yeah,
don't. I mean, besides, I don't even use the word conspiracy really because
yeah. So
it's just like this. It's the bottom line truth, bro. It's the foundation of everything.
yeah, but that's not it. It's I would say it's the cornerstone or the gate to it. Because once you go into flat Earth, like just like Eric Dubay went to flat Earth, and that was his big thing, and then he branched off to other subjects because he learned about the goblins, he learned about secret societies, the cult, and then you realize, oh shit, this thing is real. This thing is far more than what it is. Flat Earth is
Yeah,
just
no,
that.
that's what I'm saying though. But what I'm saying is like anybody who is reporting like certain things that they're woke now or like they're reporting conspiracies because they're waking up to it. If they're not on board with flat Earth, bro, then it's like superfluous. You see what I'm saying? Like they could be spellbound, dog. You
Well,
know?
I won't say this because there's a lot of people that is hyper against the goblins and the government and the deep state, but flat Earth is just too much for them to take. Right? They can't agree.
But that's my whole point, though. That's my whole point. Like, how are they going to understand this shit on a spiritual level if they don't even understand simple earthly things that their own senses?
Because things
Uh,
cannot be that compartmentalized. Because again, a lot of people, like I've said, think of the rabbit hole as like going down a tunnel of like elevators, right? So there's the first floor, second floor, and then 100th floor. Some people literally will draw the line on certain floors. Like, dude, I now know a lot of stuff. I know there's further shit there, but I know that I cannot mentally comprehend it, so I'm gonna stick with this floor. You might want to diss them and disrespect them, but at the end of the day, anyone that's against the goblins and shit, already has my respect. Like, I don't have to convince you about that bullshit, which I already have so many people kind of like defend and make bullshit excuses. So I can understand that. Like, once you get rid of the goblins and once you get rid of the government and the deep state, then you could start revealing big truths. And then like, oh, okay, now I can go to the flat Earth tunnel because now I see it. But right now, it's more important to get rid of the enemy that's in control of the strings versus like, other shit. That's why I don't go out there dissing anyone in a conspiracy area or limits, because there's certain levels. Because some people are not spiritual. There are plenty of people that I've talked to in the conspiracy circles that think God is not real. It's a script. It's fake. Spirit's fake. Demons are fake. Like, I've never seen a demon and it's fake. And I've seen plenty of videos and I've talked to plenty of people and I've have case files of demons and spirits and stuff like that. So I tried convincing them. They're stuck in their ways, but they believe in everything else. I'm like, all right, fine. You get what you can, you save what you can, and leave those that you can't. Yeah.
Yes. Are these Illuminati controllers? Are they human?
Dude, I don't fucking know. Some say it's reptiles. Some say it's something else. Like shapeshifter reptiles and stuff like that. I even have like a video from Hyperboreal Research where there's like recordings of like the goblins talking about that we're gonna have to do spiritual meditation. I'll start teaching you that, and sometimes the apparition will come out reptilian.
Let me respond to the. Oh, okay. Wait. Finish up, and then I'm gonna respond.
Yeah, sure. No, that was pretty done. Like, I don't know if you heard the
You're
last.
gonna say fertility.
Say what?
You're gonna say fertility.
No, reptilians.
Oh, reptilians. I think there is a spiritual aspect to this, like you said, like meditation. Like, I think there is a dark black magic effect that's happening with all these controllers. But if they were only human, I just think, how can they be so powerful?
Well, I'll say this, and this is something I'm going to tell you based on. This is what me and my friends have researched. It may sound nuts, insane, but you can. It's up to you. It's like I've said, everyone has their cut threshold. So there's been a long talk about human calamities and suppression, right? And like for instance, humans only use 1/3 of their brain. We use only 10% of our physical strength. You look at animals like the cheetah; they use 100% of their muscles, 100% of their brains. Everything is utilized. So we're the only creature in the earth that's kind of like suppressed that way. That basic science will tell you.
How do we know that though? How do we even know that that's true?
Because
I mean, we still have dominion over all these living animals, bro.
Well, the thing is this: when a scientist started monitoring muscle tissue and movements and stuff, they could see that the muscle strands is fully active. The neurons are pumping, the blood cells are moving, and they looked at our human body. And while we're in the X-ray and sensors, and they show us, the guy was doing lifts and stuff like that, and he knows that not all the muscle tissues are fully activated. Not a lot of the DNA are showing any ignitions. When people are doing problem solvings from different types of groups, like geniuses, average double IQ or average 100 IQ, they notice that the neurons in our brain aren't fully active, and that's when
I've heard all these studies. I've heard all these studies before. I'm just simply questioning these studies if they're even legitimate. I mean, how do we know these people aren't just paid off to say that to make us think that we only use part of our brain? I mean, I've never been there for any study. I don't know that. You know what I mean?
Oh, this is just like kind of a general common knowledge in biology, and it's not like some sort of myth.
Just because something's a common knowledge doesn't make it any more true, though.
Yeah, but it's a certain level of skepticism where you got to give a little bit of effort to it. Like if you say like, well, how do we know we even have cells in our bodies? How do we even know that the
how
stuff
do
that
we know that though?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Even if it's true though, what difference does it even make though? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But let me just finish this whole thing, right? So my point is that for the longest times, humans were punished by the gods. You could either be one god or multiple gods, whatever fit your fancy. Humans were punished. There's this thing called the Kali Yuga. There's different ancient civilizations that even explain that humans used to have controlled the entire planet by an ancient civilization, and we used to be able to fucking move bricks. We used to have magic. We could build and move things with sound. And something happened with the gods that we pissed them off, and they punished us. and the gods went to sleep. So we got hit by 5 calamities. We got hit by fire, we got hit by air, we got hit by ether, we got hit by the water, the deluge that every civilization talks about, and eventually we got hit by some sort of famine, right? So we got hit by different elemental calamities. Now, what's more important right now to this day, which a friend of mine's brought this up, we're at the end of the Kali Yuga, meaning we're out of the full punishment, we're out of detention, we're free. Now, what does that really mean? Well, that means a few things. Some people speculate that ether starts to come back. Humans might get stronger. Humans might develop some abilities and powers. We might live longer. We might have physical, things. These are all speculations because we don't know how long this is going to take for us to see these effects. Is it going to happen on the current generation or new generation? Whatever. But the main weird thing about it is that if you look at what the occult does, remember, everything that they do has symbology. And one of their magics is that they got to show you in order for it to work. And one of the biggest things they've been doing is showing this black goo. Like a lot of the hip artists are doing this black goo. You have Death Stranding. Ever since Kojima started working with Hollywood, he's been on this black goo and the ether gods and stuff like that. And yeah. So and now it gets interesting. Now, if you look at graphene, right, it's electromagnetic sensitive. So
Dog, I've been studying this stuff for like the past 6 years thoroughly, dog, about like nanofibers and shit. I know a lot about that shit.
Yeah.
But I understand. Like I'm already totally hip to this shit.
Oh, okay. So let me explain it to the others. So when it comes to when there's some videos out there, right? If you take a plain circle piece of paper and you put these graphene beads to it, right? And then on the outside of the paper, you start stirring like an electrical static charge. The black beads of graphene will start to connect to one another and try to connect to the electrical charge. And whatever line connects, they will stop trying to continue to spread out and connect. So once there's a static charge connect, they will cease their function of trying to spread out to the electrical charge, which kind of yeah. So what ended up happening is, if you understand about ghosts and spirits, ghosts and spirits always give off an electromagnetic static charge or a blue spot or something, right? A lot of the phenomenons are on it with government information. So when you look at
the same thing, metaphysical and electric's the same thing.
Yes, I know. And so what ended up happening is that they're in hopes that those that got jabbed that has the graphene going throughout their body and their blood and their brain, this opens up to possession. If you see a lot of them that have gone to strokes or heart attack, they notice like they're gotten tapped on their shoulder and they turn around and then all of a sudden they freak the fuck out and then they died. Or they go through this state. And if you look, there's a lot of like talks about once you've seen the spirits, they can interact with you, right? That seems to be like the catch-22. So my guess is they put these graphenes in the jabs to kind of hinder humanity from getting its full abilities or whatever, because now that you have this shit sealing you away from the ether, and you're now easily acceptable to spirits and possessions, that could be one of the things. That's why they're still pushing it to this day, even though the government have ceased the mandates for military. Other places have ceased the mandates for the jab, but everyone else in the blue states are pushing it. So that's my thing. I think that humans are going to ascend and start having abilities, and the people that generally don't have access to these things are going to just be normies. The ones that took the jabs. So who fucking knows?
I imagine even somebody that got jabbed, you could like put them under hypnosis or in a dream state and activate those parts of the brain again.
Yeah.
These abilities, man, can we suddenly start to fly or create things with our mind?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. I heard you talking about goblins earlier.
Yeah.
I've never heard this term before. Can you explain to me who these goblins are?
They're the ones that run the banks. Make it easier for you. Do you know that? You know that term?
Goblins.
Right. Oh, so when you say goblins, you're referring to bankers.
Goblins and Harry Potter.
Yeah.
He's referring to the goblins that rule a lot of high places.
Right. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I've never heard anybody use that term before. So
yeah, because we're on YouTube, and I'm not looking to get like this channel fucking banned, because they'll ban you for that.
I was just wanting to know what you meant by it. That's all.
Oh, no worries, man. Understandable. One
Thank
Celtic
you.
cousin to another. But I completely understand. Like I said, and the more you study this, like when I was watching the I'll leave the video there for you, the Hyperborean research, because he was recording some of these hob shaman goblins talking about this stuff. He was talking about telling the other shamans, and I use that word loosely, that they're gonna start needing to do meditation. Like this is the time of the spiritual war. And when I'm looking at this, I'm like, this is kind of nonsensical, crazy. But if these group of individuals within the religious sect is saying this shit to one another, it's kind of weird. And they're talking about meditation and psychic thing, and something that the guy said that was kind of weird was like they don't belong to this world, that they're kind of alien and stuff like that. And I'm like, that's something that I'm still confused about. But if that's the case, they said that they're going to be meditating, and that whatever contacts them in their mind or soul, don't get scared. Sometimes they have a reptilian look or
Humans are the
Siberian look.
vessel between the spiritual and this realm. So yeah, those entities like to embody, so they're not truly from here.
Yeah, but yeah, they're ready for the next war, the spiritual war. Like I know this sounds like crazy, but you look at all these action, emotions, genetics, and all this stuff, and it kind of makes sense. So like if you ever read the X-Men, right? Like if you ever seen the cartoons and stuff, and notice the difference between the Avenger heroes and the mutants, right? Like, and I always found this kind of weird. And Stanley is a very funny kind of dude. So like if you have a bunch of characters that are able to shoot beams out of their eyes and shoot fucking powers out of their different types of orifices and stuff like that, what makes them different from the heroes like you see in the Avengers and other places? Well, the difference is that they were accidents. Most of those guys were accidents, or they didn't belong to this world. While the mutants, they're genetically have these superior gifts. They have all these powers and stuff. And they're all from different walks of life, but they're humans. So what separated them from the normies is that they were anytime they had a kid, even if a mutant had a kid with a normie, they still will get a mutant, right? And that mutant will have like wonderful powers. Like it's never going to be like, oh, you're just a fucking toad. Like even though there was a toad guy, the guy was far stronger than a normal human. His tongue was stronger. He could fucking destroy buildings. So he was off the bat a monster. So, and it always kind of stirred me that how the government and how normie people react to these mutants. So imagine this: like the Kali Yuga's over, 2024 hits around the corner, people start having weird abilities. How will that react? How do you get the jabbies? Mind you, the same jabbies were the same ones that were saying that all anti-vaxxers should die, they should kill themselves, all this other nonsense. And now, mind you, when people start getting abilities and shit, they're probably going to say the same shit, same racism. So that's just my speculation. That's my crazy theory for the day. So
Well, I'll just be super honest. There's I work in New York City, and there's a lot of people every day I see. Some young people have like these giant eyeballs. Like I don't understand. I've never seen. They literally look like Tutankhamun. It's really. I think there's even it's a genetic disorder. There's even a name for it. But yeah, like these kids look like freaking aliens, dude. I don't know what's going on.
yeah, especially if we find out the jab is hereditary now, it can travel from parent to child. So God knows what's going to happen to the future of those kids and stuff.
Deathbringer, I'm gonna share with you a channel, and maybe you want to look through it. It has a lot of very interesting content.
Yeah, sure, I'll look at it. I'll look at new information. It looks interesting. Yeah, I'm just getting through a little cold right now. But yeah, man, I do think this whole graphene, the jab, and that some of the lights are now being changed to black light and stuff like this. And I'm a big believer of the Hollow Reich, the Germans and Hollow Earth and the fucking UFOs. Ever since I saw the Robert Seffer thing, and now they're showing all these UFOs all over the place, and now the government's coming clean. Makes sense to me, man. I just hope no one's dumb enough to see a German with a swastika come out of those UFOs and shoot him.
Yeah, I think there's a reason they made movies like Deep Impact, Contact, Day After Tomorrow, 2012, San Andreas Fault, Armageddon. All those movies were just to like put it in your idea. So whenever they come through and act like this is what's happening, that you accept it. So they could literally like take the reins of the situation. Like, oh, we know what to do.
Yeah, exactly. Not top it off. Like, how many video games how many fucking Call of Duties and first person shooters have we all played killing fucking Nazis in Wolfenstein, you know? Like,
Imagine a world where we just didn't make video games depicting the end of the world like in 1,000 different ways.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
we just have video games where people actually like learn stuff about like how to live forever or something.
Dude, there's plenty of games of that, like Harvest Moon, fucking getting with them town chicks.
Harvest Moon? What game is that? I
Yeah,
think I've
it's like Stardew Valley. You ever play that?
no.
Ah, bro. Like, all you have to do is Google Harvest Moon, like Harvest Space Moon, and it's just a cutesy game that you have like a farm and you have a rural life and you're fucking growing some crops and chickens and cows and stuff like that.
You got shows like Doomsday Preppers. You got people like stuffing their bomb shelters with like canned goods.
Oh, not that's not.
What was
Doomsday.
that movie that came out after Cloverfield? It was like the sequel to Cloverfield or something. 21 something Lane. 21 Cloverfield Lane or something. The dude just like had a bomb shelter and all movie. It's so stupid. And then he went outside and there was like, you know, it was the end of the world.
Yeah, because it's just fear thing, man. And people see UFOs, they're gonna think it's the end of the world, when it's really just the beginning. It's like we see the German UFOs, and the only thing they want is the fucking goblin. I'm like, let them have it.
You know they're gonna start saying there's a space war, right? Donald Trump started like a space force or something.
Yeah, but I'm not a believer in space. So, like,
Yeah, but imagine them like telling people that there's like a threat coming from like space. Like, oh, we detected this or that, and it's like, yeah, it's big and it's the fireball.
I know this may sound cowardly for me to say this, but let me tell you something. If down the road, if the government comes up and tells us like, hey guys, there is this alien race out there in space, and we kind of fucked with them a little too much, and now they're coming to invade us. The first thing I'm gonna do is go after the fucking government official leader. I would be that crazy motherfucker to go after the government leaders and not the fucking aliens, because I know, knowing our government, CIA, and all this other shit, they fucking did something so unreasonably unforgivable that these guys are now coming for revenge.
Okay, but do you remember War of the Worlds with Tom Cruise, where he went outside and the aliens were like stomping on people and like evaporating them like with laser beams, and they turned to dust?
Yeah.
What if the government pulls out this fucking advanced weapon and we start shooting us, right, with laser beams? Then what the fuck are you gonna do?
Well, are you telling me that the government? So instead of the aliens killing us with the tripods, it's the government killing us with the tripods, right?
Yeah, they're gonna have an alien tripod shoot advanced technology physically at us, run into the streets, just like in the movie, heads up, and it's gonna be real shit. So how would people not believe it? And what would you do?
Oh, first of all, if the government has such a technology, and again, based on a whole bunch of other conspiracies,
It
but
doesn't have listen. It doesn't have to be any particular technology. It has to look like aliens are fucking us up.
if the government was doing Project Bluebeam, right, and pretending it to be fucking aliens and bombing us and all that stuff, there's too many people gonna off the mark think it's fucking the government. You know, like the TR-82, the government little triangle UFO they like to fly around the airbase and swear it's not them. You know, the one that lands on the fucking thing. There's too many photos out there like showing that's them. But here, let's go with your example. Say if they pull up the tripods and they do that tripod lightning getting in, right? So we don't know that there's an actual human being in that fucking ship. So okay, so they commit genocide and they kill like a good portion of America. How the fuck, you know?
Well, wait, hold back up. It could be drones, so you don't have. It doesn't have to be a lot of people committing genocide. It could be just a few people with drones and advanced technology that we don't really familiar with, and then thinking it's alien, right?
Yeah. So what's the end plan? Like we fight the tripods, or they kill a good amount, and then the tripods disappear. Because down the road, we're gonna have to get a victory of like destroying the
It was
tripod.
it was in World of Worlds, except the humans eventually won, which was you know, not the result they want, right? So they're gonna attack, right? Get us all in camps, enslave us for our protection, enslave us, right?
Yeah.
Control. That's the end game.
Well, like the way the War of the Worlds ended was that the aliens got sick because they dead ass got out of their suits, drunk some water, and the bacteria fucking killed them inside. And they died. If you want to talk about the animated one with the War of the Worlds, where we had like mechs and mobile suits and we were mobilizing from different places, and Teddy Roosevelt was shooting them out of a tank, then okay, like that's a fair fight. Like where it takes a lot of our stuff to fucking shoot those fuckers down. Yeah, but the problem is that once you have an active moving military in the United States that's going one place to another, stationing it all over the world, well, stationed just in America alone. One of the big rules with military, it's hard to get military out of the suburban or rural areas of America. That's why calling martial law is a big no-no. They rather use the National Guard than the actual military. So, like you got a general that's gonna be on his martial law. He's only gonna take decisions on him. Currently, we'll have a president, right? So who knows like say if Biden is the president when the War of the Worlds happened, right? People will refuse to fight the fucking aliens. There's so many fucking people right now that if the aliens came out and they're like destroying America, a lot of them will go like, listen, I'll protect my family. I'll get out of here. I'll run. But I'm not picking up a gun and fighting the fuckers. Even me, I would not pick up a gun to fight the fucking tripods. Let the government and the military fight that out. Because currently right now the government is not for my best interest. The only difference is the aliens trying to kill you faster, supposedly.
Yeah, my point
Guys,
was
how we
that
doing?
if you don't believe it, it can still be happening. It's just not quote unquote alien. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah,
Yeah, you're not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens.
I'm
yeah,
not
but
saying it's aliens. I'm not saying it. It'll
he's
be the
talking about
government.
Project Bluebeam. He's talking about
It'll
Project
be the
Bluebeam,
government.
where the government pretends to get on these high power technologies and start bombing all the human civilian places, and would be like a nice good trope for us to unite together. But like I've said before, like even in the Civil War factor, like once they start arming citizens with weapons, it won't be that hard to turn around and start killing out the opposition. It's like, here, man, take the tanks. Here, go fight the alien. Yeah, about that.
How does that even work if they got these machines in the cities, right? Zapping the people, right? What can the military do?
Well, first of all, here's the issue.
They can hold us all hostage.
Well, here's the thing. The majority of the proponent of statism, the people that believe in Biden and believe in the government and believe in the science, they all live in these major cities. To do as much impact as you said they would have to attack the cities. They're once again attacking their own supporters. So even if they say they go into all major cities like they always like to do in these movies, and so say they want to do Project Bluebeam on blue cities, well, guess what? You've killed the majority of your supporters. And now you're telling the conservatives who do not trust you, do not believe in you, won't even fight and die for you, thinks America is dead, and you think they're gonna march up, get the guns, and go like, "Yeah, I'll fight for Biden." They will not fight for Biden. They'll get the guns and they go like this. Well, I got the guns. I'm going back home, and I'm just gonna wait until this shit comes to me. But I'm not gonna fight for this fucking pedophile president. It's just not gonna work that way. I mean, a lot of people are fully aware of Project Bluebeam, of the government using UFO or whatever technology to like make us believe the UFO is there so we can have one world order. Bullshit. Their second fail-safe plan. It's like, but I don't think that's gonna happen, because I think what it is going on is the Hollow Earth Germans are fucking with them, and they're showing themselves out more and more, and they're now getting scared because they have nothing to stop these guys. Their technology is beyond the fucking level. They even said these things are going about 170 miles an hour, hitting the water at that speed, and there's no destruction, there's no resist. They go from out of the water in there doing all these different degrees. Our fastest jets can't catch them. We haven't shot them down. There's nothing we got. They could turn on our nukes and turn off our nukes. So what exactly do we have in military wise to stop
Let me comment on that, dude,
Sure.
because when they act like there's a threat that the government can't handle, that gives the people a reason to like loot and go wild. And then they could come in like their big freaking band hammer and just get everyone out of here.
Like hold on. Like when you mean like a threat that we can't handle, could you give a little bit more explanation?
Anytime there's a natural disaster, people start looting. So when people think that the government isn't in control, like they just go rob and steal and do whatever they want and go crazy, I guess.
Yeah, that's happening in all the blue cities. Like, look, for the last several years, I live in a blue city as well. Like the Democrats, the libtards, and all that stuff has reduced laws and the ability to arrest anyone. Even the cops know this. So, like, you can literally rape a person. I don't highly recommend this, but there's actual cases of a guy raping a girl in a subway platform at 14th Street with 6 other guys recording, saying, "You can't do that." Instead of grabbing the motherfucker and throwing him on the third rails, electrocute him to death, they just recorded him, told him he shouldn't do that, blah, blah, blah. He gets arrested the next day, and on the third day, he gets released. He inserted his thing in her, he fucking dumped some stuff in her, and he's let go. So if you want to talk about perpetuating rape culture and loot, that's one thing. And it's already been done. Like Antifa and all these other guys have been looting and burning, and the government did jack shit, nothing. No one got arrested. No one got stopped. They didn't even send the National Guards there. And they even told the cops that were, on these small little off the border areas, don't interfere. And guess what? The cops are a bunch of fucking pussies, and they actually stood there and watched their whole town and city get burned. So as far as government and looting, the only thing that American people will do now is do the Kyle Rittenhouse initiation and shoot these fuckers, no questions asked. And the only things we get from the libtards about the looters, are you really going to shoot people, kill people for property? Damn fucking right. I'll double gauge your whole entire fucking friends list if you're gonna try to rob my store. Fuck around and find out. So yeah, we're already getting looted already as it is. So natural disaster happens, it's gonna happen.
It's always one thing after another with how they like to roll their stuff out. They pretend it's not them. Like I really feel like bombs went off in New Orleans, and then they brought in the Metro Police, told everybody get out of your houses, and then just really unlawful stuff went on. And I think they do this all over the world, and then they act like they can come in and be some like big law enforcement afterwards.
Where
It's
do
just
these bombs go off?
destabilization, and then democracy through crisis. It's like their little process of going from craziness to democracy.
You guys have a real tight grasp on reality, don't you?
Oh, yeah. Like I don't trust the government. I don't trust Biden. I don't trust the libs. Civil war should happen. Best thing we can do.
Okay, so what town did you say the cop watched get burned down?
What are you talking about? I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
You said
You heard that? Yeah.
You
you
got
said
gaslit by something. I'm out.
Chucky, you're like you're robot. You might be better now.
you said the cops stood by because they were told to watch it burn down.
Nah, you're
What
still
town is
roboting. You're still roboting, dude. You want to just come talk to us when you're in your car driving and shit every day. You're a bit roboty. Like heads want to talk to us at the worst moments every day when you're out walking your dog out of breath, when you're in your car ride every day, roboting. Come on, guys.
What? I don't have a dog, so that's not gonna happen. Is that better?
Yeah, it looks better. All right, go ask your question.
Okay, so you said the cops watched as their town was burned down. What town was that?
There was Kashona and a few other towns.
Kashona.
Yeah.
Was that on the news?
Yeah. There's videos of it too. People asking the cops to fucking interfere, arrest these fuckers. And they went like this. They shrugged. They're like, no, we can't do anything.
When was this?
During the Summer of Love Fest, the riots in Antifa and BLM. They were burning the cities and killing people. Burn, loot, and murder.
When was that? 2017? 2018?
2021, I think. 2020. or somewhere
Yeah, it was
around.
after all the lockdown stuff. They basically removed the lockdowns so that people could go and riot in every city around this country.
Yeah.
That's what happened when you guys had your lockdowns removed.
Well,
you guys looted.
no. The libtard Democrats of Antifa and BLM, getting paid by George Soros, were told to destroy and burn the cities because to meet the demands of because it was under Trump, so they go like, just go ahead and do that. And the mayors of these blue cities and other counties told their cops to stand down while they burn, murder, and loot. And the funny thing is, which makes this conspiracy theory even funny as it is, bunch of bricks, like a bunch of boxes of bricks that would usually be for construction sites, were all over the city, like all the streets. Like, and I'll tell you this: someone that lives in the city for all your life, like when you're doing constructions and all that stuff, these bricks are not laid in front of the construction sites or in front of houses. They're actually put inside there because it will get stolen. And the
They
fact,
also put close to where you want to use them. You know,
yeah,
they don't like put them on pallets on the sidewalk. You know, like out near the road.
Yeah, they're valuable. They're valuable. You just wouldn't leave them out in the
yeah,
open like that.
to a bunch of Antifa commies, they're gonna throw these things through the windows and glass of these stores. So that's what happened in
Weren't
America.
those? Okay, so I remember that the town wasn't burned down, was it? You were a bit of hyperbole there.
No, yeah, maybe a little bit extreme because again, riots broke out in many cities, not all, because I did that also, and I said every city around the country. But it happened in Milwaukee, it happened in Kenosha. That's where the Kyle Rittenhouse thing all came into play. Also, nearby to me, where I'm at, I'm in the Milwaukee area. This is the Midwest. It happened way worse in a lot of cities out west, and no, like in Milwaukee, it's not like all of Milwaukee burned or anything, but there was definite neighborhoods that were in complete chaos for about a week or two. You know,
I'm not an American. Who was your president at the time?
Yeah.
And what did he do about it?
Well, he went and labeled them as a terrorist, and he told these states and counties to get this handled, or he'll send the National Guard. He told
Did he?
Lightfoot, no, because near the end
So
of
is
it,
it a liar or incompetent?
no, you gotta let me finish. So when during that time period, like here's a good example, Chicago, when Chicago was having massive murders and all this stuff, and their towns and buildings and stores were being raided by constant nights, he went and told Mayor Lightfoot, I'm going to send the National Guard. And he goes, if you send the National Guard, I will literally say you're doing martial law and you're trying to do this. He's like, all right, I will tell everyone what you said. And Lily says, when you're ready, I will send you the National Guard. He's like, I refuse to get any federal assistance. And a lot of these places refused to get any assistance. There was a few places that wanted the National Guard and they got the National Guard. But everyone else, a lot of these blue cities and mayors, like, no, they did not want it.
Dude, while they were flipping cars and setting places on fire, the news was reporting peaceful protests every night.
Yep.
So how did you know that they were flipping cars? Were you there?
Yeah, there's videos.
There's video of it.
Yeah, videos. You know, the funny thing about the thing, Antifa at first, when the first few weeks of these burnings of the cities in New York and other places, all of this stuff was being uploaded in Odysee, 4chan, everything, right? Because you actually have people live streaming it. Even streamers went out there. Then Antifa realized that they were getting recorded, and then we started seeing them actually try to stop people from recording them. Like, you're endangering our lives. You're endangering our lives. And, they went in to exhibit their extreme racism. They went after any black person that was against them. Even BLM protesters who were not about burn, loot, and murder was protesting, you're not taking our movement. And the first thing that Antifa did was they took a baseball bat and swung it at a black guy, and he has to get dental surgery. He lost a lot of his molars and front teeth. So it just tells you that all this stuff is recorded. That's why I love it when, I'm not saying you, but generally when I argue with a lot of lefties and libtards, oh, I never saw that show recordings. That could be edited. Edited? Are you out of your fucking mind?
I did see those riots. See, the Americans will riot for anything. Fucking the Lakers win a championship, they riot. Howard goes out in New York, they
That
riot.
ain't true. That ain't true. Riots typically have to be inspired by bad actors. Most people are actually most people are peaceful people. Even when it comes to like these BLM protests, most of them were peaceful protesters. It took Antifa bad actors to come in and instigate to do this stuff.
So when New York had a blackout in 2003 or two, was it? It was August 14th. I think it was 2003. They didn't have riots.
There are riots. Like I think you're missing some things out. There's a difference between organized. Hold on. There's a difference between organized destruction of riots, and then later on we find out that the mayors are telling the cops to stand the fuck down, right? And it's the same way you can look at example during the Kyle Rittenhouse case, right? Kyle, there was no cops around. The cops had a territorial kind of line that they wouldn't step over, right? So when Kyle was getting chased by the three pedophiles after killing one and killing the other skateboarder, and as he's running away to get to the cop lines, the cops never charged in. They never got out of that boundary line. So Kyle had to make his way, even though he got tripped. They saw him visually get tripped. As cops came to the court case to confess what they saw, they stated even in the court, I could not move to save the kid or interfere. And when they asked them why, they said we were told to not interfere. So there's a lot. What?
Why did they axe him?
Why did they axe the officers? Why did he not interfere?
Yeah, why did they axe him? Why did they have axes?
Are you making fun of the way that he said ask instead, or are you being serious?
Yeah, I'm making fun of the way he says ask.
Yeah, so I don't give a shit. That's just a slang. That's how I talk.
Right. So you talk like you're illiterate. You're not actually illiterate.
A fucking faggot. What typical.
That's a tactic to derail from actual conversation.
How many G's in faggot?
Let's not call names, guys. Come on.
Well, he just called somebody a pedophile. Do you have?
Yeah,
so Kyle
the
Rittenhouse
guys were pedophiles.
Is that,
yeah,
the guys were actually pedophiles. So
you want me to show you the police report?
Another thing too that's really funny. There's a big misconception about that. People just assume that Kyle Rittenhouse shot black people. They were white people.
Yeah, Jews, white and Jews.
White and Jews.
Yeah, and just to make you even laugh, because you're a fucking idiot. The guy did what he.
Don't call names, please.
Well,
no, that's fine, Jeremy.
Hey, he started
I don't care who started it.
How did I
I'm
start
5
it?
years old. Are you 5 years old? He started it, mommy.
Hey, look, I'm from the East. We like to. If you want to start trash talking, I'll do that all day. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but no, we don't do that all day here. No, that's not what we do. Definitely not.
All right. He started trying to make fun of my accent, so I'm just saying.
No, I asked you why.
I understand that, and I told him not to do that. No, don't.
Okay. All right. Let's
everyone stop with the personal attacks and the name calling, please.
All right.
Hey, so these guys were convicted pedophiles, and they weren't in prison.
Yeah, they were.
Do you know how to, Jeremy?
The first guy that shot him was a convicted pedophile. Yes.
Did you not know there's pedophiles walking around free?
Yes, I did. I think it's crazy.
Was that a shocker?
No, I just think it's crazy that you guys will arrest somebody for having a blunt on them and throw them in jail, but not a pedophile.
Yeah, well, we don't control the police.
They do get arrested and then they get out. They don't stay in prison forever. You know how the world works, Chuck?
Yeah, the U.S. works different than most of the world.
You keep pedophiles in prison forever in Canada? Do you keep pedophiles in prison forever in Canada?
No, we don't.
No, they elect
there's
them.
Pedophiles walking around in the U.S. There's pedophiles walking around in Canada. Same thing.
Who did we elect as a pedophile?
Who's talking about electing one?
I made a joke. I made a joke. I said no, they elect them. Yeah,
jokes are funny.
Oh,
so
that's
funny.
You're not funny.
How's it funny?
You're literally cringe.
Nobody laughed.
Yep, because you're not funny. That should tell you something.
You don't think that you have any? You think you're the only country in the world without politicians that have also touched children?
No.
All right. Well, then you've probably elected some of them.
Okay, which ones did I elect? You're just making a general statement.
You just admitted that you have pedophile politicians, correct?
Well, we probably do because we have a lot of.
I've been seeing this.
All right, then what are we arguing about?
I've been seeing this TikTok recently where they're telling the reason for why they stopped filming How to Catch a Predator. Does anyone know if that's true? The DA in Texas got caught up in that, and that's why they stopped filming it. Does anyone know if that's true or not?
Yeah, I don't know anything about that, but
But this Canadian dude, you also said that Americans will riot over everything. You know, there's riots and protests going on in like many countries around the world right now. In fact, you had one in your own country not too long ago. It's not like it's an American thing. In fact, the whole world right now is sick of this shit.
Okay, so what riot are you talking
Yeah,
about?
we're sick of this shit, Chucky.
Jeremy, hold on. I gotta ask you a serious question, Jeremy. Like this chuckle nuts here is like I'm saying this honestly. It's this guy comes in, deranges conversation, he acts dumb, and it's just, yeah, it's like it's kind of funny. Like, why do we keep enabling this thing? We had a smooth conversation till this guy got in.
Do you mean
Clowning
derail?
around.
That's what he does. He comes in, challenges
So why?
every single thing
Yeah,
you
but
say.
Do you mean I derail the
Let me
conversation?
just mute this idiot. Yeah. So,
dude,
my
don't call
point,
names, please, bro.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm just saying, why the fuck do we have him here?
What do you mean?
It's
No,
fine.
don't call names.
Jeremy, his little
All
names
right.
don't hurt me.
I'm just like curious. Why do you guys keep him here if he's literally gonna
It
be?
just evolves the conversation. If you call names and he calls names, now we're sitting here listening to grown men call each other names. And
Yeah,
it
but
doesn't really get us.
we have a grown man over here, right? Based on your description, like this guy is completely just trying to stir the pot. Like he's acting dumb, and I'm gonna say acting dumb, not saying he is dumb, you know.
The
And
thing
he's
is,
thinking,
some people come here to argue. Some people
Can I get a
come here
word in here
just to-
edgewise there, Jeremy?
Yeah, go
Or
ahead.
do you want to take over?
No, go ahead.
You say I stir the pot. I'm the one who said that I elected a pedophile.
you don't want to keep changing the subject the moment someone answers your question. You keep changing the subject.
Does
Anytime
that
someone
mean
tries to-
stirring the pot?
No, you're literally doing it right now by asking.
Yeah. Yeah, you keep changing the subject. Like anytime one of us answers one of your questions, one of your dumb questions, which is broad and vague and misinterpreted, and we answer it, you change the subject quickly, and it's to another thing,
You
and
know,
to another thing.
my
and to another
questions are challenging your statement. So
No,
my
it's
next
not.
question
No, it's not. It's just it's pointless because you keep
is,
asking this.
somebody claimed.
I
didn't ask you. Somebody else claimed that there was riots recently in Canada. Where were these riots?
Go look it up, dude. Do we look like Google search engine? Why the hell?
You even took my words out of context. I said that there are riots and protests going on in places all over the world. Many cities
Canada.
right now, and I said including in Canada. I didn't say that the Canadian one was a riot, but here's what's funny is depending on who spins it and how they want to spin it, whether it's coming from the left or for the right, a protest could be called a riot or a riot could be called a protest. You had a good example of this in Canada recently.
I don't know who called. You're talking about Truck Boy. I don't know who
No,
called it a riot.
look. Yours. They said it was a protest, right? But when it came to Antifa and the riots in the United States, that was a peaceful protest also. Then when it came to people going to the Capitol building, which was a protest, which was peaceful, that got called a riot. Like you see how it's pretty much the same thing with a different name.
So the January 6th was a peaceful protest?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, mostly staged.
Didn't they break
I mean,
into
guys, there's people that come here to just argue.
January
you can either
6th
keep engaging.
was a
You can
peaceful
either
protest.
government building?
There's guys that come here to just argue.
The only people who were shot or injured or died were yes. I just wanted to say this real quick. The only people that, as far as any violence that happened, it was the cops that shot the people, not the other way around.
So there's guys that come in. There's guys that come in here to just argue. Now we can do it this is an open platform. Anyone's free to come talk. You can either engage them and argue with them all day and then complain about it, or just ignore them and not engage them. Don't respond to them, and they'll just go away.
Let's make a vote and all agree to mute
It's
him.
called
Just
challenging
don't.
their
If you
claim.
don't want
Yeah,
to
yeah.
engage him, just don't
Yeah.
engage him,
I'm
and
just gonna mute
he'll
him.
eventually stop talking to you.
Yeah, I'm
But don't
agreeing to
I'm
mute
not
him right now.
overtalk.
arguing,
Yeah, I'm gonna
Jeremy.
mute him.
I'm challenging claims and asking
Yeah,
questions.
he's not worth
If you
he's
think
not
that's
No,
worth
I'm
our
just.
arguing,
time.
I know,
Yeah,
Chuck. I'm just telling the guys that want to complain about it, like, yo, you don't have
yeah.
to engage this guy.
Yeah,
You
okay.
don't have to.
So I'm just muting him.
You can't. Don't mute him and then overtalk him though. You can't do that.
Well, how am I supposed to know that this guy's talking? I don't want to engage with him.
Well,
I'm not
maybe
gonna
by
let him
not muting,
just keep
genius.
Yeah,
talking.
you don't just when he talks, don't respond to him.
Why give him the time then? Just get
So,
rid of him, Jeremy.
Yeah.
This is an open
so I
platform.
don't.
People are free to challenge. A lot of people like to engage this guy and argue with him.
Well, that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
So what are you saying?
So the guy that brought up
Well, I'm just
riots in
saying
Canada,
he was just complaining about like why do we let this guy in here? He shouldn't even be allowed in here. And then he's just continually arguing with him. So I'm just letting him know like he doesn't have to.
yeah. So I don't know your name, but the guy who's actually talking reasonably about the riots. I don't recall riots in Canada during my lifetime. Do you know of any? I could be wrong.
I don't study Canadian history.
Oh no, like don't even bother,
so,
man.
So it's possible there aren't any.
It's highly unlikely
I'm
that
sure
there's
there
never
were.
been a
I just
riot
don't
in
know.
Canada.
It
Highly
is
unlikely
highly
there's
unlikely. I
never
just
been a
don't
riot in
remember.
Canada.
Yeah, I don't think there hasn't been one. I just don't recall one, and it certainly would have been a much smaller scale than.
Yeah, you guys are wasting time. He's just trolling and playing dumb.
How so? If I'm playing
Yeah.
dumb, then tell me when there was a riot in Canada.
You could just Google it.
Okay.
Just Google it.
Can
That's
you
it.
Google it?
Yeah, Google it.
You're the one
Good.
making the claim.
No, I don't need to define my claim. If you're curious, look it up. Google it.
Okay, so can you then admit until you can show that there's a
Nope,
riot in Canada?
I don't need to
that
admit
might not have been
anything.
one?
Don't need to admit
Okay.
anything to you. You do whatever the
Oh,
hell
look,
you want.
nobody made a claim about that. You're talking to me when it comes to that, about the thing that I said about protests and riots, and you've twisted my words, and now you want to continue to argue on your straw man for something that really was a non-topic. It's a completely different issue than what we were talking about.
Okay, so there was a protest in Ottawa a few months ago, about a year and a half ago. You wouldn't have called that a riot, would you? I wouldn't.
The trucker protest? No, that was not a riot.
Okay, so a lot of people are criticizing how it was handled, including me. I think they were too light-handed on that.
Yeah, like when the cops shot that guy.
I don't remember the cops
when
shooting
the
the guy.
cops shot like a teenage kid.
When was that?
I'd have to dig. It happened near the end of the trucker convoy protest, but there was even video of it where the cop basically he was not good at handling his weapon or something. He was they claimed that he discharged his weapon accidentally, shooting the kid.
Yeah, Canadians, we don't shoot a lot. Our cops don't shoot a lot of people, so they're probably not very.
Well, why are they pointing them at kids?
That's a good question. They probably shouldn't be. And what happened to that cop? I hope he was charged.
I don't know. I never followed up on it.
Our cops in my town, in Northern Ontario town, shot somebody who was holding somebody hostage at knife point, and they shot him in the leg, and he got mental health help, which is good, but he wasn't killed, which is also good. So, I mean, somebody got hurt, but it was resolved fairly peacefully. So, how would you have resolved that issue that wasn't a riot?
Jeremy, can you put the Russian flag by my name, Godric, please?
It's seriously time to disengage with you, like they were saying, because you keep on talking. I never once said talked about any riot in Canada.
I didn't.
We were talking about riots. We were talking about riots in the United States and demonstrations against the government, making comparisons about how the media and the government treats it, the biases involved.
Why do you keep bringing up
and stuff like
when
that?
we're talking about a protest?
Sorry, what did you need, Godric?
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? You changed the subject. We're not talking about what you want to talk about.
We're talking about the trucker convoy, weren't we?
No, we weren't.
Why are you bringing
That
up
was
riots?
not.
I'll send you a message.
Then why are you bringing up riots when we're talking about that?
No, we were talking about riots long before any fucking trucker convoy. We were talking about riots in the United States. You were questioning them, remember? Remember the Antifa conversation?
What my point is, there's been lots of riots, more than just
You don't have a point.
involving it. Really?
Your point is only to distract from what we're talking about and just be a naysayer on everything.
Actually, what you were saying was riots were usually the libtards, and you listed BLM and Antifa, which I agree. Those two groups.
So they
have had
called those
riots.
peaceful protests.
I don't. Do you?
Well, the media did, and the government did.
Well, your media is also retarded.
Right, it's just our media once again.
Well, I'm sure our media is retarded too. I don't listen to it either. But regardless,
he wants to argue.
There were
people like
riots
to engage him.
before. There were riots before that. So the Rodney King riots, which I can see how that happened. But when the LA Lakers won the championship,
So if a riot breaks out in a country of 350 million people once every 20 years, it's like, oh, those evil Americans.
You think it's once every 20 years, and you think it's
no?
Always
that's the span. That's actually spans much larger than that. Even what was Rodney King 92? So from like 92 to 2021, that's your gap that you just left.
Well, I don't remember a riot in Canada in my lifetime. So, I mean, there should have been at least 2 or 3 in there. We're only a country of 38 million, but that's enough.
What's your point? Just Canada's better than America? I don't understand your fucking point.
No, that's not my point. I'm asking you. You're saying there's riots. Why are there so many riots?
No, we're not talking about Canada. Nobody gives a shit about Canada.
I'm not either. You're saying the riots in the U.S. are generally started by libtards like BLM and Antifa. Neither of those existed before. So who started the riots before?
C and I and A. F and an I and a B.
Good answer. Jeremy, I'm done with this witness.
I don't care. If you guys keep engaging them, if you want to argue with them, if not, just stop responding to him, because then he'll have nothing. There won't.
You're going to be left with having we're going to be left with having to locally mute him, and we will get him to talk over them.
If they stop saying things that can't be challenged or defended, I will stop questioning them on those nonsense claims.
We can't do that. You can't locally mute and then overtalk people, please, guys. It's going to make it so difficult.
Well, Chucky, you did lower the quality of the conversation by at least 10 whole steps there.
So you preferred the quality of them talking about War of the Worlds happening soon?
Oh, it's been great. I don't know about just that, but the combo's been great. And then you came in and you just kind of started shitting all over everyone, and it's just a bad vibe. So I don't know. Maybe no one wants. Maybe no one wants.
I'll leave.
All right.
I'm not wanting to. I'll leave.
Yeah, well, no, you came in being rude and condescending and just nasty. So it's not a good time, man. You know, people.
What did I say that was nasty, Gio?
Bunch of stuff, dude. You came in just being toxic and
You
condescending.
attacked that bringer's accent.
Yeah.
Can you give me an example? Of what I said that was nasty.
Yeah, you started with an unhanam attacks. You started talking about my accent, even though I haven't said nothing to you at the beginning, and then you started this whole shit. Like in all earnest, I was actually trying to answer your question in earnest.
Was that after you said, or somebody said that I elected a pedophile?
No one said that. Here's the funny thing. You started with the unharmed attack by attacking my accent, and then off the bat, that's when everyone started going negative on you, and then you started switching the subject. So that's how that shit started. Okay. You were a vibe.
That was uncalled for. Then I apologize for making.
Yeah, well, I now know the integrity of your character, and I want nothing to do with it.
Because I apologize to you. That's terrible.
Because it's not the first time you and I have met in cross places. Like you've done. Yeah, we've met before. We talked before. You've done the same thing towards me.
Who you are.
Well, that's the funny thing is the fact that you don't even remember me, but I remember you and your nasty attitude, and I still was trying to be nice to you, is an equivalent of your fucking character, and it's just nasty.
So what was What was the other conversation?
I'm not even gonna bother to bring that shit up. It's just
So
this
you
is the
don't
this is a second. No, I remember. This is the second dance we've done,
Yeah.
and you still
On
come
this
out
channel?
nasty. Yeah, on this server.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what was that conversation about? If this was the second,
Yeah, we were talking about globe Earth, flat Earth conspiracy, and you came out swinging with the nastiness, and it was just like, wow, I was actually trying to be nice. I literally said that. So no, man, you're just a nasty person. If you all
am
want
I
it,
being
leave. Yeah, you
am
just
I
leave.
being nasty right now?
No, you're already nasty now. It's
Okay.
like, yeah, so it's like I don't want to deal with you anymore, man. Like you can't just come in, be disrespectful, and then go like, oh yeah, I'm sorry. Am I being nasty now? No, man, the damage is done. Leave.
Did I? So I apologize for hurting your feelings. I guess that was rude of me to make fun of your accent.
Bro, this problem is this. Like next time we meet, and the next time you're gonna come in mad disrespectful, man. It's just gonna be the same.
Are you gonna have thicker skin the next time, or the same as that?
No, I just don't want to deal with you, man. Like I don't mind. Like if you want to trash talk, I don't mind. I'll do that. But unfortunately, Jeremy's gonna stop that. So there's nothing I can do. But the problem is, like, I just don't want to deal with you if I can't just trash talk to you back.
Yeah, and I don't care that you called me an idiot and whatever else you called me. That doesn't bother me because I don't know you. So
Yeah,
I'm
I know.
asking you questions. If it bothers you so deeply, again, that was uncalled for that I did. So I will try
You
not
do
to say
kind
it
of
again.
ruin the fucking
that cool?
convo. I gotta go with Geo on this one. Now we're talking about bullshit.
The
Like,
conversation
just
was
totally
about the
ruined it,
War
Geo.
of the Worlds happening.
Who cares, bro? You
Yeah.
totally fucking ruined it, dude.
I'm just
You,
moving.
you guys always do this shit. All you guys that want to come in here and just fucking argue. It just sucks, dude.
Yeah, it's like if you're at it's like if you're in like a park with all your friends and you're like drinking beers and eating food and listening to good music and everyone's having a good time and you're like talking about all kinds of good stuff. And then someone comes in and someone from, random person comes in and they're like, your shirt's ugly. Dude, what's wrong with your food smells bad. You know what I mean? And you're just sort of like, oh, and all of a sudden they start going around and picking fights with people and throwing ketchup on people. And it's like, yeah, you just came in and ruined the whole conversation.
Is there a sign at my picnic that says everybody welcome?
I didn't even like what they were talking about earlier, but it was way better than this.
So you don't want your points question? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, nobody said anything about points questioning.
Okay.
We're talking about your toxic, condescending, bad vibe energy that you came in and ruined the conversation. It has nothing to do with the fact that you disagree with something it's not even relevant. But you're trying to now write it off as if you're like you're trying to write it off now as if you're like high and mighty and all is good and you're just this honest integrity person that was just questioning the things.
Well,
That's not even what we're talking about.
Gio, I'm an asshole. I admit I'm an asshole. I get it.
All right. Well, maybe go to other servers that are into that.
I have a little thicker skin than all of you guys here. That's what seems to be the point.
I don't think that is anything close to what Gio was describing.
Nobody's offended by anything that you said. I don't think he's offended that you too much. I don't want to speak for him, but when you made fun of the way you said "ax" instead of "ask," I don't think that's bothering him too much. It's more about your general attitude on everything.
Yeah.
So would you rather me just come in and agree with you on everything that's ridiculous?
Oh my god, bro!
Like you're missing the thing. Like
if you guys would say so less wrong things, I would disagree with less. Is that fair?
No.
Dude, nobody's making a comment on what you do or do not disagree with. Nobody currently cares about what you may or may not agree or disagree with. That wasn't even the conversation. You came in, like I said, being rude, condescending, snarky, trolling, purposely trying to do what you've now done, which is taken a really awesome conversation. Deathbringer's been on fire for like the last hour or two. It's been awesome.
Oh yeah,
great conversation.
I'll let you get back to it.
Yeah,
have a good one. Thank you, Gio.
Later, man. And then he just fails when he's being called out for what he actually did. Classic.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree. Certain people, we may just have to start restricting their accounts because, they're just disruptive to the point to where they just do that and destroy the entire conversation. And he knows what he's doing. I mean, anyone can come in and disagree with someone. That's fine, but that's not even what it was about. And he knows that. Now he's just not owning up to it and just trying to call us snowflakes or whatever he was trying to do.
Yeah, it's not the first time, man. This is like I said, this is the second time. We had a great conversation, all that stuff. Everything was great. We're all shooting ideas and stuff. He comes around, and it's just as soon as he got destabilized, I just fucking left. That was it. I was actually prepared to fucking leave too because it's just nonsense. It's like he doesn't even have to agree with any of the shit I'm saying or whatever. It's just he's just gonna be snarky about it, and it's just so fucking annoying. You
Yeah,
know?
look, man, you were right before all that started. You said something about when something happens, the Hollow Earth Germans are gonna come out and take it. I thought that was hysterical. I disagree with you. I don't come at you like that. You know, like the
Oh,
fuck are
dude.
you talking? You know?
Yeah, yeah. I'm an understanding. Like there's like I've said, I have a 50-50. Like there's a Robert Seffer video that explains it well. There's a whole bunch of Hyperborn research. They have their own research and evidence of it. Operation High Jump. And I always go like this. I'll leave links and videos on the chat, and it's up to you to figure out whether you want to believe it or not. I kind of put it on the board. Kind of sounds a bit more believable compared to the evidence that we were showing. So, but if that's the case that it is that, then shit, that's gonna be one crazy fucking year. You know. I could be wrong. Shit, I could be wrong. I'll fucking admit it too. But that sounds
That is the
pretty.
only way you could. That does sound like the only way you could have all the countries unite under one flag, so to speak, would be to have like some kind of alien invasion thing, and have all the countries unite, and then have it be like the one world order thing they've been talking about.
Wasn't that
I
what
don't know if that- I don't
Reagan
know
and
if that
Nixon
can
was
be-
talking about?
That would be possibly one way. I don't know if it's accurate to say that's the only way.
Well, look at all the movies and stuff. Because
What
again,
else could you do?
the movies are always like an occult message, right? Like you look at Independence Day, you look at all this stuff, and they try to get you in the heartstrings that humanity has to unite, make the United Earth Federation or some other shit. People are always excited by Star Trek and Star Wars and all this other thing. Like it'd be better if we all united so we can work together and stuff and free healthcare and stuff. And that's how they get you. Like, but like but now
I'm
we know
actually
like
for that. We should all be on the same page with one government, one language, one money system. Just not with the corrupt, evil motherfuckers that are running the shit now. That's not a good idea.
Exactly. I'm all about that. Like if we had a United States of the world, like everyone was running a state for their country, but they all work in one government. Yeah, that would be great. But the current regime, hell fucking no. No fucking way.
I was just thinking, do you think Bill Gates would be behind the alien invasion, Microsoft technology?
You mean the Project Bluebeam thing? Who knows, man?
Yeah.
Like we found out Dr.
Population
Fauci,
control.
Bill Gates, fucking Obama, they all went to Wuhan lab. They all had their hands on it. We find out that Israel had a patent for the COVID-19 since 2014. And mind you, you would think, oh, COVID-20, COVID, like, nope, exactly, COVID-19. They wanted to make sure that they had full access to that.
Do you guys really think, or like in general, let me ask you this: do you really think it would be possible to have a international or like nationwide a government or ruling by, let's say, people who are in the truth from their own standpoint, like truthers like we are, that would forever, let's say, or for a very long time be established as a peaceful, good government? Or could we realistically say, because of the very sinful nature of man, that it will always happen that at a certain point some people want to have more power over a certain area and gonna start establish the same system that we are already in right now?
Yeah, absolute power corrupts absolutely. So even if you did start out with the right foundation and you had good people with good intentions, it wouldn't take long before corruption sets in.
Yeah.
Oh, I got
It's just
a good
man.
response to that.
The
Yeah.
problem is man. We always think that's the elite or all that, but if we look at ourselves truly, in truth, look in the mirror and look at who we are as a person and what darkness we have brought into the world already by word, by our actions, then we realize that the world cannot be ruled by man to have the dream world that we all imagine, because we all have fallen short of the standards that we all appeal to most of the time, because we're not consistent as men. We always
Let me get a
down.
response to that.
That's
Hold on.
why.
Oh, let me get this one.
Okay.
So, just to give you an example, right? And sorry to cut you off, man. Like, look at America. When America started rebuilding its nation after we broke away from Britain, we had 5 pillars. Generally, it would be going through. That's why all the branches of power were kind of separated. We have the president, we have the voting, we have the the electoral votes, we have all these different branches. Just in case corruption kind of like lingered in, one of the levers will prevent a tyranny from happening. So like if we had a whole bunch of corrupt judges, like the executive branch or the House Senate branch will fucking like pull the lever to prevent like any sort of extreme corruption of the judge and vice versa. But the founding fathers weren't stupid. They knew off the bat what happened if all of those branches got corrupted. What if all of these individuals got corrupted? Wouldn't we need some sort of truthers that kind of like working in the background that knows how the real world works far more than the normie who just only cares about going day to day, work, live, life, go home. That's it. Doesn't care or ponder about the world's mysteries. That's what the Freemasons were. That's why George Washington and all the founding fathers were Freemasons. And those
See, I don't
Freemasons.
know about all that. Like I was my point too, if I could slip in now, because it was pretty much the same as what you were saying there. But before it gets lost, because of the corruption that is inherent within man, like that's why they attempted to come up with a checks and balances system, so that you have your executive, legislative, and judicial branch. But there's a fourth branch too that's not really usually talked about, and that's just the people. Like we're not supposed to just allow the government to do what it wants. We're supposed to also be a part of that checks and balances. We're supposed to always be questioning them, always be critical of them, and exercise our rights when needed. In order, like it's our patriotic duty to keep them in check also.
Yeah.
Now this Freemason shit, I don't know if I want to go down. I'm not gonna. Sounds like you're about to say like the Freemasons are good. I'm not gonna go and say that, but continue with whatever that is.
Yeah. So let me get into this. So just like every secret society and organization, they all were made with good intent, but eventually a group subverted them. The Illuminati that was during around the Romans were trying to search for the Black Library and to help elevate man until they got subverted and taken over and killed off. And that's exactly what happens to the Freemasons. There was a letter from George Washington to Benjamin Franklin about the new members that are joining in the Freemason organization that they had. There's pictures of of George Washington in his famous Freemason clothing. Same thing with Benjamin and Thomas Jefferson. And the Freemasons were there. They were legit. They were supposed to be the fifth lever in case shit got worse or if they saw a subversion, they would stop. But unfortunately, they got subverted, and eventually the people that subverted the Illuminati also subverted the Freemasons. That's why Freemasons live in a duality. See, a Freemason, when you go in the lounge, and mind you, Freemasons are evil now. Like they'll test your morality. If you are unable to go far into the, if your moral is too questionable, like if you're willing to do dark things or far for knowledge, they'll put you in the dark sect, and you can go do all these dark shit to get to the 33. But if you're not in that level, they'll put you in the PR one, where the ones that you go for, like, the little parade with the little cars, children hospitals, fucking donation runs, and you could have the receipts. Like I was talking to another person about it. They'll be for you're like, oh, me and my Freemason lodge have done nothing but donations. I don't know what evil shit you're talking about. That's horrible. That's exactly what that is. So, but yeah, as far as it goes, mankind, if left alone, if we didn't have the subverted goblins and people fucking putting like these horrible college ideas and communism, Marx and bullshit, humanity would generally run on their own pretty fine. You look at the Roman Empire, it was doing pretty fucking fantastic for 800 years until they got a little subversion and shit just went to the fucking extreme. They used to have the saying that when you start seeing a lot of gay people and gay politicians, it's usually the end of an empire. And that's exactly what happened to Rome. When people always mention there was a lot of gay people in Rome, they were talking about near the end of Rome. So
Yeah,
Rome.
Deathbringer. See, all you said is just underlining what I said. See, no matter what the foundation is that man creates, even if it rules for 1,000 years of perfect peace, no death or anything, people would actually come, close together, whatever. But since we have been thrown out of the garden, that's my belief. since
Mm-hmm.
sin entered the world, no matter what foundation man intentionally with good thoughts has created, it always led to the same mindset that we have nowadays regarding our governments and the rulers in high places. It always ends up that, and just think about yourself. Think about yourself. You would be born in a Rothschild family. You would have been given a lot of money since your birth and a lot of influence just because of the genetic line that you have been into. Would you think would you think the way you think right now, or would it be a different way because you have been raised differently? I'm not trying. I'm just trying to point out. No matter the foundation, because of the sinful nature of men, it will always lead to the same outcome as we are right now.
No, I
There will
get.
never be this. The only thing how you will make it possible is either delete sin or make people robots, which is also which might be the intention of what they're now trying to do is making people like NPCs, planting something inside their head, making them, you know, the same like robots. If
Yeah,
you make man like robots, then you could maybe have this utopic, perfect world where
yeah,
you
but I'm
know.
not. I'm not wishing for it. Look, I'm not wishing for a utopia. That's a fantasy and a pipe dream then too. What I'm stating is that majority of like historical nations and great empires, yeah, do they have their little sneaky little merchants and stuff? Yeah, of course. But the difference between here and now, we all been born in a corrupt regime that clearly doesn't give two shits about its people, as it, destroys its nation from the inside out. But now, as a people, we now know what exactly is the groups that are in control of this shit. We know that's the goblins. We know that we not want nothing to do with them. We know we don't want them in power. And like I've said, most people in your average day life, they only want to be left alone. They're not looking to conquer. They're not looking for grander things. But the best thing what you need to do for like say for America, we definitely will have to have lots of fucking constitutional changes to make sure that we would never allow tyranny to finally take over again. And that's the
But it
last
will
hiccup.
do. But it will do it again, right? Like even if you would now tell me, okay, look at this Roman Empire, or look at this empire, or whatever ruled back then.
Hmm.
No matter what it is, as you can see, it's not longer with us, right? Even if something real good as a system of rules and laws and so forth ever existed, even if you would call it Tartaria or whatnot, all the things that people want to believe, no matter what, even if it's an example, the very reason why it's not established in the present time we live in right now anymore shows you that it indeed failed.
No, no, that's wrong. So the thing is this:
Why
ever
is that
since,
wrong?
so look, and I'll say this why it's wrong. Ever since during the World War I and World War II, the deep state found out that every time there was a great world war, lots of its control spread and their influence were more entrenched. So when the Second World War happened, which again it should have never happened, was a preemptive strike on Germany. France attacked Germany, even though Germany went after Poland. France and Britain didn't give two shits about Poland. Even after when they were pushing Germany and Russia had taken over Poland, they gave no shits about Poland's existence. They let him fucking die. Even way before when Poland was sending letters about asking to be rescued, they didn't give a shit. So especially when Britain did their first preemptive strike at Germany with the Dresden bombings, right? You have all the shit going on. Their influence, these people in power were already there since the French-English War when England were bankrupt by the Rothschilds. So we've been constantly occupied by this secret regime slowly decaying. So for you to say like, well, humanity has always shown to be bad, but that's the problem. Humanity never got a chance to fulfill its own obligation of freedom. We've always been controlled by these fucking puppets. And the majority of time when people like Tenzaliski and all the other guys that have came out as martyrs to go after the government, we're only treated as the terrorist Lenskop, the extremist, the crazy nut job, right? And that's how it's always been played off. So we're not free. You and I are not free. Americans are definitely not free. We might be able to move it about, but we're not fully free to do whatever we want. Even though we have evidence of the corruption, we have evidence of them doing dumb shit. We're not free. Like tons of Americans do not want American taxpayer money to go to Ukraine. Not one fucking person. Maybe the libtards do it, but they don't represent the majority. But they still do it anyway. So for America influencing Russians and Europeans and Ukraine's death, Yeah, that's our government, not us. So once we're all fully free, then we can start talking about, like, whether humanity has the right to remain rules. And again, it is human nature to be always at war with one another. There'll be times that we'll have peace, and there are times that we'll have war. It's just the nature of the beast, you know. But it is as it is. We're always gonna meant to sharpen ourselves.
I would call it, the very sin that has entered into the world when we have been thrown out of Garden Eden, the Garden of Eden. The thing is, I think I see within myself, within my heart as a man, I can tell you, I see a lot of corruption, a lot of evil things, especially in the past, and I've yet to come to the conclusion of what the scriptures tell us and what the Most High has actually prepared for us as a meaningful life. But still, I see the darkness within my flesh and heart, and I think that there will never be a time if it's not ruled by the Most High, and He is ultimately the source of control, which everyone would bow down the knee to, so to say, that man will never be in agreement, and will never be in a state of um, freedom. I mean, what is freedom? Is freedom being a slave to your sin? Is freedom being a slave to darkness? Is
Well,
freedom, what is freedom? That's a very
I can ex-
general term, right? I mean, if I would start talking about freedom, you, me, or everyone in here, I would guess there's a high percentage that what you, for example, think about freedom will be different from what I think, will be different from what Gio think, or Witzet, or Tim, or Lunatic. Everyone would almost have a different kind of goal point, and that's the very thing, because man is so, you know diverse in his ways and thinking. I think we will never get at that point where we get the system we all would like to imagine, right? Like, it's just not within the nature of man. That's just what I'm trying to say. I'm not.
no,
I don't want to be the boo man and say,
no. I get
"Oh,
what you're saying. Yeah, like I get what you're saying, but look, I don't sign up to your ideology and religion. I have my own religion, and like, out of respect for my brother who is a Christian, like I worship the old gods and I worship Odin, and when you look at the old gods and how man used a relationship with the old gods versus Christianity, men did not ask the gods to shape their reality or their fate. It was all about them proving themselves worthy to the gods. So man did not seek the gods in a sign for like this extreme, like, oh, we're sinful. No, man can be either monsters or bad. We had an honor code back then that we wouldn't kill the weak or the defenseless, because the gods will see it as disrespectful, and our ancestors too. And this is why I have, like, sometimes problems with the Christian ideology or Catholicism. It's that whole idea that you're born in sin, and because through your sin you're at the mercy of, like, what's in your flesh. Yeah, men can be good and men can be bad. That is true. But it's the small good things that we do for one another kind of brightens the world. It's not about, cuz I'm born in sin, God is the only one that's the last call, and humanity doesn't have the right to rule. The Earth, Midgard itself, was made and designed for us to rule. It is our playground. This is our kingdom. You know, and yes, we're gonna kill brothers. We're gonna kill other tribes of people, but that doesn't separate us from, like, saying that, oh, because we have sin and all that stuff, we might end up causing the nations to go dark and stuff. No, like, as much as people wants to believe that, it's not the case. Like, a lot of people, like, say for example Genghis Khan, they will like to say he was the most prolific genocidal mass murderer. But if you sit down and read his biography, read historical books, he was a big guy on spirituality and scholarship. He had a thing against stupid slavery. Yeah, he had slaves. Yeah, he enslaved a lot of people that refuse to bend the knee and serve. So, like, if you were like to deny him access to the kingdom, or if you were willing to fight him, he was like, hey, if I win, you're my slave. And Lord Blow, you played that bet, you lost. But at the end of the day, it was because most kingdoms, when they dealt with other kingdom scholars, they killed them too. So the fact that he had one a great library and stuff like that. So no, I don't think humans are born in sin. I don't think one man sacrifice is our way to kingdom and heaven. I think we're put on this earth to learn, to get stronger, to level up, and reincarnate and do somewhere else in another world. You know, and that's the whole point of this world. Like we're in like a world that's already in tragedy. We pick this life, and we're destined to challenge ourselves through these hurdles to get stronger. You know, to make ourselves worthy. But that's my belief.
Okay, I can respect that.
Sorry, I just joined, but you said this world that's in tragedy and you have to make it stronger, and that's the thing. You can't just think that everything's going to go your way. You got to make your way for yourself. And if you fail to do so, then it's not going to go your way.
Yeah, no, that's like I said. Like when it comes, we could change this world. Like one man can change the entire reality of this world, right? And there's plenty of cases for that. So, you know, the fact to say that you can't change yourself or grow from that, that's just one thing. Like I've said, I'm a big believer that you pick your lifestyle when you get into this world. Like I picked to be born poor. Some people pick their life to be rich. I'm a believer of that. So that way you can get challenged, you can get stronger, your soul can get stronger. Only through challenge and tragedy does your soul gets reforged in purity. So, that's why you look at character development. You notice that a lot of people going through these hurdles and challenges, they get stronger or they break. So that's what I
You
believe.
have this more like Buddhistic mindset.
Yeah, but reincarnation has been talked about many places, even in the Deep Sea Scrolls of Jesus, which has been removed, and even in the Book of Enoch, which is mentioned. So that's why it's like when you look at the tragedy of
I
Christianity in
don't
the
know about
Bible.
that.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like the Book of Enoch was mentioned. There's a passage in it in the Bible, but no
Yeah,
one.
I don't apply to any books, that are not an official 66 books.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So like,
Yeah,
I
they
don't know
just
which.
don't resonate with my spirit.
No, okay. Well, that's why I always say you choose your own spiritual beliefs. I have my own. You have yours. I have my country. You have your country, and
Yeah,
we
I
strive to
think
build a better place.
I appreciate I appreciate this conversation and what you say. I personally would just think whatever you believe is for me it would be just way too complicated. Like I personally I'm way too weak of a person to set myself in such religious lines like you thinking like that you need to become this and that and you need to do these and that things and you need to get stronger and you will be born again into something else and then you go on again and you choose and pick. For me this is way too complicated and I can't apply to that. I rather go with the simplistic way of saying that I myself have realized that I have fallen short of the glory of the Most High, the one who is the truth, the way, and the life, who is perfect, who is holy, who is a righteous judge, and either I'm gonna pay for my transgressions against him, or he has finished the work for salvation. I accepted his finished work, and that's it. That's the simplicity of it. For me, all the other things in the world regarding religion, regarding eternal life, regarding reincarnation, it's just way too complicated. I could never be this type of guy. I
Yeah,
once was maybe in that mindset, but that just always led to more darkness and uncertainty, and it was never a foundation where I could literally die upon personally. It's just my personal point.
See, and that's a great point because I'm not religious in any sense of the word. But in saying that, I've been in a couple of over the last 20, 30 years, I've been in a couple of situations where I've literally, without thinking, had to ask the big guy for some help. And it's worked out. I'm still here.
Mm-hmm.
Coincidence? Probably, more than likely. But even after that, I'm not a Christian. I'm not religious in any way. But when I get in trouble, sure as shit do I ask for help.
Yeah, like and I can understand it. Like I said, like I'm not gonna go around and do like what most typical people say. My religion's better than your religion, or my spiritual practice is better than yours. Everyone has their
Yeah.
own thing. Even like you saying that you're not religious, but you kind of feel like that there's definitely a higher source or a being that you can go
Yeah.
to for protection, right? And I can understand and respect that. And like I said, I've met plenty of people. Shit, I remember a Rick and Morty episode made fun of that too. Like, this whole thing of like Rick hates God, he is God, and next thing you know, he's about to die and he's praying to fucking God. And so it's a lot of shit like that. And maybe some people need like some spiritual recognition or maybe a deep dive into it. But like I've said, like I can understand like where you're, Clanders, you was is it Clander? I'm trying to say if your name's correct.
I know
Clay?
Jizz.
Exactly, Odyssey. You can also call me Fabian.
Fabian? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I like, I just want to give you respect for that. Like, yeah, like you have your own religious belief and practices and whatever you feel is more comfortable for you. I'm all that, Like for me, I believe in what I believe in and I practice it. I live in honor. I do things in ways that will, my ancestors will respect me and go like that. So I'm not going to go in like in any sort of situation where I kind of always strive to better myself, make myself stronger, and keep pushing it. That's how I believe and how I'll raise my kids if I ever have kids. But that's how I think. But like, but I don't
Yeah.
believe we're born in sin. So, but that's your belief, and I respect that. So, but yeah, as far as if humanity never unites under one banner, as long as we can have our own nations and countries, I could respect that too. So like I want America, if people live in UK have their own kingdom or like Britain and Scotland and Ireland separates, more respect for that. But I just want America to be America, and we definitely have a goblin problem, and we need to get rid of that.
Dude, that's how it happened after the Second World War in 1953 or 54. That's when the United Nations were formed. And 54 or 57 countries, including Russia, signed up to that declaration, and it hasn't turned out to be that good.
No, the project failed. And so I just want us to go back to being sovereign nations, what our sole duty is for the people, of the people, and the safety of the people, and mind our own business. Like if we want to trade, we should trade. But I definitely want to like to not sacrifice American lives for a European problem, and I would I would like to like not I would like for us to all live in harmony. Like I know that some nations aren't going to be like that, but yeah.
But
I just wish that America would stop fuck up all the time, so we have to have problems.
But
yeah,
but the trouble is with that scenario is that the US, whether we like it or not, you guys are the world police.
Yeah, that is true. Like, but the funny thing is, go ahead.
No, all I'm saying is you're in charge of 8 billion people. You're not in charge of a couple 100,000 people in a city. And
when did we have that election?
Yeah, so
we had that election in 1954, I think it was, United Nations.
Yeah, so when it comes to America, like we've got signed up for something so stupid. Not even the people. Like we got drafted to Vietnam, we got drafted to a whole bunch of stupid shit, and again, a lot of Americans are now paying the price for it. We see what happened to Iraq wars and how they treat our veterans. We still look at this. Like even to American patriots like myself, we're still fucking pissed off and seething about how the Vietnam soldiers got treated when coming back home. Like that's how pissed off we are. Like we're so pissed off we want a fucking civil war to cleanse all this shit because we know there's no working with them. So as long as those motherfuckers are in power, entrenched, yeah, America's definitely going to start coming in there, bullying your neighborhood on a daily. But here's the good news, though: a lot of people have woken up, even the soldier branches. Like we would have been at war right now with Russia. How did they had the voting situation? Like they didn't do a vote, but they did they went and asked the soldiers from multiple branches. They did this kind of like little survey. How would you feel about going to war with Russia and Ukraine or supporting Ukraine? And everyone said, "Fuck no, I would leave the military." Right?
I was going to go over there.
Yeah, but that's not our problem. Like what's going on with Russia and Ukraine, that's not a problem. I will say this though, out of honest, doing the research, America CIA did put Zelensky there, and America did fucking do that. But, yeah, but here's the thing though, I'm all about, like I said, I'm all about getting rid of the CIA. It's a bunch of clown shit. I hate the CIA. I don't like the CIA. And, I hope to get rid of them. All of them should get charged for treason.
No, that's fucked up.
What do you mean?
It was a democratic election. Zelensky got in there fair and square.
No, he didn't. All right, so let me give you an example. Hold on.
Okay. So did my Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern get in fair and square, or is it only because there's a war going on that he didn't?
So let me explain. So Zelensky.
You can explain all you like. Carry on.
Yeah. Okay. So Ukraine was a religious country, Orthodox Christian, just like Russia. They have churches. They're extremely
They're
religious.
not Orthodox. It's all fucked up all over the country.
Well, during that time period, there were a lot of Orthodox, and they also had a lot of basic Christians. It was a Christian nation. People literally call it a Christian nation. And Zelensky was this gay stripper who would do little stupid pranks. He's literally.
Oh,
Yeah. Do I have to show you the Zelensky
Okay, carry
dance
on.
video?
Carry on.
So there's even
Prince Harry wore a Nazi uniform. That doesn't mean he's a fucking Nazi. Jesus Christ.
I'm not saying he's a Nazi. Like, I'm not even saying the Azov Battalion are legitimate Nazis. They're already been found out that they had a lot of goblin blood in them. But anyhow, so the thing is this though, when it came to Lizinski, they already found out that he had connections with the CIA. The same way why do you think the United States government and all the other Western nations are dumping money into Ukraine? It doesn't make any sense.
Because they don't want the communists, like the Cold War. They don't want the communist shit to get into the fucking Western Europe.
Okay, so here's this. You say that the reason why these Western nations are giving money to Ukraine in the hopes to prevent communists from spreading, yet the Democrat president we have supports communism. The Democrat Party supports communism. The Antifa support team that they have under them are a bunch of communists. The AOC is a big Marxist. So
what hemisphere in the world are you in?
I'm in America, East Coast.
America. Are you like Florida, Louisiana?
Yeah, Florida.
Okay, so close to the equator, and you think that this is what's happening?
That's what's happening. There are files that are being declosed. There are times. Look, even the Democrats themselves are using Marxist talking points. We're not dumb. We know when they're saying exactly word for word, plagiarizing speeches, right? Shit, fucking our vice president.
There is flat, so it's
well, that's different thing because like you can like for instance, if I say that like, do you play video games or do you play sports?
Both, yeah.
Okay, so let's just say if that I say that fucking Dark Souls 1 is the best fucking game in the world. You go like, nah, dude. Like, I think the other game's best. That's my opinion. Even I say with Flat Earth, I don't think it's concrete and facts, but I definitely don't prescribe to the globe Earth thing because there's something wrong with it. So, but like I said, I'm not gonna go out there and shit on you for believing globey stuff or Flat Earth things. But when it comes to this government shit, it's plain and day. Like our Democrat Party is socialist communist. They even had a problem during the 2016 era that they had a lot of the AOC, Omar, and the Big Four, which they literally call themselves the Marxist sisters, and they were dealing with Pelosi's team, which they're trying to make ball with. Like they literally, AOC is off the bat putting communist rhetoric, even fucking communist subsidies, the Green New Deal. But that's exactly what's going on. So Americans don't like communists. We don't like anything to do with the LGBT or any of this shit, but yet you see that all over the news as if they're the majority. Yeah. So, and like I said, Zelensky, no one likes Zelensky. Even Zelensky just declared war to destroy all churches and Christianity stuff. He's coming over there.
That's not what Zelensky's doing. He's trying to save his fucking nation, as anyone would.
That's not. First of all, that's not saving your nation because first things first, he did was he let the Jews. He let the Jews leave. Right, all the young Jewish men.
Holy fuck, son! Jesus Christ!
I have videos. He let them all leave. Then he drafted all the young boys. Then all the young men, force. Then the volunteer groups didn't even got a chance to go home because as soon as they saw the shit home of here's an AK-47, go attack that tank. Survivors actually came back with videos of it. I even have plenty of 4chan posts of Russian tanks just running up and shooting, blasting a whole bunch of Ukrainians right off. Like they're getting attacked by Belarus, Romania, Czech. Like what am I missing? Crimea also attacking them. So
well, Crimea is part of the Ukraine, Belarus, and all that there, and
yeah,
with Russia.
yeah, and
So
Russia gave them a vote. Like let them vote if they want to succeed or not, and the Ukrainians sent soldiers to stop them from voting.
your stories don't really work out. But I'm just going to go and have a quick smoke.
All right, man.
And I'll come back in about 4 or 5 minutes if that's all
All
good.
right, I should be around.
If you're still here, you're still here. If you're not, you're not.
All right, man. Well, it's nice talking to you, just in case.
Yeah,
But,
you too. Cheers, mate.
yeah, man. Like I said, America doesn't want nothing to do with Ukraine. Like, and again, if we were outnumbered to the last, you shouldn't even draft women. But they're drafting women and they're sending them to the front lines.
American people don't want nothing to do with Ukraine. Our government sure as shit does, with their labs and all kinds of other stuff in there.
Yep. Like I love it that we have it's like this. If Russia, like I've used this example before, if Russia had 25 biolabs at the border of Canada and they were bioweapons lab, you're sure as shit we would be invading Canada to get to those labs. And that's exactly what fucking Russia did. And mind you, when people were talking about, the news reporters were showing, oh, they went out to these biolabs, these American biolabs, and the first thing the lady said, oh, they're just toothpaste and oral hygiene studies, nothing else. Then within a few days, she goes out in the news and she says, I'm fearful that Russia will take the biolabs that they have found and take the bioweapons and use it against Americans and Ukraine. Didn't you just say just a few days ago that they were not weapons? So, this is what I'm saying about the stupidity of my government. It's like, it's so dumb. Like, they went after Trump about fucking declassified files, and now fucking Biden, who was the vice president at the time, didn't have the ability to declassify. They found 3 case files of classified information. So it's like, wow, didn't you go after him for this? So a famous YouTuber said a good quote on it. Whatever the Democrats go after Trump for is what they're doing. So all we can hope is Trump win again.
See, I agree with so much of what you say, except for this whole the government is broken, corrupt on both sides of the fence. No matter, Trump is not really any better. He's just playing his part in it. I mean, this is the guy who brought you 5G. This is the guy who brought you the vax. This is the guy who brought you Space Force. This is the guy who is celebrated all over Israel. And yet you still want to be like, oh no, Trump's the good guy. He's gonna fix this. That's where you're misled.
Oh, that's wishful thinking. I'll be honest with you. Like my number one agreement to kind of fix this country would be civil war. That's about it. I don't honestly, wishful thinking is that we could find a peaceful route where Trump comes in, fixes the shit, and he actually does his fucking job. That's wishful, hopeful thinking. That's positive thinking. But in reality, civil war has to be done. This is the only way that's going to fix our country. And I know the moment America goes civil war, every other Western nation is going to follow suit. Australia is going to go civil war. Everyone's going to copy. It's a domino effect. Once you see the police state fucking does it, everyone's going to like, oh, this is our only chance. America's not going to send their troops. They're too busy fighting their own. And that's when the real shit test is going to begin. And I don't know how that's going to go down. Like, we might have like maybe 20 years of just separate states and, secession lines. Who fucking knows? They always said it's 10% of the population it takes to knock out the American government. But we don't know how far the extremities of the deep state will go to fucking win, these are the same guys that push the jab with the fucking deaf and all this other weird graphene shit. And yeah, Trump did make the jab and all that shit. That is true. But he also said multiple times it's a fucking choice. Like he even says when he had the coof and he got out of the hospital, he didn't get jabbed. The jab wasn't even there yet. And he got therapeutic drugs and he was okay. And he kept saying the same shit that he's always said. The virus is like 98% survival rate. Even if you are a beast, crippled, and all these other shits, that's like 80%. That's still a pass, you know? So for you to go out there and get a jab and not do your own research, you know, it's like a lot of my jab friends were talking about. They were getting all pissed off at me for not, you know, fucking beating the shit out of them and locking them in the basement for not taking the jab. And I kept repeating it to themselves. Like, I gave you every information I had. You called me a dumbass. I gave you choices. Like, it literally says experimental drug. All the things they've tested on animals died within 2 to 4 years. Like, nothing survived, and you still gonna put that in your skin? And they go like, yes. And then after they got everything taken care of, and now they got all these fucking crippled sickness. One is in a wheelchair. All they can do is, I'm sorry. Like, don't be sorry about me. Be sorry about you. You had a phone.
Bro,
So
you got a friend in a wheelchair from that?
yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
man, I've never experienced anybody having
Hey,
personally
man,
having
it
such a
gets
bad thing.
it gets worse than that, man. My brother got
What's
an
up, Elon?
autoimmune disease from what's going on. My brother got an autoimmune disease called EGPA that is admitted by his doctors, and it's on all the FDA stuff. It's documented. It's an adverse event to the Pfizer. It costs $30,000 a month to treat him right now. He would have died if he didn't go in when he did. $30,000 a month to treat my brother because of something that came directly from that jab.
Are they really just trying to depopulate like that, or just trying to scare people, you think? Or is it like, do you think that they have markers to allow them to activate certain things to make these happen to certain people, or is
I'm
it
pretty
just
sure we're
everybody?
probably not allowed to go too in depth in all this.
Well, yeah. So I'm just gonna give you the light job to it, and you can look it up yourself. There are newspapers that Bill Gates himself, one of the founders and one of the large shareholders of these jab companies, who kept saying, "Listen, we're going to go through a world population thing, healthcare, and the best way to control population." He did this with a TED talk and a newspaper, is with the jab. You know, and you know, Lily said the word VAC, and he did it with a smile. And every time he talks about pitching about it, you know, you have this fucking, you know, computer nerd with no medical license, no medical degree, no medical studies, all of a sudden the advocate for medicine. And you know, people, you can look up people's personal experience working under Bill Gates or people's studies around Bill Gates, and the guy is a narcissistic little fucking idiot. You know, you will.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
one little prick can change the world.
Yeah, one evil little bastard, and yet with all that money, you know, all those little wedgies, he's now getting his revenge. You know, so this nerd is going out there with a plan to kill a lot of people, and he's okay with it. Why do you think he's now buying all the land, all the farmland? Which, thank God, Montana is looking into investigate him for it. You know, so he's not just buying regular land; he's buying farmland, and he's doing this. Eat the bugs. You'll be happy. You know, you won't own anything. So yeah, yeah, the jab was designed for it, and I'm not gonna front. It is a natural selection thing. You know, I wish a lot of my family and friends didn't take it. I wish they listened to me. You know, I was as charismatic as you could think. You know, I tried to fucking tell them and talk to them, show them information, but they were so hooked up on the science. And now, you know what they say? They don't even respect doctors. Like if someone, I remember one of them was even saying that if I ever see a doctor and he tells me I'm a doctor, listen to me, he's gonna sock him in the face. And that's the mentality people have now with the doctors. They lost all credibility. It's pretty fucking sad.
My last doctor's visit was a pretty amazing experience too. The nurse told me he's not taking any more of them. Whenever he asked me, like in the beginning, like if I had taken any of them, I said no, and he was like, "What?" Kind of blown away by how many people in my town just refused to take it. And then he went on to say that he's not going to do it anymore. That clearly it doesn't work because people who take the thing still get it. He had to take the initial 2, then the first, second, and third booster. And he says, "I'm not doing it anymore." And I was like, "Good for you." And then later on, talking to the doctor's talking about how they're so short-handed staff, and like they don't have the helpers like the lower level healthcare workers there. They're just seeing patient after patient after patient. And then she said that it's not a problem just with, you know, like their location or their bigger business, but all healthcare, they're all shorthanded. She said because all the healthcare workers are dying. That's a quote straight from my doctor's lips. Not because they were fired, not because they quit, not because of ultimatums given by the government, because they're dying, is what my doctor said.
Yep. And I'm gonna tell you right now, this might be the spark for the war. This might be a spark. There's gonna be a lot of angry, dying people who wants their pound of flesh. They already know, they don't even know if they got next 4 years, because now they're seeing the actual case studies, like I said before, that all the test subjects that were given this fucking mRNA experimental, they didn't live past 4 to 5 years. There's now doctors and even executives from BlackRock who had talked to doctors about it. Former BlackRock executive, he was even saying we might see a massive die off within 4 to 5 years. And not to top it off, the ones that don't die off are sterile. They're showing that the majority of women are now sterilized who've taken the jab. So we're going to be dealing with an entire situation of a real population problem. It's going to be fucking crazy.
I read an article where it's actually become a thing now where a lot of women are lying, like single women are lying in their dating profiles about having taken the therapy because single men are not interested in them. They're worried that their reproductive system might be compromised.
Oh yeah, big time. I'm one of them.
No
Like
shit.
yeah, I'm one of them. Like I already know that I have to deal with like an ocean of thoughts and bad integrity women, with body counts that are, rivaling that of the public transportation. But, now I got to deal with the jab too. So my dating pool has gotten very small. I might just go foreign and go date me some foreign chicks because that's the only way. Because I definitely know I've heard that it might whatever's going on. There's now like the jabbies are even coming up with their own sickness that is also infecting the non-jabs. So I've been hearing that about office workers too. Some people that went back to the office and they said a lot of people that had the jab kind of smelled funny. They started giving off this coughing sickness that they even caught twice. So now a lot of the non-jabs are terrified that the jabs might, get them like with a new virus.
They don't know science though. They don't know how that shit works, what it is.
But fear is fear, man. That's how it works. And not to top it off.
And that's
like,
true. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, man. Like I said, I personally don't know if that's the real thing. I would love it if a doctor would legitimately check that shit out. So I don't need to be worried too. But what's even more funny to this whole thing is that, it goes with the treatment. Like you had all these these jabbies telling, God fucking death threats. I wish you to die. I hope your whole family die. Some real evil Ricky Bobby shit, And next thing you know, it's the other way around. Like we're seeing it happening to them, and there's really no pity or mercy. Like I have loved ones, yeah, I pity them, but for everyone else, I really don't pity them. Because most of them were leftists, and most of them were actually my enemy. So I guess that that kind of solves the Civil War problem a little bit there.
It is really sad to see somebody on TV just kind of fall over, though.
But you know what? It's like
And you know what it's from,
Yeah, I know. But you know what? I got to say this. A lot of us here we're engaging with one another, we even some of those that believe the globies or the flat earths and stuff like this, we're willing to do our own research. We have computers with access to the internet. As much as there's a lot of censorship, we still can get access to a lot of stuff. We could still access a lot of YouTubers. And the fact that people were able to ask questions like, do you not find it kind of strange? And you're looking at this like, I'm going to trust my gut instinct and not do it, And people still did it anyway. So it is what it is, I guess.
Yep.
You can't save everyone.
It's kind of like you can't fool everyone all the time. You can just fool most of them most of the time. But shit, a lot darker.
Yep. And unfortunately, that's how it's gonna be. Cause at the end of the day, it's it's natural selection. I know that's a fucking dickish way to say it, but these are the people that I've argued. These are the ones that were believing that the Avengers were real and fighting in Ukraine. Like, do you know how dumb that shit is? The Ghost of Kyiv, the Rapist of Kyiv. Like, oh man, Sam Hyde was having a fucking kick day of it. Like, oh, there's this guy that's raping all the Russian men. They call him the Rapist of Kyiv. Like you don't believe that shit, right? Like no, I really do. You took a booster? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Your girlfriend did too? Yeah. All right, cool. Thanks. So there's some real dumb people, man. I can't believe it. So I don't know, man. But all I can do is hope for Civil War, man. Civil War. That's the only way to fix this shit.
I think there has been a war going on. It's just a silent one, essentially.
Are you talking about the QAnon one?
The war online, the war between of knowledge and ignorance. They're hitting really heavy on the like not public side of everything. On like they're scaring everybody, but like if you do know what's going on, they just shut you the fuck up.
Yeah, that's
Like,
called
they just
hiding your
silence
power
you.
level. Like I've been on 4chan Po for so long now, like about 4 years. Not like crazy long like some of those veterans, but like you have to hide your power level. You know, there's sometimes you got to go out there and you got to play nice, and you know, and there's some people out there like sometimes I'll go out there in a job site and they'll be arguing about things that I know they're completely fucking wrong. You know, and I don't say shit because I know the moment I say shit, I'm gonna get fired or I'm gonna get in trouble.
I wouldn't. Is civil war really the only way, or
Yeah.
is it just people? If once people understand the problem and realize that they are by non-compliance takes care of that problem, then their problem then kind of goes away without violence per se.
Well, here's the issue though, and I'll clarify it for you. And unfortunately, this comes out of deep sadness. I've talked to a lot of people. I'm always open to talk to anyone, and I'm like water. Whatever you give back to me, I give back to you. So whatever energy you give, I give back. And there's plenty of college kids that I've talked to. I'm 33. I've talked to plenty of people that are younger and older than me. And there are some groups of individuals within the left that they're beyond levels of reality. They're not in any form of way that you can have a civil discussion. Like I shit you not, in the middle of class, they try to hit me because they were wrong in their opinions. Like I disagree with them in any sort of opinion, and I like not trying to fucking act like over masculine, but I'm at least 100 pounds more than I'm like 250, 6'2", built, and you have this nerd try to hit me because I didn't agree with trans or Biden or any of that shit. And it's phenomenal that yeah, but the thing is this though, they're all about laying hands on you, they're all about acting violence on you, but the moment you give back that energy, they act like victims. They're like they can't comprehend.
Right, I got you. No, totally. Right, I hear you, but it's like we all believed in Santa Claus at one point or another. We all believed one version of what the government told us at one point or another, and then as soon as the fix to that is knowledge or understanding, not ignorance, the way that they keep in, is free thinking. As soon as you start thinking for yourself, then all of that goes away non-violently.
Well, here's the thing, like, and the thing that opened my eyes to the Civil War thing was the Kyle Rittenhouse situation. The amount of people that I watch in stream, especially the leftists, like I always like to watch the enemy and how they think and talk, so you can understand how they think. But sometimes I have some copium in the hopes that they'll wake up, like what you're stating, and they'll learn their evil ways. But
Hope dies last, right?
yeah,
Because you don't want violence and all. I hear you.
Yeah.
Part of me agrees with you absolutely, but I have to have hope that the other one. It's just if they just could understand. But I hear you.
Dude, my copium right now is Trump wins the presidency, he fixes everything, and the lefties tend to just seethe and cope, and they just kind of shrivel up and do their own mundane thing, and that's my copium for the day. But
if Trump gets in, man, you're gonna see things freaking get out of control fast. Like,
oh yeah, but that's what. Yeah,
that's not gonna fix anything. It's gonna make shit worse if he gets in.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. My copium was like that.
You're hoping for the Civil War.
Oh no, yeah, I'm
you keep
hoping.
on saying it, but like, look, we fighting each other, people fighting and killing other people, citizens, civilians, whatever it is. Like, that's not going to fix anything either. It plays right into their game. Like the elites, that's what they want, is to divide us, to conquer us, to have us fight each other instead of them. You can't take that bait.
Well, here's the thing.
That's
Like,
exactly it. Yeah.
well, here's the thing. When America went and had their Independence Day, we had to fight our own other civilians. We had to fight loyalists. You know,
If that
we had to.
story is even true,
Yeah, but that's the thing. There's plenty of stories on that. The tar and feather, the whole thing.
they
But
want you to think that those stories are true.
well, no.
So
Here's
that
the
we
issue,
get
though.
into that, so that we repeat our same mistakes.
Well, the the founding fathers and when America became a constitutional republic, things were good till 1842 until the central banks took over, and then shit just went downhill from there, right? But the situation here, right?
I don't know. I don't know. I hear
Yeah.
you, and that's the story we were told. I can't verify if George Washington was a real person.
Okay, okay. I get what you're saying.
But
I get what you're saying.
you know,
I know what angle you're going for. Like you're not even sure whether the last 200 years is even real. Like what history is history, right? Like
exactly. This is what we were told from the people in charge.
yeah,
No
yeah.
dice.
I get what you're saying, but let's just play with the fallacy that American Revolution and all that was real. All right. Either way, like with the Civil War, these leftists clearly stated to themselves, and ever since the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, they cannot and will not ever see us as people. They do not respect us. They think we're monsters. They think we're fascists. They think we're Nazis. And all they can think of is to kill us and our children and all that stuff. And I've seen
or at least control. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's
Yeah,
like Demolition Man. Demolition Man, basically. The
Yeah.
elitist sort of, good to do.
And so the thing is, they already shown their hands, right? Like there was a really good video that I watched with I don't like Destiny, but there was a very funny take. Destiny was arguing with an Antifa lefty about the Antifa riots because for a long time they kept playing off that this never happened, but there's too much video evidence and other pacifist lefties that kind of put them on the spot that they did happen. This was extreme. Yes, we killed a lot of people, including black people. Yes. So eventually the subject came up in their argument that we've been expressing for the last 6 years that only violence gets political ideas to change, right? And the guy goes like, yeah, that's what we do. That's the only way things can work. We have to express political violence. Okay, but what stops the Trump supporters and conservatives who now have all the guns? It's like they finally understood it, and they have all the veterans that now they want to use violence to comply because there's not a lot of us there. Well, only we could do political violence. Well, they don't agree with that. Well, the police will have our back. The police don't like us. Well, maybe there's a conversation we can have with the conservatives. You notice how it just went downhill as he's telling this Antifa idiot, like, it's just not going to work. Because now they just realized that you just poked the bear and now the bear is out of the cage. Now it wants blood. And that's the shit that's going on. And so a lot of them are now coming to terms with it, and it's all over the place. A lot of conservatives are now challenging it. Look what happened to Sam Hyde against Hassanabi. Hassanabi's been talking about punching a Nazi since the beginning he started streaming, and now Sam Piker says, hey, let's get in the ring and I'll kill you. And he's too terrified. And even the lefties are like, no, you got to do it. You got to do it. You said you were our strongest leader. You're the Chad. He doesn't want to do it. So the lefty is deteriorating because now they realize that worldview of politics and they get to do whatever they want and the other side has to comply. It's not going to work anymore. So a lot of them are right now trying to talk to conservatives in hopes that they can close the branches. But a lot of the conservatives that you see online are grifters. They don't speak for the majority. And they know this too. They've even said it we don't speak for the majority. There was a video with Charlie Kirk. He was doing and I don't like Charlie Kirk either. He's a shell for Israel, but he was some guy went up to Charlie Kirk and he asked him, when do we use the guns? And he was like, oh, no, we're going to do civil. We're going to do this. It's like, yeah, but we have all the guns. When are we going to get to use it? Because the majority of American people are done. We're done with the trans shit. We're done with the gay shit. We're done with all this stuff. And we tried talking, but all we gotten back is our jobs canceled, our kids taken away, our laws changed, and we're ousted from society. The majority of Americans now feel like foreigners in our own land. So the only way to fix this is civil war. And even the elites are terrified of it. They're more terrified of a militia coming up there because they know themselves that the military branches are not 100% wanting to protect elites. That's why the Marines got their tanks removed from their bases because it says if there was a civil war, would the Marine joins with the revolutionists? And the Marine said, hell yeah, I'm for the people. So currently right now, tanks are not stationed in the forts and fortresses over the Marine branches. and so in other places too. So even the National Guard is more likely to do it, to stand with the deep state, but there's going to be a limit. They won't die if they see a large mob of guns. They will run away.
It's funny you say this. I literally was randomly thinking about something like this the other day, and how whatever force would be used would probably be some sort of NATO force or some sort of foreign force, so that it's not their neighbors, or it's not, because I don't think the National Guard would ever turn on it technically, even given an order to your own neighborhood.
Yeah.
You'd be brought over from somewhere else to go to someone else's neighborhood, or more likely than anything is some foreign force.
Yeah, they're weekend warriors. They're mostly overweight. Most of them are not even passing the gun range test. And you're expected, again, if you see, like, a lot of people will talk shit. I shit you not, a lot of people love to talk shit. But when shit hits the fan and you see a militia marching in with full guns, AK, custom guns, M4s, and most of them are hardcore veterans, some are blood crazed, some are ready to fucking cut an ear up and start collecting, they're gonna start shitting their cans. Everyone's gonna start running. They're gonna drop their weapons and surrender, and that's the reality of this. And when it comes to the elites, yeah, they might pull up that conspiracy of the getting people from prison and signing up in these death squads and protect them, or the one that you said of like getting a foreign force. The moment a foreign force comes to this fucking country, most people's attitude turns extremely aggressive. Like, for instance, when during that time of McFree's smack conspiracy, when the thing says when the Bitcoin counts down, I'll release all the information, his condo apartment got blown up, right? It pancaked, self-demolition. There was cameras on the side. So this happened in Florida. So of course the fire department's first thing is, even with a police or whatever, fire department has full authority to check the rubble, check the situation, and they have goes whether a cop goes in or not. The IDF was there. The Israel Defense Force was already there, pulling up the rubble and checking for debris and stuff, and they were telling the fire departments to get fucked. And everyone was like, "Who the fuck are you?" So they had the cops arrest the IDF, and the IDF tried to pull guns. So and people's thing was like, "I don't give a shit if they were helping. This is our jurisdiction, our thing. They're not even supposed to be here. Who the fuck are they to be in uniform?" And everyone had a huge stink about it, even if they were supposedly trying to help. So.
Yeah, I figure the more I say this too, during the what do you want to call it, lockdown, when Boston SWAT or whatever armed forces were going door to door shooting people to stay inside, like shooting tear gas or sandbags or whatever at people, and to be like literally with microphones ordering people in their homes, and that was in their own neighborhood. So I don't know, people might do anything.
Yeah, right now, like, you have to understand, like, people are now in a situation where there is no future. There are news articles. There's tons of people all over the net talking about there is no Western future. There is no hope. Zoomers can't even afford a fucking house. That's a pipe dream. The housing market's about to collapse any minute. And, we have jobs now that are laying off. Amazon just laid over 118,000 workers. Facebook just laid over about, I think, 18,000 or 20,000 workers. And all these jobs are laying off people, and everyone's seeing the fucking economy is going to shit, while the news media is lying, saying, "Oh, we're at our best economy ever," and then they're now talking about the next biggest thing is to remove gas stoves because it makes you retarded, So a lot of people are just like, "What the fuck do we do in the future? There's no way we can sustain this. America's collapsing. So what's next?" So once you take people's future away, they got nothing else to live. That we have a lot of fighting age men. We have a lot of old men too.
Yeah. That's true, but people's future wouldn't get taken away if people understood that voting for this system that is putting them in this situation is the problem. It's hard. It's a complete 180 from everything that they're doing in life. It's a 360 then a 180, because it totally upends everything that people think they know. But I feel like if we can do it, other people can do it. They just somehow need to see it in a certain way. I don't know.
Yeah, like right now, there's a lot of sleeping people, a lot of people that are already, but no one wants to become a fucking martyr. That's the shit. Like, no one wants to pop off.
Yeah.
So everyone's waiting for the shot around the world. Some people say that we're waiting for the Fed to challenge the red states, which they're currently doing that right now. The Fed wants to send an ATF and IRS to Texas and all these other red states. and all the red states has complied to saying, if you send ATF knocking on Texan citizen doors, we will send a state cop to arrest him. And the federal government goes, if that state cop arrests that ATF agent or IRS agent, we will send a federal agent and a National Guard. It was like, okay, well, we'll send a Texan National Guard and let's see what happens. There won't be another Waco here. And now it's like we're waiting to see whether the state and the Fed will ever actually cross that line, you know? And it's not the first time. There's videos of ranchers with plenty of people outgunning the ATF, telling them to go fuck off. But we're just waiting for the shot around the world.
Are your plates level 4? Maybe we should get out of here. Right. No, but I think the whole point is that the feds are only going to ever keep that boiling to not quite reach boiling. They're going to keep it hot enough to where it's just simmering on dividing people and always having this division and this fear of all, because no one wants outright battles. But so if they can just keep us right on the edge of it, just sustain it. They're about sustaining. They're long term. They're not. Their whole goal is to sustain long term. I mean, that has to be their goal. Their power has to sustain long term. So they want to keep everyone on edge, I guess, maybe. Then.
Well, here's the thing. If that was the case, and I've said this to many times, say you and I became controllers of the deep state, and our job is to make sure that money keeps flowing, our narrative keeps moving, propaganda is there, we make sure no one asks a question, they stay in the matrix, and so on, right? The best thing to do is to make sure people are comfortable enough to survive, get a house, get a car, save money for college, keep that narrative going, show that people with college graduation are actually getting some decent jobs, and you could keep that fucking Matrix dream going. And if people get wiser, the guy's an Alex Jones conspiracy nut. Like, I'm able to afford a house, I got a good job, maybe you're not working hard enough. That's the early arguments in the 2000s that people could actually afford things. But the inflation is out of control. They have all these access to powers and utilities, and it's burning. They're losing control.
No, I would respectfully disagree per se, because their whole goal, or has been for a long time, is that people will own nothing, but they'll be happy about it. They'll rent everything about their life. Their car is going to be leased. You can have clothing that you don't even own. You just have certain things that you can wear you can return it. TVs are cheap now. All of this stuff is sort of inexpensive, and there's sort of no value to things anymore because a lot of people rent literally everything. You don't buy DVDs anymore. You have a monthly subscription. The whole idea is to get people on a treadmill of just a monthly fees, essentially, for life. You don't buy something once. You buy it all the time.
Now, here's the problem to that with the leasing things. You got farmers who are buying their equipment at whole price, but then they can't get access to repair their shit because of some stupid software. And you would think, okay, if you're going to make like this leasing idea or digital idea concept, right? Like, for instance, most people don't know this. I play a lot of Steam games and stuff like that. And you can get refunds for games that are no longer in service. And most people think once you buy digital, you can never get a refund. You can no, I got full refunds. And the way it goes about it under your credit card bylaw is that if you don't no longer have access to the product, you're liable for dispute, regardless of how many years. I had a game that just recently no longer have service. They just cut off the service, like Dawn of War 3. You can't even play it without some sort of mod hack to private server. I just simply told them, listen, I don't have access to be able to play this game. I don't have access to this. Here's proof. Here's this. The company says right here on their line, I'm no longer able to provide service. We're cutting service. I got a full refund. And
technically,
no, I totally. But how many people don't do that? Like, I probably have access to. I bought Command and Conquer how many times over the years, and CD-ROM, and now on streaming and all these different things.
Yeah,
I hear you. But it's but so many people don't do that.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
To where, but they're still paying Steam accounts all every month, or they're still, whatever. I mean, they're still paying Disney Plus every month. They're still paying Netflix every month. They're still paying. Now there's just if you want a little bit of content, you pay for a monthly. I mean, people don't even make DVD players anymore.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, they don't,
No, you're right. They're completely cut down all the solid material stuff, and that is true. They cut down a lot of the DVDs. They cut down a lot of the stuff. Shit, I have a computer. I haven't seen computer cases with DVD drives since fucking 2014 or something like that.
Cars don't even come with CD players now. I mean,
Yeah.
this is a way of memory holing technology, because
Yeah.
it's like they are control. Their planned obsolescence is absolutely a thing that people know about or should. And so if you're going to agree that that's a thing, then and you don't see the other rollout of this other thing, it's like it should be so obvious to people. And it's like, yeah, they are able. So if they if Warner Brothers doesn't feel like they want to continue having the movie available to people, they'll stop streaming it. And if you don't have it on DVD, essentially that movie doesn't exist for you.
Yeah, there was a YouTuber, I think his name was Echelon Gaming, and he noticed that a lot of people have increased into pirating, right? Because what the double-edged sword about going digital is that the content becomes a lot easier and cleaner to be accessed digitally by piracy. Either way, my father has Netflix. I don't watch any of the Netflix stuff. I go to my pirate sites to watch all the movies and TV shows. I haven't gone to the theaters in fucking 5 years, and the more stuff goes to digital, the easier shit it's easier to get. And they go like, oh, pirate is this, pirate that. Like, I have a VPN, all right? I download music from YouTube and then listen to that. I've never bought an album since Gorillaz in 2007. And the thing is, digital goods become a lot easier than trying to get your hands on physical goods. Now, as far as it goes of being a digital pirate, tons of people are digital pirates. And now when it comes to physical things and stuff like that, yeah, it's a bit hard, but I found loopholes in that too. And a lot of people have even found loopholes. Like, for instance, Best Buy's protection plan. I've spent $200 on a keyboard fucking 8 years, and every time 2 years about to go up, I pay $20. I get the newest keyboard and I keep it fucking moving. There's loopholes to everything on this little lease program. Yeah, it sucks.
No, of course. Yeah, you're playing the game, but because you understand their rules. But a lot of people don't even understand their rules,
yep,
or even
and I
that they're
agree.
playing a game.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah.
I've got a question for you guys. If you always steal content, which means if I produce something, I made money, and I want to recoup the cost of that or make a little money off my content, but you steal it from me without me getting any revenue from that, what will that do?
Well,
see, I still go to the movie theaters. I still pay. I do. I mean, I've gone to the theaters. I went to film school. I have a love of going to the theater, so that's the whole thing. But I hear you. Yeah.
No, I get
I've pretty much stolen most of my music since the whole Napster thing. But like, there was an album that came out from, it was Gray Days, which was Chester Bennington from Linkin Park. It was music that he had made in the late '90s before Linkin Park ever started, and I thought the album was so good. After pirating it, I went and bought it. I had the CD delivered to my house. So yeah, if there's something that I do support that I think is like worth spending the money on, that I want a hard copy of, there's something a little bit like I don't know, just tangible to hold on to. Like I'll still pay for it, just to kind of show that support and to have it.
Yeah, and just to answer that too.
Hold on. I mean, you can still download a movie from a provider like Amazon Prime or Vudu or whatever. You can still do that, or even music from any Play Store. You can still purchase the content and have it on your hard drive. But that's purchasing it, so you're paying the person that produced it their time and expense, and they're probably doing it for a business. So you're just like walking into a store. I want that, walking out with it without paying for it.
But people like my wife are never going to do that, though. My wife is never going to download that onto her hard drive somewhere so she has access to it. There's lots of people like her that are never going to do something like that. But I hear you.
Yeah,
well, that's her choice. That's her choice. That's her choice.
Yeah,
not to do that.
So just a rebuttal, like in an era where everything is launched and set out, like for instance, digital software. There are plenty of digital software, especially in the gaming industry, that will release buggy on half content to the point that a pirate like me, I have to download it to see how fucked up the thing is before realizing, damn, I almost fucking wasted $65. And not to top it off, we know that they price gouge. It's the developers aren't seeing that price gouge going up, because back then games were about $49.99. Then we were told that it was going $59.99 because of CDs and manufacturers. But then ever since we got into the digital age, like everything is going $60.99, $70.99, $80.99. and then they add, digital deluxe content, which are contents that were removed. So you have to literally pirate to make sure the shit's working. And what's even more funnier, like I was mentioning before, that most of these games that are coming out released, they got this thing called like a Dueno or anti-pirate, and it fucks up your performance. So the pirate has the 100% full completion performance, but the person who paid money has to deal 1 year of buggy, shitty performance until they finally take the shit off. Because it definitely didn't prevent the pirates.
Well, here's the thing, though. I mean, I work for a telecom company, okay, and we developed our own TV, right? And we developed our own box, and we paid another provider, another company, to develop the software on their product. But when we launched it, it was crap, and we paid the price for that as a company.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing about doing business. If you launch a product before it's completely ready and it fails and you lose money, well, you got one of two options: either you fix it, or you let it continue and you lose money and lose revenue. It's up to you. I mean, yeah, everything you purchase is a risk. But if I go down and buy something from the store, it might be crappy. If I go buy a piece of clothes from Kohl's down the street, if the seamstress didn't do a good thing on my seam, it might rip right out. But of course, I go buy another one, and it's perfectly fine. Anytime you purchase something, that's the way it is. You get a car, might be a brand new car off the lot, but it ends up being a lemon. I mean, you take chances every time. Same thing with anything you purchase. So, but if you keep stealing it and never even go back to the company that produced it and give them some form of revenue, eventually the very thing you're wanting is going to disappear.
But here's
they
the
can't
issue.
afford to maintain it. They can't afford to maintain it.
Well, here's a counter argument. First of all, ever since 1960, where CEOs started paying themselves 60% of most of the income for businesses, because most of the time a CEO back then wasn't making astronomically insane amount of money. They were not astronomically making themselves having more bonuses, right? So all this bonuses and increased money of making almost 7 figures a year in these companies, they could have reinvested the company. They could have made better performance. You look at software and video games. Software and video games have gotten one of the worst deals in this modern age. Like we used and it used to be memes too. We used to have memes like, "Hey, look, remember back in the 90s when you bought games, it was like a hamburger, fries, and a Coke." But then after that, what we don't even get the fries, we don't even get the Coke, we only get like the buns, and then the promise that we'll get the patties and all this stuff with extra DLC. So games have been we've been scammed by the digital gaming companies for years. Actually, now it's going to be a solid decade, and we had to pay the full price. So of course, if you guys are going to make shit software, you're going to have give me this shit excuse of, well, if the developers don't get paid. No, the devs got paid already. They're not getting royalties or bonuses. But the problem is that personally, you're not going to get empathy from me as a pirate when the product themselves are broken on year one. And it's not because we put a risk in lemon. It's intentionally designed that way. Like you can't
What game was it that got like in court was said that it's like you're basically gambling right now. People are gambling on your card, like as if you have to draw a card for like a prize card or prize chests. You're basically in the way you have to pay for it, and the way to beat the game is basically gambling, and you're basically getting kids to gamble, and they had to shut it down. I can't remember what game.
I don't know what game that one is, but I'll tell you this though. So in the gaming world, right? Same way with the digital software, because now most Adobe you can't even buy the license for a year. Now it's a lifetime subscription, and then not a lifetime subscription. It's a current subscription, so I gotta pay full price, then I gotta pay a sub a month. And when you compare the development of the previous Adobe suites from the last decade, it has gone down in quality. And that's what a lot of these gaming development companies and software, everything has gone down in quality, but the money's been going up. So you think if I'm paying more, I should be getting more quality. If you're the sequel of the next software, like say, like for instance, you released a shit software, like you said, like you had a problem and you paid a price. So your second product should be a lot better and more improved. But your producer and your executive boss is going to do the same dumb shit. They're going to false advertise, which they'll get away with it. And the customers who trusted your product are going to buy it, get suckered in it, and then will never want to buy it again. And a pirate like me will offer the software for it. And they're like, hey, man, do you want to know if that software is good quality? Yeah, here. That's why I say if your business can't uphold within the industry of selling good quality products and you're doomed to fall, then you're doomed to fall. That's your company's fault, not the devs, but the company.
Well, here's the thing, though. The market forces will determine the success or failure of a company. So if it becomes top heavy, which means all the profits are pulled to the top, and which means the bottom, which means the very thing that you're trying to produce that gives you the money, if it starts to lack, well, that people are going to stop buying it. They're going to quit buying it. And eventually, you got to make one of two choices. Either they're going to fire the CEO because he's not producing the money, the stock options or the profit margin have just gone to the crap. So, I mean, that's the nature. I mean, like, think about businesses that were very successful. They're no longer around. Blockbuster, they were huge. Friday night, Saturday night, you're going in and getting a DVD player. Netflix came out with their mail at home DVDs, but they morphed in becoming more of a streaming service. Of course, but even look now, Netflix, because of the quality of the product that they're producing is going down, and their subscription is going down.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's just the nature of the beast. So, but if you keep stealing, though, if you steal from the company, no matter what you do, if you're stealing from it, they're losing the profit, and eventually they're going to go out of business. So they can't even improve if you're stealing it. I hear your argument, but it's still falling apart.
They continue to make like
You're still stealing.
No. So
most
here's
of these
the thing.
companies continue to make record profits. And they just cheap out when it comes to paying the developers and paying for, they're always cutting corners somewhere. That's why the products are slacking and failing. That's why I quit gaming. I used to game hardcore back in the early 2000s. Now, yeah, I was younger then. Maybe some of that has to do with it, but really, we haven't seen any improvement. Like what are you saying? It's cookie cutter copies of the same shit that they made in the early 2000s. How long can you keep playing the same Call of Duty game, shooting those freaking zombies? And back in those days, yeah, all of the online content came free with the game. Like you bought the game and you got to play the game. You got to play it online with your friends for years if you wanted to. The DLC content, they came out with new maps. You got the new maps for the original cost of that game. But yeah, now there's just no more. There's really no good games out there, in my opinion. I mean, I understand for kids, like they didn't play them back in the day, but there's no originality. There's nothing new. Everything's just copying the other guy that had a successful, like format, whatever. Like, Fortnite got big, and all of a sudden, Royales was like the only freaking, only thing now in shooters. And, there was third person shooters. Now, because of Call of Duty, everything's first person.
Yeah. Let me get to this one thing though. Hold on, let me say this. And here's the thing, and this goes with this. You want to talk? You missed one point, and one of the things you said about like products and customers. Like there's also loyalty, right? Let's give it a big example. World of Warcraft was one of the largest, most played game in the fucking world for fucking 10 years running. They were making billions of dollars a month. These developers had a passion, and through that passion of that product, people were willing to pay for a subscription and a fucking expansion. This is something that was unheard of in the gaming industry back then. And they were able to do that. And you know what killed World of Warcraft? It wasn't no other game or competitive game. It was their own company. Their own company drove that shit to the fucking ground with greedy and low quality expansions, low quality content, and they kept treating their customers like shit. And that's the logic of all these game industry producers. They do the same thing. They see a passion project of devs, they sell out to a bunch of publishing companies that are greedy as shit, and they destroy the fucking game. Dawn of War 1 was a great game. Dawn of War 2 was great. Then Dawn of 3 was a fucking cash grab. Darktide, like Vermintide 2 was one of the best Left 4 Dead kind of gameplay. Big time. It was super popular, 100,000 players. Now Darktide comes out, it's a cash grab. The microtransaction was the first thing that gets updated, and all gameplay is still buggy as shit and crashes. So when you're talking about digital stealing, right? When we get back our early 2000s or golden age digital software companies again, where the companies were ruled by the developers, then you'll see less likely of my kind out there on the internet. But because you guys are run by dirty ass, greedy ass CEO hobgoblins, you're always gonna have people like me thriving in the net.
And
here's the thing, though.
The game industry literally dwarfs all of. I mean, they make so much more than Hollywood and all the theater, all of that combined still all television sales, everything. Games dwarf all of that, and
Well, see, here's the
basically,
thing.
yeah.
No, I was to say I hear that, and honestly, I've heard that too. On the market share, gaming is making more money than any movie out right now, and I agree with that. But here's the thing, though. I mean, just the way you were describing how games are kind of, like, they'll just basically turn out the same thing over and over again, and everybody gets tired of it. That's the same thing that happened in Hollywood. I mean, that's why their industry is suffering, because instead of they're coming up with creative content, new stuff, that their movies are going to crap, and then you get into political and putting political things in play, then the same thing happens again. I mean, I agree with you at one level that you need creative content. You need it. That's how you innovate. That's innovation to me. You know what I mean? But at the same time, if you had to run a company and you were making money off that company, you, for one, also you may have other people you're accountable to, and yet eventually they got to find that balance between satisfying your investors or whatever, and doing creative content, which is probably sometimes hard. You know what I mean? It's hard to balance that. I mean, if you don't want to do, I mean, I hear you as a game. You're a gamer, obviously, and I get that. And your whole life's probably gaming.
Big
But
time, yeah.
yeah, so I get that. But if it's the same, I mean, like I'm honestly getting sometimes tired of being on this Discord. You know why? Because it's the same arguments over and over and over again. And it's like I get tired of it.
Yeah,
And
that's
that
why I try to
happens.
change
So
it up.
yeah, and I don't mind that. That's why I come in sometimes. If it's a good conversation, I'll stay. But if it's like, oh, I've heard that before, this is the same arguments, I'll go, okay, I'm going to go do something else. But the other side of the coin, if you had a business and you were running that business and you're trying to make money for yourself, your family, and you wanted to be a creative content maker, but someone was stealing your content, what would you feel? What would you think?
Well, here's this though.
You wouldn't like that.
Yeah, but here's the twist to this. So as a person who's a gamer, and I bought every type of game you can think of, minus anti and furry shit. My point is this though, it's like this. You look at the indie developers, right? The indie developers are making big money and big success. There was a guy who made a game by himself, a developer, Stardew Valley. And that is one of the highest selling games of an indie. It's all over every console, phones, and all that stuff. And you could see it was a passion project. And people did pirate that game. But you know what most of those pirates said? On the pirate sites, dude, I play this game and I couldn't believe the quality of this game. It was unbelievable. You don't understand that the gamers are so fucking starved for quality that the moment we have it, we act like fucking gremlins to gems. We harbor that. We put it in our fucking hearts. And we love that piece of art. I bought Stardew Valley fucking 4 times. And first time I pirated that shit. I played it for 5 hours, and I'm like, oh my god, this is a good fucking game. And I bought it for the Xbox, I bought it for the fucking Switch, I bought it for my phone, and I bought it for my computer. And I tell people, dude, if you want to farm a game, buy that one. And I'm an advocate when it comes to real good quality games. And again,
I see a business model. I just found a business model for you. I just found it. I'll give you one. Why not go, since you're a huge gamer and you analyze the product, why don't you reach out to these developers and be an advocate for them? Say, look, I'll play the game, see how it is, and you give me the free game and then give me a percentage of whatever. If it becomes successful, then let me have a percentage of the royal.
Yeah,
and then you can make money after that, and also give them honest content and honest feedback on how their game is developing.
Most of those guys will release betas way before I get eyes on it. But like I've said,
I know that's why you develop a relationship with these people. Open it up.
Well, no, I don't.
Yourself incredible. I mean, it's a business. You got a business model.
Well, no, I'm not interested in doing that because I'm already hooked up on work and I don't want to go beta test something that I'm not sure of. But the way I do it as a pirate is I will pirate the fucking game, I will play it, and if I understand that the quality is really there and I like it, I will buy the game. But if I find out that the quality was not just shit, but there's microtransaction and all this janky shit, I just dodged a bullet. That game can go to fucking hell and move on. Like I'll tell you this, there are plenty of video game franchises that I fucking grew up in love that I've moved on, and I would rather watch that shit burn and and that IP no longer be able to be accessible than for me to keep supporting a shit company. Like Halo is dead. Halo used to be the one best first person shooter, but it's a dead company. I will never buy a new Halo game ever. I will not buy World of Warcraft or StarCraft, and I was a StarCraft 2 player, and that's the thing. I used to love playing Master Zerg, and now that Blizzard is a fucking shit company. Like the new Diablo 4 coming up, I will not buy it. I will pirate this shit and I will see if it's good. And even if it is, I still won't give money to Blizzard. But my point is, good games are hard to find, and when you finally find it, you know, you fucking shell out the money for it. But when you don't, well, fuck that company.
Yeah, Blizzard, Activision, they're all getting crap shit. Like Battlefield 2. Battlefield was a great game. Hello?
You'll stop buying. You'll
Hello?
stop.
Really? So, like the new Battlefield they made, it is horrendous. It's like horrible compared to what the Battlefield 2 era was or Battlefield 1943. Like this, I would never buy another Battlefield. I'd spend like $100 and some on that shit.
Yep. And like you were saying before, with like you know about developers, when these people, you know, release these games, the developers already been paid. You know, they're not getting any extra money. So I'm not stealing money from the developers who actually give two shits about. And I don't give a shit about the producers. I don't give a shit about the CEOs. They can all fucking take the rope and fuck themselves.
Yeah,
I don't
but what
care
about
about
the
them.
shareholders, man?
Oh,
You don't
here's
care about them?
No, here's the funny thing.
Well,
When you
hold
do
on a second.
research,
Let me respond to this.
all right, go ahead.
Here's the thing. Let me tell you that what you know why a CEO is important, or why a manager is important. Okay, let's say this developer, he's a gamer, he's a coder. He might be able to do great in coding, right? But he has no idea how to run a business. So he can come with this great content, but not know how to get that content out or how to manage that content, develop that content, or get it marketed. So you need somebody that knows how to do that. And that's why people like, I'm in sales and I make decent money in sales. You know why salesmen get paid more than most people? Do you know why?
Why?
Because we know how to talk to people. We know how to sell a product. That's why. But a developer, if he's sitting 8 to 12 hours a day in his room, or in his cubicle or whatever he's doing, developing the software, does he have time to go out and sell it?
So yeah, here's the thing though. The gaming industry was built on the backs of developers. You know, these were guys coming out there and they were playing other developers' games, and they were able to succeed and build the foundation of the golden age of gaming. What we see right now, the gaming industry, is a shadow of what was the golden age. And they were all ran by fucking developers. The developers had to do 3 to 4 jobs. You know, they were leading a team, they were selling, they were doing PR things, and nothing convinces a gamer more than passion. When a developer tells you, this is going to be great, the first game you loved it, but the second game, we heard you and we're going to make it better. That's why everyone loved during the 90s when games were just getting better and better. When you played Pokemon, the first one, and then Pokemon Color came out, shit was getting good. The consoles were getting good. Now, ever since we got producers and marketers and CEOs, the gaming industry has not been nothing more than a cesspool of shit. Marketing will go ahead, and this is the thing why I hate about the marketing team, not you solely. The marketing team will lie about the fucking trailers. This is why everyone says, yeah, until they show gameplay, I'm not fucking buying it. I'm not doing pre-orders. Marketing team will tell the CEO, we could split the game in multiple contents. We could make the gamers buy the game 6 times in different ways. We could put microtransactions in it. We could put hidden costume cosmetics in it. By the time the gamer had paid for the game, he's already bought it 7 times already. And the game is missing. And say if the game didn't gross, because the marketer says, well, if it sells this much, we'll release DLC 2. Even though they already made their quota, because it didn't hit the supposed projection, game 2 never happens. And that's exactly why I do not like marketing teams. I do not like CEOs. Because marketing team, tons of money is wasted on the marketing team when it should have gone to the fucking development. This is why when you see marketing teams hyping up the fucking game, and then the game didn't live up to the expectation because the devs are like, what is the marketing team doing? They're saying that we have all this content. Bro, we are not even at this part yet. What content? Oh, don't worry, we lie. That's why I wish we could sue the gaming industry for false advertisement. They're the leading.
Hold on a second. Just calm down. Here's the thing, though. Do you think everybody in marketing and sales or CEOs are greedy, money-grubbing people?
Yes.
Really?
They
So
show
you're
it by
saying
their
I'm
action.
you're saying that all of them are? Everyone across the whole industry?
Look,
every single person.
I'm not saying
my
everyone.
marketing guy that
I'm not saying all
well,
of
you
them.
just
I'm saying
said
majority of them. A majority. A good large chunk of marketing and CEOs are a bunch of greedy fucking bastards. A good chunk of them. I'm gonna minus you because I hope you don't fucking do that. But in the gaming industry, fuck yeah. How do I know
the
this?
company. The
I can
company
name
I
you.
work for.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. I guess if you want to preach it, go ahead. But
No,
I'm
no.
just
Go
saying
ahead.
is, I mean, it's okay to focus on if they have done that and they failed in that, and that's fine. But to say the whole industry that way, I think is fallacious.
Oh no, buddy. I wish I look. I wish the shit I'm saying was a fucking illusion. I'm gonna wake up out of this fucking nightmare, but it's not. The game industry is dying out of self-destruction, and it's been like that. The every AAA game has been a shit show in the making. I can name you 7 new most anticipated games from 2022 and how they failed horribly because of the marketing team. Cyberpunk was the most funniest one. Most well anticipated game 2077. Now we call it cyber scam. Why? Because the marketing team lied. It wasn't the devs' fault. The devs were trying to catch up what the marketing was trying to sell. The CEOs were fully aware that this game was not catching up because they talked to the dev team. Because hey, if you're a CEO and you're managing the product, you need to get an idea of managing your production team. So halfway into the project, like, hey, how's the work? Yeah, we're not that far. We need this. Well, the marketing team just came up with 7 new banging ideas, and we need this. We can't do that. That will make the pipeline longer, and we don't have time. And they lied to the investors. So the thing about you talking about investors, there are multiple lawsuits from investors to these game industries for lying because a lot of the gamers thought the investors were doing this shit, and the CEOs were blaming the investors until eventually one of the investors started reading the magazines and got the FCC involved because they realized, hold on, the CEOs of the companies that I'm mostly investing are saying it's my fault. I'm only being told that we're about to get this good pay up, and that's about it. Most of them are blind. They don't know what the fuck's going on. They don't know that the game is being rushed. Most investors want a high quality product with a high quality gains, but that's not how it's happening. So it's all lies.
It's just basically just say you'll stop pirating games when Half-Life 3 comes out.
I mean, take Call of Duty. The new Call of Duty that just came out is crap.
Yeah, bro. Like when we get the golden age of gaming again, I'll stop pirating.
Yeah, so when Half-Life 3 comes out,
Bro,
you'll be good to
Half-Life
go.
was never the golden age. When we get companies running by devs,
When
then yeah.
when Half-Life 2 came out, that broke a lot of things.
Here's the thing, though. You're never going to get the golden age of video games ever again.
Yep.
Never coming back. Just like the golden age of movies is never coming again. So you just have to, what I would do if I was you, I don't know if I would pirate because I don't do that. I try to figure out a way to, watch a video that somebody else has already paid the price for it. Watch a video. If I like it, and then if I like it, I might buy it. I might take a chance on a movie because you can't, unless I wait till it comes out on DVD or wait till it comes out, I can rent it. And if I like it, I'll buy it. If not, we own a few movies, but that's just what you do now. That's what I do. I don't pirate anything.
Well, I
'cause it's
understand
not
that.
good to the person.
I can understand. I could stand your thought process in this. But for me, it's like this. Like I said, there's plenty of franchises that I love, and I wish they weren't dying from self destruction. But I can't. If I come across a product and I check the writers, who's writing this game? Like, look at the new Dragon Age game that's coming out. I played all the Dragon Age games, but now that I notice there's a bunch of SJW trannies, I'm definitely not buying it. I already know it's going to be a shit show. I know it's going to be gay propaganda, and I'm not going to, put my money in that. And it's going to die. It's because they're going to see the pre-order sales. They're going to base that, and they're probably lying to the investors. Like, hey, do you know Dragon Age is one of the best-selling IP? It's like, yeah. Like, you're going to invest that because Dragon Age 4 is going to be great. You know what they're not telling the investors? That we're going to put propaganda, we're going to put gay shit, we're going to put tranny shit, we're going to do all this stuff. And it's definitely not going to sell because when we did peer reviews to see what people want for Dragon Age 4, they weren't asking for gay shit. They weren't asking for SJW shit. So it's self-destruction.
Well, you know what I think would be good? Honestly, I have to say, I think subscription would be a good option. And here's what you do. You give them, you pay so much per month or whatever. You don't pay the full, $70 or $80, whatever it costs for a game. and then you give them, or maybe give them the first level. You give it to them and say, look, if you like the first level, you have to pay for the rest. Give you a taste of what the game is going to be. If you like it, continue. And if you don't like it, you stop
those
subscribing.
demos.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah,
exactly.
Demos.
Well, then,
I think
then they'll just make that
I
one
think
level really good and then fuck off the rest of the game.
yeah, I think the best
That's why you drop your subscription. If it's crappy, then you drop your subscription. You turn it off. You stop.
Yeah, I mean the best model is that Fortnite model.
Yeah, like right now, it's like this. And here's the rules for gaming products. If you're gonna have microtransaction, you can only put it in free to play. If you're gonna put it in a full price game, it can only be cosmetics, and the skins for that game has to be incredibly affordable. Maybe like $1, $2, or what most gamers wish to have. Give us ability to get in-game currency from play to buy those skins or unlock it, like we used to do in the 90s. But if you have a full $70 game being released and it has microtransaction, like a full fucking store, fuck you. It's not worth it because we know exactly what's going to happen. As soon as they don't make a quota from those microtransactions, the game is dead. And there's lots of missing content because they're depending on releasing the full content that we're owed, that the $60 was paid for, which you were supposed to get that content. They're holding it hostage unless we start paying or buying stuff from the microtransaction store. So until like, and the reason why indie developers are making so much money and seeing so much success is because we're seeing that they're not putting that greedy shit in there. It's a real game, a fully complete game that is running real well, and we're not getting scammed. So they are going to see tons of money going their way. And the AAA companies have been failing. They hate the indie games. They hate that they're successful, but they're going to keep succeeding because they're refusing to do that, make games. Game companies aren't making games. They're making half-ass scam products. Sometimes we get gems, but most of the time it's just half-ass. So, and it's just the way it is. Movies, a lot of movies are going to fail. Like Warner Brothers went and deleted the Batgirl movie because the investors found out that the movie was going to fail. It was full of gay shit and, this diversity shit. And they told them to fucking cancel that shit out or we'll fucking suing. So they went and deleted the Batgirl movie. And that's how the thing is. Investors are going to have to fight for their products because they're getting scammed too of their investment. Why pay a CEO this almost 60% of the entire employees and workforce wages if they're going to be incompetent? Like, your job is to make sure this product has quality, it sells, and it meets goals. But if you're telling me that you're so incompetent that you allowed a bunch of marketers to inflate the product, you allowed a bunch of producers to put propaganda and politics that definitely not going to sell, whose fault is it? Is it all of it? No, it's the leadership. So it goes from the top down. The devs are usually free to blame, but everyone else is up to blame. I'm guessing you work for digital software and marketing, right? I think Rags is AFK. Oh, you here? Yeah. So what do you work for? You said digital software?
No, I do. I work in a telecom company. I'm not going to tell who I work for.
Yeah, no, I'm not asking for it. I'm not. You can stay
Basically, I sell internet, basically fiber internet.
Oh, okay. That's it. That's but yeah. But when we're talking about like, other companies, yeah, they do that kind of shit.
I mean, there's going to be corruption in every company, but it also depends on the ethics of the company. Like, one of the things when I first started this company, they talked about ethical selling. Think about that. What company do you hear talk about ethical selling? Which means that just goes right. And that's one of the first things that sold me on the company. Hang on a second, I got my phone at me. I'm back. Sorry about that. I thought she was saying anything. But I mean, we ran into all kinds of hiccups. We've had issues with fiber. We've had to upgrade our network to handle it. We lost customers over it. We launched a TV product. It became an issue. It was buggy. Had problems. We had to pull it and then go back to their legacy service and then go back, finally develop it, get it fixed, and came back and we fixed it, and it's working great now. I mean, companies, you start losing subscribers, you start losing business. You have to find out what the problem is and fix it. We had to upgrade our network. We had launched all kinds of fiber in a bunch of new areas, and it taxed our system, so we had to upgrade to handle it. I mean, that's what you have to do to survive. You know.
And you provide a service with competition out there, right? And it's the same thing with the gaming industry too. Like the gaming industry lies, they're like, say there's like first person shooters. There's seven of the big giant games that make lots of money that are 7 FPS. So if one of them is like a no-go, the other game is definitely going to get a lot of customers. But the difference is majority of gamers will buy all 7 of them at the same time. But now they're lately seeing that they're lying with a projection like, oh, gamers aren't interested in games anymore, which is a lie. We're just refusing to buy your same shitty product over and over. And they've also got government subsidies. So the game companies that would normally fail with their shit products, they're getting government subsidies for woke propaganda. And that's like I said, the same thing with the movies. That's why you have some of these movies flop at the box office, but they still was able to recover the payments because the government paid for what was supposed to be an expected year turnout. So that's the insane shit. But thankfully, the government kind of cut off on the subsidies of these things, and now we're seeing a lot of games and movies are cutting out the woke shit because they realize, like even Netflix, when they put that gay shit cuties, and people were like, "No, I'm canceling my subscription. Fuck this shit." And now they're like, "Oh my god, we got to actually make some real shows." And people are like, "Well, yeah, we're gonna have to do it." Look what happened to Witcher. Henry Cavill left, and now the show's even shit. Even the new Witcher sign off is shit. Why? Because no one wants to see propaganda and no one likes gay characters. So they're gonna keep moving on. And once Netflix, fails to maintain their customer base, another streaming platform will come around and take over.
Well, I mean, I think that's if you let the market do its job, it will self-correct. I mean, and that's kind of what I'm arguing for. Like we self-corrected, we had to as a company. If not, we're going to lose our subscribers. And I think the subscription-based service is a good thing because it's, for one, it's a constant revenue stream, but two, it also determines, like you say, if your product's good or not. People start pulling their money revenue from that. Then you go like, oh crap, we got what's going on here. We got to figure it out, and it's up to them to make that change. If they want to keep pushing propaganda instead of producing good content, then eventually they're going to pay the price for it, and the government subsidies is not going to last forever.
Oh yeah.
So
it just dried up right now. Like for instance, Xbox has this thing called Game Pass, where you'll get access to a lot of games. But the thing is, when you're on Game Pass, none of those games stick around forever. So instead of having this large active library for you to play this game whenever you want, more gamers are finding out and it gives gamers a choice. If a gamer wants to play the newest games, beat it and move on, or you're constantly jumping all the games, then Game Pass will be good for you. It's $14.99 a month. They have Ultimate and all this other shit, fit for the gamer to play all these stuff like a Netflix show. But if you're wanting to buy the game, even Game Pass, even implemented, will give you 40%. I mean, like 30 or 40% off when purchasing the game. And they offer that if you complete achievements, if you're actually utilizing Game Pass and you're actually playing the games and beating them, you could get the points to use to buy a game if you want. So Game Pass made it a way. That's why it's making the highest revenue right now, because they're putting more power to the player versus trying to stickle every nickel and dime out of the player. So there's avenues, and with piracy, like the fact that, like I said, most pirates, when they buy a game or shit or pirate a game, eventually if the game is really really fucking good, they will buy the game. But generally, the fact that when most games come out, it's janky, it's garbage, it doesn't work. And to give it a good analogy, imagine you buying a car from a dealership, brand new car, and you can't even drive the shit out of the fucking lot because the engine is missing, the fucking brakes are missing, there's no tires, or you're gonna have to buy the deluxe edition to get the tires. There's no fuel, so you'll get that as a live service. And the engine, we'll give you the engine within 6 months of development. But yeah, go ahead and play this shitty ass product.
Like airlines are like charging you per seat now. Like the ticket is one thing, but depending on where you want to seat, it's an extra. It could be $120.
Yep.
Well, I still think you've got a good business model if you're willing to tap into it. If you're that passionate about it, you could create a YouTube channel, generate revenue from YouTube, critiquing and analyzing games.
Oh yeah.
Then I mean, I see people on YouTube all the time, and they get free stuff from people wanting them to analyze their product and say, and they'll give them the product for free, and then put a YouTube channel to say, well, if it's good or not. Happens all the time.
Yeah, the problem is they become grifters. So it goes down in two ways. If you are not going to say too much bad things and bad reviews, they'll even do NDAs before releases. So if a game is going to come out like January 12th and it's January 10th, you're reviewing the game already by January 8th. So you can't say shit until the 12th comes out. In some cases, they wait a week. So you get an embargo. And most of those YouTubers won't tell you the truth. Like Cyberpunk 2077, a lot of YouTubers I like to follow and watch, they all lied. And even they knew that eventually people will find out. These fucking idiots expected a simple apology, would make it well. Like Young A was a YouTuber I followed, and I simply, wrote him a fucking crazy ass letter of how, he betrayed the entire fucking gaming community. And a fucking guy responded, and I was like, it's too fucking late, man. Like, you're a grifter now. Every time when someone sees you, you're a sellout. You suck the corporation's penis.
Here's the thing, though. Does he still followers and still?
Sorry, you're roboting. I can't hear you.
Is he still around? Is people still following him and watching his YouTube channel?
He lost about a few thousand subscribers, and he's not as popular as he used to anymore. But yeah, a lot of the YouTubers that lied, they're not as popular anymore. They were at the pinnacle when.
So the market is determining that. So now
Yeah.
they lied. People quit following them because of their lie. So now, I mean, it's like, again, the market forces are in play again.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
If you're be an ethical person that tells them the truth, and tell the person, hey, look, I'll give you truthful content. I'm not going to, you give it to me, but if you, sell it, say, look, everything you told me, tell them. All the things, look, games are crap, things are this. I can help you get this if you're willing to listen. Sell yourself. Be a salesman yourself.
No,
You're selling it to us. You're going to sell it to us. You're a great salesman, so go out and sell it to them.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I'm not into YouTube. I'm not into. I have a lot of worldviews and stuff that are not, PC friendly and shit like that. I actually, even the shit I just said today would get me knocked off YouTube. So even if I was to put filters and stuff, it would just be a filter version of it. And I don't want to do YouTube because I think all this shit is e-begging. And I have too much honor and pride to fucking e-beg for anything to make a career as a YouTuber. So like even they say like if you curse in the first 15 minutes or 6 minutes, you're demonetized. And even if I did curse past the 15 minutes or whatever, in the far future they can go back, make a bullshit rule, and then demonetize your video, stealing money out of your pockets. So like I just don't want to be a content creator. I just think it's a waste of time.
All I'm trying to say, I'm just saying there's a business model in what you're saying. It may not be YouTube, it may be some other way that you could do this. You know what I mean? Maybe go try to work for these companies.
No, I wanted to work.
Doing.
I wanted to work as a game industry developer, but then I realized how political it is, and I just don't want to do that. Like, I'm too much of a smartass to fucking take shit, and so if I see a bunch of fucking SJWs or girls not doing work and I'm not working, I'll fucking do the same thing. I'm not gonna work. So yeah, I'm not about that life. And yeah, there's plenty of people that are probably telling the truth, and some people that I respect, but I'm definitely not going to do it. Like, the game industry is going to kill itself. There are plenty of game companies that are going to crash and burn. And we just got to keep moving on. Someone's going to eventually get the license and IP for it and hopefully gets revived. That's why pirating games are great, because you get to archive these games that are no longer going to be able to sell. Because when a company shuts down its doors, you can no longer get access to these products. So by pirating and archiving, other future generations can get access to the content. So, that's it. We're also doing library shit. So your kids one day will be able to play a game that was once accessible to millions. That's just the way it is. Got to keep that fire up. Yeah, I can barely hear you, man. Yeah, you're roboting. You're breaking up. No, you're too low.
To get on my phone, I'm on the tablet. Yeah.
Yeah, you're sounding a lot better.
So can you hear me now? Is that
Yeah,
better?
I can hear you a lot better.
Okay, I was on my tablet and this is my phone. Well, all I was gonna say is like, here's something you could do. Once these license, if you got all these games and the licenses are no longer in play, develop your own game system. Like, I mean, I went online and found a thing through Amazon. It's got the old games on it. It's $60. I think it's costing me $60. And it's got 600 games on it. I got another one that I found. It's got 1,600 games on it. Sega Genesis, Atari, got all these old games on it that you can play. Do something like that. Take these old games, come up with a game system with the license that were expired that you won't hammer on anybody, or willing to invest and say, I'll buy the license for that game, and then take that and go out and develop a game system. There's another avenue. Making
Yeah, I
money
know.
off another
I have
game.
no problems like seeking out money and stuff. Like even my ultimate plan is join the Air Force and shit, and go through a retirement plan from there. Like,
Well, they're
but
going to require the vaccine. Are you willing to get the vaccine?
no,
I
the
make some more.
mandate just got dropped.
They still vaccinate you fully.
Yeah, I
Trust
already
me, I
got
got.
all my pre-vaccination for it, so I'll be fine. It's like
Well, so you don't. So and they shot everybody. So even if you're pre-vaccinated, they're still going to probably shoot you again.
yeah,
Like
that's
my little
why.
ones.
Yeah, as long as I have my yellow medical card, I'm exempt. Like
Well,
I already checked with the recruiter and everything. Like as long as I show that I have all my shots, you know. But like yeah, like for instance, I might be like if some guy is like a car enthusiast, he's not gonna open his car shop. Like I get the the because of my passion and shit. Like I love video games. I think it's one of the greatest art that mankind has ever made, next to giant statues and make like cities. But I'm a big proponent for it. I'll archive. I'll do what I can. I'll join the Air Force, and my free time is to play video games and work out and do stuff. And I don't mind, enjoying the content. Like if it's good content, I'll fucking preach to it all day, every day. If it's bad content, I wish its death and demise, even if it's something I love. So, but I definitely wouldn't do a YouTuber thing or streaming about it or making blogs because it's already a fucking cutthroat industry and there's too many grifters and I already lost a lot of respect for a lot of this shit and I definitely don't want to do an office job. Making content and videos and scripts and I like just to shoot out of the fucking cannon. So I appreciate the word of wisdom. All right, boys. I'm gonna call it a night. Catch you guys later. Good talk, man.
Thanks. galaxy.
Yo,